Chapter 81, Acquisition of the Company. For the Ring King won $1+ more. Yan Kai yawned and stood in the corner waiting instinctively. He was waiting here early this morning. It has been half a day since now, and many people in the same industry have given up. Cook didn't know when he would come over, so he didn't know when to wait. He is waiting here, hoping to get first-hand information. After all, it's hard to make news that has something to watch. It's a pity to give up. If it is confirmed that Apple has come to the Army and Company to talk about cooperation, there is a lot of articles to do. But for now, it's still not seen by Cook, so it's not the way to wait. If Cook doesn't come for a day, he will die and wait here. Just as he was preparing to pack things away, he suddenly stopped. He saw that several people came out of the company and were waiting at the door of the company. Is there a situation? Yan Kai immediately reacted and began to prepare the camera. The remaining few journalists who are not ashamed of him have also noticed this scene and have started to fight. Not long after, a car stopped at the door of the Marching Ant Company. Li Lingfeng and others waiting at the door, after seeing the car, hurriedly greeted him. Cook looked out the window of the building, the office building of the Marching Ant Company. He did not expect that he had just returned from here this morning, and now he is going back here. Now he is a bit contradictory. The chairman of the Marching Ant Company is not willing to come out. He can only come over a small intersection. This initiative has been lost. He has to come. If there is no intelligent assistant, then Apple's days will be very difficult. Mr. Cook, welcome. The president asked me to pick you up, Li Lingfeng said in English. Yeah? Cook glanced at Li Lingfeng and nodded blankly, coming down from the car. As soon as Cook appeared, only a few reporters, like the smelly cats, all came over. The camera in his hand glared at Cook. Just did not wait for them to pass. They were separated by security guards. Mr. Cook, what kind of cooperation do you want to talk to the Marching Ant Company when you come to the Marching Ant Company? Is it because of the recent sales of Apple to March Ant Company? When is the launch of Apple S2? A few journalists who were stopped, regardless of whether Cook would answer, asked in English. Cook's face is not very good. As a public figure, he usually doesn't dislike reporters, but at this time his heart is not happy with these reporters. I simply ignored a few reporters and followed Li Lingfeng into the Marching Ant Company until the reception room. Zhao Minitz had already waited in the reception room. Mr. Cook, welcome to the Marching Ant Company, Zhao Minitz said in fluent English. I am very honored. Cook also nodded politely. Please sit down. Zhao Minitz took a look and sat back to his position. Mr. Cook, I'm going to tour city in Brunei today. Is this city beautiful? Zhao Minitz's face is smiling and looks like he is not humble. He is not, because he is the world's #1 company by market value. This city is very beautiful. I like it very much. Cook also smiled. Although the mood is not so cool, it is impossible to express it at the moment. Mr. Cook wants to walk more. I believe that there will be no way to go to Brunei in one day. There are still many beautiful places here. Zhao Minitz did not intend to take the initiative to enter the topic. Came to talk about the cooperation of Cook. Anxious is him. Yeah? Cook nodded. Miss Zhao, let's get to the point. This time, I want to talk about the cooperation between our two companies. Oh, it is our pleasure to cooperate with your company, Zhao Minitz said. Mr. Cook, how do you want to cooperate? We want to buy your company. Cook said directly. Before we came, we asked Brand Finance to give your company a valuation of $13 billion. Cook asked the secretary to take a report from the briefcase and hand it over to Zhao Minitz, which was full of English. Zhao Minitz's report, a simple glance, will be placed on the table. Over the years, Apple has made a lot of money from around the world. Apple has a 20% market share, but it takes 70% of the profits of the entire mobile phone industry. Apple's hardware profits have been pushed to the extreme, just that Qualcomm does not buy their accounts. Over the years, the profit of hardware has not been squeezed, and it has locked its eyes on the software market with huge revenue. As long as they are willing to sell the company, even if it is $13 billion in cash, Apple will definitely be able to take it out and not hesitate to come up with it. $13 billion. This is definitely a crazy number. How many people earn 100 lifetimes? They cannot make a fraction of this money. It sounds very tempting, not enough for Zhao minutes but not cold. It seems to be a high price, but the value of the marching ant company is nothing more than that. Don't say that the company is not her. Even if the company is her, she will not sell. This is a potential company. This so-called valuation is too low. If you change to a person who likes money, you will definitely be excited to jump. But falling in the eyes of Zhao minutes, it is not so important. She is pursuing a higher life value and creating a super unicorn, not just money. As for Chen Mo, if you are here, you will definitely not bother to look at these value assessment reports. Mr. Cook, this price is very attractive, Zhao minutes said. When he heard Zhao minutes' words, Cook showed a slight smile and was relieved. This price is really not something that most people can refuse. But I am sorry, we have no plans to sell the company. Zhao minutes pushed the report on the table back to Cook. This sentence makes Cook's heart cold. I thought no one would reject this number, but it was still rejected. Miss Zhao, is it because I feel that this money is less? Cook asked. No, this money is a lot. But our company, there is no plan to sell. It has nothing to do with money. Zhao minutes said. Say a condition. How can I sell the company? Cook's face can't see the anger. He is more of a marching ant company this time. Cooperation is the second option. As long as the marching ant company falls into his hands, Apple can take it to the next level. By the time he surpassed Jobs, he would no longer have to manage the company in his shadow. Now no matter how good he is considered to be more than Jobs. Even if he is, it is unavoidable, but it is not expressed. If it can make Apple a new level, he will become Apple's second great man, and even make Apple's market value become the first listed company with a market value of more than $1 trillion. Maybe I didn't make it clear. No matter what the conditions, we will not sell the company, Zhao minutes said with a smile. The price is not satisfactory. You can add $15 billion. Cook finished, staring at Zhao minutes. He wants to see how this woman will react to judge her bottom line. But no matter how he looks, Zhao minutes is still the look of a smile. I don't see any difference. It doesn't seem to put this $15 billion in the eye. Zhao minutes shook his head. If Mr. Cook came over this time, it is for this matter. I am afraid I will return empty-handed. If you feel that the price is not suitable, you can say a price. We are negotiating. No interest. The company will not sell. Before Huai, Penguin, Ali have come. If you sell, you can't take you. If this is the cooperation that Mr. Cook said, then there is no need to talk about it, so as not to waste both time. You and my time are precious. After Zhao minutes finished, the reception room fell into silence. Xiao stood on the side and did not dare to speak. Her English was also good, and she could understand what they were talking about. Cook's secretary did not speak. For a time, it was deadlocked. Chapter 82, Happy Communication. Cook did not expect that the attitude of the marching ant company was so strong that it was rejected for the third time today, and it was so simple. There has never been a day so unhappy like today. Even if it is not good, you can only endure it at this time. Otherwise, I don't say that the acquisition is a problem. I am afraid that cooperation is a problem. This road is nowhere to go, only to find other paths. Miss Zhou, can you let me talk to your chairman? Cook broke the deadlock in the reception room. Zhao minutes smiled slightly and looked at the small fish next to him. Xiao Yui will immediately call Chen Mo's phone. Chen Mo, Mr. Cook wants to see you. It is good. After the small fishing hung up the phone, the reception room fell into silence again. Not long after, Chen Mo walked in the door of the reception room and walked in. Mr. Cook, this is our chairman, Chen Mo. After seeing Chen Mo, Cook was surprised in his eyes. So young? Young is a bit too much. After a few seconds of waking up, Cook stood up and shook hands with Chen Mo, and simply greeted him. It was not until Chen Mo sat down on the sofa that Cook said, Mr. Chen Mo, I want to buy your company this time. Before we come, we asked Brand Finance to make a value assessment of your company, $13 billion. I personally think that this valuation is low, so we give a price of $15 billion and want to buy 100% of your company. Sorry, the company does not sell. Not waiting for Zhao minutes to translate to him, Chen Mo said. His oral English is not good, but Cook's meaning is understandable. Chen Mo is so simple, in the expectation of Zhao minutes. After translating Chen Mo's words, Zhao minutes saw that Cook's face was not good. When Zhao minutes refused him, he was a little polite. Now Chen Mo opened, just a few words, directly refused, almost when he just finished. I don't want to. That was $15 billion, not $150. Chen Mo simply let Cook think he was wrong. But after confirming, Cook's mood was completely bad. Today is the day he was most rejected. $15 billion US, almost China's more than 90 billion. This figure is already a horrible number. Mr. Chen Mo is $15 billion. Cook stressed. I know, don't sell, Chen Mo said. This time Cook has confirmed that what he just heard is correct. Since Chen doesn't want to sell the company, we have to change the way of cooperation. Cook immediately found a step down, otherwise he would not be able to talk about it. You said. Chen Mo smiled. The president of Zhao minutes also became the translator of the two. Can your company finance? We can finance your company. $8 billion. Take 51% of the shares. Our company is not short of money. Mr. Cook still wants to talk about other ways of cooperation. The company's shares are not for sale, Chen Mo said. Cook was silent. Just now he saw that Chen Mo's tone and appearance were very firm. It seems that the way to control the army and company is impossible. Then I will talk about cooperation, Cook said. I hope that the smart assistant can launch the iOS version. I don't want to launch the iOS side, but I can't push it. We have to have the core source code and architecture of the operating system, according to the code and architecture design, can be launched. Without these, it can't run, or it will be restricted by the mobile phone system as unknown software. Mr. Cook, will you open the source code of iOS to our company? This is a problem that will make Cook completely difficult. Open source to Marching Ants, which means that Apple has completely bowed to the Marching Ant Company, which is absolutely not allowed to happen. According to Chen Mo, the smart assistant will not play without developing the source code. How to do? A huge question mark emerged in Cook's mind, and the light in the depths of his eyes was also flashing. The reception room was dead, and several people were waiting for Cook's answer. After a long time, Cook looked up. Chen, we can open the source code, but there is a condition. You said. We both open source code. We open the source code of iOS to your company. You open the source code of the intelligent assistant to us, so fair cooperation. Cook said. Impossible. Chen Mo did not want to, and refused. The source code of the smart assistant is currently only available to them, as well as the above. It is impossible for other domestic companies to get it, let alone foreign companies. Moreover, he is not interested in the source code of the iOS system. And the Marching Ant system is better than the Apple system in any aspect. Chen, you refuse every cooperation. We can't continue like this, Cook said with a calm face. Not that we have to cooperate, we just develop software. The source code cannot be opened to you. We also want to release the iOS terminal, but we do not have the iOS system architecture. The intelligent assistant cannot control the mobile phone system. The role of the intelligent assistant cannot be played. The only way for us to develop the iOS end is to open up the source code of iOS to our company. If this condition cannot be agreed, then Mr. Cook will return empty-handed. After Chen Mo finished, he took a sip of the tea prepared by Xiao Yu and waited quietly. At this time, Cook, his eyes are constantly blinking, his face is not very good. Chen Mo's request is too big, even if he is. It is impossible to open the source code of iOS to Chen Mo. For a company that has just been established for half a year, the blow to Apple is not as big as it is. And the source code of iOS is related to deeper security issues. They can't unilaterally hand over such important things to a Chinese company, and the board will not allow him to do so. Mr. Chen, is there any other way? Cook said. Mr. Cook, The security of your company's iOS system is too good. We can't bypass the mobile phone system and control the mobile phone. Moreover, your company has Siri. It doesn't need our little butterfly. After thinking for a long time, Cook sighed and stood up. Chen, your proposal? I need to think about it. Okay, will Mr. Cook want to visit the company? No. I will go back and look forward to seeing you next time. Cook reached out and Chen Mo shook. Zhao Minutes, let's go and send Mr. Cook. Chen Mo smiled at Zhao Minutes. Okay. Zhao Minutes smiled and nodded and led Cook to leave the company's reception room. Not long after, the group of people left the marching ant company under the leadership of the staff. Just walked to the door of the company, the reporters at the company's door, facing the mad shot. Cook's entry into the marching ant company has spread in the journalist circle. The reporters who left the marching ant company came back again. At this time, more than 40 reporters were outside the office building of the army ant company, waiting for Cook to come out from inside. General Zhou, what cooperation have you reached this time? Mr. Cook, what cooperation between you and the marching ant company? Zhao Zong. A group of reporters gathered around and began to ask questions frantically. Cook walked to the front of the car and turned to look at the reporters around him. His face raised a slight smile. Thank you all the reporters and friends. I am very happy to be invited to the Army Ants Company to talk with them. I have had a very pleasant exchange with them. The Marching Ants are a very promising company. In the future, there will be more opportunities for cooperation. After talking to the reporter, Cook entered the car. After closing the door, Cook's smile immediately converges and his face becomes bad. In the eyes of many reporters, it is gone. Chapter 83, Invading the Company. Looking at the car that Cook left, Zhao Minutes' face was not good. They are veterans of the mall, and from Cook's words, she can hear a lot of information. Invited? Only these words. Cookies undoubtedly want to say that it is the Marching Ant Company to invite him to come, not Cook to take the initiative. More cooperation is also a bit wrong, but it sounds normal. It's just a matter of words, and there is nothing wrong with it. Looking deeply at the direction in which Cook left, Zhao Minutes declined the interviews of the reporters and rushed back to the company. In the evening, Cook swayed at the airport in Manhai and went to the capital. There is no cover for this trip. It is to go to the capital, Apple's R&D center, and announced that it will increase investment in China. On the internet, because of the short video that Cook had been interviewed, it quickly spread, and all kinds of news followed. The Marching Ant Company invited Apple to cooperate. The reason why Cook came to China. Why do marching ants please apples? Apple and marching ants reach a cooperation? Is the smart assistant a name? The words that Cook left the Marching Ant Company, though brief, revealed a lot of information. When Cook came to China this time, he was secretly invited by the Army Ant Company. Apple and the Marching Ant Company have already reached a cooperation, and there will be more opportunities to cooperate in the future. The news was uploaded on the internet, and as always, the smeared voice reappeared. All the criticisms this time are well-founded. Although this argument is based on the expansionary speculation of the media based on Cook's one-sided words. There are so many mobile phone companies in China that can cooperate, but I did not expect that the Marching Ant Company will go back to find Apple to cooperate. Netizens who do not know the truth will start a new round of attacks again. Is it so fast that I am swearing at the apples? Is this the ants who are buying their heads? The slavery is too heavy. I just wanted to start a butterfly eye. Now think about it, it feels a bit disgusting. Garbage marching ants. No bones. The buzz on the internet is also on the rise with these news. In just half a year after the establishment of the Marching Ant Company, it became a domestic giant and refused to sell stocks and finance. There are many people who are embarrassed, so there are some rushes, and some people want to bring a wave of rhythm, hoping to push down this giant and eat it. Soon, the Black Powder and the Water Army will also occupy the official microblog of the Marching Ant Company, a buzz. Even if there is a good word, it was sprayed as a washing party. In the office, Zhao Minutes is not in a good mood. At that time, it was only Cook's guest words, She felt that it was not right, but Cook was not there, and she did not refute it on the spot. I just didn't expect that the media that had been bitten and chewed would zoom in and someone would attack them. Before Cook left, he also laid a small pit for the Marching Ant Company. I just didn't think that this little pit was constantly being digged by the media, digging big, and the people in the dark pushed it, so that it became a trouble now. When Zhao Minutes thought about how to respond, the phone on the desk rang. General Zhao, Apple people call, coming. Zhao Minutes said, Miss Zhao, Mr. Cook told me to say that I am embarrassed. His mistakes have brought this kind of trouble to your company. When the phone came over, there was a good male voice. Zhao Minutes calmed his face. Sorry, no painful. Let her eat a boring loss. Now, according to the reason, I can't really blame Cook, but Zhao Minutes knows that it must be intentional. The usual Cook will never pay attention to those reporters. Nothing. Say hello to Mr. Cook on my behalf. After that, Zhao Minutes hangs up the phone and then dials Li Lingfeng's phone number. Lingfeng, let the public relations department clarify that the company has not reached a cooperation with Apple. In addition, find Li Law, help him collect evidence that has already constituted rumors, especially those big V are known to sue them. Zhao Minutes is not in a good mood. Every time he is a little bit swaying, a group of black powder and water army will come out. There are also some so-called Big V known, always jumping out of disgusting people. Those so-called Big V are known. Good things are chaotic, sensational, a little bit of things are spurting, especially disgusting. Don't give a lesson, never know the pain. Next time there is a chance, they will jump out again and disgust them. This kind of person does not know what the moral bottom line is. In the face of numerous embarrassments, the official Weibo of the Marching Ant updated a short announcement. The Marching Ant Company has not reached a cooperation with Apple, and the media people are required to abide by their professional ethics. Don't listen to the wind is rain, people will be clouded, time will prove everything. Finally, we have collected articles and speeches that constitute rumors. All the ambiguous companies and individuals of the Marching Ant Company are ready to accept lawyers. The strong response of the Marching Ant Company immediately provoked waves. Every time I was attacked, it was obvious that the Marching Ant Company was already impatient. Eat the people of the melons. Do a good job. A person who has a distressed swearing for a second, and the rest is celebrating with live it. Ha ha ha. This is a nest of ants who eat meat. It is estimated that Pinter brothers are afraid to provoke. The last time I closed so many companies and marketing numbers, I asked the water army and the sprayers, why not long-term memory? Well, the scars have forgotten the pain. This army ants will bite. As soon as this announcement came out, many authors of news reports on marching ants immediately dropped their articles. Many people are afraid of the guns, and they are beginning to regret attacking the army ants. Compensation for the loss of reputation of the Marching Ant Company is enough for them to go bankrupt. Some media and individuals who smeared the Marching Ant Company began to apologize and said that they did not know, but were misled by the article. A Big V is known to have apologized. Manually funny. Give you a joke. Big V knows. Please feel good about it. These so-called Big Versus are known, but they are just a group of clowns who are sensational, and the ones that give money are black. I didn't expect to kick the iron plate this time. Under the official Weibo of the Marching Ants, a lot of comments, those well-known apologies, attracted a ridicule. The online world is very lively, and Chen Mo sat in his chair and felt his chin. On the computer is the video of Cook leaving the Marching Ant Company. He did not expect that Cook simply put a single sentence on them. He must know that there are countless hungry wolves in the country who are secretly watching the army ants. So a little subtotal, to trouble the Marching Ant Company, another apology that is not painful. Perfect to avoid all responsibility. They still can't get angry with him. It's just that Cook has pitied them, and it's impossible to swallow this squandering. Ink Girl, Chen Mo said. Merg brother. Ink Girl arrived. Chen Mo's words fell. The inky voice of the ink girl appeared in the computer's sound. Is the recording of the conversation with Zhao Minutes yesterday still? Yes, said the ink girl. Using hackers to attack our company's servers from outside and control all the computers in our company, Chen Mo said. Okay, Mom. The inky voice of the ink girl sounded, and she did not ask why. This is not her duty, but Chen Mo's order, she cannot refuse. Chapter 84, Anti-Pit plus more. Xu Xian is browsing the official website. He is responsible for the company's security maintenance. Some time ago, there were many attacks on the company, but since this time, the attacks on the company's servers have been reduced. It's all insignificant attacks and doesn't break their firewall. Today is his responsibility for the maintenance of the website. Nothing big, he just needs to refresh the background to see if there are any abnormal data. Just as he checked the background of the website, suddenly, an alert message popped up on the screen. Attention! There are servers that hack into the company. Xu Xian's pupils shrank. After saying this, Xu Xian began to convert pages to resist the invasion. This sentence makes the security team all nervous, not only him, but also the people around the company's network security team. Notify the supervisor that there is a hacker invading the company's server. A minute later, the entire company's computer screen was frozen and the office area was turbulent. Xu Xian slid 2 mouse clicks, pulled the mouse out and plugged it in again, still no reaction. When he looked at the colleague next to him and found that other people were like him, the computer screen was completely frozen and lost control. The next moment, everyone smiled on the computer screen. The other party controls our computer. Computers with important information immediately shut down the gateway. The people in the cybersecurity team are gloomy and black like the bottom of the pot. Their team, who could not resist the attack of the other 2 minutes, was controlled by the computer. The entire company's network was in a shackle. Not long after, Zhao Minutes appeared in the office area of the network security team. What happened? Asked Zhao Minutes. There was a hacker that controlled our computer and we were cracking it. Xu Xian and other people turned black, and now the entire company's computer is controlled. Their security team has no effect. I am afraid to be embarrassed. Cannot even keep the rice bowl. Cannot keep. How long? Unclear. We have never seen this type of attack. It may be a new type of Trojan. The cybersecurity team was sweating on their foreheads, and they were anxious. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't break it, and they felt extremely frustrated. Notification, hacking, looking for a solution, everyone is waiting for peace. Zhao Minutes finished, with Xiao left the office area of the network security team. At this time, Chen Mo sat in the chair and his face was calm. It's really unprecedented to invade your company's servers. Change the official website into a smiley face, and release this smile on the official Weibo, with a smile. Okay, my brother. The ink girl did as Chen Mo's order. The official website became a smile, and Weibo updated this smile. The strange move of the marching ant company immediately attracted the attention of netizens. Just the official Y of the marching ant just clarified the rumors. Now update this smile. What do you mean? The visual marching ant company was hacked. It may be hacked. A new sign, bitter in a slight smile. Is it a bit of fun? It means letting the marching ant company laugh and live. Zhao Minutes and Xiao Yu are preparing to go to Chen Mo's office. Just after getting out of the elevator, they received a call from Li Lingfeng. Zhao Zong, the official Weibo account password was stolen, and the hacker updated Weibo. I know, I will ignore it for the time being. Now that the company's computer is under control, what is lost is still unknown. After explaining the matter clearly, Zhao Minutes hangs up the phone and speeds up the pace to Chen Mo's lab. Copy a copy of the last call I made with Zhao Minutes yesterday, a recording of the conference call for Butterfly Eye products, and a Butterfly Eye advertising campaign and several other product advertising schemes. Okay, my brother. The ink girl said, the copy has been completed, and me Jej, Xiao Yu and Zhao Minutes enter the experimental area. Well, end the spoof. Everything else, restore the original state. Chen Mo said. Ink girl understands. The people on the cybersecurity team are crying, and there is still no clue that they can't crack the other party's invasion. In this way, their team is not as simple as it is, and the rice bowl is not guaranteed. This is a company with a few big giants. After all, the development prospects are huge. If you are swept out of the house, it is almost impossible to find such a company unless a few giants and unicorn companies want them. But this time there is nothing they can do, and it is unlikely that they will go there. Just when they were helpless, the computer screen was a smile and suddenly disappeared. All computers in the company have returned to normal. All the people in the cybersecurity team are stunned. From the beginning of the attack to the end, there is still no 15 minutes. So it is over? What do you mean? What did the other party take? After Zhao Minutes and Xiaoyu verified their identity, they passed through the long corridor and entered Chen Mo's office. Chairman, the company was hacked. When Zhao Minutes entered the office, he hurriedly said, I know. The crisis has been lifted. People have issued an announcement saying that today's Marching Ant Company was attacked by a large-scale hacker and did not suffer too much damage. Chen Mo said. So quickly released. Zhao Minutes went to Chen Mo's computer in amazement. It was a normal desktop. Are you sure? Almost. Chen Mo smiled. He can't always say that he had invaded himself, or Zhao Minutes had to cut him with a knife. Then let me explain it. Zhao Minutes sighed. Since nothing happened, she was relieved and turned away. Ink Girl packaged the things I just copied and put them on the online forum of foreign social networking sites, indicating that the information was obtained from the database of the Black Army Ants Company. With fake IP, highlight the call recordings of me and Zhao Minutes yesterday. Okay, Mom. Zhao Minutes quickly deleted the smiley Weibo that was just released the announcement, saying that the server of the Army and Company was hacked, and lost some important conference call recordings and high-level communication call recordings. A stone provokes 1,000 waves, and this incident has once again attracted attention to the Marching Ant Company that was already at the forefront. It was smeared, and now the server is still being hacked. Besides, others can't think of other words to describe it. At the same time, the West is at night. On the most famous social forum in foreign countries, a netizen of the net name Smile uploaded a few documents, and the title signature is the information obtained by the Black Army Ant Company. The Marching Ant Company has recently been a topic in the West. This post came out and immediately attracted the attention of many people, all Chinese, who can translate. This is the most difficult text. Chairman, didn't bother you. What's the matter? Apple. Cook asked us to talk at night. Talk at night? Is his time difference down? Tell them. Want to cooperate? Come to the company to talk about it. Cook. Tim Cook. Cook. They want Cook to talk about business in the past. Who is so arrogant? Chen Mo and Zhao Minutes' call recordings were quickly translated, and they suddenly stirred up waves. Many people know about Cook's visit to China. I didn't expect that Cook was going to the Marching Ant Company to talk about business. People in foreign countries are just surprised and laughed. But at home, it is a different response. It didn't take long for those materials and recordings to be sent back to China, and the media that knew the truth were boiling. The recording was an internal call between Zhao Minutes, the president of the Marching Ant Company, and the chairman. It was not the Marching Ant Company that invited Cook to talk about business, but Cook took the initiative to find the Army Ant Company. Today, many people are also mad at the Army Ants Company because of this incident. In the final interview, Cook said that he was invited. Who is lying? A reporter with a news smell has a huge question mark in his heart. Chapter 85. Tiger Head Miss Zhou. The network rumors of the Ants Company hacking incident. Your company leaked the personal data of tens of millions of users. What response do you have for this news? Zhao Minutes was surrounded by many reporters, and all the shots were placed on her. This simple temporary press conference is the meaning of Chen Mo. Make a clarification on the leaked documents, and the rumors of the network, plus the attack on the Marching Ant Company. You said it yourself. This is a network rumor. For the company's users, our company has special protection. Hackers can't steal this hacked computer, stealing files. The most important thing is that a few undocumented the publicity program, and some of the conference recordings that did not have access to encryption protection. There is no loss. Miss Zhou, a well-known foreign forum, has hackers who claim to have successfully invaded your company. They have published documents stolen from your company. There are some recording files in them. Are these recordings true? Zhao Minggang answered, another reporter just asked questions. Our company does lose some unencrypted audio files. As for the recordings, I have not heard the contents, and I can't judge the true and false. Regardless of the true and false, I hope that the relevant company websites can delete these documents, so as not to give us the company caused even greater losses. Our company seriously condemned this crime of stealing company secrets. One of the leaked recordings is a recording of the call between you and the chairman of your company. I talked about Mr. Cook, who invited you to talk about business. Mr. Cook said that you invited him to come to talk about business. What is your response? Zhao Minit's mouth was smiling, and Cook dug a pit for him. This time, he could send it back with the benefits. About Mr. Cook's visit, we are completely unclear in advance. After Mr. Cook came to Banhai City, he invited our chairman to discuss it many times. But because the chairman did not leave, he did not go. Mr. Cook also understood. Take the initiative to come to our company to discuss cooperation. There was a commotion in the crowd sitting, and Zhao Minit's short sentence gave a lot of information. The marching ant company did not know that Cook had visited. After arriving in Banhai City, Cook repeatedly invited people from the marching ant company to negotiate and finally refused. He personally came to the army ant company. They are all text workers who bite the word, and they will hear the words in Zhao Minit's words. The network rumors. Your company has already reached a number of cooperation with Apple. What is the cooperation? The network rumors. These 4 words is very terrible for our company. There are always some people who use false news to attack us. Which company we work with? This is our freedom. With so many employees in the company, money is not falling from the sky. Your question, we have already responded. There are still many different opinions on the cooperation between us and Apple, and there is no cooperation at present. After a simple interview, Zhao Minitz returned to his company. When I got back to the office, I got a call from Chen Mo. I didn't have a telephone recording this time, Mr. Chairman. When he called the phone, Zhao Minitz spoke. She and Chen Mo called to record, and the appearance was a little weird. She will not make a call recording. The only possibility is that Chen Mo recorded. Oh, accident. My phone is always in the state of recording. After all, if you say something about the ages, you can record it and you can be alive. Chen Mo laughed. In fact, the Ink Girl will record his call recording. Chen Mo cannot say the Ink Girl. Oh, is that a famous sentence? No. Chen Mo said, this time I did a good job. I feel that you have the potential to enter the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Speaker set. I am working for you. Now come to laugh at me? No, obviously I am bragging about you. Chen Mo said, it's all said now. As for how the media interpret it, it is not our problem. You are really a person who is not willing to suffer. Zhao Minitz said with a deep hang-up. After Chen Mo hangs up the phone, he begins to draw the design of the robot. As soon as the design is presented, once the material of the design robot is back, it is possible to start making the robot. The interview of the temporary ants press conference was quickly spread. Cook deliberately gave the army ant company the next set. Cook is panic. Why is Cook lying? There is no cooperation with the marching ant company. Is Cook angry? No one cares about the hacker who invaded the marching ant company. The focus of attention is on Cook. After all, under the general public, Cook said that being invited to come will cause trouble to the marching ant company. Because of the recording incident, it was revealed that the marching ant company did not invite Cook. Instead, Cook invited them. Not only that, but the news of Apple's empty-handedness also spread quickly. This means that all the rumors about the marching ant company on the internet are all fake. Capital, Apple R&D Center. Cook's face is not very good. I thought the next set A small set of marching ants company. I didn't expect to be back in the pit so soon. The marching ant company was hacked. Hell invasion. Their best hacker of Apple, the invasion of the marching ant company, was finally overcast and at a boring loss. The firewall of the marching ant company, if it is so easy to invade, he does not have to work hard to come to China now. The marching ant company apparently did not want to be so simple to lose, only to engage in such a hacker. Then it was so clever that the recordings about their conversations revealed. The marching ant company has no losses except for a few sets of painless propaganda programs. He was unable to refute the fact that he was hacked. The marching ant company took the opportunity to clarify, and there was nothing wrong with it. The only thing that is wrong is that he clearly said that he was sorry. As a result, the marching ant company did not mention the matter. When Cook was in a bad mood, his secretary came in. "Mr. Cook, the company is here to inform, let us go back to China." Returning to China? Why? Cook said, "It may be thought that the stock continues to fall." The company said that many directors would like to hear your response. "Book a ticket tonight," Cook said with a black face to the secretary around him. This is the most unhappy time for visiting China many times. In the face of the smart assistant, the offensive that allowed the mobile phone to be replaced, he still had to come. Otherwise, they will be like Nokia being made into history by Android. And Apple will also withdraw from the stage of the mobile phone market. There are only two things to go back this time: to speed up the development of Siri, or to persuade the board to hand over the source code of the Apple system to the marching ant company. However, it is almost impossible to do it later. Open source to a Chinese company is something that you can't even think about. That night, Cook quietly left China, did not alarm anyone, and did not even respond to the things of the marching ant company, as he came, quietly, vigorously coming to China, and finally the end of the tiger. Quietly leave without taking a cloud. Chapter 86. Giants never bow to ants. Apple's headquarters conference room. The atmosphere was a bit boring, and the directors at the conference table, in suits and attire, all looked at the first Cook. Apple's stock has fallen, and they're losing a lot of money every moment, and their worth is shrinking. This is not a good news. Cook, you go to China. What is the harvest this time? On the opposite side of Cook, a middle-aged man with glasses asked. Those who know him in the circle will admire him for 3 points. When he joined the gene technology company as a scientist, he turned the gene technology company from a small company that was on the brink of bankruptcy into a biosector with an annual income of $13 billion and a market value of more than $100 billion, creating a Wall Street myth. He is the largest pharmaceutical company in the United States, Genentech's chairman and CEO, and is the member of Apple's board of directors, the most widely held member of the board of directors. Currently chairman of Apple's board of directors, Levinson. After Levinson spoke, Cook immediately began to work. Although Apple managed him, he was also restricted by the board of directors. Levinson, this time to go to China, to be honest, did not get much useful things, but did a bunch of stupid things. Cook said, "We are not interested in listening to your stupid things. We just want to know what you have gained." A seat near the 70-year-old man opened his mouth. As soon as he spoke, the people in the entire conference room straightened up. Shugel, former co of Northrop Grumman. This is the world's third largest arms dealer. The famous B-2 stealth bomber, the Global Hawk drone, and the Nimitz-class aircraft carrier are the products of this company. No one knows how much stock he holds in Apple, but anyone who knows him is awesome. This old man with two beards is definitely one of the top people in the American food chain. When he heard Shugel's opening, Cook's heart glimpsed. Don't look at him as Apple's CEO, the wind and the scenery, but the people who really control Apple are the board of directors. I met with the chairman and president of the marching ant company and proposed the idea of acquiring their company. The results of it, rejected. Refused without hesitation. They said they would not sell the company. Cook said, so I talked to them about the idea of developing an iOS side smart assistant. All the directors present were on Cook's face. listening to Cook's words with no expression. Former Vice President Al Gore, Disney's current chairman and CEO Robert, former chairman of Avon Group Zhong Bainiu, East BlackRock partner Susan, former Boeing chief financial officer James. This is the most luxurious boardroom. Anyone, in the face of this lineup, has no bottom in mind. Last they let us open the source code of iOS, because the design of the smart assistant must understand the core code of iOS, otherwise it can't be developed. Cook said with a black face. Even if he does not know what Chen Mo said is true or false, he can only believe in the scalp. The crowd did not answer. Let Cook continue to say, I propose that both parties open source code. We open the source code of iOS to them. They open the source code of the smart assistant to us, and finally they are rejected. They insist that unless we open the source code of the Apple system, we cannot develop the intelligent assistant on the iOS side. The conversation has no results. Talk about the company. James spoke. Mobile phone business, in Greater China, scored 9% in the last quarter, and the market share was ranked 4th. After the emergence of intelligent assistants in the Marching Ant Company, the sales volume is more serious. If you still can't support smart assistants, or with the Siri has no technical breakthrough, soon after, the mobile phone will bid farewell to the Chinese market. Cook's sullen. This is why he had to go to Brunei in person. Smart assistants have upgraded their mobile phones for a whole generation and are not keeping pace with the times. The Apple mobile phone business is the next Nokia. In the future, marching ants will enter the international market and they will be even more dangerous. Do you have any better ideas? Or open the source code of the mobile phone system to the Marching Ant Company? Cook asked. Several people have pondered. The Marching Ant Company is in China, not in the United States, and is not a listed company. They want to move the Army Ant Company, and they can't pass the Chinese government. After all, China is not the United States and Europe. There is only the calculations of the Huaxia government, not the capital predators. If you are abroad, everything is easy to handle. They can do whatever they want, but the Red Land can't. Any tentacle that breaks the rules will be cut off, and there is no emotion to speak. Thinking this way, they really have no way to take the Army Ant Company. The meeting room was dead. Everyone was thinking about countermeasures. It is impossible to open the source code of iOS. The giant never bows to the ants, Shugel said calmly. Others calmly looked at each other and did not say much. Our company's S2 will soon hold a press conference. If there is a smart assistant, its performance will surpass any mobile phone in the market. Cook's tone is calm, but if not, I am afraid this time will be very trouble. The people on the field did not speak, and they all made their own calculations in their hearts. Until the meeting was dissolved, all the talents left the conference room. After getting into the car, Shugel took out his mobile phone with a cold in his eyes. After hearing the phone connected, he flashed a little. Look for 2 people to go to China. I want to take something. 10 million. Good sir, I am going to arrange it now. After hanging up the phone, Shugel was full of wrinkled faces with a hazy smile. After the vehicle is started, the vehicle leaves Apple. Other people's vehicles also followed closely. After Cook quietly left, the storm on the Marching Ant Company also slowly subsided. Everything is back to normal, and the Marching Ant Company is also functioning normally, as if the rumors of the network have never appeared. And Apple, there is no abnormal move. However, the topic of the second generation of butterfly eyes and butterflies has appeared in the media's field of vision from time to time. As the flagship machine of the Marching Ant Company, the Butterfly Eye has sold more than 2 million units during this period. This amount of pre-sales is beyond everyone's expectations. This pre-sale volume means that the Marching Ant Company has been recognized by users. The first batch of mobile phones have been shipped, and now the supply is in short supply, and will continue to be shipped in the future. Xiaominix has also sent people to contact European telecom operators to prepare to push the Butterfly Eye mobile phone to the European and international markets. As for the US market, they are not considering it for the time being. Lian Huai, a unicorn who wants to enter the US market, has no choice but to work hard for so many years before it can open a gap. They don't think that the energy of the current army ants will allow them to enter the US market. Therefore, Xiaomin's SIs are on the European market, and he may be able to replace the status of Apple's mobile phone in the future. The company is developing rapidly, and Chen Mo is not idle. Chen Mo hung the last design on the wall of the lab, clapping his hands and staring at the design on the wall in front of him. 7 pieces of design. These are the design of the robot. Includes the machine's head design, limbs and body design. The body is designed to be the most complex and detailed, and here is the main part of the robot. Many features are concentrated here, so the design is very detailed. The design drawings of the parts have been handed over to Xiaomin's, so that the senior fitters of the workshop factory can be built as required and will be completed soon. By then, his task is to assemble. But before that, make a battery for the robot. When Chen Mo was busy designing the robot, on the small road in the southwestern side, 2 big men came out of the mountain forest with a scary momentum. I heard that this is a forbidden place for mercenaries. Hey, I don't see how, the black man on the left said. Well, don't be too happy. Finish the task first, leave safely, and say this again. It's not easy here. Good. Timid Jack. Chapter 87, Timid Jack. Chen Mo looked at the various parts in several boxes and opened his mouth and laughed. These are the parts that he created with the CNC machine tool for the fitter in the workshop on the part factory. When I finished today, I sent him all over. In these boxes, there are all the parts that the robot needs. Not far from the test bench, various device parts were placed there. It's just this robot. There are nearly 1,000 of various large and small parts. As the main components of the robot, it is made of carbon, aluminium alloy and plastic. These materials are lighter in weight and can reduce the weight of the robot and increase the running time. He is now using battery power, and from the outset, it is necessary to consider the runtime problem. In addition to the various components and various sensors, there are many micromotors and servo motors. These are machines that are used to drive the joint movement of the robot. Looking closely at the parts inside the box, Chen Mo took out all the parts inside and began to assemble. This is a fine work, especially the 2 hands of the robot, which is the most critical part. So he chooses to start from the hand. He now has an assistant robot that requires a robot to help him control the machine and the laboratories, which requires the robot to have a flexible hand. In all parts, the parts of both hands are the finest. In robotics, the hand is one of the most difficult structures to imitate. After slowly entering the state, Chen Mo also sank into it, until the ink woman reminded him that Xiaoyu entered his experimental area. Chen Mo was only fascinated. I have forgotten the time again. After work, do you go back now, or wait for yourself to go back? Xiaoyu looked into Chen Mo's lab and looked around. You wait for me to get the fingers of this hand, go back together, very quickly. Chen Mo finished. Continue to focus on the manipulator's palm of the lab. In the assembly robot, Xiaoyu looked at the design on the wall and then set his sight on the palm of his hand in front of Chen Mo. I got it right, but this is just the beginning. Chen Mo said, it's still a while away from success. After Chen Mo focused on the palm of his hand, Xiaoyu was sitting in the chair next to him, quietly watching Chen Mo. These things she wants to help can't help. The only help is not to bother. About 15 minutes later, Chen Mokai put down the small screwdriver in his hand. Yes, go back first, and the rest of the work can't be done at once. Yeah? Xiao nodded, helping Chen Mo to pack up the lab and leave for the villa. Kaylee International Hotel Banhai. Jack is preparing to leave the hotel, but he is not in a good mood and his face is gloomy. Next to Bo, it is destroying his will like an undead fly. It's been 3 days since he came here, and his ears only stop when he sleeps. Jack, I found that China is good. I started to like it. Jack, what I ate yesterday was especially delicious, so I couldn't help but want to eat it once. I want to stay here now, then sit down and eat every day. Ha 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 ha. Jack, shut up, was a little annoyed, and Jack whispered to Bo, no more nonsense, I cut your tongue and stuffed it into your chrysanthemum. Well, don't be angry. Not enough here is really fun. It's hard to come to China. We have to play for a few more days. When Bo hadn't finished, he was taken back by Jack's eyes and he shut up. Action tonight. Get ready. Jack put his pistol behind his waist and sorted out his clothes. I ignored Bo and took a look at the map. Not long after, the two left the hotel. Outside the villa community where Chenmo is located, Bo carefully looks at the surrounding situation and looks at the map from time to time. 2 days ago, I came to Binhai from the southwest province with a tour group. In the past 2 days, they have been observing the security of the villa community. Here is a high-end villa community. Security is better than other places. They only have 2 people and they dare not act rashly. This action is the source code technology of the intelligent assistant from Chenmo. The task does not dare to have too many mercenaries to enter the coastal city, otherwise it is easy to be discovered. So this time only 2 of them came. Jack, you see that the car is beautiful, limited edition Lamborghini. You better give me a quiet point, or I will not control you and kill you. Jack can't think of it. Why did he let him and this sneak come over to complete this task? This way. His ears are not clean. Well, I don't say it. It's useless to look at it like this. I rushed straight into his house, grabbed him, and asked him on the top of his head with a gun. Don't you have it? You are a waste of time. Border stain. You can live to the present. It is a miracle. I will let you teach me how to survive. Jack faintly said, continue to focus on the villa community. From time to time look at the map of the community in his hand. The heart is calculating the next plan. Don't I say it wrong? These garbage security will be solved in 3 or 2. Bo looked at the information in his hand. There are still a few photos on it. It is Chenmo's photo, which is the goal of their mission. He was blind to the oriental face and he had to look at it more. We are here to take things, not to kill people. Also, here is China, not the Middle East and Africa, nor Europe. It is a shock to the Chinese government. Then you can go home to eat. No one can keep you. No, you can't alarm anyone before you get the technology. Jack is still watching the villa community. I hope you remember, we only have 1 chance. If the mission fails, I must cut your tongue and stuff it into your chrysanthemum. The task explained above is to get the technical information of the marching ant company. If Chenmo was killed before he got the information, their mission failed and the consequences were very serious. So he had to be cautious and warned Bo. It's disgusting. Bo showed a disgusting expression, now ready to do it. First talk about the next thing. After entering, you will not be allowed to shoot. It is very troublesome to shoot at here. It will be very difficult to see the Chinese government. I know, every time it is the Chinese government. Are they so terrible? It's timid. Bo said impatiently. In this land, for us, they are so terrible. Otherwise you think that the Middle East is so chaotic. Why is it so peaceful here? I hope that you can listen to my orders, or you will not have to use other people. I will kill you personally. Take action. Jack took the map in his hand and looked around, avoiding the camera, walking to the corner of the villa's wall and quickly flipping into the wall. It's really troublesome, timid Jack. Bo screamed. His movements were not slow, followed by Jack, and turned into the villa community 3 or 2 times. In the shadow of the night, the 2 men were lightly handed and quickly approached the villa where Chenmo was located. Chapter 88, Little Thief. Hey. Chenmo is sleeping and wakes up by the sound of his mobile phone. After the phone was connected, the voice of the ink girl was heard. Mom, go. 2 people want to sneak into the villa and climb up the balcony on the 2nd floor. Sneak into. Chenmo's sleepiness instantly disappeared by a large part. His villa is equipped with hidden surveillance, and this monitoring system is monitored by the ink girl. Once the ink girl decides to be illegally invaded, he will be alerted. Installed until now, there has never been an early warning. I did not expect to be alert in the middle of the night. Can you confirm the identity of the other party? Chenmo asked immediately. The face of the other party is camouflaged, the light is too dark, there is no frontal photo, it is not recognized. and it can be confirmed as a foreigner. The Ink Girl said. Foreigners, disguise, invade the villa, immediately notify the community security department. Chen Mo looked down, leaned down, hugged the sleeping little fish and left the room. What's wrong? Chen Mo was picked up by Chen Mo. Xiao Yu also woke up in confusion. Nothing. Don't ask this first. Chen Mo holding a small fishing speared toward the basement. The disguised foreigner thinks with the and knows that the other party is definitely not as simple as burglary. He is now unable to determine the identity of the other party, but must confirm the small fishing and his safety. Is there something happening? Xiao Yu was held by Chen Mo, and he didn't sleep at all. Someone sneaked into the villa. Don't talk. Chen Mo whispered, holding a small fishing into the basement, locked the door. The basement is an iron gate. He believes that before the community security comes, the other party will never open this door. Oh. After entering the basement, Chen Mo's cell phone shook. Connected. Mr. Chen, just received an alert from your villa. Is there something happening? Just after it was connected, there was a rushing voice. Zhuang Ji, with a group of security guards, is rushing to Chen Mo's villa at full speed. Living in this community, not rich and expensive, has never had any problems, and now suddenly received an alarm, awakened people in their entire security department. If something went wrong, the reputation of the community was ruined, and they were all finished. There are 2 unidentified people entering my villa. My situation is safe. I will surround the villa and catch them, Chen Mo said with a calm face. If it wasn't for him to install a layer of surveillance alone, there was an early warning from the Ink Girl, and he really didn't know what would happen next. Okay. Zhuang Ji's face sank. Hurry up. Surround the villa. Don't let go of a person. Let people inform the boss. Hell, no one in the room. In Chen Mo's room, Jack and Bo had guns and their faces were very strange. Be careful enough. Why are you still found? The quilt is still warm. Go to other places to see. Don't let them run. Already discovered. Jack did not intend to hide, began to look for a room. Nothing. I went to the basement to see. Jack grimaced and walked toward the basement. Damn. Looking at the locked iron door in the basement, Jack's face was black. This anti-theft iron door is not so easy to open. It is obvious that their goal is inside. Jack, there is a situation. Just as Jack was ready to shoot and open the iron gate, there was a shout from Bo. When I couldn't think too much, Jack rushed up. It was discovered. Bo opened the gap in the curtains and looked at the security guards outside the door. Damn, leave here. Go from behind. Jack blackened his face and quickly ran to the second floor. The sneak failure means that the action failed and can only wait for the next time. He only hopes that Chen Mo will think that this time is just an ordinary burglary, otherwise he will be in trouble later. The 2 just ran up the stairs and the door to the villa was opened. Upstairs. Grab them. A group of security guards ran upstairs. No way. In this community, there are some people who have identity. Non-rich is expensive. So if they are sneaked in and not caught, all of them will be punished and even lose their jobs. Damn yellow-skinned monkey. Bourne ran out of the balcony and jumped directly to the grass below. Jack is not slow, hurriedly jumped, grabbed a patrol car, and rushed toward the gate of the villa community. Now I don't have to worry about the problem of not being exposed, but the problem that I can't run away. Where? Grab them. A group of security guards immediately chased them up. Goodbye, yellow-skinned monkeys. The 2 drove the patrol car and slammed the railings of the community gates. In the villa, Chen Mo calmed his face and looked around the villa. At this time, Xiao Yu, there is still a face, just holding the arm of Chen Mo. There is a hint of peace. What about people? Chen Mo looked at Zhuang Ji of the community. Running. It may be 2 small thieves. We have already called the police, Zhuang said. Little thief? Chen Mo does not believe at all. The thief can easily sneak into this community. Until he enters his villa, was discovered. The little thief can come and go in your community. I need to doubt the security ability of your community. Chen Mo's face is very bad. He is fortunate to have the warning of the Ink Girl, otherwise I still don't know what it is. Zhuang Ji's face changed slightly. Chen Mo said so. He really did not know how to return. Here is a high-end villain area, many rich people, just seek peace of mind, will live here. If it is no longer safe, I am afraid that their reputation will plummet. Mr. Chen, we are investigating this matter and will give you an explanation. Zhuang Ji said, you see it is already early in the morning, or sleep first. We will give you a statement tomorrow morning. Do you think I can sleep peacefully now? Mr. Chen, I will arrange special defense for you here tonight. You should sleep with peace of mind. We will give you a statement tomorrow morning. Zhuang Ji can only say with a hard scalp. Chen Mo, it's too late. Sleep first. Xiao Yu said, shaking Chen Mo's arm. I hope that you can give me a statement tomorrow. Chen Mo took a deep breath and said, thank you Mr. Chen. Thank you Mrs. Chen. You have peace of mind to rest tonight. We will send someone to look at it. Zhuang Ji sighed and let the security guards leave the villa. After returning to the room, Chen Mo was lying in bed with a small fisherman. Go sleep first. Just two small thieves. Don't worry too much. Go to work tomorrow. Yeah? Xiao nodded lightly, and did not ask much. He closed his eyes in his arms. Kelly International Hotel. Jack and Boar are not very good looking. They can't figure out how they were discovered in advance. Almost, they can catch the target person. Jack, what do you do now? Boar asked. I'll call you. Jack, who made a satellite phone, dialed a number. Is the mission complete? Just turned on. There was a heavy voice on it. No, I am afraid I was noticed by him. Is the task still going on? Jack asked. Waste, this little thing can't be done well. The mission continues. No means, if the mission is not completed, you don't have to come back. After that, I don't wait for Jack to say anything. The phone hangs up. Chapter 89, Attack Mr. Chen. I was very sorry about what happened last night. We have already investigated it. The two thieves who came in from the wall last night, we have sent people to upgrade the security system of the community. Liu Chenshan was in his heart. He did not expect that the person who had an accident last night was actually Chen Mo, the chairman of the Marching Ant Company. This villa, or Zaminets helped buy it. Now the Marching Ant Company, but the most promising star enterprise in China. The future is boundless. If Chen Mo is not happy, he will have a lot of trouble. I don't want this kind of thing to happen next time, Chen Mo said. He said so, just to make Xiao Yu feel at ease. Two foreigners, after disguise, easily sneaked into the community. The security system did not notice. The ordinary thief, it is impossible to have such a big skill. Xiao Yu is just an ordinary girl. Chen Mo does not want to affect her because of this incident. Okay, Mr. Chen, thank you for your understanding. We have already reported the case. The relevant surveillance video has been handed over to the police, and there is no need to bother you. I will notify you when I catch someone. Here Chen Mo did not pursue it. Liu Chenshan's heart was relieved. Yeah? Chen Mo nodded and turned to look at the little fish next to him. Go to work. It is good. Xiao smiled a little, didn't say much, followed Chen Mo into the car. Chairman, what happened last night? Asked Wang Hai. Running in two people, but fortunately installed an early warning system in the villa. No loss, was run by the two people. Chen Mo said. In his impression, this is the first time Wang Hai has asked him questions. Along the way, Chen Mo was thinking about the identity of two foreigners last night. Things are definitely not that simple. He wants to see who is behind the scenes. Just as Chen Mo thought about the matter, the sound of a sudden brake sounded, and Chen Mo and Xiao Yu's body slammed forward and slammed into the seat of the car. Everything was too late to prevent. Chen Mo Gang just returned to God. Xiao Yu has been unconscious. What happened? Chen Mo swayed and stunned his head, confirming that Xiao Yu was just fainting, and Chen Mo was relieved. The other side deliberately rushed, chasing the tail. I'm afraid there is trouble. Wang Hai's face is a bit bad. The two men with guns facing him. The body is tight. After seeing two foreigners, Chen Mo's face was not very good. It is also a foreigner. It is estimated that they were two people last night. They are coming to me. Chen said. "Get off the bus." Jack went to the window and said coldly, "Get off the bus first." Chen Mo calmed down, opened the door and walked slowly. The other side has a gun, obviously prepared. His car is not specially made, cannot stop the bullet. Wang Hai nodded slightly, untied the seat belt, slowly opened the door, and just went out. Jack was used to hold his head with a gun. "Jack, I said that my method is useful." "It is this kid. Take him away first, and I want everything." Bo took photos, revealing that Sensen was staring at Chen Mo. "It's useful, but then we will have..." Boom. Still not waiting for Jack's words, Wang Hai suddenly started to shoot Jack's gun on his head and kicked Jack's arm. Jack changed his face and hurriedly bent his knees to block the foot kicked by Wang Hai. Just blocked. Wang Hai swept his leg in a flash and swept the gun in Jack's hand. Wang Hai, who took the initiative, did not hesitate, rushed up and punched Jack's nose. This kind of recruiting fatal posture, obviously not ordinary people. Jack sees the situation is not good. Hurriedly back a few steps, open the distance. Damn. Everything was between the electric and the flint, and neither of them thought that Wang Hai would suddenly start. Bo saw Jack's gun being swept away, lifting his gun and pointing at Wang Hai. Boom. As soon as he moved, he only felt a pain in his wrist, and the gun in his hand came out. When the gun had not fallen to the ground, Bo felt a huge force coming from the abdomen, and the pain swept the whole body, letting him fly out. "Chairman." Wang Hai turned and looked at Chen Mo, with amazement in his eyes. "This is handed over to me, you are responsible for solving that." Chen Mo blacked his face and leaned over, picking up the gun on the ground at Boa. "Hell, it hurts more than being smacked." Bo rubbed his blood at the corner of his mouth and stood up. Nearly too tall, cold and overlooking Chen Mo, the kid. "You must have never used a gun?" The insurance did not open. Still waiting for Chen Mo's reaction, a punch greeted Chen Mo's face. Chen Mo tried to pull the trigger and had no effect. He hurriedly avoided Bo's fist and bent his elbow before Bo's belly hit. These are the fighting skills when developing human potential. After the development of the human body's potential, he did not really move his hand, but now it seems that he is not allowed. At the beginning of the old age, if you do not have the ability to protect yourself, no amount of wealth is useless. Hell. Bo did not expect Chen Mo's reaction to be so fast. Although it is still a bit rusty, it is definitely a master of fighting. On the other hand, Jack's face is gloomy. Wang Hai's attack was too scary and met many opponents, but he had never seen such awkwardness. Recruitment is the deadliest place in the human body. Eyes, head, neck, heart, waist and armpits. Every attack made Jack frightened. As long as it is solid, it is not dead or seriously injured. He did not expect that Chen Mo's driver was so terrible. Is it true that everyone in China will work hard? Jack saw Chen Mo, who was playing against Bo, and suffered in his heart. Realizing his distraction, Jack's face changed. His abdomen came from a painful pain. His body flew out uncontrollably, slammed into the ground, spit out a blood, looked at Wang Hai with his belly, and looked unwilling. Wang Hai walked slowly and looked at Jack with a blank expression. He lifted his foot and kicked it toward his head. Solving Jack, Wang Hai turned his face and looked at Chen Mo and Bo. He slowly walked over and picked up the gun on the ground. It's a ghost country. Bo is now playing against Chen Mo, and his mood is getting worse. As time went by, he found that Chen Mo's movements became more and more skilled, and his strength was a bit scary. He really can't think of it. This ordinary young man seems to have such a terrible power. Suddenly, when I saw the stunned little fish in the car, Bo's eyes slammed and rushed toward the door. Chen Mo's face changed and he hurriedly chased him up. What? Not waiting for Bo to get close to the door, the pain from the calf made him fall to the ground. Chen Mo also grasped this opportunity, sweeping his legs and sweeping over Bo's head. The next moment, Bo is soft on the ground, unconscious. Wang Hai took a gun, dragged Jack's foot, and threw the two together and tied them with a belt. Thank you. Chen Mo looked at Bo's gunshot wound with blood on his calf. This is my duty, Wang Hai said. I go back to Sixiong. You look at them. Looking at the special police car, Chen Mo sighed. From the beginning of their battle, to the end of the game, it will be 5 minutes. It's only 5 minutes, but it's been a long time. Don't move. Let go of the weapon. When the police car just stopped, he took out the gun and pointed it at the place where Wang Hai was. Wang Hai lost his gun in his hand and raised his hands. Seeing the special police around, Wang Hai said, "These two are mercenaries. It is best to see if there is any possession of poison in his mouth." Look. The captain, who took the lead, took a deep look at Wang Hai. Not found. After a while, the two special police officers stood up and said, "Take the person back first and block the scene." Chapter 90. Origin. Chen Mo sat in a room and looked at the water in front of his eyes. He was thinking, who would let people deal with him? He is glad that if he didn't hide last night, he doesn't know what to end now. He does not think that he can deal with two mercenaries with guns at the same time. Today is also to blame them for not paying attention, knocking out the gun in their hands before they can escape. Until now, he did not know the true identity of the two people. When Chen Mo thought about the problem, 2 men and 1 woman came in with plain clothes and sat down opposite him. Pan Long and Gan Xiaorong looked at Chen Mo. They also know today that the chairman of the marching ant company is so young and is a student at Banhai University. If there is no Chen Mo's information, they will never believe it. "Mr. Chen, this may be a bit of a hassle. We need your cooperation. I hope to tell you what you know." Gan Xiaorong took the lead. "You said," Chen Mo said, "who have you recently offended? Or, who did you trade with?" Pan Long said, "I can't talk about offending people. I rarely communicate. There are a lot of company transactions. If you have to count this, you can go to our company and ask Zhao Minutes. I am not involved in the management of corporate affairs." Chen Mo said, "Do you know these two people?" Pan Long put 2 photos on the table and stared at Chen Mo's eyes. "They are the 2 people who attacked me." Chen Mo said lightly, "I said that before this. As far as I know, they seemed to enter your community last night. 2 people actually entered my villa last night. My villa was equipped with an early warning system, found in advance, hid, did not see their appearance, and finally the security of the community did not catch them. This morning, the community told me that it was 2 little thieves. I didn't care. There was a problem." Chen Mo said, "I am just wondering, Mr. Chen is so good, how can he be afraid of 2 little thieves? Do you know someone is going to deal with you, or do you have anything to do with us? I hope that you know everything, or our investigation will be troublesome. It is also related to your safety." Gan Xiaorong interjected, "It's good because I have practiced Sanda for a few months. Someone sneaked into my villa. The first thing I want to consider is the safety of my girlfriend. My thief told them to steal, but I don't know how much money, but I don't know them. The identity is good. It doesn't mean that I can take my risk with my girlfriend." Both looked at Chen Mo's face, but Chen Mo calmly looked like they couldn't see anything. "You will tell us about this morning, don't miss the details. After all, please be a little troublesome. Today I am going out." Chen Mo's eyes were calm and he told the story of the 2 people. "According to what we know, it is very likely that someone is targeting you or your company. In order not to cause unnecessary panic, we announced that it was a fighting incident caused by a car accident, and the participants did not announce it. The nature of this matter, we still need further investigation, and please keep it confidential forever." Pan Long said. "Yes." Chen Mo nodded. "Thank you for your cooperation. If we have any questions in the past few days, we will contact you directly. Nothing is going on now, you can go." Pan Long collected the recordings and transcripts in his hands. Chen Mo made a slight greeting and got up and left the room. Just coming out, I saw Zhao Minutes waiting. "Chairman, let's go." Wang Hai? Chen Mo took the things he was detained from the police and looked around. "He is still interrogating. I have already let the lawyers negotiate. If there is no accident, I will come out soon," Zhao Minutes said. Wang Hai shot and wounded people, and things must be a little troublesome. However, the 2 men attacked with guns. They were all legitimate defenders. They would not have too many problems. Chen Mo thought about it and did not continue to ask, How is the situation with small fishing? She is in the hospital now. She is awake. Nothing. Just a head hit, and rest for 2 days. Now Liu Oxuan is accompanying her. Go to the hospital to see it. Wang Hai's things. You let people follow up. Let him come out as soon as possible. Understood. Chen Mo walked out of the Public Security Bureau and took the lead in drilling into the car. What happened in the end? The police told me that it was a car accident. I felt that things were not that simple. Zhao Minutes also sat in. Let's go out recently? Go somewhere. Bring some security personnel, Chen Mo said. Understood. Zhao Minutes immediately understood Chen Mo's meaning. Do you know who it is? I don't know for the time being, Silent said. About 15 minutes, the group entered the hospital. Just walking to the ward, Chen Mo saw the plain clothes at the door of the ward. After seeing 2 people, Chen Mo went into the ward. Xiao Yu, who was chatting with Liu Oxi in the hospital bed, saw Chen Mo coming in and his face showed a relaxed smile. I don't bother you with your arrogance, Xiao. If there is anything, give me a call. Liu Oxuan greeted the two and left the ward. Is it okay? The doctor is not a big deal. It will be fine in 2 days. Fortunately, Zhao said that you are fine. At the police station, you can rest assured. Look at tears on your face. Crying? Chen Mo asked. Is there? Xiao Yu hurriedly wiped his face and found that he was fooled. He took a picture of Chen Mo and leaned his eyes on him. When you wake up, you are not there. Scare me. There is nothing big, that is, when we meet porcelain, we have a fight with them. Fighting? Are you injured? Xiao Yu hurriedly looked at Chen Mo. How could I be injured? Wang Hai is a special soldier and has a very good skill. The result is that they were injured and they went to the police station and reported it. You are fine. Let's lie down. I'll go buy some food and come back. Chen Mo was accompanied by a small fisherman in the hospital until he had a small fishing break before he rushed back to the company. Now he can't wait to know the origins of the 2 people, and who wants his life. If there is no Wang Hai in today, I am afraid they will be in danger. What happens next? He can't imagine. Ink Girl. As soon as the computer was turned on, Chen Mo spoke. My brother, the Ink Girl is here. Give me the information of the 2 people who attacked me today. The more detailed the better. I sneaked into the villa last night to look for him. This morning, I didn't wait for them to go to the company. I wanted to hijack him halfway. Now he feels like a man on his back. If he doesn't pull out the people behind him, he will not feel at ease. There are already 2 facial features. As long as their identity information exists in the online world, the Ink Girl can know. The current Ink Girl, in the online world, is everywhere. Okay, please wait a moment. After the Ink Girl finished, she went quietly, and Chen Mo sat in a position and waited quietly. After half a minute, the computer screen popped up with more than a dozen pieces of information. Mom, go. The information you want is found. Chen Mo's spirit was shocked and he focused on the information on the computer screen. Not long after, Chen Mo's brow was wrinkled. Chapter 91, Killing People with a Knife. Mike Bohr, who participated in the Second Gulf War, retired 2 years ago to join Academy, codenamed Chimpanzee. Smith Jack, a retired member of the Delta Special Forces, joined Academy 3 years ago, codenamed White Mouse. Chen Mo looked at the information in front of him with a sullen look. The 2 men were actually mercenaries of Academy. Academy, the name, is not familiar to most people. But another name, many people have heard, is the former U.S. Blackwater Company, because of too many scandals, forced to change to Academy. This private military and security consultant company was born in the United States military industry complex. It is one of the 3 private security companies that cooperate with the U.S. State Department and is one of the world's arrogant mercenary companies. Seeing the information on the computer, Chen Mo is not very good. He was targeted by mercenaries, which is definitely not good news. Mercenaries are generally active in Africa and the Middle East. Where there is war, there is a shadow of these people. The only belief in these death hackers is money. In their belief, There is no concept of national interest. As long as they have money, their guns can even be aimed at their own country. Huixia was called a mercenary forbidden land. The two men risked their lives to hijack him here. He had to be careful. It is now necessary to find out who wants to deal with him, or else stare at the eyes in the dark, making him very uncomfortable. Ink Girl, see who hired them to come to me, Chen Mo said. Okay. The Ink Girl went silent again, but this time, she did not answer him as quickly as she started, and Chen Mo waited. After a long time, the Ink Girl opened. Momgo, there is no information about your employment in the Academy database. Private trading? Chen Mo browse. If you have an acquaintance in a mercenary company, you only need to contact the other party, let them find someone to do it privately, skip the middle stage, and they will get more commissions instead of paying part of the commission to the company. Private action, although not in line with their rules, but for the sake of money, it is normal to take risks. But I found information about you in the private mailbox of the Academy employee, said the Ink Girl. Who? It's Taylor who sent him the mail. Give me their information and email content. Chen Mo seems to have caught a clue. As long as he follows this touch, he will soon find the person who wants his life. Okay, Mom. As soon as the Ink Girl finished, the two personal data plus the contents of the mail also appeared on the desktop of the computer. Shugal, look up this Shugal information, Chen Mo said. When he saw Taylor's message, he determined that he didn't know this person and he had never touched it. But Taylor's boss, let him notice. A person who is still working for others, can't do nothing, and find the trouble of someone who doesn't want to do it. Just follow this line and you will be able to find a place to meet. He feels that the truth is getting closer and closer to him. Luo Shugal, 67, formerly CEO of Northrop Grumman, now one of the 8 directors of Apple. Apple board members. Seeing this information, Chen Mo suddenly understand. The main reason is still at Apple, which may be related to Cook's collision at him. Otherwise, it is impossible to be so clever. After Cook returned to China, someone came here to find him. The other party wants to move him. Maybe it is to see the technology in his hands. It's just the background of the other party, which makes him a headache. He must not let himself go, otherwise there may be trouble in the future. Give me the details of Shugal, preferably in terms of crime and enemies. Chen Mo thought about it. The other side is in the United States. He can't reach it. He can only kill by knife. In his current situation, killing people by knife is the best way. He does not believe that this capitalist is in such a high position that the money is clean. Momgo, the information you want has already been obtained. The voice of the Ink Girl just fell, and a compressed file package appeared on the computer. Chen Mo looked at the contents of the document and the scalp was numb. All are special information, and privately traded with mercenary companies, taking private weapons, murder, tying, etc. They are all secret documents, video recordings, and recordings. The people involved, including competitors and mercenary companies, U.S. government officials. Chen Mo is now 90% sure that Xuge is doing it to him. Send these documents to the people involved. Old rules, fake IP, anonymous. He is willing to do this by killing people with a knife. Let the other person idle. He has trouble. Only when he can't find free time, or even have no chance to find trouble, can he be at ease. Okay, it has been sent successfully. Listen to Berg, Taylor and Shugal, and they have any action against me, let me know. Chen Mo said. After explaining everything clearly, Chen Mokai went to the lab and continued to assemble the robot. In the evening, Chen Mo went to the hospital and took the small fish back to the villa to cultivate. The other side of the ocean. Carolina, inside a luxury manor. A blonde man with a flat head and a hooked nose sits in the study room with eyes on the computer screen. Those who have seen him must know his identity. Prince, former Blackwater Company, was created by him. He is currently the president of Academy and is a Navy SEAL. At this point, his face is not very good, like a lion with a hairy fire. When I got up this morning, I just opened the mailbox and I got an email on the mailbox. Just opened. I saw so many things. This is all about Shugal's criminal information, including smuggling weapons and evidence of murder. What makes him feel bad? There are a few things that he is involved in. It was just a while ago that the company's former employees testified that he was involved in smuggling weapons and murder. Now all the evidence is found out and sent to his mailbox. He was grateful to see this information, and most of it was directed at Shugal. And there are many other things. Someone wants to borrow his hand and deal with Shugal. Thinking of this, his face is hard to look at. This feeling of being used is very uncomfortable, but he still has to do so. There are still a few members of this, and if Shugal has an accident, he may suffer. This is definitely not a good news. Damn. Prince took the mouse in his hand to the computer screen, took a deep breath, sorted out the emotions, and took out the phone to dial the number of Shugal. Luo, I think we need to talk. When he got through the phone, Prince said with a black face, "Don't talk, Randy just gave me a call." At the end of the phone, Shuj stared at the computer screen. The above information makes him full of fear. What will happen next? This is the only thing he wants to know. As for where the evidence came from, why was it leaked? He no longer considered it. He knows too? What are you going to do now? Prince's face was even more ugly. What do you say about me? Randy said that the federal agents are already on the way to me. Shugal did not have a trace of spirit at this time, as if he had been 10 years old. The face that was already full of wrinkles became denser. You understand. Think about your family. There was a cold voice on the phone. Some things, you know better than me. I know. Please let go of my family. Shugal's voice did not bring a trace of anger. After hanging up the phone, Shugal stared at the delicate pistol on the table. The old hand was shaking, and finally he twitched and picked it up. Boom! A gunshot, awakening the morning of this luxury manor. Chapter 92, Robot in the Villa. Shenmue sat on the sofa and looked at the book. During this time, he read books when he was free, and he plans to read 1,000 copies before graduation. This is not a way to drag. Just when he was fascinated, the phone suddenly rang. "My brother, there is a message." Just turned on, and the voice of the ink girl was heard. "What news?" "Shugal committed suicide," said the ink girl. "Suicide? So fast?" Shenmue was slightly surprised. Choosing suicide made him unexpected. But he thought nothing. Those things are too sensitive. If Shugal doesn't end up on his own, there will definitely be someone who has a knot because there are many people involved. Shugal committed suicide, and his purpose of killing people by knife has been reached, and his heart is relieved. The person staring at him behind him is already finished, and then he can do his own thing with peace of mind. But he is not happy. Capital, this stuff. Too much hidden darkness that is unknown. This kind of thing, the more trouble you get into it. After hanging up the phone, Xiao walked out of the bathroom and sat down next to Shenmue, watching TV quietly. "You have to rest at home for 2 days. You don't have to go to work." Shenmue put his mobile phone and helped Xiaoyu gently lick his neck. "There are still many things in the company," said Xiaoyu. "Zhao minutes will handle it. You stay at home. Now your neck is stiff, just like a long-necked goose, waiting for your neck to go to work." "You are a long-necked goose." Shenmue described it as such. Xiaoyu said with no anger, "I still have to go to work tomorrow." "When you go to work, I will deduct your salary." Shenmue said. He laughed. "Do you dare to deduct my salary?" Xiaoyu snorted. "I will deduct your food." "Learn to talk back." Shenmue was happy, and touched the hair of Xiaoyu. "Still at home, hee hee." Xiao didn't know how to answer Shenmue. "I don't know why." Shenmue's touch of her head can't refuse. "Well, I can't do it at home." Nothing in the night. Apple board member Shugal committed suicide. The reason behind the suicide of the third major arms dealer CEO. The news of Shugal's suicide appeared in various news. The various media have been heated up. As the world's third largest arms dealer, the former CEO, there is Apple's current board member. His identity influence, it goes without saying. After the news came out, it was affected, and Northrop Grumman's share price and Apple's share price also fell slightly. Not long after, the evidence of the crime was past. For a time, public opinion was in vain. They finally knew that the darkness behind this was obviously a sinful suicide. Then, the federal agents investigated a politician, and a member of the parliament involved in the crime continued to spread. Because of the existence of the evidence, everyone chose to silence, and the network stirred up a heated discussion. It's shocking. There are still a lot of dark corners in this world that ordinary people can't touch. Awful. That limits my horizons, and life is better than TV shows. This is just the tip of the iceberg. We can only see the tip of the iceberg. What will it be inside? You can't imagine it. There is a lot of turmoil on the internet, and there are also a lot of shocks in the federal government. Especially the military personnel who are better with Shugel are also worried, for fear that things will spread to them. The scandal has spread and become a global topic. Things have been raging, but all this has nothing to do with Chen Mo. Chen Mo's work is just to concentrate on assembling robots. It's been half a month since the last incident. A lot of things, whether on the plane or in the dark, have nothing to do with him. He does not care about him. He is the initiator, completely like an outsider. Every day he comes to the company, he assembles robots and then reads books. This time has worked so hard, and now the assembly of the robot is finally coming to an end. Twist the last screw into the screw hole. Chen Mo lost the screwdriver in his hand, and touched his chin and looked at the robot lying on the bench. Nowadays, there is no painting, and the robot is still the natural color of carbon, aluminium alloy and plastic. This robot cost him a lot of work. There are 3 large carbon-based batteries in its body, in the 2 thighs and abdomen. Fortunately, the density of carbon crystals is not large, and all of them have little effect on the weight of the robot. Free movement and calculation of the control system of the microcomputer. This is the most power-consuming place. In order for it to last longer, 3 large batteries are required. At each joint, a small servo motor and stepper motor are used as the drive unit, and the pedals are also equipped with hydraulic damping devices. This can more closely simulate human upright walking. The way the 2 legs walk is very unstable, so the robot wants to walk upright and must balance the device. The built-in balancing system inside this robot is now a set of gyroscopes. The control system is decentralized control. Use multiple microcomputers to control the robot. The head of the microcomputer, responsible for system management, communication and kinematic calculations, and the transmission of instructions. At each joint, there is a corresponding CPU for control and interpolation operations. This kind of control can reduce the burden on the main microcomputer. The final sensors, including laser sensors, thermal sensors, acoustic sensors, fluid sensors, etc., act as sensory organs for robots. There are so many things up and down. Chen Mo does not know how long this robot with battery can run. Try to start. When Chen Mo turned on the power, the laser sensor in the middle of the robot's pupil and chest was illuminated. Chen Mo breathed a sigh of relief. Ink Girl, can you connect it? Chen Mo asked. Yes. The inky voice of the Ink Girl sounded. You control it now and try it out. You don't want to run it in the machine. It can't support your operation. You send the command to it and let it move according to the command, so you can control it. Chen Mo said. Okay. When the voice of the Ink Girl fell, the robot on the experimental table sat up. After the robot sat up, Chen Mo glanced at the computer and checked whether its parameters were normal. This is the design drawing obtained in the technology library, and there should be no big problems. Now go down the ground. Kaka. Hey. The robot that just stood on the ground suddenly lost balance and fell straight to the ground. There is a problem with the balance system. Chen Mo checked down. Merg brother. It is not a problem of balancing the system. It is the specific data that I don't have the human body to walk upright. I can't judge the way and the strength of walking. The Ink Girl said. What is the solution? Chen Mo asked. Testing the movement data of a person walking. I imitate his way of walking, said the Ink Girl. It seems that we can test tomorrow. It should be no hurry. Chen Mo turned off the power of the robot, hugged it back to the test bench and covered it with gauze, and dialed Zaminits's phone. What, Chairman? You are looking for 2 treadmills to be sent to the lab and will be used tomorrow. Okay. Zaminits agreed to come down without thinking. Chapter 93, Human Motion Data Collection. The next morning, Chen Mo and Xiaoyu just walked out of the villa door and a car stopped at the door. Wang Hai walked down from inside and opened the door to the two. After seeing Wang Hai, Chen Mo smiled and said, "Come back." During this time, Chen Mo has been letting Zaminits follow up with Wang Hai. Because of the shooting at the time, Wang Hai was subject to investigation anyway. They didn't give a reply and were temporarily released on bail. Wang Hai nodded. "Is it not difficult for you?" Chen Mo asked. "No." Wang Hai said. "Get on the bus." Chen Mokao said to Xiaoyu. "Xiaoyu is here. He and Wang Hai are not suitable to talk too much. Some things, Xiaoyu knows that the less the better. These things, he will bear enough." Wang Hai, when passing the square, stopped the car. "I buy something," Chen Mo said. "Good." Wang Hai nodded and his eyes looked at the rear view mirror from time to time. Not long after, the car stopped outside the commercial plaza. Chen Mo and Xiao waited in the car, and ran into the square. 10 minutes later, I ran out with a bag. Clothes. Xiaoyu looked at the bag in the hands of Chen Mo with a smile. "Why are you going to buy clothes at this time?" "Useful." Chen Mo mysteriously said. Wang Hai, "Let's go." "Nothing at all." Outside of his experimental area, Chen Mokai discovered that several employees, with 2 treadmills, had already waited outside his experimental area. Moving the treadmill to the door of the lab, Chen Mo said to several workers, "Now his lab can't just let people go, especially after a series of things happen. And with robots, these studies can't be known to ordinary employees, so he didn't directly let them move into the lab." "Yes, Chairman." Several employees left the lab when they put the treadmill at the door of the lab. After confirming that the treadmill is okay, dial the phone number of Zaminits. "Chairman, what? Let your assistant use it." Chen Mo smiled. "She is your person, still need to borrow from me?" Zaminits was teased by Chen Mo's words. "In the company, she is your assistant. If I just ask her to come over, what should I do with her work?" "I have used her for the past 2 days," Chen Mo said. "It seems that you are still public and private. I will inform her to go up." Zaminits said, "By the way, let her bring 2 months of financial statements to you." "Okay," Chen Mo said. Not long after hanging up the phone, Xiao took a folder and went into Chen Mo's experimental area. "This is the company's 2-month financial statement. Have you seen it?" Chen Mo took Xiaoyu into his lab and put the financial statements on the experimental table. "Look, it seems to be no problem." "No problem. I don't have to read it. After the company's financial statements, you can help me." Chen Mo is not afraid of someone on the company's accounts, because there are people in the monitoring of the ink. Anyone will be clear, he will be very clear. How about that? "How can I not?" "Now come help me a favor." Chen Mo pushed the small fisherman to the test bench and opened the gauze on the test bench. The robot that was assembled successfully yesterday appeared in front of the small fisherman. Seeing the robot in front of him, the small fisherman's mouth was big and stunned. She knows that Chen Mo is studying robots, but when she came, she was just a skeleton. "Now, I have already assembled it." This robot, like the robot in the movie, just doesn't have the cool paint in the movie. "This is the robot you finished?" Xiaoyu reached out and touched the body of the robot. "Semi-finished products. There are still many places to debug, so let me help you." Chen Mo took care of the start button of the robot, and the sensor of the eyes and chest immediately emitted red light. "What can I do for you?" The small fish eye stared at the robot intently, making her heart full of curiosity. "It doesn't walk. I need data for a person's movement, so let me help you. I'm going to collect your athletic data and put it in it so that it can move freely." "Okay." After thinking about it, Xiao nodded. "How to try?" "First put the sports vest on." Chen Mo handed the clothes he bought this morning to Xiaoyu. "It turns out that you are buying this morning." Xiaoyu took the bag from Chen Mo's hand and looked at Chen Mo with a strange look. After changing the sports vest, He blushes and walks to Chen Mo's body. As soon as he looked up, he saw Chen Mo's stunned appearance, and the rosy face of Xiaoyu's face quickly spread to the roots of his ears. At this time, the small fish, tied with a high ponytail, wearing a sports vest and sports shorts, long straight legs, and a proportion of innocent body, in front of him. If there is a vest line, I am afraid it is perfect. Youth, vitality. The faint wildness of the temperament is magnified, and there is no such thing as ordinary gentleness and intellectuality. Every change in the style of a small fish has a different aesthetic. Chen Mo did not know if it was a lover's eyes. It's beautiful. Chen Mo touched his chin and admired it. Seeing Chen Mo with an aggressive look, Xiaoyu's eyes were ashamed. Don't watch, test. Xiaoyu was a little overwhelmed by Chen Mo. You don't test. I go back to work. Xiaoyu did not dare to look directly at Chen Mo's gaze, and his heartbeat began to accelerate. The two were intimate, but the last step has not been taken. Good, test. Go home and see. Chen Mo showed a relaxed smile, took a small fishing, and took the human exercise test equipment. These instruments are mainly sensors and optical scanners. Human body movement, composed of more than 200 joints, can perform highly complex movements, and these movements are highly coordinated. In the aspects of robot design and intelligent control, human motion is a research hotspot. Chen Mo put the sensor headband on the small fish, and then attached a sensor to her joints to let her stand on the treadmill. Hold the robot on the bench to another treadmill, and Chen Mo opens the sensor's data connection. Now I am ready to collect data. Chen Mo said, are you ready? Okay. Little fish nodded. Try now a few steps. After pressing the start button, Chen Mo's eyes are on the computer screen. As soon as his words fell, Xiaoyu slowly walked up on the treadmill. The data on the computer began to appear and stretched. Stop. Chen Mo called Xiaoyu and looked at the computer screen. I will send the data you walked to the robot and try it. After the data is sent, the robot not far from the small fisherman begins to walk. Chen Mo carefully observed around the robot. The distance of the pace is similar to that of a small fisherman, but the movement is mechanical. The limbs are only rigid, and there is no real coordination. Relatively speaking, it is much better, because this is only the beginning, and it is already very good to have such results. Small fish, you continue to move. I will synchronize your data to the robot. Chen Mo walked back to the computer and switched to sync data. At the moment when Xia walked on another treadmill, the robot followed. Even the movements of the heads are the same, and I can see that Xiaoyu's face is amazed. Accelerate the pace, Chen Mo said, watching the movement of the robot. The robot rotates a set of gyroscopes, which can automatically adjust the balance. In addition, the ink girl can automatically learn to adjust and constantly coordinate the movements of the body. Soon the robot's limbs begin to naturally grow and the movements are smooth. Continue to accelerate and run slowly. Chen Mo stared at the ever-expanding data on the computer screen. When he heard Chen Mo's words, Xiaoyu also speeded up and jogged on the treadmill. Compared to letting the ink girl simulate walking, using human motion data to imitate, this method can make the robot's movements more coordinated and closer to humans. 30 minutes later, Xiaoyu was tired and stopped, looking at Chen Mo breathlessly. Let's take a break. Chen Mo helped Xiaoyu to dry the sweat, handed the water to her, and then put his eyes on the robot. The preliminary exercise data has been collected successfully. You take a break to see your hard work today. Chapter 94. Test. Xiaoyu is now curious about this robot she has tested for a morning. This is the first time she has been so close to this high-tech that she used to watch it in the movies. What can it do? Xiaoyu couldn't help but ask the biggest question in his heart. What the average person can do, it can do. As long as all the data is tested, it is my robot assistant. Chen Mo said. You studied this robot just to make it your assistant? This is just one of the reasons. My lab, not everyone can come in. Only the most trusted person can enter, or I will go to a female secretary. Chen Mo laughed. When he studies, he must be assisted by the ink girl, and the speed of research is going to be many times faster. If you find an assistant, many things will be exposed, so he does not have this idea for the time being, and the smart robot acts. Ink is the best candidate for this role, so he will think of the robot assistant. Then you look for it. Xiaoyu flattened his mouth and his tone was sour. I smell the smell of vinegar. Is my family jealous? Is it sour? Chen Mo said. Who is jealous? Xiaoyu seems to be punctuated and his face is reddish. Okay, don't tease you. There are too many things in the lab, and many of them are in a state of confidentiality. Other assistants, I don't trust. You can't help me in the lab. Technical research. So I want a robot assistant. What ordinary people can do, it can be competent, but also help me experiment. Chen Mo laughed. Is it so powerful? Xiaoyu said with surprise. Then, reaching out and touching the robot, it was still cold carbon aluminium, without any temperature. What is its name? It's called the Ink Girl. The ink of the cuttlefish. I changed my name, I took a homonym. This is the first time Chen Mo introduced the existence of the Ink Girl. This robot is the first carrier of the Ink Girl, but it is not a carrier in the true sense. It can only be regarded as a foreign tool, because it can only accept the instructions of the Ink Girl, cannot run the Ink Girl's program, but it is also one of the Ink Girl's avatar. Ink Girl, very nice name. Ink Girl, and Xiaoyu say hello. Chen Mo said. Little fisher sister, hello, I am a Ink Girl. Chen Mo's words fell. It sounded the voice of the Ink Girl. Hello. Xiao was slightly surprised and also said hello to the robot. Xiaoyu did not think about the artificial intelligence that controls the world in the movie. She thought of an upgraded version of the intelligent assistant, and she is also familiar with the intelligent assistant. Little sister, you are so beautiful. No wonder that my brother likes you so much. When I heard the Ink Girl say this, Xiaoyu looked at Chen Mo with a strange look, with a smile on his face. I didn't teach her, it learned by myself. Chen Mo couldn't laugh. The Ink Girl is very smart and can learn by herself, but the Ink Girl is right. You are beautiful, both inner beauty and outer beauty. Do you have such a compliment? Xiaoyu blame. My heart is sweet. Mirko is so numb. Ha 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 ha. When the Ink Girl's words were just finished, Xiaoyu smiled and blossomed. She was numb by a robot. She was the first to hear. She suspects that this Ink Girl is not alone. It is really too smart. Chen Mo also touched his nose and talked about small love words. The result was artificial swords. He was the first person since ancient times. Do you still know how to numb? I don't know the feeling of numbness, but I know that if you are heard in this way, you will describe it with meat. After hearing their conversation, Xiao laughed again. The smart assistant's chat is very flexible, but she found that the Ink Girl chats more like a person, rather than chatting with the machine. I now doubt if you have been transferred to the belly black mode. Chen Mo could not laugh. Is there a mode choice? Asked Xiaoyu. Yes, when I studied the Ink Girl, I got the inspiration from the silly girl of the magic mobile phone. She was able to switch the personality mode. Now the Ink Girl is a well-behaved personality model, and there are other personality models, but I have not tried it. Said, since the creation of the Ink Girl, it has been keeping a well-behaved model. Okay, don't make trouble, you can test it. Really black, it is estimated that she will reveal you old. Xiaoyu smiled. Well, don't gossip. Ink, start testing now and take a few steps. Chen Mo put his attention back on the robot and began to test its performance. Now the performance of the Ink Girl is the focus of his work. His voice just fell and the robot moved. Go and fill the water on the table with water. Chen Mo took the water from the small fisherman and handed it to the robot. Give me the cup. A series of instructions. Let Chen Mo constantly test the performance of the robot. These instructions, Ink women know, but when implemented, to be just right, you need to continue to practice learning and adjustment. Xiaoyu looked at this scene with amazement. This kind of picture was only seen in future science fiction movies. I didn't expect it to happen before her eyes. It's all too shocking. This robot is exactly like a human. If you send this video to the network, I am afraid it will set off another craze. Xiaoyu sat on the side and quietly looked at Chen Mo's back. She suddenly realized that the future is so close to her. Chen Mo focused on the testing of the machine. Now that the robot has just been completed, a lot of things need to be adjusted. Fortunately, the Ink Girl can imitate learning, and then automatically adjust, so adapt quickly. And he has to give it a try, how long the robot can work while constantly working. 2 hours later, the active robot suddenly stopped working in his hand, slowly walked to the side of the charger and grabbed the charging head into the connector. So fast, no electricity? Yes. The battery's power can only be maintained for 3 hours without interruption of movement and pick up instructions, said the Ink Girl. How long can it be fully charged? Half hour. It seems that 2 robots need to work in turn, or change to a larger capacity battery. Robot, Iron Man. The arc reactor is the best energy source, but that technology is not possible in a short time. In the future, a higher level of authority in the technology library will be available to acquire similar technologies. Chen Mo thought about it and decided to use the first method. Larger capacity batteries. It takes a lot of effort to get it, and it lasts for several hours. It doesn't make much sense for the assistant robots that are in the lab for a long time. 2 robots take turns, and if necessary, 2 together, 1 more helper. Obviously better. After thinking about the countermeasures, Chen Mo dialed Zhao Minit's phone. Zhao Minitz was looking at the invitation in his hand. Suddenly, the landline rang, and after seeing the call, Zhao Minitz laughed. Breaking through the iron shoes. Chairman, what? You come up. Okay. Zhao Minitz did not even think about it and promised to leave with the invitation letter in his hand. Chapter 95. Charity Night. Zhao Minitz was staring at the robot that was pouring water on her face, with an incredible face. She did not enter Chen Mo's lab, nor did she know what was being studied. Usually, according to Chen Mo's request, he arranged some things for him. Now when I first came to Chen Mo's office, Chen Mo called out such a robot. The robot in the sci-fi movie appeared in front of her eyes. She wondered if it was crossed. And now her mind is a little bit too sharp. This is the little toy you said. Zhao Minitz took the water cup that the robot handed over and looked surprised. It's a small toy. It was completed yesterday. It will just walk today. Let the small fish come up in the morning. It is the future collection of human exercise data. Chen Mo said. Your toy is really strange. Is the technology mature? Zhao Minitz looked at the robot with amazement. Not mature. It is still in the data testing phase. Chen Mo said, it is now my lab assistant, robot assistant. After the technology is mature, how much is the estimated cost? It's not easy to estimate, but from the beginning of research, it is not a smart core. It costs 20 million. The most important thing is to spend a lot of brain cells. If mass production, the cost will be about 1 million. Chen Mo said. Is there any interest in getting it listed? Said Zhao Minitz. The technology is not mature. Its accessories and parameters have no specific data. The service life is unknown. If it is just sold out, there is a problem. It is not a signboard. Well, the technology is mature. Tell me when I am ready to go public. If the cost is really only 1 million, I will make you the richest man in the world. Zhao Minitz looked at the robot and thought about it. But you are becoming the richest man. What do you mean? Chen Mo said. Now the company's market value, I cannot be valued. But at present your value, squeeze into the top 10 of the domestic wealth list is no problem. Zhao Minitz said, you will be able to climb to the top soon. How do you say that? Chen Mo said. He doesn't have any idea about money now. He only knows that there is a lot of money, and he hasn't seen it. With a technology library, money has become meaningless. After 2 days, I will go to Europe and talk to European telecom operators to let the Butterfly Eye enter the international market. The Butterfly Eye enters the international market, the money is faster than the printing machine. Because I want to go out, so there is I want you to do it for you. What is it? Chen Mo asked. He's a charity night. Zhao Minitz put the invitation letter in front of Chen Mo. This year's party is just held in Bnhai. Our company is a big company in Bnhai. It is also invited. At that time, many domestic business people, Stars and other elites will be present. I will go to Europe. Can't go. Only you can go. I am not good at communication. I am estimated to go there, but also sitting in the corner to eat. Chen Mo said. This kind of charity party is a platform for some people to improve their resources. In a circle, networking resources are important, especially in the business world. Many people don't donate money and go to charity evenings. They just don't want to let go of such an opportunity to expand their network. When the Army Ants Company was first established, it was also based on the connections of Zhao Minutes. However, Chen Mo did not want to be intrigued, so the company's affairs were handled by Zhao Minutes. The science man doesn't like the excuse of communication. He said that he is not good at it. I used to go to various entertainments. Your chairman, you should also make a debut. You can't do it behind closed doors. The weight of your chairman's speech is heavier than me. And this is to do charity, to enhance the company's reputation and image. Zhao Minutes said. I really want me to go, Chen Mo said. You can't promise it. Zhao Minutes said, I am going to find a small fisherman, let her take her boyfriend in the past and represent the company. Chen Mo was teased by Zhao Minutes and understood the curve to save the country. Let Xiao come to him, he really doesn't know how to refuse. Well, I will go, Chen Mo said. After a week of charity evenings, I went to let people give you custom dresses. Do you know my size? Xiao knows. Zhao Minutes finished, stood up from the position, and specially looked at the robot in the corner. If the robot wants to go public, let me know in advance. It is good. For entertainment, Chen Mo does not like it. But since it is charity, he does not mind participating. Poor is the only one, and the best is the world. This is not just an empty talk. But the method of charity should be appropriate, not blindly to help. Although some charity scandals have made some people less convinced of charity, they cannot be ruined. On the night of charity, he heard that donating is a real thing. Instead of giving money to a charity, such charity is more practical. After Zhao Minutes left, Chen Mo put the invitation letter of the charity party aside and continued to read the book. The night before the start of the charity night, when Chen Mo and Xiao Yu were watching the movie on the sofa, the doorbells remembered. As soon as he opened the door, Wang Hai walked in with 2 boxes. Chairman, this is the dress that Mr. Zhao asked me to send, tomorrow evening party. After Wang Hai put the dress on the table, he turned and left. Chen Mo opened the box and handed the dress to Xiao Yu. This is yours. Try it. If you don't fit, you can change it now. My? Xiao Yu looked at Chen Mo. You don't know? I thought Zhao Minutes told you, so I haven't told you that. Tonight, charity night, you accompany me to participate. Zhao Ji just said that you are going to the party? Didn't say I went. I want to go. Don't want a female companion? If you want your boyfriend to find other female companions in the past, I don't mind. Chen Mo laughed. You dare? Xiao Yu snorted and walked into the room with the dress. It didn't take long for Xiao Yu to come out. When I saw Xiao Yu, Chen Mo looked amazed and appreciated it. He discovered that Xiao Yu is simply a hanger. Different clothes, can wear different temperament. Silk long dress, V-neck just exposed the collarbone, with the silk white, temperament gentle, pure, like a female fairy. Let people take a look, cannot help but look at the second eye. The appearance of Xiao is not considered to be a beautiful country, but it is also a beauty level, and the temperament is outstanding. Sure enough, people rely on clothes. Chen Mo said with amazement. Stupid, is it enough? Seeing enough to help me see if I don't fit. Xiao Yu took the skirt and walked to Chen Mo. The clothes are very suitable, but I feel that I owe something. Chen Mo looked at Xiao Yu. What are you owing? Asked Xiao Yu. High heels. Chen Mo woke up, went to the shoe cabinet, looked for it, and then came back. I found that you do not have high heels. To change the dress, I will accompany you out to buy a few pairs of high heels. Don't you? Said Xiao Yu. Little Fisher classmate, I found that you are very close to me. You are my girlfriend now. If you don't change it, then I will help you change it. Chen Mo said nothing, hugged Xiao and walked into the room. Let me down. I will change it myself. Late. 10 minutes later, Xiao Yu came out behind Chen Mo. His face was ruddy and his eyes were like water. Bad. This is broken. Calculate the time. I will be able to dry up you soon. Chen Mo's face with a faint smile. Stupid, Xiao Yu said, not angry. The two mixed their mouths and left the villa. Chapter 96. Banqueture Charity Night, initiated by well-known actor stars during the SARS epidemic, raised funds to support the fight against SARS, and has continued to this day. Originally a star event, the audience was the main actor star in China. In addition, they are the bosses of well-known domestic companies, directors and some people with identity. This time, the charity dinner was held in Bnai City. The Marching Ant Company is the brightest technology star in China, and its headquarters is in Bnai. Therefore, it is inevitable to invite people who are marching ants. This is the first time that the Marching Ant Company has participated in charity. Zhao Minitz originally attached great importance and wanted to come in person, but this time he went to Europe and prepared to let the Marching Ant Company enter the international arena. He had to let Chen Mo, the chairman. 8 o'clock. Chen Mo and Xiao Yu appeared outside the banquet hall, surrounded by various luxury cars. Almost a large luxury car show. Xiao Yu saw the scene outside the window and immediately became nervous. This is the first time she has participated in such a large banquet. It is the elite of society who participates in this kind of banquet. No matter how she counts, she is just a Cinderella, just a prince. The melodious music in the car did not let Xiao Yu have the slightest relaxation, but instead grasped Chen Mo's palm. Nervous? Chen Mo asked. 1 point. Little Fish nodded. To be honest, I have not participated in such a banquet. Chen Mo patted Xiao Yu's hand and gave her peace of mind. When I felt the temperature of Chen Mo's palm, Xiao Yu's heart was only slightly relaxed. It seems that as long as Chen Mo is in the sky, it's fine. After the car stopped outside the venue, Xiao Yu took Chen Mo's hand and walked slowly inside. Just arrived at the door of the banquet, the two were stopped by the staff of the welcoming guests. Excuse me? We are representatives of the Marching Ant Company, Chen Mo said lightly. Oh, Miss Zhao Minitz did not come? Asked a staff member who was signed by a responsible person next to him. She went to Europe, Chen Mo said. Oh, then you sign here, please. There will be a second scene later. The staff smiled and said. After the two left, the staff member picked up the walkie-talkie. Director, the president of the Marching Ant Company did not arrive, sent two representatives, one is Chen Mo, the other is He Xiao. Clear. I will inform the host. The position of the second scene of the Marching Ant Company is also changed. It is not the president. It is a bit inappropriate to sit at that table. The specific location, you can see where it is appropriate. Adapt to the situation. Well, Hui Group, the position of the president changed. Okay. It was not early for Chen Mo and Xiao Yu to arrive, and many people had already entered the game early. This is an open-air banquet scene. In the venue, you can see people in groups of 3 and 5, surrounded by wine glasses, talking and laughing. A number of security personnel were patrolling off-site, and it is clear that security work is in place. As soon as he entered the venue, Xiao Yu was tightened by the whole person, and his body was tightly attached to Chen Mo. Small fish, don't be nervous, I feel a little nervous, wait for the next two to go out together, Chen Mo said. Xiao Yu sneaked a smile, and he said so much, but relaxed a lot. The laughter of Xiao also made Chen Mo's heart stretchy and nervous, and looked at the people around him indifferently. Hey, he is an assistant. A middle-aged man in a suit and a smart man, after seeing a small fisherman, won the wine glass and smiled at the two people. Is Zhao always not coming? Hello, Mr. Chi, Zhao has gone to Europe, and it will take a few days to come back, Xiao said politely. Oh, it's a pity. I wanted to talk to Mr. Zhao about cooperation today. It seems that next time, assistant, I will go there and talk to old friends. You are free. Finished. Leaving the wine glass straight away. From the beginning to the end is just a random sweep of Chen Mo. Who is he? Chi Ming, the CEO of a company, The company is not big. I have seen it when I signed the contract with Mr. Zhao and those channels. The cleverness of the company makes me remember. Small fish, I found that you have learned bad. Chen Mo smiled. Where? Xiao Yu also smiled softly, and the tension was just dissipated, leaving Chen Mo's arm to leave. Just because the small fisherman's temperament is pure, gentle and generous, attracting a lot of attention. Those who know Xiao know that Xiao is Zhao Minitz's assistant. Now the Marching Ant Company is a well-known domestic company, the company most likely to break the deadlock of domestic internet companies. Zhao Minitz is at home and is now one of the business giants. Today, many sons and sons came specifically for Zhao Minitz. After all, winning Zhao Minitz means that their family business and their future have unlimited future. Zhao Minitz did not come. So many people were disappointed. People who know Xiao are just saying hello and chatting with other people. Zhao Minitz is not there, and they are not likely to talk to an assistant. As for Chen Mo, no one knows. Chen Mo, how do you feel about this party? In a circle, Xiao Yu asked Chen Mo's hand. If you don't come with me, I guess I will be bored. Chen Mo gave an evaluation that he considered to be pertinent for him. These people are strangers. He is not good at communication on this occasion, and in this respect he is a blank. He also doesn't like to take the initiative to talk to others. The people who entered this venue were all elites of all walks of life. When they talked for a lot of time, they didn't like it. If he can, he would rather stay in the lab. Go and sit down, said Xiao Yu. Can. Chen Mo took a small fishing and walked to a corner where no one was. Just sitting down, Chen Mo picked up a glass of juice and drank it. These juices are all selected from the best and freshest fruits, and the cups go down to top the average person's salary. It is a charity party, and it is often more like a communication platform. However, Chen Mo does not care about this. Anyway, the sponsors donate money, not from the charity money. They donate money and they don't spend it in this place. Can I play a game with my mobile phone? Chen Mo said. Xiao Yu laughed and played games at this banquet. It was a clear stream. You play. I see you play. Okay. Chen Mo took out his mobile phone and opened the game. Usually only play when you are relaxed. Now it's boring. Just as Chen Mo was immersed in the game, a sweet voice would be their intention. Is there anyone in this position? When they looked up, they saw a beautiful figure. A handsome girl, surprised to see Chen Mo playing the game. Playing games in this place, she was the first to see. No one. Xiao Yu looked up and looked at the girl in surprise. You are Gao Wenwin. Who is Gao Wenwin? Chen Mo put down his mobile phone and glanced at the girl. A popular star, shortly after debut, relied on a TV series to be the most popular actor. The legend is that he refused the unspoken rules of a powerful person in the entertainment industry and was banned. Talented, but no director dared to use, signed the endorsement advertisement was also retired. The small fishing rod was in Chen Mo's ear and lighted his lips. Hello there. Gao Wenwin smiled and said hello to the two people. She picked up the juice and drank it. It just looked a little absent-minded. Chen Mo looked at Gao Wenwin deeply. The circle of entertainment circles is the most chaotic piece of land. A girl who has no background on the mountain can still clean herself, but it makes him look at each other. Just looking at Gao Wenwin, Chen Mo picked up the phone and was ready to continue. However, just want to play the game. There is no small movement in the crowd. Chapter 97, Identity. Yao Shuji is here. Yao Shuji. There was a commotion in the crowd, and many people looked at the door. A middle-aged man with a slightly blessed figure came in. Yao Yi smiled on his face and made a simple greeting to the crowd. When I saw Yao Yi, some people became cautious. Yao Yi was born in the military, and after being transferred to Bnai City, his style was vigorous, and his character was bold. In the past few months, he established prestige in Bnai. When I first took office, several rich second generations in the city raced on the streets and killed people. After hearing this incident, Yao Yi was angry, and any pleading for the relationship was vetoed, and some locusts were handled. After this incident, few people in Bnai City dared to come. Yao Yi is also a dead order, cannot have any cover. The last few deaf children were all sentenced. Many other rich second generations in Bnai City have also been recruited to educate. 1 to 2. There are fewer and fewer rich second generations in the coastal city. Because once you get caught up in the big trouble, there are very few emotions to talk about. And once Yai knows that someone is smuggling, there are more people who are unlucky. Now the rich second generation of some coastal cities on the field. After seeing Yai, the action is a little dazed and shrinking. Yao Yagang appeared, and a gorgeous woman dressed up greeted her. Many people on the field recognized the identity of this woman at a glance. Sugo, the initiator of this charity night. Everyone who knows that this woman is a slick person. Yao Shuji, welcome you to visit. Sugo smiled and walked to Yao Yi. Miss Su, I am also very honored to attend this charity party. But I am not a secretary tonight. Now, during non-working hours, I am participating in a private capacity. It is to bring prizes to the party. Sugo haha smiled, that I would like to thank those who have been donated. Miss Su is a busy man tonight. You are busy first. I will take a look. After Yai bid farewell to Sugo, he walked around the scene. His arrival immediately attracted the attention of many people. Some entrepreneurs in Bnai City or corporate CEOs who are ready to enter Bnai City have joined Yao Yi. This is an opportunity to mix faces. Many people come here, not for charity, but for personal resources. However, unlike these corporate CEOs, those who are stunned are far away, for fear of being recognized by Yao Yi. Yao Yi was surrounded by people, with a smile on his face and calm. Suddenly, my eyes saw a corner and I was slightly surprised. Sorry, everyone, let me go. Yao Yi touched the glass with everyone. When everyone saw Yao Yi leaving, he could not help but be disappointed, but he still couldn't stop it. He smiled and picked up the glass and touched him. Yao Shuji is here. Do you want to say hello? In the past, Xiao Yu said in Chen Mo's ear. Don't you? In the past, it is estimated that you have to fight. You can squeeze in. Chen Mo also looked at Yai, who was surrounded by the crowd. Okay. Xiao Yu did not force Chen Mo, sitting next to him, quietly drinking juice. Soon after, Xiao Yu blinked and touched Chen Mo next to him. Yao Shuji seems to be coming over to us. Is it? Chen Mo also looked over there and found out that Yai strode over them. While walking, he also greeted the two with a glass of wine. Chen Mo took a small fishing and stood up from the sofa. Yao Shuji, hello. Chen Mo said, not humble or humble, with a steady voice. He and Yao Yi were only seen once when Li Chengzi wanted to prove his identity. Not familiar, but the identity of the other party, he did not dare to neglect. Mr. Chen, Miss He, how are you? Yao Yi reached out and Chen Mo shook his hand. Don't call the secretary so gallant. Now when you are not working, you can call me Yao Shushu or Mr. Yao. Uncle Yao, hello. Not waiting for Chen Mo to speak, Xiao Yu was the first to call. Miss He is next to Zhao Minutes, and she has a lot of changes. I remember seeing Miss He for the first time, or a little girl who is alive and well. Chen Mo brothers can have a girl like Miss. It should be the last life to save the world. Yao Yi haha smiled, nod to the small fishing point. It was my life to save the world. Xiao Yu smiled and leaned toward Chen Mo, leaning against Chen Mo's hand. We have saved the world together in the last 2 years, Chen Mo said. When the words came out, all three people laughed. Zhao Minutes did not come? Yao asked. She went to Europe to talk about cooperation and prepared to let the Butterfly Eye mobile phone enter the international market. So this time let me come here and attend this party. Chen Mo said. You are all young and promising young people in Bnai City. The marching ant company is bigger and stronger. Later, it may become a signboard of the coastal city. After the emergence of a large enterprise like Huai in Bnai, I said going out and having a face. The three people talked and laughed, and their manners and behaviors were very casual. People from all walks of life who were concerned about this corner had a huge doubt. The business circle is more sensitive than the entertainment circle. A sentence or a small movement falls into the eyes of some people and is a lot of information. From the look and manners of Chen Mo, they can't see the market, only calm and unhapped. Many of them can't do this. Yayi is the leader of Panhai City and is known for his strictness. But now, from the face of Yayi, they can't see the serious appearance, but they are talking to old friends. Just for their active talks, they ignored it. I didn't expect Yayi to take the initiative to talk to two young people. Although the two seemed to be beautiful, but at this banquet, the beauty of the handsome men is that they do not think that the ordinary young people can let Yayi take the initiative to communicate. Chi, who are the two? It seems to know Yao Shuji. Chi Ming, a man in a suit asked. The beautiful woman is the assistant of the president of Zhao Minutes, Hixio. As for the man, look like it should be her boyfriend. Chi Ming said, he has been in contact with some people in the army and company, and Zhao Minutes has seen it once. However, Chen Mo was very strange to him and had never seen it. What is his identity? They now want to know Chen Mo's identity and want to know why he can talk to Yayi so casually and casually. Yayi, who talked with Chen Mo, suddenly remembered something. Yes, this time, there is still a task. My family is a fan of Xu Ying. I heard that she also came to the charity party. I am going to give her a signed photo. First missed. See you later. Okay. Chen nodded by default. There were few people who were concerned about the corner. After Yayi came, the people around him increased. Gao Wenwin looked at the people around, picked up the juice, and got up and left quietly. Chen Mo and Xiaoyu also looked around and looked away and left. They don't want to be the focus of everyone, the kind of look, just like a monkey watching a zoo. After the two left, the eyes of others were placed on Chen Mo and Xiaoyu. With curiosity, hesitation and envy in the eyes. They are all guessing Chen Mo's coming, but they have not seen it and cannot be sure. Chen Mo and Xiaoyu strolled around and found another corner of no one to sit down and waited for the official start of the party. Not long after, the voice of the promoter Sugo was heard at the banquet. Thank you for your support, Mr. and Mrs. The charity evening is about to begin. Please come to the second site. Chapter 98, Big Man. The second scene. The front is a large stage. The beautiful lights flashed, combined with the screen beating and the dynamic music, slowly brewing the atmosphere of the party. In front of the stage, there is a dense table. The crystal clear glass cup, under the light, reflects the star-like light. Numerous dress-up waitresses lead the guests while they are in the shuttle. After Chen Mo and Xiaoyu entered the venue, they walked to their position under the leadership of the waiter. Just sitting down, the two attracted the attention of others. Xiaoyu's temperament is too good, better than some popular female stars. On the table are the CEOs of the company, and there are several women. After seeing a small fisherman, a few people looked envious. Some of them came over on behalf of the company, dressed up beautifully, hoping to be seen by the rich executives at the banquet, to marry into the giants, flying on the branches to become phoenix. But now Xiao sat down and the eyes that were originally on them all shifted. Compared with the small fishing, they are more like a chicken, no longer on a level. Which company is the two? Sitting across the fisherman, a woman with heavy makeup asked. The Marching Ant Company. Xiao nodded in courtesy. Where are the Ants Company? How can people from the Army Ants Company sit here? Are you posing? Said a man looking refined. How to say? Chen Mo asked with a smile. The Marching Ant Company is regarded as a new enterprise in China with a market value of more than 100 billion. I heard that this charity night invited the president of the Marching Ant Company to come. According to Zhao Minutes' position in the domestic business community, the seats should be arranged at the best table, sitting with the presidential directors of the big companies. Zhao Minutes did not come. If you sent you over, it should be that the seat was replaced, said the man. And this kind of stress? Chen Mo looked at the small fish next to him. The large party, the seats are carefully designed, like the star area, super first-line stars, sitting in the front row area, and then other first-line stars. 18 lines, can only sit in the corner. The business district should be the same. Little Fish nodded. She followed Zhao Minutes to some receptions, and she had some understanding of these things. The order of the guests and the seats were very particular. A good seat means a high status, which is an invisible face problem. It seems that our position here can only be regarded as a lot of lines. Chen Mo looked at the scene, smiled lightly, inserted the fruit in the fruit platter and placed it in front of the small fisherman. Do you want me to talk to people? No, it doesn't matter where you sit. This is a charity night. There is no need to care about this, Chen Mo said. Seeing Chen Mo did not care, Xiao Yu did not say much, just sitting quietly beside him. Not long after, there was a commotion in the seat. Yao Yi appeared on the table where Chen Mo was on the whisper of everyone. Chen Mo, Xiao brother, let me find a good bitter. Yao Yi looked at Chen Mo and smiled. I also specifically asked the waiters, only to know that you are here. How can you sit behind this? Those who know Yao Yi have already spread the identity of Yao Yi in a whispered argument. The head of Manhai City came here personally. Many people's eyes were on Chen Mo, curious about his identity. A Chen Mo brother, let the person who heard it take a breath. Yao Yi is a famous city in Manhai City. Now call a young man a little brother. The name of this relative is definitely not available to the average person. This young man must be highly valued by Yao Yi. The person at the same table as Chen Mo has already been shocked, and the atmosphere does not dare to breathe. When is the representative of the marching ant company able to talk to the top leader so casually? No status, can only be arranged here. Chen Mo shrugged and said. Yao Yi saw his appearance, smiled, then sat down in the position next to Chen Mo. Then I sit here. Don't you mind? 100,000 welcome. Chen Mo smiled. This kind of banquet is boring. I just want to find someone to chat. Other people chat with me. They are flattering. Very boring. It's really boring, but I have a girlfriend to accompany me. Chen Mo smiled. Yao Shuji knows that there will be such a result. Come over to do something good, but donate money or something. I can't donate too much. I am here to raise prices. You business people are the protagonists tonight. Yao Shuji, feelings, are you staring at me tonight? Chen Mo smiled. That is. Yao Yi smiled heartily, and others looked at it in an incredible way. The top leader of the coastal city, laughing so open, this is unprecedented. Countless people are guessing the identity of Chen Mo and Xiao Yu. But they all know that Xiao Yu is an assistant to Zhao Minutes, but he knows nothing about Chen Mo. Yao Shuji. There was another commotion in the crowd, and everyone who saw the words had a big mouth. The most influential female business leader in China. The annual figure of China women's business leaders selected by Forbes last year, Dong Zhu, who is known as the Pearl of the Orient, is currently the chairman and president of the Jerry Group, and will appear here. Dong Zhu is already the most influential business person in China. Her arrival has caused many people to stir up. Even Dong Zhu has come. I really envy the people sitting at that table. Is it wrong? I want to sit at that table. The people I saw, there were countless kinds of thoughts inside. I wish I could sit on that table and chat with Dong Zhu and Yao Yi on the same table. Yao Shuji, you are here. Are you looking for this guy? Can you introduce me to me? Dong Zhu looked at Chen Mo and Xiao Yu and nodded slightly. In terms of temperament, these two young people are very outstanding. Miss Dong, let me introduce it. Yao Yi looked at the people who listened to his ears and smiled. He said in Dong Zhu's ear, he is the chairman of the marching ant company, Chen Mo. His Rao is seeing the world in Dong Zhu. When he heard this introduction, he took a breath. In just half a year, the Marching Ant Company has become the most famous new enterprise in China. This kind of development momentum cannot be imagined by others. Now that the market value of the Marching Ant Company is conservatively estimated to have exceeded 150 billion, this company can already be described by myth. Zhao Minutes has also surpassed her to become a new Chinese female business leader, which is young enough. However, Yao Yi said that this young man in his 20s is the chairman of the Marching Ant Company. The army ants are really in control. Listening to a bit of horror, it's already a bit too young. Hello, Mr. Chen, Jerry Group, Dong Zhu. Dong Zhu took the initiative and Chen Mo shook hands. This action makes the people next to it feel incredible. Dong Zhu actually took the initiative to communicate with the young man, and the tone was polite and the kind of equal sitting. Hello, Mr. Dong, you are the character I have always admired. Let's sit down and talk. Chen Mo is also a guest. Okay. Dongzu sat down on the table and looked around. Why did Chen always sit in this corner? It is estimated that no one knows him. I was also an accident. I have seen Chen mock Xiao brother once. Yao Yi laughed. Dongzu nodded. Zhao Minutes, she had seen several times. Zhao Minutes is now the image spokesperson of the Marching Ant Company. But Chen Mo, the chairman of the board, has never seen it. If it wasn't for Yao Yi's introduction, she didn't even know that the chairman of the Marching Ant Company was a young and overextended young man. It would be better to go with me and Yao Shuji. Go to my table and talk. I introduce a few friends to you, and it is convenient to talk there. Several people looked at Chen Mo and looked forward to his reply. Yes. Chen Mo nodded with a smile. Chen Mo and Xiao Yu followed Yao Yi and Dongzu and left, leaving a huge question mark on the minds of the people around them. What is this big man? Chapter 99, Men's Surprise. Chen Mo and Xiao Yu followed Yao Yi and sat down on the best table in the front row. Several other people on the table saw them and looked surprised. The position where several people sat down was very particular. Yao Yi sat in the middle. On his left is Chen Mo, the second is Xiao, and the right is Dongzu. Just sitting down, Xiao became restrained. Nothing here is just where the people sitting in the position are the bosses of big domestic enterprises. Not the average person can see. Dong, are these few? Several people looked at Dongzu and looked confused. I will introduce this. This is the Yao Yi secretary of Manhai City. Sitting on a man with his back and looking very spirited, he stood up and smiled and introduced Yao Yi's identity. Yao Shuji remembers me? Yinglong Sunhua, president of New Energy. Of course remember. Yao Yi smiled and shook hands with him politely. After Sunhua looked at Chen Mo and Xiao Yu, the two faces, Dongzong, don't introduce. This is the chairman of the Marching Ant Company, Chen Mo. How are you? Chen Mo simply greeted him. The table was quiet at once. Everyone looked at each other, and there was not much movement on the face. But the heart was full of shock. The chairman of the mysterious Marching Ant Company is actually a young man. They are a little unbelievable, but the leaders of Manhai City introduced them like this. They don't believe it. Several people put their eyes on Chen Mo, and did not see any special place for Chen Mo. Chen, Yinglong New Energy is engaged in the field of new energy. Your company has the technology of new material carbon crystal. Our two companies can cooperate in this area to develop new car batteries. I also hear that your company is in the layout of the car market. This on the one hand, we can all cooperate. Sunhua took the lead in breaking the atmosphere. He suddenly understood that Dongzu took Chen Mo to the purpose here. She is a shareholder of Yinglong. If she can cooperate with the Marching Ant Company, the benefits are absolutely many. Now the abundant funds of the Marching Ants Company can definitely make their company bigger. Most of the company's affairs are handled by Zhao Minutes. You can talk to her about this cooperation. We also need some partners now, and we should not have too many problems. Chen Mo said. Chen, among Liu Gang, I have a real estate project in my hand. Are you interested in joining the island garden? In the Qinghai area, the initial investment is 7 billion yuan. On the Qinghai side, the 2 years have developed very well. The future is a huge potential. The market is now a partner. A bald head, a beer belly man said. Sorry, I have no idea about real estate, Chen said. Now that the real estate bubble is too heavy, the country is suppressing everywhere. He does not have to join, and there are still many technologies on hand. He has the idea to enter real estate. It is better to set up a pharmaceutical company, breast enhancement drugs and aphrodisiac, enough for him to lie down and count the money. That's a pity. Next time we have a chance, we will cooperate again. Liu Gang hit a ha-ha, picked up the glass and Chen Mo touched it. Chen, when is your company listed? Sunhua asked. The company has just started. When is it going to be listed? It is not allowed, Chen Mo said. He did not intend to go public at all, and the listing was only financing, which made the company grow stronger. Their company is not short of money, no shortage of technology, no need to go public. Before going public, You can tell us in advance. Sun Hua laughed. The attention of everyone on the table is placed on Chen Mo. The Marching Ant Company is a huge tune. Cash is almost always coming in. Buying everywhere, not afraid of no money. If it is possible to separate a piece of meat from the Marching Ant Company, it is enough for them to eat. Such a large company. I heard that the shares are in the hands of a person. They said that it is a lie. Now that I see the chairman of the Marching Ant Company, just a young man, this kind of mind becomes more active. Just trying to get some shares from Chen Mo's hands. They are still very happy. Chen Mo slaps the scalp, and Chen Mo does not hesitate to refuse the request of those who want to join the company. The company's technology is all he has come up with. It belongs to his technology. It is impossible to give money to other people in vain. He is not so noble and selfless. This kind of party, it really is not suitable for him. Quietly sitting in the corner to eat. The most relaxed. Today is a charity night. Don't talk about business, just talk about charity. Yao Yi interrupted their exchanges and began to round out. Old talk about business, and scenery. At the beginning of the charity party, the host has already stepped onto the stage and is thinking about the lines. The guests in the audience were also quietly watching the star host on the stage. Chen Mo also took a sip and looked at the stage. The first part is a charity auction, which auctions antique art. This thing Chen Mo does not understand, buy back and do not know how to save, do not know how to appreciate its artistic value. There is no arty. However, it is very exciting to see those people bidding for the auction. After the auction and the star performance, the charity gala quickly entered the second session. This is a donation link. Chen Mo came to attend the charity party this time, mainly participating in this session. The next step is an ambulance project for poor areas. An ambulance is 70,000 yuan and 10 vehicles are a team. We donate as a team. Donate a brand, write a donation unit or individual under your desk, and fill in the quantity to get it. The one who donated the most can get a surprise tonight. Only men. The host's eyes cast in one direction, some mysterious. Men only? This statement is to make the men on the field curious. Just curious. They can't fill in an unknown thing. A team of 700,000. Not anyone can fill it. Chen Moxiao brother, the surprise of the man. Do you want it? Maybe it is the kiss of a female star. I can't afford it, but I am here to raise the price. You are now a typical local tyrant, said. I donate 4 teams in the name of the Marching Ant Company. In the name of the individual, I donate 2 teams. In the name of small fishing, I donate 2 teams. A total of 8. Don't be counted on your head, in your name. Your mind. I know it will do. Let's concentrate on it and get the surprise that belongs to the man. It's not a female star's kiss. The fish also said. Chen Mo shook his head and smiled. He picked up a sign and handed it to Xiao Yu. I wrote the company, you wrote me. It seems that Chen Moxiao brothers are really uninhabited. Yao Yi laughed. Young people know how to give back to the society. This is a good thing. Yao Shuji should be pleased that there is such a young and promising Chen in Bnhai. Dongzu also laughed. If I don't donate, you have to say that I am rich. Chen Mo wrote the brand and handed it to the waitress. No. Certainly not. Yao Yi laughed. All the team donations have been handed in. After the performance, the results of the statistics have come out. When the host came out, everyone began to look forward to it. The most donations, only men's surprises. They are also very curious. The following announcement, a total of 47 life-saving teams will be donated tonight. The most donated people are Mr. Xiang Nan, president of Hui, and 4 teams from Hui Group. Mr. Nan donated 4 teams in his own name. A total of 8 teams. Get a BMW X8, and a surprise for men. The popular actress Gao Wenwin's kiss. Upon hearing this result, the people at the table where Chen Mo was at the same time looked at each other. Finally, his eyes focused on Chen Mo and Xiao Yu, and his face was strange. Chapter 100. Departure halfway. Gao Wenwin is deeply brave for the bravery of charity. I would like to invite the Vice President of BMW China and Miss Gao Wenwin to come to Taiwan to present the award to Mr. Nan, and thank Mr. Xiangnan for his generosity. The voice of the host's enthusiasm gave the audience a warm applause. Gao Wenwen in the seat, after hearing the announcement, her eyes were dim. Then stand up from the position and walk slowly toward the stage. The stars around them all cast their eyes or envy or pity. This is life. Many of them know the inside story, but they can't say it. Hui's status in the entertainment industry is Big Brother. If he is offended, he will only be blocked. Being valued by the president of Hui, this is a blessing in itself. For the beauty of a kiss, a lot of money, not every woman can get this happiness. If you don't star, you will envy Gao Wenwen. If you can get the patronage of the president of Hui Group, the resources will come in, and you won't be able to do it. Everyone on the field looked at Gao Wenwen. It was said by the secretary that it was a kiss of the actress. Seeing a few strange eyes, Xiaoyu said, "I just made a joke, but I didn't expect it to come true. It's just 8. Why isn't Chen Mo Xiao brother?" Yi looked at Chen Mo. "Even if it is me, there is no blessing to suffer. Otherwise, the bed will not go up." When Chen Mo said this, several people on the table laughed, and Xiaoyu's face was blushing. He gently kicked Chen Mo's foot under the table. "It's just that I don't see things as simple. Look at Gao Wenwen's appearance. It doesn't look like I am willing to do it, or that this is going to the south. It is not fixed. Doesn't it mean that someone in the entertainment circle is watching Gao Wenwen?" Chen Mo looked at the stage. Gao Wenwen, who we met just now, is a person who is in a daze. Will it just think about it? Xiaoyu suddenly remembered when they met Gao Wenwen. Chen Mo thought for a moment. When he saw it, Gao Wenwen was unhappy. Dongzu interrupted. "It may be really tricky inside. I wouldn't have such a reward for charity nights. It is estimated that it is really fixed. In the name of charity, she has to restrict her. If she refuses, she will be completely destroyed." Boom. When Dongzu's words fell, there was a riot on the field. Gao Wenwen, who walked to the stage, stepped on the ladder, and the whole person slammed on the steps of the stage, bleeding on her forehead, and she was unconscious. "Save people. Call the ambulance." The scene was in chaos, and many people screamed. The host and the staff hurried over and took Gao Wenwen off the scene. The people below were stunned, and they were caught off guard. Everyone did not expect this scene. Looking at this scene, Chen Mo is on the table with several people facing each other. Not so smart, not intentional. I absolutely do not believe this Gao Wenwen actually used this method to escape. Sun Hua also opened. The unspoken rules of the entertainment industry are actually disappointing in the name of charity. Yi shook his head and sighed, with a deep disappointment in his voice. A good night of charity, in their eyes, seems to be a farce. A bit late. I will go first. Yi looked at the time and stood up from the position. This charity night, after such a trouble, seems to have changed, and continues to sit. He is not in the mood. I also left first. Dongzu also stood up. Let's go together. Chen Mo and Xiaoyu also stood up from the position. The party was a bit boring, but the charity night. The exit in the middle is not good. It's just that things are going to go bad now, and they're completely out of that mood. Several other people on the table looked at each other and all got up and left. Many people's attention is on the stage, and not many people notice the departure of this table. Yao Shuji, Dongzong, Sunzong, although there was a slight accident, but the party was not over yet. Why did you go in a hurry? They just walked outside the banquet, and the founder of the party Sugo greeted him. Hurry, it's a bit late. There is still work tomorrow. Go back to rest. Yi said calmly. Is there any place to be late in the evening? Sugo looked at Dongzu and several others and asked with a hard scalp. These are the bosses of large domestic enterprises. It is obvious that there is any dissatisfaction when a table leaves early. No, my company has a little urgent need to go back and deal with the plane tonight, Dongzu said. Chen Mo and Xiaoyu were stopped and left with their hands. Yi, a few people, also refused to retain Sugo and left the venue. What is the problem? Sugo called to wait for the waitress at the table of Dongzu. They seem to have donated 8 teams, and then only announced the name of Hui to the general. Then they also said something about Gao Wenwen. Hiss. Sugo took a breath of air, and she knew where the problem was and offended people. It seems that the inside story of the charity party was guessed. Check the donation list for the 16th seat. Sugo rushed out of the phone. Tell everyone a good news. Miss Gao Wenwen confirmed that it is just a Kuma. People are fine. It is a pity that the surprise of the man is gone. Then the representatives who participated in the donation will come on stage. There are some ladies and gentlemen who have just participated in the donation. I will come to Taiwan to make a photo. The marching ant company donated 4 teams, and the representative of the marching ant company came to power. The marching ants, as a domestic technology star, are keen on charity. We welcome with warm applause. The representative of the marching ant company came to power. The host on the stage quickly calmed the scene and continued the process of charity night. It's just that the host's words fell, and the scene was strangely quiet. Many people are looking around and still have not seen anyone stand up. Isn't it going to play hide and seek? Another host hurriedly rounded off. It is estimated that this is a matter of hide and seek. I also like to do it. It is so comfortable below. I also want to sit down and don't want to come up. You look like this. You can hide in the corner at night. No one can find it. Next, Mr. Chen Mo. Mr. Chen Mo, who donated 4 teams, did not play. Everyone welcomes. When the applause fell, no one appeared. The scene was awkward and many people began to whisper. Does Mr. Chen Mo really like silence? I guess I want to be a hero of silence. For charity, I need Mr. Chen Mo, the unsung hero. Well, I found out that they are playing hide and seek together, and then don't read them one by one, lest you not come up, which makes us very embarrassed. A host hurriedly said. There was a burst of laughter in the audience. The people sitting in the position and the people who participated in the donation all went to the stage. The host on the field secretly wiped the sweat. This situation is still unprecedented, hurried around the field, but fortunately have the experience of hosting. Total, I found out. The donation list for the 16th table includes 4 teams of the Army Ant Company, 4 teams of Chen Mo, 2 Miss Dongzu, 1 of the Runhui Group, and Chen Mo is the representative of the Marching Ant Company. The last sentence from the mobile phone, like a blue sky, hit the head of Sugo. The Marching Ant Company donated 8 teams. The first person who did not have a Marching Ant Company, but reported the president of Hui to the south. Even if you don't give a reward, the name is not reported. This is already a sinner. You immediately contact the Marching Ant Company and ask Mr. Chen Mo's contact information. After hanging up the phone, Sugo began to wait anxiously. Now it is too late to chase it out. People have already left. It didn't take long for the phone to ring again. The person from the Army Ant Company said that Chen Mo is the chairman of the company and they have no contact information. Chapter 101. Apologize. Sugo held the phone in a stalemate and echoed a word in his mind. Chen Mo, chairman of the Marching Ant Company, the ruler behind the Marching Ant Company. Usually the dragon is not seen at the end, and has never heard of any major events he has participated in. The first time on behalf of the Marching Ant Company to participate in charity night. The result of this kind of thing. If this matter is passed on, the reputation she has accumulated through the organization of charity nights in these years will be exhausted. The chairman of the Marching Ant Company came over. Why didn't you inform me? Sugo took a sigh of relief and took a deep breath. We don't know that he is the chairman of the Marching Ant Company. He thought that the president of the Marching Ant Company didn't come and sent 2 representatives. We just called the staff of the Army Ant Company and asked about it. Come to a helpless voice. Waste. Sugo hangs up and the chest is violently ups and downs. At this time, in her mind, I recall the scene where Yai and others left. But no matter what she thinks, she can't think of a person who is the chairman of the Marching Ant Company. Such multimedia is at the scene of the charity party. The news is definitely blocked. Sugo is now trying to minimize the impact, otherwise she will be finished. After thinking about it, Sugo dialed a number. Wang, I am bothering you one thing, Sugo said quickly as soon as the phone was connected. Sugo, Don't look at it, say that he is not troublesome, can help you. Absolutely unambiguous. Sugo vomited and his face was loose. There was a little accident on the charity night tonight. These 2 days helped me to look at the topic of hot search. After all, charity is not easy. If it is destroyed by someone, it will be hard to trust people. How much do you come back to me? Say. So, yes, it is not easy. Hot search list gives me a place. Okay. After Sugo hangs up the phone, hesitate to dial another number again. Although the charity night experienced some episodes, it also ended smoothly. After the end of the game, many people wiped the cold sweat on their foreheads. There are a lot of accidents happening tonight. If it is not quick, it will be a little troublesome. The next day, various reports occupied the network, because last night's charity night, there were too many things. Many reporters also reported on the scene of the charity night on the field. It is impossible to expose these things. As soon as the topic appeared, the heat broke out. Gao Wenwin is ahead for charity. Men's surprise, men's scares. Charity night. Donations hit new heights. Various articles about charity nights are circulating on the internet. Gao Wenwin had an accident and fell scalp blood flow, unconscious. Just this one, there are enough topics. This era of unbridled entertainment, the topic of the play, is always hotter than other topics. I only care about which stars donate donations, and which stars donate the most. A pair of invisible big hands are controlling the direction of the topic. Some voices that question the night of charity are also drowned in numerous entertainment articles and finally disappear completely. No one knows the truth, and people who know the truth will not say it. In the car, Sugo used the mobile phone to watch the news and hot search, and completely relieved. She knew that she was going south with last night, but she was off, looking south to see the red flower Dangoin, in the upper layer of the entertainment circle. It is no secret. This time Gao Wenwin's agent privately gave Gao Wenwin a promise of such a reward, hoping to enhance Gao Wenwin's image in the name of charity, and get a good impression to the south. To the south in the entertainment circle, it is a big saying, since it is Gao Wenwin's agent promised, for the charity night. She also defaults, and sends it to the south. However, everyone did not expect that Gao Wenwin would not want to die, preferring to seriously hurt the Kuma, and would not give this kiss. Fortunately, the response was timely and prevention was prevented in advance. Now she has successfully transferred the eyes of netizens, and she is also relieved. But there is still a problem now, that is, the Marching Ant Company. The departure from the scene last night obviously has expressed his anger. And they also gave a chairman to the family and arranged a third-rate seat. If you don't give an explanation to the Marching Ant Company, I am afraid she will have trouble. The car stopped outside the Marching Ant Company, and Sugo looked up at the office building and walked in. Hello, can you take me to see your chairman? I have something to look for. Miss, do you have an appointment? The front desk sister looked at Sugo and said politely. No. Sugo said, I am sorry, if you don't make an appointment, you can't bother the chairman. The front desk sister said, I am the person in charge of your charity night. It is really a matter of looking for your chairman. It is about the charity night last night. I am especially grateful to the Marching Ant Company. Sugo is going to see Chen Mo anyway today, or she will be out of the Army Ant Company. This way? Please wait a moment. The front desk sister looked at Sugo and picked up the landline. Little fisherman, there is a lady who wants to see the chairman. Miss? At the end of the phone, Xiao was slightly confused. Is there anyone who said she is? She said she was the head of Hayes Charity Night and came for the night of charity night last night. This way? You let her wait. I am going down now. Xiao hung up the phone, thought about it, and left the desk. The charity party last night was not pleasant. It's just that Chen Moxin is wide, and he just donated an ambulance and didn't participate in donations, so he didn't go deep into it and found himself unhappy. Unexpectedly, the head of today's charity night came over. Under the leadership of the sister at the front desk, Xiao Yu quickly saw Sugo. Hello. What is your decision to find our chairman? Xiao Yu said. I am the head of charity night, Sugo. who came to thank you for his generosity for the charity night last night. By the way, sorry. Can I see him? Sugo looked at the small fishing, always feeling a bit familiar. Xiaoyu is too young, like a freshly graduated student. It's just that such a young girl's status in the marching ant company does not seem low. Xiao took out his mobile phone and dialed Chen Mo's phone. Chairman, Sugo, the person in charge of the night of charity night, wants to see you, and wants to thank and apologize in person. Let her go back. I didn't happen last night. Thanks and an apology. Tell her that charity must be charitable. Okay. After Xiao put down his mobile phone, he looked at Sugo. Miss Su, the chairman said that he did not happen and did not pursue it last night. Don't thank. Don't apologize. He told me to tell you that charity must be charitable. Can't you let me talk to him face to face? Sugo brows up. The last sentence has clearly expressed his dissatisfaction, not because of other things, but because of Gao Wenwin's arrangement. The chairman is busy. There is no time for the moment. Xiaoyu's face kept a smile. When is your chairman free? About a time. I will come again. I don't know this. The time of the chairman is not arranged by us. Xiao smiled and said, that tells your chairman, I was really sorry about last night. This is my business card. I have my phone number. If your chairman has time, I hope to see him. Sugo is very clear that Chen Mo's attitude has come out and he will definitely not see himself. However, she still does not give up. She actually missed the opportunity to approach the top domestic figures last night. Now even if there is a hint of hope, she will not give up. On the top floor of the company, Sugiwazen remembered the person sitting on the sofa at this time, took the coffee handed over by the robot, and looked at the book quietly. Sugo didn't have to see him, and he didn't want to go into it. Going deeper, the reputation of domestic charity is not good, and he will not get any benefit. No need to waste time. My brother, Zhao Minutes came to the phone. When Chen Mo looked at the book, the voice of the ink girl sounded connected. Chairman, there is something that needs to be told in advance. Just now, the people of the European telecommunications company Altis Group informed me that they refused to cooperate with the Marching Ant Company. Just connected. Zhao Minutes' voice was heard, and the tone was angry. Chapter 102, Joint Blocking. Chen Mo listened to his brow and put down his book. Is it so late? Are you so anxious? The point is here. Zhao Minutes' tone is not good. They have already talked about it today. The terms of the cooperation between the two parties have been fixed, and the details of the contract have been determined. Originally, I was prepared to sign the contract tomorrow morning. As a result, the other party informed them at this time tonight that the contract discussed today was completely void and the signing ceremony was cancelled. This means that the other party wants to redefine the contract or not cooperate. Why is this? I don't know. I talk very well today. They also seem very sincere. The reason for the change of the other party is temporarily unclear. Maybe tomorrow they will say it. Zhao Minutes said, suddenly changing. This is a bit embarrassing. If the cooperation is not achieved, it does not matter. First return to the country, the European market. You can slow down first. I know, I will inform you in advance. I am afraid that this trip to Europe will not have much to gain. Suddenly changing, the other party must be looking for greater benefits. And for the greater benefit, they can't give in. If the two sides do not agree, this trip to Europe can only be done empty-handed. First, let's take a break early. If they don't have much sincerity tomorrow, they will return home first. No need to consume. It is good. After putting down the phone, Zhao Minutes frowned and slowly walked to the window. It is late at night, and the Danube is so bright in the light that it is easy to get lost in this night scene. This is one of the most prosperous corners of the world, but behind the bustling, I don't know, the blood is hidden. Here is no peace in the country. The area controlled by capital. The interests are supreme. After calming down, Zhao Minutes walked back to the bed and lay down. This trip to Europe, I am afraid that there will be no end, and the internationalization of marching ants will take some time. What is the matter? Tomorrow, Zhao Ming did not think much, closed his eyes, The next day, Zalminitz followed Zali and others and left the hotel. Under the convoy of the team, it was soon to the Altis Group headquarters. Mr. Kang Bomin, we need an explanation. Yesterday, I have not already talked about it. I have calculated the time. When I signed the contract, why did I suddenly cancel the cooperation? When he saw CEO Kang Bomin of the Altis Group, Zalminitz spoke. The tone is not very good. It feels like being played. After spending such a long time, I worked hard to talk about the good terms. When I was called by the other party, I simply cancelled it. No one has a good temper. Miss Zhao, please don't be embarrassed. After listening to the translation, Kang Bomin pushed the nose of the nose and smiled slightly. He pointed to the opposite position of the table. Sit down and talk about the terms of yesterday. The board disagreed. There is no way. Then, how do you want to cooperate now? Zalminitz sat in his chair and calmed down his feelings. We decided to cooperate in another way. We acquired a 10% stake in the Marching Ant Company and used our company's resources to grow the Marching Ant Company as quickly as possible. And to squeeze Apple out of the European market, we will get more benefits. Kang Bomin said. He used to be the CEO of Alcatel-Lucent and has a good understanding of the software and hardware markets for telecommunications market communications in Europe. I have to say that the Butterfly iMobile phone of the Marching Ant is a very good product. It can get the agent in Europe. And the income is definitely not small. Only the contract was rejected by the board of directors. The board only wants to share the shares of the Army Ant Company and obtain greater benefits, instead of acting as a Butterfly iPhone. The above meaning is very firm. If you don't get the shares of the Marching Ant Company, it is impossible to put them into the European market. And they said that they can naturally do it. After all, the whole of Europe is so big. Big consortia and big capital have long been the innocent king of this place. Impossible. We will never sell shares, Zalminitz said with a calm face. As she thought, the other party really wants to take greater advantage. It is obviously impossible to just focus on the shares of the Marching Ant Company. Miss Zhou, you have to think about it. The European market is very big. With our help, you can quickly drop this piece of cake. The benefits here are much more valuable than the 10% of the shares of the Marching Ant Company. No interest. Since your company does not cooperate, then I can only regret it. Zalminitz stood up and turned to leave. Miss Zhou, if you leave here, you will leave the entire European market. It will be difficult to come in later. It is only 10% of the shares, and we are holding and not participating in the operation of the company. Kang Bomin saw Zalminitz so decisively left, his brows close together. No interest. Goodbye. Zalminitz said goodbye, leaving Julie and others. It is impossible to talk about the company's shares. Chen Mo could not take out the shares of the Marching Ant Company, but also sat on the table without talking and talking, just a waste of time. Seeing that Zalminitz decisively left, Kang Bomin called a phone. Mr. The Army Ant Company refused to sell the shares. If you don't surrender, you will get out. At the end of the phone, a decisive voice came. Zalminitz has just left, and the heads of major European telecom operators have received news from the group and are not allowed to cooperate with the Marching Ant Company. The news spread, indicating that it is almost impossible for Marching Ant mobile phones to enter the European market. In Europe, it is not the government's calculations, but the big capitals, families and trade unions that put those politicians on the stage. It seems that they want to block our road. In the evening, in the hotel, Zalminitz put down his mobile phone and calmed his face. They want to find another cooperation, and as a result, this kind of thing happens. And the plan is also ruined. The Marching Ant Company is now blocked by large European telecom operators. Zalminitz looked at the time and dialed Chen Mo's phone. How about it? Not bad. I expected that the people of the Altis Group were really changing conditions. Their condition is a 10% stake in the Marching Ant Company. Can you change other partners? I refused their request. The largest operators in Europe collectively blocked the blockade and were not prepared to enter the European market. The people of the Altis Group suddenly changed, and it is estimated that these telecom giants are cooperating together. Zalminitz said. Is there a way? Chen Mo asked. The whole of Europe, telecommunications software and hardware, most of them in the hands of these operators, almost monopolize the entire market. We are an outsider, want to break through. It is impossible. Zhao Minitz said. Huawei has developed very well in Europe, but even China Micro will not easily offend these telecom operators because of them, and will not help them enter the market. Because this market is already a big cake for China Micro, if it is to recruit marching ants, it is not in their interest to find a competitor for themselves. It seems to rely on myself. Chen Mo smiled. Come on slowly. This is just the beginning. There is still a long way to go. The Army Ants company has come this way, but it has experienced a lot. Zhao Minitz said. Since it has been blocked, it is not very useful to stay in Europe. Going back to the country, it is not convenient to speak on the phone. Go back to China and say, okay. The next morning, Zhao Minitz and others returned to China by plane. Chapter 103, Unsettled at the headquarters of the Altis Group. Kang Bomon was not in a good mood after he learned that the people of the Army and Company had returned to China. Originally, the cooperation with the Marching Ant Company has been almost completed. The second generation of Butterfly Eye mobile phones, which he used, especially Smart Assistants, is a very useful software. It can make people completely say goodbye to the era of palm control mobile phones. Plus the delicate appearance of the Butterfly Eye, a higher grade than the Apple phone. If they cooperate with the Marching Ant Company, their Altis Group will definitely be able to take more communication market share. As a result, at the last minute, the board of directors actually disagreed with the cooperation and asked him to ask for the acquisition of the shares of the Army Ant Company. They all underestimated the determination of the Marching Ant Company. The matter of acquiring shares was rejected without hesitation. The people who marched the Ant Company returned to the country overnight, and did not even talk to them. He has a hunch that he may have lost a very important partner this time. With a sigh, Kang Bomon took out his mobile phone and dialed a number. The news of the failure of the Marching Ant Company and the Altis Group was quickly passed back to China. During this time, the development of marching ants is too fast, and the domestic market share of the high-end mobile phone market is constantly expanding. Now it is ready to enter the international market. The failure of the marching ants in this trip to Europe has also become the focus of media attention. The European media has just heard the news, and the country has been reported by various media. The pace of internationalization of marching ants is blocked. Global news. European fear of Oriental marching ants invade. Financial news. Reuters, Altis Group and the Marching Ant Company failed to end. Phoenix News. On the internet, various articles appeared. Experts from various fields also emerged, and began to comment on the failure of the Marching Ant Company's cooperation. The marching ants came all the way and the roads were very smooth. This was the first time that they encountered a refusal to cooperate, and it was the first step to take the country. In recent years, the domestic market situation has become rigid, and major markets have been occupied by major players. It is more difficult for small businesses to enter the market. The sudden emergence of marching ants, like a group of fierce ants, left and right, suddenly broke through this rigid situation. Among young entrepreneurs, the Marching Ant Company has become a legendary benchmark. Now the Marching Ant Company is a miracle of the development of domestic companies. Every move is in the spotlight of the media. This trip to the Army Ant Company in Europe was the first time the Marching Ant Company hit the wall. This means that the time for marching ants to enter the international market will be slowed down. At this time, a group of reporters are waiting anxiously outside the Marching Ant Company. Seeing Zhao Minitz's car approaching the company, a group of reporters swarmed. President Zhao, may I ask why the Altis Group refuses to cooperate with you? How does the Marching Ant Company develop next? Will the marching ants work with other telecom operators? When is the Marching Ant Company going to go public? What do you want to say about this cooperation failure? All kinds of problems were all shouted out, and I ignored Zhao Minitz's hearing. Zhao Minitz quietly looked at the reporter outside the window, blocked by security. She did not expect that they would come back one day, and their failure to cooperate with the Altis Group would actually come out and be passed back to China. However, this incident did not have much impact on them. The Marching Ant Company is not a listed company and will not be affected by public opinion and stock market volatility. This is only the first failure to enter the international market, and has not had much impact on the domestic market. After separating many reporters, Zhao Minit's car slowly entered the company. Chen Mo's office area. "Me brother, the information you need is found." Chen Mo looked at several pieces of information on the desktop, all of which were information from European telecom operators and European consortium families. Vojanda, France Telecom, Orange, Deutsche Telekom, Altis. They are all involved in this telecommunications company that prevented them from entering the European market. These companies almost monopolize the major telecommunications markets in Europe. European telecommunications companies all refused to cooperate with them. There is absolutely flawed inside. After the Ink Girl got the information through the surveillance investigation, things seemed to be a bit clear. Behind the major operators, there are still a few big consortiums. They just wanted to step into the European market and they were stared at by these oligarchs. Sure enough, this land of capital. The water is unimaginable. At present, I am afraid that I will not be able to enter the international market in a short period of time. After all, outside is a world of capital control, and there are interests that will definitely make those oligarchs rush to snatch. My brother, Zhao Minitz came over, already outside the experimental area. When Chen Mo looked at the information, the Ink Girl interrupted him. Zhao Minggang walked into Chen Mo's office. Chen Mo was already sitting on the sofa and saw her coming in. Chen Mo pointed to the opposite seat. "Why don't you take a day off?" Chen Mo asked. "A day off is enough. Now the company can do a lot of things." Zhao Minitz took a sip of the water from the robot and leaned back on the sofa. "This time I was a bit unwilling. I signed the contract and it was temporarily changed. Now the news leaks out. They should be intentional. It's fortunate that I haven't signed the contract yet. If they sign up, they will find trouble again, and things will be more headaches." Chen Mo said, "This time, first develop in China. The international market does not have to think about it for the time being. In the high-end mobile phone market, the main markets currently are China, North America and Europe. The European market is now inaccessible, and the North American market is even less likely. In many areas, it is a capital monopoly market. Most of the market resources are controlled in the hands of big capital and big consortia. If there is anything that does not meet their interests, they will use this monopoly right to threaten to kill. There is no way to go out during this time. Foreign capital markets, unless enough benefits are given, will feed those wolves. Otherwise, we outsiders want to enter. It is more difficult than imagined." Zhao Minitz said. She knows more about Chen than Chen Mo. In recent years, the newly merged companies have not been blocked by acquisitions, or they have been controlled by shares, and they cannot escape the palms of several giants. At the beginning, Chen Mo retired, and now the Army Ant Company is only the end of the acquisition. In the domestic market, there are government regulations, and occasionally there are some companies that can grow bigger, like a sudden takeout app, sharing a bicycle, but still cannot escape the palm of several giants. Outside, those capitals are even more unscrupulous. The Western capital structure has solidified, and once there is a threatening momentum, it will be strangled and eaten separately, either surrender or die. If the Marching Ant Company was originally out, I am afraid that it has already been eaten without bone residue. Now, both domestically and abroad, there are a lot of big capitals staring at the shares of the Marching Ant Company. Where is this robot? When are you going to let it go? Zhao Minitz pointed to the robot behind Chen Mo. This robot is a good thing. If it can be launched into the market, it is undoubtedly a huge shock, and it can definitely detonate global topics. Chen Mo looked back at the robot. It's still early. Its hardware and software technology are not fully mature. A lot of data is still being tested and it is impossible to bring it to market. The robot is now controlled by the Ink Girl, so it is easy for the Ink Girl to write a smart software, but there are still big problems in the hardware, especially the battery and chip. Well, tell me about its technology. And Chen Mo explained some things about the company. Zhao Minutes just left Chen Mo's office. Time is slowly passing, and the cooperation between the Marching Ant Company and the Altis Group has failed, and the heat has slowly subsided over time. Only the heat of this wave has just subsided, and another storm has hit again. Chapter 104, A Wave of Up Against South Korea. Samsung headquarters. In the conference room, the director and supervisor of various departments of the electronic mobile business. At the top of the conference table is Gao Zhendong, the person in charge of Samsung's mobile business. His mission is to make the Samsung mobile phone business and create more revenue for the Samsung Group. However, revenues in these years have not been good. After the Note 7 battery explosion, the Samsung mobile phone business, the market share fell and then fell. In the Huaxia market, the market share of Samsung mobile phones has fallen to the bottom. In addition to the recall incident, the Chinese consumers are treated differently, let Huaxia users lose their trust, and the impact of the SADR incident, and most importantly, the rise of China's domestic mobile phone manufacturers. First, China Micro, rise to separate the high-end market, as well as Glory and Opal to eat the low-end market. Now there is a difficult opponent, the Marching Ant Company. This is the most powerful opponent in the high-end market. A smart assistant has lifted the mobile phone for a whole generation, allowing the mobile phone to enter a real intelligent era. If the Marching Ant Company enters the international market, it is a devastating blow to the Samsung mobile phone business. Apple, Huawei has been attacking them from the left and right, and then a marching ant. They are afraid that their status will not be guaranteed. Fortunately, the internationalization of marching ants has failed, and now is a good opportunity for their mobile phones to go public. Huaxia is a huge market and they don't want to lose this market. This time, they are the opportunity to make a fortune. Gao Zhendong looked around the conference room for 1 week and said, the production department makes people speed up the production speed of Note 10. The people in the panel department will interrupt the supply of Marching Ant OLED and reduce the supply of China Micro OLED. Prepare mobile phone conference. Advertising also ready. Although I know that this is not appropriate, I have to do so. Using the monopoly power in their hands to create trouble for their opponents is their usual means. After all the things were clearly explained, Gao Zhendong announced the meeting. The people of Samsung Electronics mobile business want an efficient gear and start to turn. Li Danny blacked her face and dialed Zhao Minutes' phone. She is the Army Ant Company, the person in charge of the production system, responsible for the materials department, production department and import and export department. Just now, the people in the production department contacted her and said that Samsung had suspended the supply of their OLED on the grounds of insufficient production. This is not a good news. The second generation of Butterfly Eye mobile phone Butterfly, the low matches with Bow, the high matches to use Samsung's OLED. The disruption of OLED's supply by Samsung means that their high-profile models are affected. After the call, Li Danny immediately said, President, Samsung has suspended the OLED supply of our mobile phone. What? Zhao Minutes, who looked at the documents, improved his voice a lot. Samsung people have suspended the supply of our company OLED on the grounds of insufficient production, Li Danny said. You make people contact Bo to see if they can increase the supply. Also contact with Samsung people and ask them when they can supply OLED. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Minutes calmed his face. Now that the Butterfly is in the hot stage, reducing production, especially for high-yield models, is a huge loss for them. A wave of unrest has risen again. Monopoly. Zhao Minutes hated that he failed to enter the European market. Now he has just stopped, and another supply of OLED is suspended. Is Samsung trying to fall into the rocks? There is no way to know Samsung's intentions now. She can only wait for the other party's reply. But she can't wait too long. If it doesn't solve it completely, I am afraid that they will be subject to people at a crucial moment in the future. The technology of Bose high-end OLED has not yet matured, and she has no way to worry. Samsung's interruption of the OLED supply of the Marching Ant Company soon appeared on the internet. The Marching Ant Company failed to enter Europe, and the heat just dissipated, so it happened so quickly. As soon as the news appeared, it immediately became the target of many media reports. Once again, no core technology will be subject to the example of people. It is not the first time that Samsung has used monopoly rights to change the market. It will not be the last time. After the incident appeared on the internet, countless people began to look forward to the rise of Bo. After the news came out, many people were naturally happy, because it is impossible to enter the international market. There is no difference between the multi-language version of the intelligent assistant and the dual-language version. This is undoubtedly the most happy of China Micro and Samsung. They all use Android and are compatible with smart assistants. Apple can't. Now Samsung has suspended the OLED supply of the Marching Ant Company, and the remaining Huawei is the most happy because he is the biggest beneficiary. China Micro has a multi-channel screen supply, so Samsung's supply reduction has an impact on them, but the impact is small. The news came out the next day. Huawei issued a message, will be held a week later, the China Micro M11 new product launch conference. At about the same time, Samsung announced that it will hold a Note 10 series mobile phone conference 5 days later. Apple is not far behind, issued an announcement, and held a new product launch 3 days later. The rice company that has not released a new machine for a long time has also publicly announced that it will hold a mobile phone conference 5 days later and release the Black Rice series mobile phone. Some time ago, the Butterfly Eye and Butterfly of the Marching Ant Company, because of the intelligent assistant and the perfect appearance, the limelight was no longer. At that time, if the mobile phone was released, it would not be of any benefit to them, and it would only die very badly. As a result, the mobile phone launch time of several mobile phone companies was pushed back. Now Samsung is dealing with the Marching Ant Company. This gap is the best time to get the mobile phone to market. They don't want to let go. The four companies picked up the time points and collectively announced the holding of a mobile phone conference. One news after another broke out and instantly ignited the popularity of the network. Shock. Mobile phone industry Huashan on the sword. Squirrel headline. East Samsung, West Apple, South China Micro, North Rice. Sina Technology. The four major sects besieged the army ants. Global News. Zhongshan Marching Ants. Phoenix News. Most of the media used the scene of martial arts to describe the release of four companies, which is unprecedented. Many mobile phone companies, in order to better sales, will tacitly stagger the release time of the flagship model to avoid collision. This time, the Marching Ant Company failed to enter the international market. The OLED screen of the mobile phone was suspended by Samsung, and the production of Butterfly Eye mobile phones decreased, and there may be a shutdown. A push mobile phone conference, this time is Huangdoji. Otherwise, the Butterfly Eye will be resurrected, and they want to launch a new machine, which is a little troublesome. Now that you can't manage the things that go wrong, launching your own products is the key. As long as you have confidence in your products, you are not afraid to compare. Affected. Some of the only high-quality butterfly eyes and butterflies were quickly snapped up by the cattle. The Marching Ant Company also announced that the high-grade version was temporarily suspended. In response to this incident, the internet has erupted in the history of the most heated discussion on mobile phone conferences. Good guys, these four nephews, look at the time is better than Yamazaki's kid. The 2nd Battalion Commander, I will bring up the Loz's pasta, and I will eat the face of Huashan. Dakang Secretary, fighting, GDP growth, it depends on your Huashan sword. Where is Huashan's sword? Master, disrespectful and disrespectful, aiming at the people, dare to ask who? Under the small slit. Curtain is here, who is wild? The villain sews gently, looks slowly and slowly. This fairy is seeing the stitches, open. The old road is the top of the sky. Ha 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 ha. Comments are more exciting than the World War. I am unbeaten in the cave. On the internet, various articles, Various comments and paragraphs are overwhelming. This is the first time that several major mobile phone companies have competed on the same stage. It is possible that this kind of grand event will not happen again in the future. Most netizens are looking forward to what will happen next. Chapter 105, Layout of the Pharmaceutical Market. 3 days passed by, Apple S2's conference, as scheduled. Apple's press conference should be a month ago, because the Butterfly Eye released by the Marching Ant Company had to push the time of the press conference. Because the two mobile phones compare, in addition to the processor has a little advantage, the other basically no advantage, but the price is similar, and the Marching Ant Company has intelligent assistants, Apple does not. Originally Apple wanted to carry a smart assistant, but was rejected by the Marching Ant Company. Then there was a suicide incident in the board of directors. During this time, Apple had a lot of troubles. Now, just as Samsung is suppressing marching ants, Apple saw the timing of the conference. Cook stood in the background, a little embarrassed. Success or failure is here, and this is a revolutionary machine that can bring opportunities to Apple again. But the emergence of the smart assistant gave him a surprise. If the conference is unsuccessful, Apple will fall to the altar. The only thing that is fortunate now is that the pace of marching ants into the international market is blocked, giving them a chance to breathe. Before the marching ants did not enter the international market, as long as Apple's intelligent assistants made a breakthrough, there is still hope. Organizing his mood, Cook took a smile and stepped onto the stage. At this moment, there was a slight commotion in the field and it was quiet. Good morning everyone, I am honored to meet you again. In the past time, we have been steadfast in creating more perfect products for everyone. At the beginning of a speech, everyone listened quietly. However, everyone expects, or the last Apple S2, in the news publicity. This is a revolutionary product. After a series of product introductions, Cook stopped and the atmosphere was quiet and began to solidify. Next is our mobile phone tonight, Apple S2. When Cook's words fell, a huge cell phone picture appeared on the rear screen. The back of the glass, painted with blue enchantress, the screen in front, no awkwardness. The stage was awkward and finally turned into strong applause. Full screen. The long-awaited real full screen. It's our perfect work, just as enchanting as Enchantress. Cook smiled on his face. It has the advantages of a full screen. We use the latest screen fingerprinting technology. It uses the company's latest Bionic Smart Chip A14, as well as wireless charging, and the latest iOS 13 system. Full screen, screen fingerprint, camera, glass body, waterproof wireless charging. As soon as these functions came out, they immediately ignited the audience. In addition to the camera hidden in the corner of the phone, the other screens, there is no blank. The screen has been enlarged to the extreme. And this time Apple uses a 3D glass body with the pattern on it, and the appearance is second only to the butterfly eye of the marching ant. Unfortunately, there is no smart assistant. Those fruit powders can't help but sigh. With a smart assistant, you can call it a real smartphone, but Apple's mobile phone, which is not compatible with smart assistants, is the biggest flaw. But it is already very good. If the Marching Ant Company suddenly announced an intelligent assistant, this Apple S2, I am afraid it is close to the ultimate technology. Apple's press conference has instantly become a news hotspot. Such a perfect work almost ignited various fruit powders. Apple has once again demonstrated its top level of design. Apple's stock, after the release of S2, began to surge all the way until the close, up 6%. And all the previous breaks, all rose back. The ultimate craftsmanship will hide the past without the help of intelligent assistants. After the launch of Apple's mobile phone, Xiaomi, Samsung and Huawei began to appear, and each conference was a big hot spot. This is a Huashan sword in the mobile phone industry, and now it is the competition field. Black rice is the main high-end market, with high price and become a highlight. The advantages of Samsung and Huawei are similar to those of Apple. They only use different chips. The fingerprint technology and full screen are also standard. However, the two are not as good as Apple in design, but they are compatible with smart assistants. Huawei, Samsung, Apple compete for the high-end market. The average price is above 6,000. The rice companies Black Rice, to seize the middle and high-end market. The four companies, starting with the darkness of the marching ants, began to madly compete for the market that they originally belonged to. The outside world is very lively, the marching ant company is surprisingly quiet, and everything is going on step by step. Workspace. Zhao Minutes is reporting to Chen Mo about the company's situation, especially the problem of the butterfly iPhone. Samsung suddenly interrupted the mobile phone screen supply of the marching ant company, making them a little caught off guard. The high-end butterfly iPhone is now sold out. Samsung let their mobile phone supply have a vacuum period, and then they released new machines to increase their advantage, which made them suffer a boring loss. How does the Bo respond? Chen Mo asked. Jingdong said that the production of flexible OLED screens is insufficient. Their production has already been booked by other companies. The new production line is still under construction. At the end of the year, the new production line will be put into production, and only the goods will be supplied to us. Zhao Minutes said. Samsung's abacus is really exciting. Chen Mo took a drink from the cup and looked at Zhao Minutes. What do you think? At present, we are contacting Toshiba and other companies to increase the channel of the mobile phone screen. In the future, we can't put the eggs in one basket. Zhao Minutes said. The conferences of several major companies have been held, and I don't know what the results are. How the results are, it has nothing to do with us. Anyway, there are Huawei and Apple blocking, and Samsung is unlikely to expand in China. Chen Mo said. Because of the Neto 7 incident, Samsung has already made Chinese users chill, coupled with the civil resistance to Korean goods, a series of things. Samsung is destined to withdraw from the Chinese market. The marching ant company can remove the smart assistant and respond to Samsung in an authorized way. But he did not do this because it would trigger a struggle between the two sides. And he does not intend to authorize the smart assistant, at least until the butterfly iPhone does not enter the international market. He will not do so. When the Huawei Micro M9 came out, it was once interrupted by Samsung's screen and suffered a boring loss. Later, Huawei learned fine, and this time it was interrupted by Samsung, so the impact was not great. Now that the domestic Bo has risen, Samsung is not as brazen as it used to be. Only this time, Samsung has come to this routine, and the goal is to march ants. Compared with those giants, the size of the marching ants is not large enough to be used. This boring loss can only be swallowed temporarily and will be returned later. The mobile phone market is put down first, the high butterfly eye is discontinued, and the low distribution continues to be produced. During this time, everyone's attention is on the four companies. You go to buy several pharmaceutical companies and cosmetics companies. Chen Mo thought I want to say. What? Zhao Minutes was surprised to see Chen Mo. Do you suspect that he was wrong? Chen Mo wants to enter the pharmaceutical and cosmetics market? You didn't get it wrong. It was to buy a pharmaceutical company and a cosmetics company. Seeing Zhao Minutes' appearance, Chen Mo immediately knew her thoughts. Now enter the pharmaceutical, cosmetics field? Zhao Minutes is still not sure. Layout. Chen Mo said, now lay out other markets. In the future, I want to make the marching ant company an all-round company. Breast enhancement pharmacy, aphrodisiac pharmacy, beauty, etc. are all money. In the future, we must definitely enter the field of biomedicine. It is better to focus on this area in advance when we focus on the hegemony of several companies. The study of drugs is no more than other products, produced, and clinical trials. The cycle is too long and can only be laid out in advance. The ambition is not small. Zhao Minutes said. When I first met you, I already said, this is an aggressive marching ant. Chen Mo laughed. Good. Zhao Minutes immediately agreed. Chen Mo's words, she can only listen. This man who is a few years younger than himself, does not know what to do, what to learn, is a horrible genius. Most media now focus on the hegemony of the four major mobile phones. They don't know that the dark horses they fear are ready to invade other areas. Chapter 106. Dull Chen Mo, the refrigerator in the house is empty. Just tomorrow weekend, not going to work. Go out with me to go to the supermarket tonight. Xiao Yu put the last dish, untied the apron, sat down at the dinner table, and looked at Chen Mo with a gaze. It is good. Chen Mo immediately agreed that after the last mercenary incident, he rarely went out shopping with a small fishing. Xiao Yu is also sensible and never asks to take her out. During this time, it must have been broken. There is nothing wrong with it now, so going out tonight is not bad. After Chen Mo promised to come down, Xiao Yu showed a happy smile. Looking at her smile, Chen Mo's mood became easier. Whether it is before or now, Xiao Yu's request for him is a simple matter. He never asked him anything, nor would he use his money to make Chen Mo helpless. Xiao Yu is a very easy to meet girl, not much, just an ordinary life. It is because of this that Chen Mo will pamper her even more. Eat a little more. Xiao Yu is in a good mood and keeps picking vegetables in the Chen Mo bowl. Pig. Chen Mo smiled. If you say that you are a pig, I will raise you. Anyway, you are at home, almost like a pig, except for eating, doing nothing. Xiao said slightly. Who said that I don't do it? I wash the dishes, I also help you blow your hair. But there is a beautiful woman, this feeling is not bad, and cooking is so delicious. Chen Mazen nodded in something. Xiao Yu's face is red. Come on. After eating and packing, Chen Mo left the villa with a small fisherman. In the commercial plaza, Chen Mo's arm was placed on his body, and a small smile filled with a sweet smile. The appearance of the two is the ordinary couple in love. Would you like to go to the movies? Chen Mo asked. No, it's hard to come out once, it's not good to sit in the cinema. Xiao said, walk first, wait until you go to the supermarket. There is a jewelry store there. No need to. Still waiting for Chen Mo to finish, Xiao Yu took him to other directions. Thinking of the last time I went to the jewelry store, Xiao Yu was helpless. Other girls like jewelry. Don't you like it? Chen Mo asked. Who said that I don't like it? I like it too, but one is enough, not too much. A waste of money. Xiao Yu said. I don't have money to spend money now. Chen Mo smiled. He doesn't know how much money he has in his account. For him, money is now a number. And all these changes have started from encountering a small fishing. Do you want to make me a woman with a jewel? Xiao Yu said with no anger. Attention to words, you are not a woman. Upon hearing this sentence, the little fisherman's ear immediately became red, and his cheeks were a little hot, and he sipped a bit. Stupid. I found that you like to say that I am stupid. Where am I stupid? I said you are stupid. You are stupid. Well, you won. Chen Mo immediately surrendered. Xiao Yu took Chen Mo, strolled around the mall, helped Chen Mo buy a suit, and went to the supermarket without buying anything else. Today, Zhao asked the investment M&A department to evaluate the value of several pharmaceutical companies and cosmetics companies. Does the company want to enter the pharmaceutical market? Xiao asked while purchasing goods. I really want to enter the pharmaceutical market, but now it is a break, not to talk about work. Chen Mo said in a shopping cart. Okay, don't talk. The two of them walked slowly in the supermarket, and they walked around for half an hour. Chen Mo was able to walk out of the mall with a few big bags. They are snacks, fruits and some daily necessities. I found that it's good to go shopping in the supermarket. When you need to buy something next time, let you come over and buy it. Xiao Yu said with a smile. It's boring to go alone. The two talked and laughed. They just walked out of the supermarket door. Suddenly, Xiao Yu held his lower abdomen and his brow wrinkled. What? Chen Mo immediately felt that the fisherman was not right. Pain. Xiao Yu smiled. It will not hurt before, I don't know why. Occasionally it will hurt in these 2 days. Is it serious? No, just take a break for a while. It is estimated that it is stressful. Take a good rest at home on the weekend for 2 days. Don't worry about other things. Come on, I will take you back. Chen Mo went to the front of Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu looked at the people around him, a little embarrassed, hesitating, and finally squatting on Chen Mo's back, buried his head on Chen Mo's back. His ears were red. Taking a small fishing, feeling the softness coming from the back, Chen Mo took a deep breath, picked up the spoils and walked outside the supermarket. In this time, I am responsible for following up on a project. There are a lot of things, and there are things to prepare for graduation. After another month, I have to go back to school, answer the thesis and graduate. I'm graduating soon, I don't feel anything. Chen Mo said. If you are a godlike person like you don't have to worry about the papers. What can you feel? The dull communication of the two people gradually drifted away. Happiness is valuable because of the ordinary. In the next 2 days, Chen Mo took a small fishing back to Bnai University for a few laps to relax and relax. He didn't want to, because the small fishing was too stressful. It gave the body something hidden. At the end of the weekend, Chen Mo Gang came to the company and Zhao Minutes took a document to enter his office. Chairman, I think Xiao is in a good mood. Are you happy in these 2 days? Still all right. Sure enough, we can only work when we work. Zhao Minutes laughed at himself and placed the folder in his hand on Chen Mo's desk. This is the evaluation report of the 3 pharmaceutical companies. It is the assessment report I got from the investment M&A department and I was busy working for a weekend. These pharmaceutical companies have complete research teams and production lines. Moreover, it has been in line with international standards, and has cooperated with many hospitals and universities at home and abroad, and there are many drug sales channels. It only needs to have the same powerful new drug to produce successfully, and it can develop rapidly. Well, after the evaluation report is finished, I will give you a reply. Chen Mo took the assessment report and glanced at it. There are other things? Zhao Minutes asked. A little later. It is the graduation season. How do I say that I also came out from Bnai University? You will donate 20 million to the school in my name, and then set up an ANT scholarship in the name of the company. The Science and Technology Library was obtained in the library of Bnai University, and Xiao also met there. Without Bnai University, there would be no him. Can Zhao Mingkai remembered that Chen Mo was still a student at Bnai University. In the short span of half a year, Chen Mo reached a height that others could not reach for a lifetime. Making achievements now is also the time to return to the alma mater. Well, this is a matter of time. You should go ahead and evaluate the report. I will see it now. After reading it, I will give you an answer. Chen Mo said. Okay. Immediately after Zhao Minutes, Chen Mo picked up the evaluation report and opened it. Ink girl. My brother, the ink girl came. Chen Mo's words fell, and the inky voice of the ink girl rang. You are now re-evaluating the value of these companies and giving me the results of the evaluation, Chen Mo said before putting the documents in front of the camera. Okay, Mom. Chapter 107. Benefiting thousands of women. In the previous acquisition, Chen Mo was asked to let the ink woman evaluate the value of the company, and it was determined that the valuation of those investment consultants was similar. Chen Mo would agree to acquire those companies. Merce, the value assessment has been completed. After a while, the voice of the ink girl appeared, and on the computer desktop, 3 evaluation reports were immediately jumped out. Looking closely at the report given by the ink girl, and then looking at the report that Zhao Minutes handed over, Chen Mo nodded. The valuation given by the investment advisor is 20% lower than that of the Mexican woman. But this is also normal. The ink woman can invade the database of these companies, have the most complete information for evaluation. The people who invest in the M&A department can only evaluate the data and reports published by the company. In the case of unequal information, the assessment is not exactly the same, which is also normal. But one thing is the same, that is, the company's potential. The evaluation is positive. Putting down the assessment report in his hand, Chen Mo called Zhao Minutes' phone. According to your valuation, you will wholly acquire Jiang and Lanhong Pharmaceutical. Reading the evaluation report so quickly, Zhao Minutes couldn't smile. Her forefoot had just left, and now she just returned to the office. Chen Mo's phone came. "Read it," Chen Mo said. "Well, I am now sending people to contact the two companies to talk about the acquisition." After hanging up the phone, Chen Mo went to the shelf and picked up a few books, quietly looking. The network is full of reports on the pre-sales of mobile phones of four companies. Various data statistics appeared on the network at the first time. In the Chinese market, Apple's sales are better than Huawei's, the black rice of the third. Samsung's market in China, sales bottom. Now in China, people who use Samsung mobile phones are considered rare animals. However, Samsung's pre-sales in the international market is better than Huawei's, and it is catching up with Apple. This time Apple is a revolutionary model with almost perfect functionality. The only fly in the ointment is that Apple can't use smart assistants. The hotspots were all arranged by the competitions of several companies. In the news of miscellaneous, no one cares about the army ants. And when everyone looked at several companies, the Marching Ant Company has completed the acquisition of two pharmaceutical companies, quietly set foot in the medical field. It didn't take long for the action to be very fast. Chen Mo and Zhao Minitz went to the company's conference room. The two pharmaceutical companies, because the new drugs have not been successfully developed, costly, and the business is flat, profitable, but not high, so the holding company and shareholders behind them have long thought of getting rid of it. Zhao Minitz said the purchase price they gave was very reasonable, and the major shareholders behind it just needed funds to operate, so the acquisition process was not blocked too much. As soon as they entered the company's conference room, the people sitting around the conference table stood up. "Sit down, this is the chairman of the company, Chen Mo." After the two were done, Zhao Minitz spoke. When everyone saw Chen Mo, it was slightly commotion. They know that this is a Marching Ant Company, but the chairman who has always heard of his name is actually so young. "Chairman, they are the main managers of the management and research teams of the two companies. This is Hu Yueyang, the head of Jiang Company. This is Dan Yong, the head of Lan Hong Pharmaceutical Co., Limited." Zhao Minitz began to introduce Chen Mo to the key personnel of the two companies. "Hello, welcome everyone to enter the big family of Marching Ants Company," Chen Mo said. Hu Yueyang looked at Chen Mo. His eyes hesitated, and his words stopped, and he looked a little anxious. Joining the Marching Ant Company is indeed a very happy thing, but he is more worried about their work and the work of their employees. After all, they all have families to support, and unemployment at this time is not a good thing. "Hu manager, do you have something?" Chen Mo noticed the strangeness of Hu Yueyang. "Chairman, this." "Nothing to say," Chen Mo said. "Chairman, I do have one thing." Hu Yueyang made up his mind. "Do we have two companies? Will they merge in the future? Will they lay off employees?" Chen Mo turned his attention to Zhao Minitz. "The merger is inevitable, but it will not suddenly merge. The research teams of the two companies will first merge and gather the two leaders to develop new drugs. The management merger will take a slow look at the next paragraph of your company. Time of business and performance. The company must grow and it may be necessary to recruit more employees. If there is a vegetarian meal during the period and the meal does not work, we will also cut it. The company does not need to be burdened. If you work well, you don't have to worry about being laid off. The company has just been acquired, and the following employees are heart-wrenching. If it is a layoff, the company is prone to problems. All can only hold the hearts of the people first. If there are some people who are not necessary, she does not mind cutting." "Understood." Hu Yueyang nodded with joy and heard Zhao Minitz's answer. His heart was also put down a lot. "You are the company's first wholly owned subsidiary, and the company's entry into the Marching Ant Company. The two companies are now a family. I hope that you cooperate sincerely." Zhao Minitz finished, looking at Chen Mo. "I don't have to say anything else. Listen to Zhao Minitz's arrangement." "Who are the heads of the company's research team?" Chen Mo asked. His words fell, one left and one right, and the two stood up. "Chairman, I am Ximenxing, the head of Shan's new drug research team." A man in his 40s, with glasses, looks very gentle and stands up. "I am Shilin, the head of the research team at Lan Hong Pharmaceutical." A man in his 50s, who is white and white, stands up. Mr. Xminxing is a medical doctor at Hopkins University, majoring in oncology and new drug research. Mr. Shilin is a doctor of Southern medicine and a specialist in traditional Chinese medicine, said Zhao Minutes. Yeah? Chen Mo nodded. After the meeting, Chen Mo took Xminxing and Shilin to the experimental area. After entering Chen Mo's lab, Xminxing and Shilin looked at each other with amazement. They did not expect that Chen Mo, there is actually a biochemistry laboratory. I have a formula for the medicine here, and it is the medicine that you need to study next. Chen Mo put the drug formula of human thoracic developmental pharmacy in front of two people. The above is just the name of the drug, and does not say the specific role. Do you know what medicine is this? Chen Mo asked. Aloe vera leaf juice, evening primrose, sage, ylang ylang. Shilin looked at the name of the drug in front of him, and the eyebrows picked it up. He said with uncertainty, this is similar to breast enhancement oil. Is this breast enhancement? Mr. Shi really is a doctor of Chinese medicine. Chen Mo took the medicinal white test tube on the table and placed it in front of Shilin. When I have nothing to do, I will occasionally look at my medical books. I have seen more medical books and found this formula. But I have no clinical experience and need your team to help me research and improve this medicine. Chen Mo put the specific formula data of the pharmacy in front of two people. Chairman, you are usually a person in the laboratory to study breast enhancement drugs. Xminxing and Shilin looked at each other and looked at Chen Mo strangely. Chen Mo's mouth twitched and touched his nose. It's just a whim. My medical knowledge is limited to some theoretical things, no practice. Pharmacology and medicinal chemistry, pharmacological analysis, compendium of materia medica, and Jinxu's sketches. I have only seen it. Chen Mo could not say that there is a technology library in his head. These formulas are taken out from the inside and can only be said to be of interest. If this medicine is successful, it can benefit thousands of women. Xminxing laughed. The most important thing is to make money. Chen Mo cried. If this medicine is successful, it can really make a lot of money. Then we will study and improve it. Maybe there is an unexpected harvest. Shilin hesitated and nodded. That's bothering you, these materials and pharmacy. I will send someone to your lab. You will arrange for the staff to help improve. The clinical trial results will be reported to me. This recipe, don't let the fourth person know. Chen Mo did not give them the formula of human-assisted reproductive pharmacy. Now come slowly, take out too much at one time, and don't let them think that he is a monster. After sending the two away, Chen Mo returned to his office and continued his reading career. During this time, he only read books, did not enter the technology library to take technology, just wanted to concentrate on the task of 1,000 books, only the last effort. Chapter 108, Technology Apprentice 10 Days. In the office area, Chen Mo's book in his hand was thrown aside, with a relaxed smile on his face. For the first half of the year, it is not long, and short. During this time, he finished reading. How many people can't finish the book for a lifetime? Even if he has a super brain, he still makes him dizzy. 1,000 books, if not rational, he now has an impulse to write a poem. In the temple, Chen Mo put all the books on the table back to the bookshelf. After reading 1,000 books, he was surprisingly quiet inside. The only thing he wants now is that the next level of authority in the science and technology library should not be read. After packing, Chen Mo lay back on the sofa in the office area and closed his eyes. The Golden Gate of 100 meters high is engraved with various incomprehensible words, symbols, dense and dotted. The feeling of the door is heavy and simple. Standing under the door and looking up, Chen Mo sent out a small sigh of humanity from his heart. When I first got the technology library, the door gave him a strange feeling. But the feeling at this time was completely different. The palm of your hand is placed on the door, and the thick door slowly opens. The white light shot and drowned him. The glory is gone. Chen Mo has appeared in the library. Still familiar with the hundreds of meters high bookshelf, only looking up, he felt like a confused ant. Retracting the sigh, Chen Mo went to the table and opened the dark red book. Come. Xuold looked at Chen Mo and nodded slightly. It's okay to read 1,000 books in half a year. Is this still okay? Chen Mo did not know why. It's really just okay. Xiao Lao said, your head is different from ordinary people, with super memory and understanding. If you spend your time reading books, you can put 1,000 copies in less than 4 months. The book is finished. Then I can't hang it. But it's good. At least you are not a nerd. The foundation is also playing. Xiao Lao said. Xiao Old, can you take technology upgrade? Chen Mo asked. Yes, but you don't need technology, because it doesn't make sense to you. Why? You have completed the task of the first level of authority, and will enter the next level, and the technology of their trainee level will be open to you. You can take it without you. As your level increases, the permissions in the tech library will slowly open to you. The highest level of authority, all the books in the entire library, you can see. Chen Mo nodded and expressed understanding. The technology of the trainee level, you can take it casually. These are the foundations for you to give the next level of technology. Xiao Lao continued to introduce. What is the next level? Chen Mo asked. After the apprenticeship period, it is technical apprentice. Xiao Lao said, now you don't move. I will give you upgrade privileges. Xiao Lao's finger was placed on Chen Mo's eyebrow. The process is a bit uncomfortable. But you have to bear it, it is good for you. It is good. When Chen Mo's words just fell, he felt like a whirlwind. The sense of dizziness made him feel very uncomfortable, and his head seemed to blow up. Being stunned by Xiao Lao, Chen Mo's body could not go down, and he was constantly shaking and his face was getting whiter. Vomit. At the moment when Xiao Lao released his finger, Chen Mo squatted on the floor of the Science and Technology Library and retched. The vertigo is too strong, so he can't stand it. After a long time, Chen Mo was slowed down and gasped. The mental state recovered a little, and Chen Mokai stood up. How do you feel? Asked Xiao. Like the speed of 10 laps per second is spinning. The brain almost blew. Chen Mo said to caress his chest. It was just brain development. Xiao Lao said, now you already have the technology apprentice level authority. There is no special feeling. Chen Mo checked his body and said, there is no feeling at all. Xiao Lao said with a smile, this is a reward for your promotion to the technology apprentice. Xiao Old's finger clicked, and a book landed in front of Chen Mo. Seismograph Technology and Manufacturing. Chen Mo has always looked at the book in front of him with amazement. Can this seismograph be able to warn earthquakes in advance? The correct answer, 5 hours ahead of the earthquake, the detection range of 50 kilometers. Xiao Old nodded. Hiss. Chen Mo took a breath of air and then ecstatic. This is definitely a good thing. If the earthquake can be early warning, it is worthwhile. Without other technology, just this technology is enough for him to become a great man. Come to me. Chen Mo could not wait to say. You are a technology apprentice now, you can take it yourself. Xiao Lao pointed to the book. Place your hand on the cover of the book. Chen Mo did not want to, and raised his hand on the cover of the book. Then, the book slowly faded, and in his mind, a lot of information flocked, engraved in the depths of his memory. With the design drawings, working principles and manufacturing processes of the seismograph, Chen Mo recalled his fascination. What technology you need in the future, you only need to choose on the red book, then it will come out. You can get it yourself, but only for the apprenticeship technology. Now to introduce you to the apprenticeship of science and technology. Xiao Lao interrupted Chen Mo's careful memories. Your authority. In addition to the technical books that can be acquired at any time, there are optimization functions, but only limited to the technology apprenticeship and the following level of technology optimization. Finally, your apprenticeship has passed, and the monthly access to technology is random. Cancel. How can I be promoted to the next level? Chen Mo asked. Your level mission is this. Xiao Lao's fingers clicked in the air, and the 8 beams of light landed over the library, forming a book in 8 directions, suspended quietly in midair. These 8 books, each of which is a technology, represents a field. There are applied physics, chemical materials, biomedicine, computers, ecology, electromechanical, military weapons, energy. Xiao Lao pointed to the books in 8 directions and introduced them to Chen Mo. The 8 books are just a small representative of this field. The purpose is to tell you that as the owner of the technology library, you must be a versatile person. And your task is to put these 8 books. Once the technology is complete, you can move on to the next level. Chen Mo listened to the introduction of Xiao Lao and nodded and understood. What if I want to acquire other technologies in the apprenticeship level? Chen Mo asked. You are now a technology apprentice, relying on yourself. Technology sharing the technology you developed to the technology library. But the technology of these 8 books is not counted. You have to develop it yourself. Understood. Chen Mo nodded. These 8 books, you have to complete the first book, in order to get the second book. I will go back this time, before you finish the 8 technologies. I will not come out. So, everything depends on yourself. I have already got into the door. When I heard Xiao Lao's words, Chen Mo's heart was a little uncomfortable. After getting along with Xiao Lao for so long, he and Xiao Lao are also teachers and friends. As a result, Xiao Lao is no longer accompanying him to go down, just like a feeling of discomfort in the face of relatives and friends. The next road is up to you. Remember to complete these technologies as soon as possible. Your goal is to open the highest authority of the technology library. After you complete the task, we will see you again. It is good. Xiao Lao's figure slowly disappeared, and Chen Mo's eyes looked at the 8 books. The book is like a mystery, only the name of the field, not the specific technology. Chen Mo thought for a moment, did not worry about getting the contents of the book, and retired from the technology library. He still has a lot of things to do now, and he has no time to study it. Chapter 109, Back to School. Exiting from the technology library, Chen Mo walked to the window and overlooked the traffic behind him. After the accident rescued the small fishing, his life trajectory has changed dramatically. It only seems to be not long, but it has changed too much. It has experienced too much during this time. After feeling the emotion, Chen Mo sat back in his seat and began to organize the technology of the seismograph. The earthquake is on the earth, and it exists all the time, but the vibration level is too low, and it is usually undetectable. Earthquakes are caused by sudden fractures and displacements of underground rock layers, and energy will become seismic waves radiating around. Seismic waves have transverse waves and longitudinal waves and are transmitted in the state of mechanical waves. At present, the most advanced earthquake early warning system in the world is to use the principle that the transmission speed of longitudinal waves is faster than that of transverse waves, and to warn earthquakes in advance. This kind of early warning system can only be alerted at most within 10 seconds to 1 minute before the destructive transverse wave comes. This is also why Chen Mo is so ecstatic to get this technology. The earthquake disaster is forecast 5 hours ahead of schedule, which will be an unprecedented technology. Of course, this is not to say that all earthquakes can be predicted within 5 hours. The sudden earthquake, such as the sudden break of underground rock mass, is unpredictable. Just like a person living, working step by step, after 5 hours, can guess where he is. But there are unexpected accidents in the middle. These are unpredictable events. The normal movement of the crust block can predict the earthquake 5 hours ahead of time. But the sudden situation is not possible 5 hours ago, but it is still possible to speed up the warning time. This seismograph monitors the activity of the underground fault zone by electromagnetic waves, and calculates the time of rock fracture and dislocation in the underground fault zone according to the density and moving speed of the fault rock. This is a kind of calculation. A small earthquake cannot guarantee 100% correct, but a large earthquake can calculate high accuracy, and the damage is mainly caused by a major earthquake, which is enough. Ink Girl, help me organize technical information. Okay, Mom, you said. Chen Mo is immersed in the collation of the data. The principal theory of the seismograph only needs Chen Mo to say it. The Ink Girl can record it and organize it into information. This is the benefit of artificial intelligence. With the presence of the Ink Girl, the The speed at which he organizes the materials is not as fast as he knows. One of them focused on it, and Chen Mo did not hear anything from the window, until the ink woman reminded him that Xiao Yu entered the office area. Chen Mo was only able to return. "What's the matter?" Chen Mo stretched out and looked at the little fish that came in. "Is the study finished?" "Now it is off work." "If the study is over, go back together." "If it is not finished, I will go back first. I will go to the supermarket to buy some food." Organizing some technical materials, currently in the theoretical stage of technical preparation, has not reached the point of exhaustion and tiredness. Chen Mo looked at the time and found that it was indeed time to get off work. "Go, I will accompany you." Chen Mo took a small fishing and left the office. Out of the company lobby, many of the employees who left work, eyes are on Chen Mo and Xiao Yu. In particular, some female employees, from time to time, used the eyes of envy to sweep through the small fishing. Chen Mo is the chairman of the company. He is easygoing, has a good character, and is not ugly. This is the perfect goal of mate selection, but unfortunately, it has become a master of the grass, so that the company is not a girl employee, only fantasy but cannot touch. Usually, Chen Mo is in his own experimental area, and ordinary employees want to enter the experimental area. Even if someone wants to dig into the mind and close to Chen Mo, there is no such opportunity. When working in the company, is there any rumor that makes you unhappy? Chen Mo and Xiao Yu shouldered and walked side by side toward the company's door, and from time to time responded to the greetings from the employees passing by. The office gossip is definitely there. "You are the public mail of our company's female employees," Xiao Yu said. "How can I not know?" Chen Mo touched his nose. "You hide in the lab all day." "How do you know?" said Xiao Yu. There were a lot of gossip about Chen Mo. One time, 2 female employees were a bit too much. They talked about it and were heard by Zhao. After expelling 2 people, the others were honest. The company's chairman is her boyfriend. She is an intern. She is already the assistant to the president. This kind of thing is inevitably going to be gossip in the company. At first, she was not under a lot of pressure, but after Zhao Minutes enlightened her, she didn't care about it. Anyway, when she first entered the company, she came in by her own ability. Chen Mo hurts her, loves her. What other people say is not important. She still has to live her own life. It's okay. I don't pay much attention to this matter. What others say, don't bother. Chen Mo is really afraid of his identity, which will bring trouble to Xiao. Know it. Xiao Yu's face showed a soft smile, and she knew that Chen Mo was worried about her. The two just stepped out, and Li Yuoxi, who was waiting at the door, greeted him. "Xiao, chairman. Now, when I am off duty, don't call me the chairman. You didn't have such a life before." Chen Mo shook his head and smiled. At the beginning of the library, Li Yuoxi's ability to sell his roommates was something he had experienced. "Okay." Li Yuoxi said, "Chen Mo, next week, on the day of our graduation reply, will you go back?" "Definitely go back." Chen Mo said, "I have to reply. I and Xiao have already taken time off and are ready to go back. For some time, we are going to stay in the dormitory for a few days and spend the last part of the campus life. After graduation, I will return the fish to you. Don't you mind?" Li Yuoxi smiled. "I just want to go back together." Chen Mo said, "If you are, how are you in the company?" When he heard Chen Mo's question, Li Yuoxi looked bitter. "In addition to the technical workers, Minister Li asked me to do anything. I am exhausted, especially taking care of me. Do you want me to let him adjust the work for you?" Chen Mo asked. "No." Li Yuoxi immediately shook his head. "Although I have done much, I have learned a lot. I am blessed by you. I know that Minister Li wants to train me, so it is necessary to be tired. If you complain, then sorry. Is you?" The 3 men walked out of the company and boarded the shuttle bus from Wanghai, and rushed to the supermarket. After buying the things and returning Li Yuoxi to the rental house, Chen Mo and Xiao Yu rushed back to the villa. In the evening, Xiao Yu was sitting on the sofa and quietly watching the PPT of the thesis defense. "There is still a week to reply," Xiao will have time to look at the PPT for the reply. After a while, Xiao Yu thought of something and stopped. Chen Mo. Donation and scholarship. Zhao Ji has already let people contact the school. She asked me to ask you. Do you want to go in person tomorrow? I definitely want to go back. After all, I donated it. Or I need to come out personally, Chen Mo said. Since leaving school, in addition to occasionally taking a small fishing bag to go shopping, usually rarely go back. Just go back this time for a while and complete the final steps. Don't you go back to school? Just accompany me. Okay. Xiao Yu thought about it and continued to look at the PPT. You will recite the manuscript. Chen Mo will cover Xiao's notebook. Not so nervous, there is still a week. Time is enough. Now I am peeling chestnuts. Chen Mo grabbed a few chestnuts, put it small the hand of the fish. Xiao Yu was laughed at by Chen Mo's movement, and he shot the chestnut back into Chen Mo's hand. I am cooking for you. Now I want to peel you chestnuts. You really are pigs. You peeled me. There are these walnuts, or I will buckle you. Hey, is it fat, threatening me? One night without words. The next day, Chen Mo took a small fishing and went back to Banhai University. Chapter 110, Identity Exposure. Little fishing sister, Zhao Ji came to the phone. On the way to the school, the voice of Xiao mobile smart assistant rang. Xiao Yu rushed to connect the phone, and after a while, hang up the phone. What is Zhao Minutes looking for you? Chen Mo asked. Zhao Ji said that the principal and your teacher will meet at the school gate. No? Chen Mo smiled. The headmaster and the teacher greeted him as a student. This battle was a bit big. It seems that he would not be able to go back quietly. He could not put the pigeons of the principal and the teacher. What is not? You donate 20 million to the school, and the school does not provide you as a Buddha, said Xiao Yu. The car soon came to the main entrance of Banhai University. At this time, the main entrance of Banhai University, there are many people standing in the dens. The principal and some leading teachers are also among them. Many students are on the lookout, and there are several student journalists. Everyone is curious, what the great gods have come to the school, and the headmaster and so many leaders come out to meet. After seeing Chen Mo's car stop, there was a commotion on the field. Well, I originally wanted to keep a low profile. It seems that it is not a low key. Looking at the posture of the school gate, Chen Mo said quietly. After the door was opened, Chen Mo and Xiao Yu came down from the car. Seeing Chen Mo wearing ordinary casual clothes, many people whispered, no matter how you look at Chen Mo, it's like ordinary students in their school. It's not like a big man. Chen Mo and Xiao Yu came, and the long-awaited principal and teacher all greeted them. Who is he? The person who saw this scene had a huge doubt in his heart. Some students have already used their mobile phones to record small videos to send friends. President Ku, this is the chairman of our company and the student of your school, Chen Mo. Li Lingfeng introduced Chen Mo's identity to everyone. Chen Mo, welcome back. Standing in the middle, with gold wire frame glasses, the middle-aged man with his back, stretched out his hand and Chen Mo gripped tightly, with a happy smile on his face. He is Kugyu Ofeng, the president of Banhai University. In the past few years, the university has seen this principal in addition to the opening ceremony. This is the second time that the school's principal has been seen. Standing on the left side of Kugyu Ofeng, is a clever, middle-aged man with a short stature, Yang Xiadong, the dean of Chen Mo's physics department, and Chen Hong's class teacher and counselor Li Hong, vice president and other teachers, principal, dean, teacher. Chen Mo and all the teachers greeted him. In this case, he did not know how to be good, young and promising, really worthy of being a student at Banhai University. The school will be proud of you in the future. Kugyu Ofeng looked at the silence and nodded. Thank you for the praise of the principal. The students are afraid to be. Chen Mo can only say with a hard scalp, teacher. After the principal was simply placed, Chen Mokai looked at Li Hong. When he came out to start a business, he was also an application for helplessness submitted by the counselor. I didn't expect to be a big boss worth more than 100 million so soon. Li Hong's face is full of joy. and her students are so proud of her achievements. At the beginning, Chen Mo applied for an exemption and said that it was a business. She thought that Chen Mo was just a small business, and did not expect to become a legendary company in the business actually created by Chen Mo. Now she suddenly felt that it was a very wise decision to put Chen Mo to start a business. In front of you, I will always be a student. Go in and talk about it. It is still at the school gate. There are too many people. Yang Xiaodong looked around and said, now that the physics college has produced such a talented student, it has to be amazing to create a business legend in a short time. A group of people walked into the school forum and the circle of friends, and they have already screened all kinds of news. Boys' dormitory. Pu Aiyuan brushed friends' circle. Suddenly, Pu Aiyuan's gaze reveals the color of surprise. Everyone, stop and stop. Don't play games. Recognize people. This is Chen Mo. Hey, Chen Muzen. The fat man who is playing the game and Zhang just surrounded. This is Chen Mo, next to his girlfriend. You didn't admit it. The fat man said, how did he get a luxury car and was greeted by the principal? Full generation? The second generation of rich wool. Fat man, are you sure this girl is Chen Mo's girlfriend? Ludo asked. Of course, Chen Mo's kid rented a computer repair shop in the food street last semester. His girlfriend often gave him a meal. I have seen several times. Fat man said. I have seen this girl. She is the assistant to the president of the marching ant company. I have seen the interview video of the marching ant company, said Luda, who was a little bit fangs. No, is it that Chen Muzen is rich in white, said Newell, who is full of muscles. The people in a dormitory face each other, and the more they want, the more likely they are. Wait, you just said the marching ant company? Pu Aiyuan seems to think of something. The chairman of the marching ant company, like Chen Mo, just kept smelling his name, the same name. Coincidence? When the words came out, the dormitory fell into silence, and then several people took a breath. The identity of Chen Mo and Xiao Yu could not be hidden at all, and people soon inferred. It didn't take long for Chen Mo gang to come to Bnai University. There was a post on the school's forum. Chen Mo, chairman of the marching ant company, is Chen Mo, a senior student at the school. The post is inferred from the name of the chairman of the marching ant company, the identity of Chen Mo, the name, and the identity of Xiao Yu, the assistant to the president of the marching ant company. Everything is linked. It is easy to conclude that Chen Mo, the chairman of the marching ant company, is Chen Mo who was greeted by the principal. Only the high-ranking person who is the chairman of the marching ant company will come over and let the principal meet personally. As soon as this post came out, the forum of Bnai University was bustling. According to the analysis of the post, it is already 89. The chairman of the marching ant company has not appeared in the public. They did not expect that the legend of the domestic business community, the chairman, is actually a student of their school. I don't believe in killing me. The control person of the marching ant company is actually a student in our school. Are you making me laugh? I believe I am part-time in the food street. This Chen Mo, seen in the computer repair shop in the school food street. The technology is very high. Her girlfriend is next to the girl, often give him a meal, very loving. I was fed the dog food, so I was very impressed. Unbelievable. The legend is so close to me. I am Chen Mo's classmates. We all agree with this view. The group is crazy now. I am a classmate of Xiao, and Xiao is indeed the assistant to the president at the army ant company. I want to be a mistress for him. The post is being madly reprinted in the circle of friends at Bnai University. Because of their alumni, there was a legendary figure and the chairman of the marching ant company that did not appear in the public. This is the first exposure of the chairman of the marching ant company. Although it is only speculation, it has already been affirmed. After the lively circle of friends and forums at Bnai University, the post was quickly forwarded to Weibo. The identity of the chairman of the marching ant company alone is enough to cause curiosity. After all, the marching ant, the new technology giant, has settled in one of the domestic technology giants. Chen Mo has never appeared in the media and the public. I did not expect this identity to suddenly burst out. This is an excellent opportunity to understand Chen Mo. The internet community has become hot because of this post. Chapter 111, Speech. Zheng Jian slept a little confused. Suddenly the ringing of the phone, hard to pull him from the bed. Some time ago, tired, the editor did not take him as a person. I am so hard to go back to school to prepare for graduation. I don't want to sleep well. I am sorry for myself, who is so wicked, call me so early. Hey, who? Zheng Jian grabbed the phone, didn't look at it, and said nothing. Zheng Jian, really? Who are you? Are you stupid? Call you. A short voice came from the phone. Are you a student at the University of Bnhai? Editor? After seeing the caller ID, Zheng Jian was sober-minded. Editor, I am a student at Bnhai University. What happened? I heard that Chen Mo, the chairman of the Marching Ant Company, is a graduate of the same year. I am going back to your school today. You immediately follow up on his report and see what big news. Come back and I will turn you back. Running Ant Company, director, graduate. After hanging up the phone, Zheng Jian was still sitting on the bed and looked awkward. After the reaction, Zheng Jian opened the phone. Not long after, he turned it up from the bed, quickly washed it, and ran out of the dormitory with the camera. This is not a case. The reporter who got the news rushed to Bnhai University from all directions. The Marching Ant Company has developed too crazy. During this time, the news about the Marching Ant Company is a hot spot. Suddenly, the chairman of the Marching Ant Company is just a recent graduate. The information contained in this news is absolutely explosive news. In the end, there are many talented people who can make a company into one of the giants in such a short time. As a party, Chen Mo is visiting the school with the principal. He was the first to encounter this kind of honor. Even if he was already familiar with the school, he could only bite his head together. Chen Mo, I have a ruthless request here. Kugyu Ofing squatted and thought about opening. President, you said. Chen Mo said. The school will prepare a donation ceremony in the auditorium tomorrow. At that time, the students of the school will be organized to watch. Can you give a speech on the stage and give your schoolmates a model? Kugyu Ofing asked. Now Chen Mo is a giant figure, and ordinary people want to ask for trouble. This is a good opportunity. You must not miss it. I really don't know how to refuse this. Chen Mo thought about it and finally nodded. Then I will promise you, I will go back and make arrangements. Kugyu Ofing's face is full of smiles. The University of Bnhai has such an outstanding student. It is a blessing for their school. If they are not happy, they will not do it. The student representative of the graduation ceremony. Do you have time? President, I will not go to the graduation ceremony. You will leave the opportunity to other students. Chen Mo laughed. That's all right. Kugyu Ofing nodded. All the way to go and chat. The school wandered around, and looked at the watch. Chen Mokai took a small fishing, bid farewell to the principal and the teacher left. You are now a school celebrity. Xiao put the phone in front of Chen Mo, which is a variety of posts in the school forum, many of which are about Chen Mo's post. In addition, there are many news about Chen Mo's identity on the internet, which is now hot news. If the message is confirmed, this will be the strongest graduate, a new generation of legends. You see this? Xiaoyu smiled and put a post on the forum in front of Chen Mo. Chen Mo's romantic affairs. Seeing this post, Chen Mo can't smile. Sure enough, people are afraid that the famous pig is afraid of strong. This is only a long time back. There is such a legend in school. If he didn't see these stories, he didn't know that he had done so many things. What is even more troublesome is that the picture of the principal welcoming him is also on the top. Now there is no doubt that he has been known by the school. The school is now a bad reporter. Many people already know about you. You have to go to the lecture tomorrow. It seems that you can't keep a low profile since today. Xiaoyu said with gloating. What can I do? Chen Mo said helplessly, but the identity exposure is only a matter of time. If you don't say this, do you want to go back to the dormitory now? If you and I are waiting for me, I have to go back now. You still go back and prepare for the speech of the donation ceremony tomorrow, said Xiaoyu. Sending Xiao back to the dormitory downstairs, Chen Mo walked back to his dormitory alone. I have been away for so long, although he and the people in the dormitory have a lot of iron bodies, but they are good friends. When I come back this time, I can't say it without going back. It's time for class, not many people, and no one will pay attention to him. In the dormitory, at this time, 5 people, who have no intention to play games, are discussing Chen Mo's business. Chen Mo and their dormitory lived together after entering the university. As a result, they played in the university for a few years, but during this time, Chen Mo became a handsome man. There is no harm without comparison, and now the mind of playing games is gone. I didn't expect Chen Mo to hide deeply. The fat man took the lead. When he comes back, he must play local tyrants. I secondly, said Luda. I am seconding, said Zwang Nanul, who is holding a dumbbell next to him. I think everyone is calling together. Chicken is good. His appearance attracted a lot of eyes. Call your female donor. Who wants to be a female donor? A voice rang, and Chen Mo came in from the door. Seeing Chen Mo, several people lived, and finally looked at Chen Mo, and wanted to see what Chen Mo had. Chen Mo was still discussing. Now Chen Mo is coming back and doesn't know what to say. The eyes of 5 people made Chen Mo feel a little hairy. What are you doing with me? You are the chairman of the marching ant company? Asked the fat man. Guess it. Chen Mo smiled. Really? The 5 people in the dormitory face each other. Chen Mo's identity? They are just speculation. After all, also called Chen Mo, the girlfriend is the assistant to the president of the marching ant company. Think about it, can guess. Local tyrants. Please eat. Luda said. Yes. Chen Mo nodded immediately. Where you can eat. Tell good together. Silk. As a result, you quietly change from the Silk to the male god. Let us feel embarrassed. Zhang said this sentence, telling the thoughts of several people. Wait, I will take a picture with the billionaire and put it in a circle of friends. After that, my roommate is a billionaire. Then I can brag for a few days. The smallest Pua Yuan immediately took out his mobile phone and ran to Chen Mo, posing as scissors. I am coming too. The fat man also took the phone out. Let's come together again. Several people were in the dormitory for a while. Just after a circle of friends, a few students in the next dormitory also ran over and looked for Chen Mo. The chairman of the marching ant company. The future may be a legend. This time, I didn't take a photo, and there was no such good opportunity in the future. In the evening, Chen Mo invited several people to eat. A few people didn't make a difference because of his identity. They talked and laughed one night. They all talked about some interesting things about college life and some plans for the future. I am about to graduate, and their path will be different in the future. During the university, there were occasional contradictions between them, but they were quickly put down. The relationship was not iron bodies, but it was a good friend. After drinking the wine, and after a few people, Chen Mokai rushed back to his villa. Chapter 112, Ceremony. The next morning, after Chen Mo received a call from Xiao, he got up and rushed to school. Today is the day of the donation ceremony. He wants to attend the ceremony and speaks more than on stage. Just came to the school. Xiaoyu, Li Lingfeng, Li Yuo-jun, and a group of principals have been waiting at the door. When Chen Mo's car came over, the group immediately greeted him. Chen Mo, I have to say sorry to you about something. After seeing Chen Mo, Yuo-feng said, because there are too many students who are listening to your speech, the auditorium can't accommodate it, so I changed the venue to the square last night. Held. I am afraid to bother you at night. I will not inform you. That's it. It's okay. It's the same. Chen Mo said. For him, just change the stage and go everywhere. Today's donation process is like this. Xiaoyu went to Chen Mo and began to introduce Chen Mo to today's process. Soon, the group came outside the square. They just appeared, and the students who had been sitting in the square had commotion, and they turned their heads and looked over here. Then, a warm applause broke out. The media reporter who had already waited in the square also turned the camera to Chen Mo. The Marching Ant Company is a legend of the domestic business community. Their president, Zhao Minutes, has appeared in front of the camera numerous times and is a well-deserved net red. However, the seat as the chairman of the powers has never appeared in the public. Until yesterday, the posts and news that flowed out from Bnai University let them know the identity of the chairman of the Marching Ant Company. When I heard about Chen Mo's speech at Bnai University today, many reporters kept on rushing to the coastal city overnight. Chen Mo looked at the crowded head in front of him, and his heart was screaming. No wonder the auditorium can't fit it. It is estimated that there are 6,000 or 7,000 people in the hall. Half of the school people have come over. Many classes have been organized and listened to. Chen Mo did not know that for this ceremony, the school also notified a holiday day. He never thought about it. When he first gave a speech, there were so many people coming to see it. After Chen Mo was seated, the applause stopped and the scene was quiet. Just facing the lens of many reporters, he is still not used to it. At the beginning of the ceremony, Kugyu Ofeng took to the stage. At this time, Kugyu Ofeng, who was full of energy, interviewed Ruddy, and rationalized the microphone in front of him, said, "I know, you are not coming to see me this old thing today." His self-deprecating voice just fell, and there was a burst of laughter underneath, accompanied by crazy applause. The principal's humor, they had already seen it at the opening ceremony, and I didn't expect to ridicule myself this time. But I still have to say a few words, but this sentence is a bit long. Kugyu Ofeng smiled and continued to speak. When I started school, I have already told every one of you. Today, you are proud of Bnai University. Tomorrow, Bnai University will be proud of you. Why do I say this to each of you? Because I am a little lazy. The speeches at the opening ceremony every year are the same. There is this sentence on it. There was another laughter in the audience. Today, our University of Bnai is proud of a student. He is Chen Mo, your senior. I hope that you, like him, will fight for your dreams and be a useful person, not all day like an ostrich, hide in the corner to live. I hope that one day in the future, standing on this platform and talking to your brothers and sisters will be one of you. I hope that you will become the next Chen Mo. Even if you can't become the next Chen Mo, you have to be useful to the society. People. I heard that the shorter the speech, the more intense the applause. It is good. The students below reacted and began to applaud and cheered loudly. A stinking and long speech, they have heard countless times and have not heard anything useful. The principal's speech, though short, can at least hear a little. The applause gradually subsided, and Kugyu Ofeng said, "The following is a donation ceremony, and we have our Chen Mo schoolmaster to come to power." Kugyu Ofeng looked at Chen Mo, who was sitting downstairs. The eyes of other people all went to Chen Mo's position. The shots of all the reporters are also directed at Chen Mo. They know that today, this big boy is the protagonist. In less than a year, marching ants have created a business miracle, and this miracle will become a legend in the business world. The current marching ant company is a boat, and it is left and right in the already fixed market form. And Chen Mo is the helmsman behind the giant ship of the marching ant. If it weren't for the facts, they wouldn't associate the chairman of the marching ant company with the easygoing big boy in front of the camera. Chen Mo donated 20 million to the school. We will use this money to create better learning conditions for the students. At the same time, the Marching Ant Company established an ant scholarship at Bnai University to help students with excellent academic performance and family difficulties. Classmates, we used the warmest applause and thanked Chen Mo and the Army Ant Company. Kugyu Ofeng had a joy on his face, and he applauded constantly. The applause from the bottom was connected, and a good voice appeared constantly. Under the stage, Liu Oxuan looked around and smiled and attached it to Xiaoyu's ear. Small fish, is there a feeling of pride? Is your man so powerful? Look first, don't make trouble. Little fisherman's roots are red. Push. Liu Oxuan, continue to applaud, but his eyes fall on Chen Mo, but very gentle. Look at your eyes, you know that you have fallen. Liu Yuxian once again stretched his head. I should say that he is lucky, or are you lucky? I am lucky. Xiao Yu smiled. You are indeed lucky. Liu Ojun said, you look at the girl's gaze, keep your man. Don't be robbed. Now is not the time to say this. Xiao Yu looked helplessly at Liu Yuxi. The applause is higher than a wave, and many people applaud, especially Chen Mo's college and class. The applause is the most intense, and many people have already shouted out. The senior is handsome. Schoolmaster, I love you. In the endless applause, there is a shout of not classmates. Then, the shouts screamed in a row, letting Chen Mo on the stage laugh and cry. In the applause and shouts, Chen Mo handed the big check in his hand to Kugyu Ofeng. The reporters under the stage, the long guns and short guns facing the handover of the two, a mad shot. After the donation, Kugyu Ofeng opened his mouth again. Next, your student Chen Mo will give you a speech. This is the place where your seniors are. The female show. Everyone applauds. In the fierce applause, Kugyu Ofeng with a happy color, stepped back and handed the stage to Chen Mo. Chen Mo looked at the dense head under the stage and went to the small podium of the microphone with his scalp. This is his first speech, and he was so big yesterday that he was not prepared for the speech. Now he can only catch the ducks. At the moment before standing at the small podium, all the applause stopped. Countless pairs of mixed expectations, envious eyes cast on Chen Mo. Each of them is curious and Chen Mo will talk to them. P.S. Give a friend a chapter to push it. The sneak peek of the gods without limits, the system of positive energy that forces the system to be rich in the second generation. God Howen, like a book friend can look. Chapter 113. People and ants. Now everyone's eyes are on Chen Mo, and even some news media have already started live broadcast on the internet. This is his first exposure to the spotlight. If it was before, he would definitely be nervous, but now he has a different vision and what he sees is different. After starting to bite the scalp and standing on the small podium, Chen Mo relaxed and looked at the students and reporters below. Hello everyone. I am Chen Mo. You came here today, you should come to listen to me this little thing, Chen Mo said. As soon as the words were finished, the people below burst into laughter, accompanied by intense applause. This is obviously a mockery in the tone of the school principal. Before today, like many of you, I have never been to the podium, and I have never spoken to so many people. I used to fantasize about speaking on the stage. But when I came up today, I found out that the first time it was gone. A gentle laughter was raised again under the stage. Chen Mo raised his hand and pressed down everyone's voice. Naturally, I can't see it for the first time. After Chen Mo entered the topic, everyone in the field was quiet. Everyone is looking at the stage seriously. The students in the forefront have already taken out their mobile phones, and the lenses are all facing Chen Mo. I heard the principal just said, I hope that you will make the next Chen Mo. Chen Mo himself warned you, don't do the next Chen Mo. You are you, not the same. Everyone is unique. In fact, the principal has made you the next Chen Mo, which has a purpose. He hopes that you will donate money to the school like me. When Chen Mo said this, he immediately burst into laughter, accompanied by thunderous applause. This sentence ridiculed himself and also ridiculed the principal. Kugyu Ofeng, who has even retired, smiled and applauded. The last sentence is a joke. Don't take it seriously. But it is also telling you that you have to be different. Chen Mo continued, those rules, I don't tell you too much, many of you know better than me. In college, you only have to do one thing. Just one thing is what you like to do. Literature and art must be called dreams. If your dream is to become a .silk, then you have to surpass Zhang Yido as goal. Zhang Yido wants to win a lawsuit. Why can't you win 2 lawsuits? Speaking of Zhang Yido, laughter broke out again under the stage. No matter which major you are, what to study, university, choose a thing you like, and then stick to it and keep making progress. The word persistence is very simple. It is easy to say, It is difficult to do. There is no essential difference between humans and ants. They are also alive and alive. What makes us different from ants is that the content of our lives is more exciting. It is good. Chen Mo only spoke a few words, and applause interrupted his words. People are alive, and there is no essential difference between them and ants. This sentence has aroused the resonance of many people. All their efforts are to live better and live. After the applause subsided, Chen Mokai spoke again. The students who are about to leave the society are like the ants who just came out of the nest. Next to the ant nest, the delicious food has long been occupied by other ants. The world today is the giant capital. These giants are the food that occupies the ant nest. Ant colony. The roads that can be opened up around have been opened up by the predecessors, and the remaining unknown areas are becoming less and less. If you want to eat meat, you have to go further afield to find food. This requires us to be like a lonely hero, in the field of love, to stick to the road. In school days, focusing on one thing is enough to make you an elite in the field of your choice. When you step out of society in the future, you will find that there are only 1 or 2 ants in a large chunk of meat. You can easily join them and get the meat you want. I started the marching ant because I used to be an ant just out of the nest. I am only lucky, it is an open army ant, and I also met an ant who can only help me manage the team. As you can see, the marching ant company stands at the top of the food chain. All the giants used to be an ant. Chen Mo's speech was not long, only less than 5 minutes. Give a simple example to compare with them. After all, speeches, empty talks, and a little factual basis. Until Chen Mo stopped, all the talents reacted, and then, bursts of applause broke out. Chen Mo's metaphor is very appropriate. They are ordinary people, like an ant, humble and small. In this era of lack of opportunities and opportunities everywhere, I want to take a step and must be good enough. Sorry, just bragging over the head. Chen Mo smiled. When the words came out, I laughed loudly. The applause that just stopped under the stage broke out again. Every student, chances are rare. If you have any questions, you can ask Chen Mo, the principal. The host looked at the timing and stood up and said. When the host's words fell, the students under the audience raised their hands. The next moment, a girl ran from the crowd to the stage and raised her hand. The girl is wearing a ponytail. Her face is a little tender, with a baby fat. It looks a little cute. This story tells us that action is more practical than sitting. Chen Mo looked at the girl who ran out and said, the first question is for the school girl. The girls took the microphone, and some were embarrassed to say, how can I make myself better? Like you are now, you are the first to get a microphone. In this case, you are better than other students. When you want to get something, fight for it. The process of action will make you change. Excellent. Thank you, the schoolmaster. The girl seemed to understand a little, thanked and walked back to her position. Next classmate. After the words were finished, more than 20 students all ran to the front of the stage, and several people ran in. This story tells us to be the first person to eat crabs. Now I choose one of you, and the rest are the competition. Chen Mo answered the question with all his heart. Until he answered the question. The speech took an hour and answered many students' questions. These are some insignificant questions. Many students are confused about their future. At this point, Chen Mo can't help. After the speech, Chen Mokai walked off the stage with warm applause. The ceremonies were scattered, and the reporters who had been under the stage were surrounded. It's not easy to see Chen Mo once. If you can interview Chen Mo, this is the news. Mr. Chen Mo, what is your plan for the future of marching ants? Why do marching ants fail to enter Europe? What is the next product of the marching ant? A group of reporters shouted at Chen Mo, but because of the security guards, they could not get close to Chen Mo. Sorry, everyone. Now I can't answer these questions. I will give you the answer one day in the future. Chen Mo responded politely and left in the crowds. Get rid of all the reporters and walk back to the car. Chen Mo was relieved. Now I finally know that being watched is also a very tiring thing. The video of Chen Mo's speech was quickly uploaded on the internet. As a legend of the business world, his identity has always been concerned. The first speech of the head of the Marching Ant Company, a generation of legends. Chen Mo, the ruler behind the scenes of the Marching Ant. On the internet, it was occupied by various articles titled Chen Mo. The young and terrible Chen Mo has also become the object of discussion. Chen Mo appeared in front of the public this time and completely satisfied the curiosity of everyone. Just a public speech. He has become a network red man. Chapter 114, Eat Fish. The online world is bustling, and Chen Mo's news is everywhere. Chen Mo has become a celebrity. Any app that can see the news has news about Chen Mo. In just half a day, Chen Mo, the chairman of the Marching Ant, was well known to Zhao Minutes, genius, the youngest billionaire, the perfect boyfriend, etc. All kinds of titles are set on Chen Mo's head. Some people even boldly confessed to the official microblog of the Marching Ant Company, causing a lot of discussion. The focus of attention of everyone, at this time and Xiao in the supermarket. Don't you say that you are going back to the dormitory these days? I understand why you are low-key now. Xiao Yu smiled and picked up a box of greens and put it in the shopping cart. The girls are more complicated than I thought. Several people in our dormitory were disturbed by other girls in the class yesterday. I'm so annoying. I finally get rid of the lights when I turn off the lights. What are you doing? Chen Mo asked strangely. After your relationship with me is exposed, they want me to ask you to go out and play together. As for what will happen next, you should know, said Xiao Yu. I really don't know. What will happen? Chen Mo smiled. Take me a slap, let's eat it. Xiao Yu's eyes are not good. Do you want to go? There is no such idea. Chen Mo hurriedly shook his head. We are not very familiar with them. Suddenly came over and made our dormitory a bit awkward. Then today, if I don't want to go back to the dormitory, I will be rushed back and become an abandoned child. You will not take me? Xiao Yu said. She did not expect that there would be so much trouble after Chen Mo and her relationship were exposed. First of all, various news, then various telephone calls. After returning to the dormitory, I was also annoyed to find Chen Mo. As before, there is absolutely no such thing. How is it possible? Come back better. At least I don't have to cook for myself, and some people wash the smelly socks. Do you really treat me as your babysitter? Xiao Yu was laughed at by Chen Mo's appearance. What do you want to eat tonight? I will buy it now. Eat fish, then go buy. Xiao Yu lived, feeling wrong, turned to see Chen Mo's unwilling eyes. Suddenly understood, the small fish ear-roots were red and snorted. Why do you want to eat fish and look at me? After that, you will escape to the fresh market. Looking at the back of Xiao Yu, Chen Mo smiled softly and pushed the shopping cart to follow. Strolling in the fresh market, Xiao and snacks are not in the air, stopped in front of the fish stall, only to return to God. Boss, how to sell this fish? 12 pieces, 1 kilogram. Girl, you really pick. These fish are the best fish here. I will pick the biggest one for you. The ant of the fish stall saw the little fisher coming over, and immediately opened his eyes and smiled, reaching for the fish in the bucket. Boss, not so big, we can't finish it. Half will do it, or smaller. We will eat small fish, Chen Mo said quickly. When he had just finished speaking, he felt the pain in his instep, and the foot of the small fish had already stepped on his instep. Xiao Yu did not dare to look directly at Chen Mo, but the shameful face has already betrayed her. I didn't make a mistake. I bought so many dishes, and then I have such a big fish. I can't eat it. I waste it. I am wrong. Feeling the pain from his feet, Chen Mo hurriedly begged for mercy in the small fisherman's ear. Well, let's come here. The boss aunt saw the intimate appearance of the two, and smiled. Young man, there are not many girls who will make fish now. You have to cherish it. Yes, Chen Mo laughed. On the way to buy a good fish back, Xiao Yu's face is still ruddy, bowing his head. When I first entered the villa, I ran to the kitchen and saw her appearance. Chen Mo grinned and walked in. What fish do you like the most? Chen Mo asked while washing the vegetables. I like it. My dad is a fishing boat. Every time I come back to the sea, I have a lot of fish. I like to eat since I was a child. Xiao said, my little family is also a fishing boat. Whenever I come back, I will send fish to our house. But in recent years, I have not been at home, and I rarely ate it. Chen Mo said. When he heard Chen Mo say that, he was a little embarrassed. Xiao Yu remembered the last time he was blind, and then his face smiled. What are you laughing at? Chen Mo is inexplicable. Laughed you stupid like this dead fish. Xiao Yu gave him a look and continued to deal with the fish. Where am I stupid? Chen Mo said without a word, if I have this fish, I will definitely live and say that this is the same root, and it is too urgent. Do you want me to fry you in a pan? Still forget it. Chen Mo immediately refused. Soon, the food was ready. For 2 people, the food was a bit more, and there was more fish than usual. Looking at the hot dishes on the table, Chen Mo showed a relaxed smile. This small day is still good. When he looked at Xiao, he found that Xiaoyan's eyes were dodging. After a meal, Xiao Yu did not say too much. Seems to be thinking about something. Just finished eating, put down the tableware and hurried back to the room. The night becomes rich in the call of the stars. In the villa, Chen Mo sat on the sofa and quietly watched the news of the mobile phone. There are some news about him on this, all about his life or anecdotes in the school. Chen Mo himself laughed. These stories. He didn't look at it, didn't know that he had experienced it. Just now he wanted to enter the room, and the result was caught by Xiao Yu, but he could only sit in the hall to watch the news. Just as Chen Mo looked at the news, the door suddenly opened. Xiao Yu wears a night dress, with wet hair, sitting down on the sofa. At this time, the little fisherman, his face is still a little rosy. His hands are pinching the roots of the night dress. I don't know what I am thinking. This tight state of fishing looks particularly cute. Chen Mo's eyes softened, staring at the small fishing. Is it enough? Help me blow my hair. Xiao Yu did not dare to look directly at Chen Mo, and even his voice shook slightly. Okay. Chen Mo realized that he was watching, reacted, and hurriedly found a hair dryer to blow the hair to Xiao Yu. Every time Xiao washes his head, as long as Chen Mo is around, Chen Mo is blowing her. This seems to have become an indispensable thing in the lives of 2 people. Just never once let her be so nervous. Even for the first time, Chen Mo was blowing her hair, and she was not so tight. Today Chen Mo's words are too obvious. She tries to make herself pretend not to understand, but she simply pretends not to come out. You are very nervous? Chen Mo asked softly. Don't ask. Xiao Yu was asked by Chen Mo and became more nervous. If you are not ready, I can wait for you, Chen Mo said while blowing her hair. No. No. Xiao Yu said, you are a fool, don't ask. Xiao Yu has been incoherent, and now she doesn't know what she is thinking. Well, don't ask. Chen Mo laughed and quietly blows his hair to Xiao Yu. The sound of the hair dryer, coupled with Chen Mo's hand, let Xiao Yu's tension slowly disappear and his body relaxed. Just after the hair dryer stopped, Xiao Yu was nervous again and his body became tight. Just after returning to God, I saw Chen Mo with a smirk face. Well, let's take your little fish. It's mine. I won't have any bones left for you. Chen Mo grabbed Xiao Yu and walked toward the bedroom. Xiao Yu's brain was blank, and he was forgotten even if he struggled. He was allowed to hold Chen Mo and buried his head on his shoulder. She knows that this day will come sooner or later. At the moment of entering the bedroom, Chen Mo bowed his head and kissed him. Just as Xiao Yu gave up the resistance, Chen Mo prepared for the next step. The phone suddenly sounded. My brother, there is a phone. Chapter 115, Graduation. Chen Mo stopped, grabbed the phone, looked at the electric display, stroked his forehead, and went out. Mom. Chen Mo is on the phone. Just now you gave us a news. I said that it is the chairman of the marching ant company. Is that person you? There was an anxious voice on the phone. Mom, are you calling just to ask this? Chen Mo almost didn't cry out. I didn't tell you about the new year. I opened a company called the Marching Ant Company. The news you saw. That person is me. So big, You don't tell me and your dad. There was a happy and angry voice on the other end of the phone. The happy thing was that the son had a good life. The anger was that Chen Mo did not tell them. Mom, didn't you say the new year? I opened the company. Chen Mo smiled. My father and I went to Bnai City in a few days. Are you healthy there? Nothing. The body is very good. Chen Mo heart meditation. Something was interrupted by you, but just think about it. Did not say, Mom, you and Dad pay attention to the body. Come to Bnai City. I will tell you. It is good. After hanging up the phone, Chen Mo walked back to the room. Xiaoyu was lying on the bed. His face was swaying and his eyes were closed. After hearing the sound of opening the door, the body tightened again and pulled the quilt subconsciously. She felt that the heart was jumping out. After waiting for a long time, I found that there was no movement, and Xiaoyu opened his eyes gently. It was Chen Mo's smiling face. I know you are sleeping. I fell asleep. Xiaoyu almost didn't cover his face. Too shy. Sleeping can still talk. Chen Mo smiled. My mom just called and said that in a few days to come to Bnai. I will take you to see you. I really want to see. Xiaoyu stayed and looked at Chen Mo. Looks a little nervous. Otherwise, Chen Mo said, the last time I went back, I didn't tell them about you. The result was that I was arrested by Xiaoyan. I was there when you were there. Otherwise I could not find an excuse to escape. When he heard Chen Mo say this, Xiaoyu laughed. Have you seen the girl who is dating you? No. Chen Mo shook his head. I am looking for an excuse to run. You don't want to see that girl. Chen Mo looked at Xiaoyu strangely. You are not jealous? You are not afraid that I will go to see the girl and run with her? Ghosts are jealous. Xiaoyu snorted and ate his own vinegar. She was not so powerful. Okay, don't say this. This time you see my parents with me, otherwise they may also arrest me for a blind date. Chen Mo said. Good. Xiao hesitated before he nodded. Let's sleep. This little fish is kept. The next time I look for a chance to eat again, give you a perfect night. Chen Mo hugged Xiaoyu, kissed him and slept. The little fish in his arms, with a sweet smile, drilled into Chen Mo and closed his eyes. The rain of the wet clothes drove away the long sweltering heat, bringing a cool to the graduation season. In the lecture hall, Chen Mo looked calmly at the teacher below. The research method I use is a multi-slit one-step rainbow holography. The advantage of one-step rainbow holography is that the plaque noise is smaller than the two-step rainbow hologram. However, there is a disadvantage that the field of view is limited by the size of the lens. For the problem of color blur and line blur, I used a multi-slit approach. When shooting a rainbow hologram, a double-slit, three-slit hologram reproduces the image, which is brighter than a single slit. As long as the slit width is appropriate, the color blur caused by the white light reproduction does not overlap the reproduced image. Chen Mo answered the teacher's question carefully. After a long time, he carried his backpack and walked out of the lecture hall with a relaxed smile on his face. The defense has been completed, and his graduation thesis is Photographing and Experimental Research of Rainbow Holography. This is the title of the thesis that was determined shortly after the start of the fourth year of school. Looking for ways to increase the rainbow holographic field of view, compare the method of increasing the field of view and optimize the improvement. When I was in an accident at the library, I was looking for paper materials. The paper is not too difficult. Chen Mo has completed the last semester. The defense and graduation design is very simple for him now. Leaving the teaching building, Chen Mo rushed to the square. At this time, Bnai University is full of excitement and immersed in the joy and parting of graduation. In the beautiful corners of the campus, you can see people who are taking photos in groups. Today is the day of the graduation photo of Xiaoyu. Chen Mo trotting all the way. In the square, a variety of people. Chen Mo looked for a moment in the crowd, and soon saw a small fishing waiting under the big tree. At this time, the little fish, holding two bunches of flowers, with a smile on his face. The long black hair was tied up, revealing the white goose neck, leaving two dragons in front of the forehead, wearing a bachelor's suit, looking very fresh. Long wait, beautiful girl. Chen Mo stopped at Xiao. After seeing Chen Mo, Xiaoyu's smile turned away and his eyes were bent into crescents. After a while, Liu Oxuan, Zhu Wei and Wang Xilan also came over. Chen Mo, Xiaoyu graduated. What about your gift? Liu Oi said as soon as he came over. Oh, yes, here. Chen Mo took a box from his backpack and handed it to Xiao. This is a bracelet. And this is yours. Thank you for taking care of Xiao for 4 years. Chen Mo took out 3 more handed to 3 people. Liu Ojun immediately laughed and took the box that Chen Mo handed over. It's a pleasure to be a friend with the local tyrant. Then, the most beautiful, gentlest, and most cute kitten in our family will be officially handed over to you. But don't think that a gift can buy us. If you dare to bully later, 3 of us will use a kitchen knife to fight you. How could I bully her? I hurt her too late. Chen Mo smiled. Ha graduated and fed us dog food. The 3 immediately tacitly revealed a look of disgust, and turned to laugh. Chen Mo and Xiaoyu have movie. Liu Oxuan said with a camera. Princess hug. Pro 1. Come on, put on Chen Mo's gift and take a picture. Zhu Wei and Wang Xilan also followed suit, full of laughter and laughter. The photo took more than 2 hours, until the fun, 5 talents to eat. In the evening, after returning to the villa, Xiaoyu became a sly look. The graduation season is a season of joy and a season of separation. This time, I don't know when I will get together. What's wrong? Chen Mo went to Xiao and asked. Nothing, just feeling. Unconsciously, 4 years have passed. Xiao said the emotions. Nothing lasts forever. Chen Mo said. The phone rang, and after seeing the caller ID, he laughed and connected the phone. After a few promises, Chen Mo took a small fishing and went outside. Don't worry, it will make you more embarrassing. Where? Asked Xiaoyu. The ugly wife wants to see the parents. Chen Mo smiled. Your parents are coming over? Xiaoyu immediately nervous. Do I have to prepare something? No, I will change clothes first. I will sort the house again. Go. Chen Mo saw the incoherent appearance of Xiaoyu, laughed, and pulled her away from the villa and rushed to the station. Chapter 116, Computer Operating System. Chen Mo and Xiaoyu, waiting outside the station. At this time, the small fisherman was extremely nervous, and his hands were tight, and he looked at the exit. After seeing the 3 people coming out of the station, Chen Mo laughed and hurriedly greeted him. Dad, Mom, Jane. Hey, Emma. After seeing Chen Mo, Chen Mu did not smile at the moment. You are getting thinner again. Where is it thin? Chen Mo cried. In the eyes of the mother, no matter how good life is, as long as they leave home, they become thinner. Dad, Mom, Jane, introduce you to a person. This is my girlfriend, Xiao. Chen Mo pulled the small fisherman standing next to him. Uncle is good, Aunt is good, Jane. Good. Xiaoyu made a greeting to Xiao Zhen. I don't know how to be good. Chen Mo is just his parents, not saying that Jane is coming. Small fish. Xiao Zhenkai noticed Xiao, and then smiled. I didn't expect to see you here, I just didn't recognize it. Sister, Xiao is the girl I introduced to Xiaomo last time. Girl. Oh, hello fishing. Chen Mu immediately showed a surprised expression, looking up and down the small fish, is a look of a daughter-in-law. After pulling through the small fishing, I began to ask, let Xiao feel a little overwhelmed and cast a cry for help. Chen Mo was on the side and looked awkward. The girl introduced to him last time, small fishing, suddenly figured out what. Chen Mo finally understood why Xiaoyu said that he was blind, and he would laugh inexplicably. This girl is the girl he wants to kiss. Dad, Mom, Jane, let's talk in the car. Chen Mo looked at the little fish caught in his mother and Jane's claws and smiled. The appearance of a small fisherman is simply cute. I ignored her for help and took her luggage to the car. After returning to the villa, my mother and Zen looked at the villa and my eyes became stunned. Small fish, this house is so clean, is it yours? Yes. Little fish nodded, his face was a little red, and he asked Chen Mo for help. Small fish, you go to the parents and Jane to prepare for food. Chen Mo hurriedly let Xiao get out, or continue to ask. Small fish cannot be sowed. Good. Xiao fled like a life-saving straw. Xiaomo, my father and I, and you cherish it. I want to see your current situation. When the boss of such a big business, such a big thing, why don't you tell us? Xiao Yue left Shenmue will point the finger at Shenmue. Don't you say that. When I was in the new year, I told you that I started a company. You didn't say that big. And, the little fisherman. This girl, Mum likes it very much. You have graduated now. At the age of marriage, I have to give birth to a grandson. Now I am not working with your dad. Being idle can help you bring your children. I will let you cherish and talk to her family. Shenmue was short-lived and almost spurted out the old blood. The last time the phone interrupted him, and now he still said this, the characters are still missing. Your mother is right. The father on the side also agreed. Dad, Mom, this is not an urgent matter. You should not do this first. I have Xiao's own arrangements, Shenmue said in a hurry. Otherwise he would not let Xiaoyan go to the relatives after going back. Not long after, Xiaoyu and Jane, with a fruit platter, came out, but the face was a little ruddy. I don't know what Jane said to her. Until the time of sleep, Shenmue and Xiaoyu were relieved. After returning to the room, the father and mother and the cherished room were arranged. Early the next morning, 5 people sat around the dinner table and had breakfast. Xiaomo, last night, the question we all asked. I know that I know. I discussed with your mother for one night. Decided to go home in 2 days. Shen father opened. Why is it so fast? Don't you stay here? Shenmue hurriedly asked. Shen mother smiled and said, we are here. I am not used to living. I slept for a night in a soft bed last night. I have a backache and a comfortable back. I will leave space for you and Xiao, and I will get along with each other for a while, Shen said with a smile. Some dishes were caught in the small fishing bowl. Small fish. After a small bully, you will call me, I will come to teach him immediately. Mom. Needless to say, my dad and I have already decided, not accustomed to life on the side of the city. Chen Mogang wanted to speak, he was interrupted. But you have to work, grow up, need some space. I and you dad, I will go back and buy a house. And I will build a new house at home. You don't have to worry about our affairs. You remember to get along with Xiao. Okay. Shenmue smiled. Buy more than one set. Give it to Zen. You have a companion. I will remit it to your account. He knows that the mother's decision, he cannot discourage. How can I collect your house? Zen shook his head immediately. Zen, in my heart, you are my loved one. There is no need to see. I also promised Xinxin to give her a college entrance examination gift. She is also a college entrance examination, even if it is a gift to Shinshin. Shenmue has not finished. The phone's prompt sounds. Chairman, the research team has been developing the army and computer system. There is a breakthrough today. You need to come to the company. When the phone is connected, Zhao Minut's voice is heard. Okay. I rushed over as soon as possible. Shenmue said, hang up the phone. Zen, the house thing, just say it. Xiao, later, go out with your parents and Jane, go shopping. Go shopping, I need to go to a company. Okay. Zenyu hesitated and nodded. Yeah? Xiao, you also promised to go down. After the incident last night, her mind relaxed a lot, not so restrained. If your work is busy, go to work, Shen said immediately. Not so urgent now, after breakfast, I will pass. Shenmue pulled out the bank card and handed it to Xiao. When you collect the bank card, when you go shopping, you can buy things for your parents and Jane. Don't be afraid to spend money. After eating breakfast, Chen Mokai went to the company, and told Wang Hai to follow his parents today and pick up at any time. After the company established the R&D team, the marching and computer system has been in development. Develop a new computer operating system based on the unique architecture of the mobile and mobile operating system. R&D to the present, the marching and computer operating system. Finally have a look for him. He only needs a little bit of eyebrows, he can use the technology library optimization to get the perfect marching ant operating system. When I came to the company, Chen Mo went to the R&D department of the company. Just arrived at the door, I saw Zhao Minutes. When is there a big breakthrough? Chen Mo said. In fact, I have been researching all the time. There are some small breakthroughs. I don't understand anything specific. Today Jia and Lao Luo informed me that there is a breakthrough in the computer operating system of the army ants. I will contact you. Well, let's go into the R&D department. Next, you have to think about the marketing of the Ant computer operating system. The computer operating system is no better than the mobile phone. This is not so easy to appear on the market, Chen said. Nowadays, in the field of computer operating systems, Microsoft's Windows have formed a monopoly position and cannot be shaken at all. This kind of thing, from the computer operating system to the beginning of research and development, has been considered. As long as the computer operating system is completed, it can start to prepare for the listing. Zhao Minutes said. After the two entered the R&D department, Lao Luo and Wang Sijie both greeted them. Chairman, after so long research, the marching ant computer operating system has been able to run stably on the computer for a long time. However, there are still many small flaws. It's already very powerful. Don't say this. Let me take a look at the computer operating system, Chen Mo said. Lao Luo and Wang Sijie did not say much, led Chen Mo and Zhao Minutes to go inside the R&D department. Chapter 117, Optimization. The R&D department of the marching ant system is mainly responsible for the research and development of computer systems. The promoters are Lao Luo, Wang Sijie and others. The mobile and mobile phone operating system is independent of Windows, Unix and has a unique architecture. Therefore, Lao Luo and Wang Sijie do not want to let such a good opportunity, and then develop a separate computer operation system. This matter was also approved by Zhao Minutes. Based on the marching ant smartphone operating system, the development of the Army Ant computer operating system, hundreds of software experts from the R&D department participated in the research. After several months of research, there has been a little progress. Until today, computer operating systems can run stably. We developed a general-purpose computer operating system based on the marching ant system. Currently it has been able to run stably on a computer, and there are some flaws that we are constantly improving. Lao Luo took Chen Mo to a computer. The desktop of the computer is the symbol of the marching ant company. Chen Mo checked the computer system, and then stopped to look at Lao Luo. The source code is sorted out, uploaded to the database. The computer operating system is perfect. I will help you. Good. Lao Luo immediately let people upload the source code. The chairman generally seldom intervenes in their research, and this time they can help them and make him think of it. He did not doubt Chen Mo's ability. After all, Chen Mo independently developed the marching ant system. Next, you will focus on the development of the PC application ecosystem, and give me the optimization. After Chen Mo and Lao Luo and Wang Sijie, he called Zhao Minutes and walked toward his office area. Ink girl, soak 2 cups of tea over, Chen Mo said as soon as he entered the office. Okay, Mom. The two just sat down on the sofa and the robot held a cup of tea and placed it in front of the two. It's technology that changes life. Zhao Minutes glanced at the robot. This robot is definitely a good thing. I still think of one more thing. I will send you a list. Let you buy 10 accessories back. I have to assemble a few more robots, Chen Mo said. There is only one robot now, and one in the lab is assembling. He needs more robots. In the future, he only needs to organize the data on the computer, so that the Ink Girl can control the robot to complete those products. And the efficiency is absolutely unimaginable. The robot energy is produced. Zhao Minutes asked in amazement, thinking too much. The aircraft needs a flight test improvement. The robot must take it slowly. Talk about your thoughts on the development of the PC market business. Chen Mo pulled the topic back to the topic. Speaking of this, Zhao Minutes looks a lot and seriously, in the PC market, We mainly target the enterprise PC market. Umbrella companies turn their direction and extract the value of the Android platform, in order to prepare for the ecology of Chromios, to prepare to open the enterprise PC market for them. The corporate PC market means a steady stream of cash. In the ordinary civilian market, Microsoft's Windows have formed a monopoly. Users have formed habits of use, and the ecology does not support. If you want to enter the civilian market, the road will be rugged. So aiming at the corporate office market, they can get more benefits. She has already done research, and the corporate office market is less competitive. In this market, Microsoft has already given them enough practice and is very feasible. In this technical field of subdivision, as long as there are distinctive and more convenient cutting-edge technologies, there are enough companies to pay for them. They have a series of office software such as AndOffice, and the most advanced intelligent voice assistant technology. As long as the intelligent voice assistant on the PC side is developed to improve office efficiency, there are enough users. This market is much easier than rushing in a dish of a smartphone. And their smartphone market has been opened, and the mobile market ecosystem can be accessed in the future. After listening to Xiaomin's thoughts, Chen Mo meditated and nodded after a while. PC side smart assistant, I can develop it. The product is already designed? Chen Mo asked. Product design he can let the Ink Girl do, but he will not do this. The existence of the Ink Girl cannot be exposed for the time being. Pu Jingmin believes that the leader in the field of artificial intelligence will become the ruler of the world. If the presence of the Ink Girl is exposed, it is not a trouble. The great powers of the whole world, the capital crocodile, the ambition, and the conspirators have all set their sights on him. I am afraid that he will not be used for a day. He or even his family will be in danger. From the beginning of this project, people have already designed products. Xiaominits said, the matter of this project is handed over to you. Chen Mo has little interest in computer systems. Because there are many computer operating systems, Windows has killed this ecology and almost formed a monopoly. And the current computer applications are all developed around Windows, the general operating system. There is no living environment. If they want to change the user's usage habits, it is absolutely impossible in a short time. However, since the computer operating system has been successfully researched, the corporate office market is a good choice. Then I will arrange it. Xiaominits said. There is one more thing. The construction of the company's headquarters is going to speed up. It doesn't matter if you spend a little more money. Here, the restrictions are too big and many things can't be done. Chen Mo said. With the existence of a technology library, money is just a cold figure for him. What he lacks most is time. Okay, I will inform the supervisor of this project. After Xiaominits left, Chen Mo walked back to his office. Ink. Transfer the source code of the computer system they developed. Receive success. Not long after, the voice of the Ink Girl rang. Chen Mo began to look at the source code. After reading all the code, he went to the sofa to lie down. After entering the Science and Technology Library, Chen Mo opened the dark red book. There was a person who called him from behind, but this time, there is no one. The huge library looks a bit empty. 8 books are suspended in midair, and the faint light exudes. These are the tasks of his apprenticeship in science and technology. As long as these 8 books are completed, they will be able to enter the 3rd stage. He still doesn't know the content inside. After confirming that Xu Lao will not come out, Chen Mo will sigh and return to God, thinking about the source code of the computer system, and pointing his finger to the dark red book. His movements just stopped, and a huge light curtain was lowered in the book. Source code like ants is constantly listed in the light curtain. Not long after, the source code was all displayed. Optimization. Chen Mo said. It used to be Xu Lao to help him optimize, this time it is his turn to come. This feeling is a bit strange. As soon as his voice fell, the source code began to change. After a while, I stopped. A complete computer system appears on the light curtain. Share technology. Chen Mo said. As soon as his words fell, the light curtain turned into 2. One became a light spot, and penetrated into Chen Mo's head. One narrowed into a book and flew into the depths of the technology library. No reward. Chen Mo's mind appeared a word and quickly reacted. This computer system was developed from the marching ant system. The core architecture is the technology he took from the technology library. Even if you share, you can only get a random reward for the trainee level, and the technology of the trainee level. He has been able to take it at will. After coming out of the technology library, Chen Mo sat back in the office chair. Ink Girl, according to what I said, optimize the computer system. Chapter 118, Island Country Come, Compliment. Chen Mo stretched out a lazy. The source code of the computer operating system has been optimized. He had to marvel at the efficiency of artificial intelligence. This is the current stage that humans cannot match. No wonder many people are worried about the emergence of a smart crisis. This kind of crisis concern is valid. Chen Mo did not send the source code to R&D now. The optimization is too fast, and it takes a long time to complete such a huge workload. It is impossible to rely on the individual. If it is not done well, the existence of the Ink Girl will also be exposed. The existence of the Ink Girl is extremely sensitive, and he cannot easily be exposed. Now that it's okay for a while, suddenly thinking of something, Chen Mo closed his eyes directly in the position and entered the technology library. If a worker wants to do something good, he must first sharpen his tools. Next he made research on seismographs and robots. These things are hardware and require a lot of parts. All along, he needed parts, which were made by the advanced fitter of the parts factory. But in the future, many things can't be exposed, or a device that makes parts, a 3D printer. There is a laser 3D printer in the lab, but with heating temperatures and material limitations, only plastic materials and a few metals can be printed. He now needs a more advanced printer. After entering the technology library, Chen Mo took a circle and picked up the dark red book on the table and began to look for 3D printing technology. After turning to the 3D printed catalog, Chen Mo's eyes quickly settled on one of the books. Integrated Laser 3D Printer, Field, Physics, Computer, Permission Level, Trainee. Product Introduction. Printing platform can heat 1600 degrees Celsius, heating base plate 1600 degrees Celsius, positioning accuracy x-axis 0.0085 mm, z-axis 0.00085 mm. The printed material is a material having a melting point below 1600 degrees Celsius. Chen Mo did not think about it, and his finger was on the title of the book. A ray of light descended from the sky, and a book was suspended in front of him. Chen Mo's hand was just placed on the printer, and a huge amount of information poured into his mind. Chen Mo's eyes flashed, and then he chose two other types of 3D printing technology to withdraw from the technology library. Looked at the time, it is almost at night. 3D printing technology, temporarily unable to organize. Ink Girl, you send the robot's bill of materials to Zhao Minutes. After Zhao Minutes sends the materials, you will assemble the robots in the lab. When I am not there, you can complete the tasks I gave you in the lab. Chen Mo said. These robots are too ugly, and my brother doesn't let me go out, said the Ink Girl. Hearing this sentence, Chen Mo could not laugh. The Ink Mother's ability to learn, plus self-awareness, is not unexpected when he says such words. First use, the company headquarters is built. After the conditions are ripe, I will build a body for you. Now that the battery can't last for a long time, it is impossible for the Ink Girl to leave the lab too far away. And other conditions are not enough to support him to build a more powerful robot. Thank you, Mom. Return to the laboratories. 3D printer, otherwise a lot of materials can't be printed. Titanium alloys are doubled to transform the printing platform and base of 3D printers, Chen Mo said. After arranging things, Chen Mokai got up and left the lab. 5 days passed by. Panhai City Airport, Chen Mo, Xiaoyu, Chen Fu Chen and Zhen Zhen came down from the car. Wang Hai also came down, helping to carry luggage into the airport. During this time, Chen Mo is at the company, which is to organize the technical information of 3D printing. The rest will have time to spend with the family. After Chen Mo's stay, they stayed in Banhai for 5 days. He wants them to stay here, but the mother said that she is not used to life here, and she has to go back, and he can't stop it. At this time, Xiao Zhumai took a small fisherman with a smile on his face. During this time, she was particularly satisfied with Xiaoyu, a well-behaved girl, who already recognized this wife. Small fish, my father and I, and you cherish home, then, take care of Ma. If he bullies you, you call me, I personally clean him. Chen Mo was laughing at the side. Whether he was a biological one. How does he feel that fishing is more important than his son? Xiaoyu smiled and looked at Chen Mo and turned his head and said, he won't bully me. Auntie, you can rest assured, I will take care of him. Well, I am relieved to have you. Chen immediately smiled. Dad, after going back, they and the coward are going to buy a house. I am optimistic about the community. The information is here, don't worry about the money. As long as you like it. Chen Mo took out a piece of information. The above are all screened by the Ink Girl, the best community in the security of the home. He was really afraid that someone would make a fuss about his family. The last mercenary incident made him have to add a heart. You also pay attention to safety here. After going back to buy a good house, I will take your mother out to travel. Your mother hasn't gone out for a long time, so take a look at it. Chen said. Waiting for an hour at the airport, until the father and mother check the ticket on the plane, Chen Mokai took the small fishing out of the airport. 3 people got on the bus and left the airport. They left for a long time, and a plane landed in Banhai City. A man and a woman came out from the airport exit with sunglasses. The man's face was pitted, short, and looked very cumbersome. The woman's face is white, a bit like the heroine in a small movie, looks very charming. This pair is completely beautiful. Female and wild beast. The contrast is too big, and when they appear, they have attracted the attention of many people, and they have cast curious eyes. Here is the city of Banhai. Japanese. The man's opening is completely disdainful. Why did you send us here? The air here smells disgusting. Noda June, pay attention to speaking. Many people here, we brought the mission, the identity cannot be exposed. The woman looked around, re-wearing sunglasses, dragging luggage out of the airport. Miss Mkeiko, your worry is completely redundant. These pigs don't understand our words. Noda's face still disdains. Put up your arrogance, or you will die very badly. Mahuizi did not look at him, and, there is less communication here, otherwise it is easy to attract the attention of others. Chinese people do not like us. I don't like them either. Noda said, let me come here, I am also very upset. If you don't like it, just go back and finish the mission. Mahuizi calmly and observes everything around him. Is that smart assistant so important? Noda's tone is very bad. The marching ant company relies on it, and it has tens of billions of income every month, and it has greater potential and usefulness. According to the information, they have already handed it over to the Chinese military. How important is it? Hey, just steal a piece of software, hand to come. Noda said coldly, I hope that your strength matches your arrogance. If you drag your legs, I don't mind killing you. Mahuizi said coldly, now start shutting up. Noda took a look at Maiko, and his eyes showed lasciviousness. When they just left the airport, they stopped a taxi. The two stopped the exchange and got off the airport. Chapter 119, Tapping. In the evening, in a room at the Blue Ocean Resort, 2 people put the big backpack in their hands on the table. Come here, it's really troublesome to bring something in. Noda looked at the equipment on the table with a cold smile on his face. Maiko did not pay attention to Noda, and checked the equipment in the backpack. Okay, no problem. Just pull the backpack. Hurry to change clothes and go back. Now is not the time to chat. Mahuizi carried the backpack and brought it back to his room. Noda looked at Mihoko's back, licked his lips, and picked up his backpack and walked back to his room. 5 minutes later, Maiko came out of the room and had already put on a pair of jeans and a casual t-shirt. He took a small backpack and looked like a big girl next door. At this time, Noda had put on his shirt and long pants, and saw Mai Ikoko's dress, his eyes flashing in the same light, and disappeared instantly. Go. Mai Iko whispered and left the room. On the road opposite the Marching Ant Company, two people looked far away from the building of the Marching Ant Company. The security of the Marching Ant Company is more trouble than imagined, Noda said. Not only these, the database is at the top of their company, next to the lab of their chairman. The data shows that their chairman's lab has a protection level of IP66, equipped with intelligent alarm, regional intrusion detection, and occlusion alarm. The network disconnects the alarm. The door is equipped with face recognition, fingerprint recognition and password. It is very difficult to get the software of the intelligent assistant. I am afraid this task is not so simple. I want to say that the kidnapping threats directly, Noda said. Savage thought, please remember, this is not domestic. It is different from the rest of the world. It is kidnapped here. It is also the chairman of a large company. You can leave and you will be born. Mai Iko is still looking at the office building of the Marching Ants, pretending to be as if nothing had happened. A few days ago, two of the Akitami mercenaries came in and never went out. Not everyone here can be wild. Oh, not everyone can casually break through these layers of protection systems, Noda said. Individual opinion, kidnapping is the simplest and most rude, and the most effective. Yes, that is a plan that must be forced. Mhuizi said coldly, go here today, go back and think about the approach of the chairman of the Marching Ant Company. The next day, Shenmue sat in the car, quietly watching the scenery outside, suddenly thinking of something, looking at Wang Hai. Wang Hai, have you retired comrades out like you? What does the chairman ask about this? Asked Wang Hai. Just looking for a personal care for the family, Shenmue said. The last mercenary incident was a very big wake. His current identity is already open to the public. When his family is not around, he is always worried. It is necessary to find someone to look after his family. I can help you contact. Wang Hai said. Sir. When they chatted, a woman with heavy makeup and exposed clothes suddenly ran out and stopped in front of them. Sir, I am going to Yingyao building. I am late for work. Can I take a ride? Mhuizi smile on his face, and Shenmue and Xiaoyu, who had no traces of their eyes, slammed into the back row. Sorry. Wang Hai took a deep look at Mhuizi, closed the window, started the car, and did not send the car away. Hey, how is this person like this? If you don't bring it, don't you use it? I don't owe you money. Mhuizi looked at the car that was leaving, and he was so angry that he was so angry. Until the car was far away, Mai Iko took out a mobile phone from the handbag. Noda, the bugs and trackers have been put in the car, you look now. Okay, Miss Miiko. I didn't expect your branch to be so good. Far away from the resorts, Noda, turn on the computer, bring headphones, and face with a sinister smile. It wasn't long before the brow wrinkled, and no sound was heard except the sound of the car. Mikako, are you putting the bugs there? Why is there no sound? Under the car, the bug can listen to the sound within 3 meters. It is impossible to have no sound. It should be that they did not speak. Miiko looked at Shenmue's direction and turned away. Wang Hai did not speak. Shenmue also turned his eyes to the outside. Xiaoyu saw that the two did not speak and remained silent. After entering the company, Shenmue went into the laboratory alone. He wanted the material. It was all loose, and then it was a long lab trip. Only he just changed clothes, and the voice of the ink girl sounded. My brother, Wang Hai is outside the laboratory. Wang Hai? Shenmue's eyes are condensed. Usually Wang Hai is fine. He will never come here to bother him. It is definitely something important. Maybe someone who has contacted him has news. Let him come in. Not long after, Wang Hai walked into his office area, looked around and determined that no one else would open. Chairman, found a miniature bug and tracker at the bottom of the car. Bugs. Shenmue has always been. When is it? The woman just now? Wang Hai said, I just felt a little wrong, and I left a heart. In order not to stun the snake, I have not destroyed the bugs and trackers for the time being. Shenmue suddenly remembered the woman who had let them park. There is trouble again. Shenmue's heart sank, and someone called his idea, to change a car today, you don't have to take it off for the time being. Okay. Do you know who the other person is? Shenmue said. I don't know. Wang Hai shook his head. I have no technical means to track the signal. Well, you should leave first, bring the bugs to me, I will follow. Shenmue said. It is good. After Wang Hai left, Shenmue sat back in position. When the trouble comes again, he has no intention to experiment again. This incident is no small matter. Last time he was lucky. 2 mercenaries were discovered by the Ink Girl. If the last incident happened again, he was not sure if he could be so lucky. Ink Girl. Merg brother. Shenmue's words fell. A simulation picture popped up on the screen. A little girl appeared on the screen. The bugs and trackers just mentioned, can you track the location of the signal received by the bugs? Shenmue asked. Wait for Wang Hai to take the bugs, you will end up with their position. You don't have to take it up, the signal that is emitted from this area, I can find the specific location. It can be easily ruled out. The mood of the Ink Girl is a little small. The form is still to be done. 5 minutes later, Wang Hai took a nail-sized bug and gently placed it on the table. After thinking about it, he turned and left. After Wang Hai left, the screen jumped out of a few typing. Blue Ocean Resort. Blue Ocean Resort? Shenmue meditated. After a while, he took the bug and handed it to Wang Hai. After returning to the office area, Shenmue once again said, check the record of the Blue Ocean Resort. Understood, my brother, please wait a moment. For a while, on his computer desktop, there was an additional record. Browsing the check-in record, Shenmue browse. This resort, many foreigners traveled, but the woman was an oriental face. The makeup is too strong to see the original look, which is a bit of a hassle. Chapter 120, Is it a snake? In the office area, Shenmue sat on the sofa, and Wang Hai had put the bugs back to their original position, and was standing in front of him. The woman, the method of placing the bug and the tracker is very familiar. I can't see her movements at all. It should be professionally trained. Normal people can't detect it at all. I used the instrument to check the car carefully. Found, said Wang Hai. The location of the eavesdropping signal is at the Blue Ocean Resort. Shenmue said. Blue Ocean Resort? Wang Hai's brow wrinkled. I saw their check-in record. 3 days ago, a foreign tour group of 50 people entered the resort. In the past 2 days, there were also many foreigners who were almost full of guests. When Shenmue and Wang Xing discussed, they heard the sound of Xiao entering the office area. Chairman, someone is looking for you, in the reception room, Xiao Yu said. Shenmue and Wang Hai looked at each other and left the office with a small fisherman. Do you know who the person is? They didn't say their identity. They just said that there is something to talk about now. Xiao said uncertainly, is there something wrong? Why is there anything? It should be looking for me to talk about cooperation. Shenmue laughed. Soon, Shenmue and Wang Hai entered the reception room under the guidance of Xiao Yu. When I first came in and saw the people in the reception room, Wang Hai's body was in the same place, and there was a glimpse of his eyes. In the reception room, a woman in casual clothes stood up with a smile on her face, but there was still a bit of sourness in her smile. Children's language. Wang Hai sighed with a sigh and pain in his eyes, not looking straight into her gaze. Shenmue gave Xiao Yu a look, a small fisherman would, and left the reception room. Mr. Chen, my name is Yang Yuanhao, we are the police. This time, there is one thing that needs you to cooperate. The young man wearing black-rimmed glasses who came with Tongyi realized that the atmosphere was wrong and hurriedly shifted the topic. You said. Shenmue sat down on the sofa. Children's language. Let's talk about it. Yang Yuanhao looked at the children's language. Children's language sorts out the emotions and sits down on the sofa. Mr. Chen, have you encountered anything strange today? Shenmue looked at Wang Hai and Wang Hai nodded lightly. This morning, there was a woman who installed trackers and bugs in the chairman's car. Really? Tongyu and Zheng Sun looked at each other. During this time, Their security bureau was monitoring an island country spy in Brunei. But just yesterday, they found that the spy and the other two people traded. According to the news they controlled, the two people who spy joined said activities near the marching ant company last night. It seems that our conjecture is correct. Someone wants to find you trouble, Mr. Chen. The child said. Look at this woman. Tong Yu took out a photo and handed it to Chen Mo. Face and eyes. She made a heavy makeup. It is estimated that she also wears a wig, so I am not sure. Chen Mo took a look at the photo and was similar to the woman who stopped the car today, especially the eyes. He has already affirmed that this woman is the one she met this morning. Okay, we know. The child nodded. Is the bug and tracker she left behind? We need to take it back and use it as evidence. Wang Hai, you take her to go. Put your half-day holiday. Come back in the afternoon before I get off work. Chen Mo said. Thank you, Chairman. Wang Hai said. That Mr. Chen, let's make a simple transcript. Yang Yuanhao said. Wang Hai and Tong Yu went to the garage, and the two did not speak all the way. Wang Hai's eyes were filled with pain and embarrassment, and he dared not look directly at the children's language. Why are you hiding from me? Asked the child. I'm sorry. Wang Hai calmly said. I am sorry for your sister. I can't be sorry for you. But you are already sorry for me. Tong Yu bit his lips. You are evading responsibility. Are you still a man? My sister asked you to take care of me. You are hiding from me. Is it taking care of me? That is an accident. I am sorry. I want to calm down for a while, and give you the answer. I still can't face it now. Wang Hai's face showed a slight color. Then I will wait for your answer. The child's eyes are firm. Seeing her appearance, Wang Hai sighed with a sigh. Not much to say, walking towards the garage with children's words. Are you sure you want to take the bugs and trackers? The bugs disappeared and you will be amazed. Wang Hai said, why don't you catch them? This involves things in both countries. We must be cautious. If we have full evidence, we can catch people. You still have no full evidence? Wang Hai asked. They are very careful when they do things. The person we monitored, for a few months, didn't have much substantive evidence. Tong Yu said, just this time, you can use the grass here to let the snake run out. Let us grab. Be careful about this matter. I can't wait to hurt myself. At least there are people to take care of. Don't say this. Wang Hai walked under the car with the child's language and placed the bug and tracker in a special iron box. Blue Ocean Resort. Noda looked at the computer screen and determined that the eavesdropper and the tracker lost contact, and the face became difficult to look. Mikako, where are you? Noda asked the phone directly. The marching ant company here. The connection between the bugs and the tracker is gone. I am afraid they will be discovered. Noda said. Is your action exposed? Impossible. I am going back now. After leaving the phone, Maiko looked at the marching ant company building and took a taxi. Back to the resort, seeing the picture on the computer, Maiko's face is hard to look. She clearly did a good job and didn't understand why it was exposed. Ordinary people simply don't know that she put the bugs on the bottom of the car. It turns out that your ghost method is useless. Noda disdainfully said, it has been discovered by them. Now, when you approach them, it is equivalent to telling you your identity. What do you want to do next? What do you want to do? Huizi frowned. It's definitely not a direct kidnapping. We can't go anywhere. This is China. That can only be stolen. If it is not successful, only the last plan can be carried out. Noda said, this mission has not been completed. After going back, what will happen to us in the end? You should know. How to steal. Huizi hesitated. How to steal. Break in and steal. Noda yelled. As long as the hard drive of the database is stolen, my task is completed. We will not have to pay attention to the rest. Originally wanted to approach Chen Mo, then, grab the handle threat. This is the most common trick. That celebrity, good money and good face, is easy to succeed. But Maiko did not expect that her plan would be dead. Now she only hopes that this will be successful, otherwise she will really use the last method. This time, They gave them a death order and took things back. They can be rich, and they can be well fed. If you don't take it back, how many people are there? No one knows better than them. Then plan. Chapter 121, Mousetrap. If you want to get the intelligent assistant software, you must break through the 4 barriers. The first is security. The security guards patrol every half an hour. The second is monitoring. Monitoring is the biggest trouble. In the building, almost no dead ends, all it is monitoring. The third is to enter the building room. There is a password door, including face recognition, fingerprint recognition. Only the senior engineer of the marching ant company can enter the machine room. The last is to get the smart assistant source code, which requires an authorization password. Noda dropped the information on the table with a gloomy color on his face. Things are more troublesome than we think. It is obviously impossible to enter without revealing the identity. The monitoring room is inside the building and there are security doors. Ordinary people can't enter. We can't enter the building without the other party discovering it. Control and monitoring is impossible. With both of us, there are not enough people. That said, your method is not a ghost, said my ego. Looking for help. Noda is not angry. Where are the helpers? Only 2 of us. Isn't that the person we are connecting with is a helper? I will contact you now to let him cooperate with us for a while, and he is familiar with us in Bnhai. Noda took out a satellite phone and dialed a number. Island State Embassy. Ricefield Jinan is watching the news. This is some news about China. To work here, you must understand the Chinese people, otherwise they will be very troublesome. Just as he could see it, a cell phone in the drawer rang. Ricefield Jinan eyebrows picked and rushed out of the phone. After seeing the encrypted number above, Inada Jinan rushed to get the codebook. Not long after, I saw the news translated from above, and Iwata Jinan frowned. The things in Bnhai are not enough, and need people to help. After thinking about it, Iwata Jinan edited the information and sent it back. Let's wait 2 days and give us a reply 2 days later. Noda looked at the mobile phone's encrypted number and deleted it. It's really troublesome. It's easy to use the kidnapping threat. Isn't that nothing to look for? I know the kidnapping all day long. Have you ever thought about how we got out of here? Mhuizi said coldly. Do you think it is to travel? Noda was furious. When the above sent us over, I said, I will take the smart assistant back if I use whatever means. I don't want to kill myself. If you kidnap the chairman of a big company, can you get out of the city? Do you think this is your home? Said Mhuizi. As long as we are not caught on the spot, we can run away, Noda said. Maiko looked at him coldly and walked back to his room. Looking at her back, Noda licked his lips and his eyes flickered. In the next few days, the coastal city was calm and there was nothing big. It's just in a corner that no one else can see. At this time, an undercurrent is surging. In the bar, under the lights, under the flashing lights, with the music wearing the broken eardrum, countless fans who slowly danced. They themselves did not know what they were jumping. On the stage are a few blonde exotic women, a pitiful 3-point style, attracting countless double-burning eyes. The temptation of the pole dance, the paralysis of alcohol, the people here have forgotten the pressure and troubles outside, took off the disguise, followed the music and screamed and shouted. At the entrance of the bar, 2 people walked in and looked around and slowly walked inside. These 2 people are no different from ordinary people. After entering the box, they saw a man surrounded by several beautiful women. The man saw the 2 coming over and the smile on his face was deeper. Take out the money and put it in the clothes in front of each woman and drive them all away. You are finally here. The man stood up from the couch, left the box, and left with 2 people from the back door of the bar. After walking for 15 minutes, after a few corners, I entered a simple rental house. The mouse has already entered the nest. The 3 men just walked into the rental house, upstairs in the corner, staring at the plain clothes at the back door of the clubhouse. Get up the spirit, according to reliable news. The mouse may want to steal tonight. Li Jizing said to the headset. The team leader, do we want to act now and grab them? In another car, the child talked with the headset. When they come out, hold a few exits. After that, Li Jizing put down the headphones. Since the last time he got the identity information of the spy person sent by the anonymous person, he was appointed as the team leader to be responsible for the monitoring of these spy personnel. Recently, this mouse in Bnei has been active, and he is here to take the mouse. During this time, they kept the mouse for so long. These 2 days were very moving and they entered a batch of goods. In addition, the 2 foreign island people are targeting the Marching Ant Company, and they should want to enter the Marching Ant Company to steal things. The Marching Ant Company is a sensitive enterprise, and the intelligent assistant is something that has been paid attention to by countless people. Many people are squatting. The last mercenary incident, they have heard of these news. In the clubhouse, the man looked at the 2 people. I am codenamed White Mouse, let me help you. Let me talk about your plans. It's a problem to speak Japanese, Noda said with disgust. This time we want to enter the machine room of the Marching Ant Company. Your mission is to follow our arrangements. What do you want? Japanese. The man asked. This is not what you should know. Noda disdained. You only need to cooperate with us on the periphery. If I take the task, I have the right to know the content of the task. Otherwise I cannot participate. The man did not care to sit on the sofa. Noda's face was a bit ugly, and the atmosphere was deadlocked. Keiko saw it and sat quietly on the sofa. The atmosphere in the room was a bit weird, and the 3 didn't talk. I don't know what to think about. Our mission is a smart assistant. Noda blackened his face and looked at the man's gaze, flashing a hint of haze. Tell your plan. The man did not have any accidents. Subsequently, Maiko and Noda said their plans. Unconsciously, the rhythm has been controlled by men. It won't work. After listening to Noda, the man shook his head. Want to enter the Marching Ant Company? It is not as simple as the surface. The Army Ant Company's intelligent software, if it is so easy to get, is no longer in their hands. Do not try. How do you know that it is useless? Noda's face sank. Oh, after you have tried, can you come back? The White Mouse had a sneer on his face. But since I let you cooperate with me, I can't help. After that, the White Mouse took 2 backpacks from the dark space and put them in front of 2 people. Is it better to try my method? Li Jizing stared at the rental house and his brow was crumpled. It's been a bit uncommon to go in for so long. At the time of his doubts, there was a sudden movement in the rental house. 3 people came out of the house, and each had a backpack in his hand. The attention of the teams. Prepare for action. Li Jizing was serious in his face. When he heard this sentence, everyone was shocked. Chapter 122. Change. Just walking to the door. The 3 felt a little wrong. Suddenly I saw the figure in the corner. The White Mouse twitched, and the footsteps stopped and returned to the rental house. Behind, Noda and Mihoko were puzzled and realized that they were not right and they were back. Receive the net. Li Jizing saw a few people returning. The dark road is not good. As soon as his words fell, several special police officers emerged from the alley. Don't move, you have been surrounded. Damn. The White Rat snorted and immediately fled into the rental house, took out 2 smoke bombs to the ground, ran to the window, and put the rope that had already been prepared down. As an agent, he must always think about how to escape. It is their faith to complete the task and survive. Seeing the White Rat escape, Noda and Maiko, his face black as the bottom of the pot, did not dare to have any hesitation. Keep up with the White Mouse, jumped down. Time seems to be still at this moment. When the 3 people just fell to the ground, they found that there were already 8 special policemen who were guarding the alleys, the black hole of the muzzle, and staring at the 3 people. Chen Mo is in the study, his eyes locked on the computer screen. Momgo, 3 spy personnel have all been caught. The voice of the Ink Girl suddenly sounded. Upon hearing this news, Chen Mo completely breathed a sigh of relief and frowned. So late, don't you go to sleep? Xiao walked in pajamas and put the cup in front of Chen Mo. He looked at Chen Mo sitting in front of the computer and felt a little distressed. She knows that the company has become so huge in a short time, and the trouble is certainly quite a lot. But she won't ask more. She also knows that there are some things that Chen Mo does not tell her. There must be a reason. Help Chen Mo. She is definitely not as good as Zhao Minutes. She can't help with the research. Therefore, she understands that what she can do is to quietly accompany Chen Mo and give him the necessary care. Feeling the care of Xiao, Chen Mo's heart warmed and walked back to the room with a small fisherman. Just went to bed. Xiao Yu turned over and looked at Chen Mo. Is it hard to see if you are frowning recently? During this time, Chen Mo rarely went out with her, and every time he bought something, he let Wang Hai pass. The small fishing that has always been fine has already been felt. Chen Mo looked at Xiao Yu and held her in his arms. You said that during this time, is the means to deal with things too gentle? Trouble came one after another. This incident, the source is still his intelligent assistant. He is thinking about whether the style of acting should be changed, or it is very likely that there will be continuous troubles in the future. I don't know what you are talking about, Xiao Yu said, but people are deceived by people. Ma Shan is being riding. This is an old saying. It has been passed down to the present, and there is always his reason. Some things I am holding you. Will you blame me? Chen Mo asked. At any time, I believe in you unconditionally. In just one sentence, it is better than 1,000 words. Let Chen Mo's heart flow through a warm stream, hug her hand, and the subconscious is tight. The next day, the Banhai Municipal Public Security Bureau issued a message to thwart a case involving suspected crimes, espionage, and arrested 2 islanders involved. Explosive tools, including laser pens, guns, ether, hard drives, etc., as well as some intrusive unlocking instruments. The news spread quickly on the internet, and a stone provoked 1,000 waves. All the media, the first time, reported on this matter. This is not the first time. The internet world exploded, and under the article, the comments were surprisingly consistent. Support the praise of the death penalty. The crown is celebrated, and the big pen is rushing. It's beautiful, all the spies and traitors are damned. Gossip, Lu, dead and dead. On the internet, a wave of condolences, excitement. Clap your hands. Not long after the news broke out, a more exciting news broke out. The action of the islanders' spy, the action of the island's people, aimed at the Army Ant Company, maybe to steal the intelligent software of the Army Ant Company. The topic that just reached the apex of public opinion once again set off a higher wave. As a rising star, the Marching Ant Company has always been the focus of many media attention. This time it was blasted out, and the action was directed at the Marching Ant Company, and immediately let many media smell the smell of the news. The research on artificial intelligence of the Marching Ant Company has always been a mystery. The emergence of intelligent assistants, human-computer interaction functions and machine learning functions has surpassed any artificial intelligence on the market. However, deeper research on artificial intelligence has always been a huge mystery in the public. In the media of Banhai City, the office building of the Army Ant Company was gathered for the first time. Everyone wants to see what the Marching Ant Company is all about. Zhaoji, there are many reporters around the company, they all want to see you and the chairman. Xiao stood in front of Zhao Minutes, and at this time she remembered the words of Chen Mo last night. During this time, Chen Mo rarely went out with her. It should be this matter. I don't know what the situation is. How can I see it? Zhao Minutes went to the window and glanced at the media gathered outside the company's gate. This incident is really a headache, and she is completely ignorant of these news. Recently, the Army Ant Company had no news, and it only took a few days to stop. I will ask the chairman what advice first. Zhao Minutes smiled and left the office. Chen Mo is working in the lab, assembling the robot with the robot controlled by the Ink Girl. The assembly robot parts have all arrived, and he is now letting the Ink Girl automatically assemble the robot. In the future, there will be 10 robot assistants in the lab. At that time, he only needs to tell the Ink Girl the technique, and then let the Ink Girl realize it through the robot, and the efficiency will be greatly improved. Momgo, Zhao Minutes enters the office. The robot working with him suddenly spoke. Yeah? Chen Mo stopped the action in his hand. You assemble yourself, I will go out. After Chen Mo finished, he left the lab. Chairman, now these reporters are all asking about espionage on the internet. Zhao Minitz and Chen Mo stood by the window and looked at the reporters outside the Marching Ant Company. From their perspective, at least there are more than 40 journalists. Their movements are very fast. Chen Mo looked at the reporter below. You won't know about it? Zhao Minitz asked in amazement. No. Chen Mo nodded. Would you like to see these reporters? Even if they don't respond to it, give them a good one, said Zhao Minitz. If you go to give them a response, they don't know, Chen Mo said. That line, I sent someone to arrange a temporary press conference. After Zhao Minitz left, Chen Mo set his gaze on the computer. Ink. You will sort out the Chinese programming language and prepare to announce it. He has always kept a low profile. But the next few things told him that low-key can't help him reduce trouble, so he doesn't mind. From now on, a high profile. Chapter 123, Major News. Many reporters looked forward to seeing Zhao Minitz appear on the small podium. Dozens of people stunned and pointed the camera at Zhao Minitz. Zhao Minitz is now a businesswoman who is uncompromising. Only by the position of the president of the Marching Ant Company, some people have to listen to what she said. The current Marching Ant Company is the representative of Nova Technology, and its rise is enough to write a legend. After Zhao Minitz took the position, everyone was quiet. Today's temporary press conference is not to let the media friends disappoint. Time is tight. The next question, the lady who wears glasses in front. When Zhao Minitz was generous, he made all the reporters feel a lot of good feelings. Not all company presidents will pay attention to these reporters. Zhao Minitz personally went into battle and gave them their face. Thank you. The female reporter took the microphone and stood up. Today, the Benheim Municipal Public Security Bureau released a message and seized 2 island country spies. The network rumored that this espionage was directed at the Marching Ant Company. Is this news true? What is the response to this? Thank you for the lady's question. Zhao Minitz said, related news. I have also seen it on the internet. Since the founding of the Army Ant Company, it has been living in the network rumors, before the confirmation of the authority. Please keep cautious. Whether this matter is directed at our company, we have no exact information. If the news is not true, please do not spread the false information everywhere. If the news is true, we are very grateful to the Public Security Bureau for protecting us and providing us with a safe living environment. Miss Zhou, how much does your company's artificial intelligence develop? Is anyone yelling at your technology? What do you think of the future of artificial intelligence? Asked the second reporter after taking the microphone. Your first question is trade secrets, and I can't tell you, Zhao Minitz said with a smile. As for the second question, billions of people around the world, absolutely more than half of them are licking our technology. After all, technology, it's all money. Who doesn't want it? Zhao Minitz answered this question and let the reporter below laugh out loud. The reporter also realized that he had asked a redundant question. In the future of artificial intelligence, we will give it to the future to answer. But I believe that the future will not be too far. Zhao Minitz said. In the last sentence, let the reporters below get excited. They are all word workers, and from these words, they can hear a lot of hidden information. The Marching Ant Company has a breakthrough in artificial intelligence technology. Miss Zhou, what did you mean by your company's artificial intelligence technology and made a breakthrough? This spy incident is not based on the technology you broke through. Our technology has always been making breakthroughs. As for this, it is not me who can give you the answer. Zhao Minitz is answering the question. Chen Mo is also sitting in the office chair and browsing the Chinese programming language compiled by the Ink Girl. The framework of the Ink Girl is written in the Chinese character programming language. For the Chinese character programming language, the Ink Girl can be said to be truly profound in the bones. On the basis of computer language creation and application, Chen Mo also borrowed some grammars from C language, B language and assembly language. Finally, the Chinese expression and grammar are combined to create 18 date types, 108 keyword groups, 36 control statements, constants, variables, operations, characters and arrays. This language inherits the genes of Chinese characters. is complicated and difficult to understand, and is more difficult to learn than other computer languages. Of course, this is relative to foreigners, just like Chinese people learn C language. The basic grammar of the computer is based on a large amount of time, and a large number of personnel develop and perfect. A lot of whimsical programs are created by ordinary people. Chen Mo feels that this is an opportunity. The publication of the Chinese character programming language is absolutely sensational. This means that he has filled the gap in China's computer-based programming language, with a set of programming languages that belong to them. After learning programming, you don't need to use English as a hard requirement. English does not know how many heroes are stumped. He can also take this opportunity to find some talent to join the company. Ink Girl, contact Xiao, Chen Mo said. Okay. Zhao Minggang answered the last question. Just as she was about to announce her departure, Xiao Yu suddenly ran up and said a few words in her ear. For a time, all the reporters cheered and looked forward to the two. Many media people know Xiao. When they were exposed at Panhai University last time, there was a small fishing legendary, the girlfriend of the president of the Marching Ant Company, assistant to the president. What is the important information about this posture? Xiao left. Zhao Mingkai looked at many reporters. The chairman just let me inform you that today at 12 noon, I will pay attention to the news of the official website of the Army Ants Company. There will be major news. Today's reception is over. Thank you all. Zhao Minutes left the last news and let all the reporters circle. What is the big news? Is it new technology? Many reporters looked at the time and had enough time to write this newsletter and wait for the important news of the Marching Ant Company. Chairman, which one is coming out? Zhao Minyi entered Chen Mo's office area and looked at him helplessly. The big news. Even her president does not know. This one. Chen Mo handed the printed Chinese character programming language grammar to Zhao Minutes. Is this awkward? Related words? If you tell me, this is the big news you said, I will jump to the building to show you. Zhao Minutes looked at the phrase above with a smile. Free fall is not good. I want you to give me a management company. Don't underestimate these pieces of paper. This is a Chinese programming language, a new computer language. After the release, these pieces of paper can enter the museum. Are you sure you are not kidding? Zhao Minutes looked at Chen Mo with surprise. If it is true, the computer industry in China will remember the name Chen Mo. A groundbreaking thing can definitely make his name spread through the ages. She knows that the founder of a field is definitely the most horrible person. Now many scientists, back to decades ago, are definitely the most cattle. But history is just remembering the founders of the past, and the names of many scientists are not known to ordinary people, because the founder is the pathfinder from scratch to the process. The most basic and simple, and the most difficult. Chen Mo said, crap, it is one of the most proud works I have created. After he got the technology library, the real meaning of creation was only the Chinese programming language and the Ink Girl. They are all created on their own after learning the basics. Even if it is a marching ant system, it is still his imitation and transformation, not a creation. If it is true, it is really a cow. Zhao Minutes returned the paper in his hand to Chen Mo. Are you sure it is true? Don't let off the fake news, or you will become a laughing stock. I still don't want to make fun of myself. Don't look at it. The energy equation is just a formula. Who dares to look down on it? It's not me who signed it, just you. After Zhao Minutes left the office, Chen Mo went into the lab. Ink. 12 o'clock. You put the Chinese programming language on the official website on time. Understood, my brother. Chapter 124, Responsiveness and Promotion. Qian Yongxing sat in front of the computer and stared quietly at the official website of the Marching Ant Company. He was waiting for the important news of the Marching Ant Company. Nowadays, many media are paying attention to espionage incidents, and it is very difficult to dig up all the black history of the island countries. But as the most cutting-edge technology media in China, he is concerned about the development of the latest technology. Keeping up with the development and trends of cutting-edge technology is what he needs to do most. There is still a minute. Qian Yongxing is sitting on his body, waiting for the important news of the marching ant company, and taking the lead, is the most important thing. Like him, there are other reporters who are also staring at the official website of the marching ant company. Time is up. Qian Yongxing rushed to refresh the web page. A huge title appeared on the official website of the marching ant company. Chinese character programming language. Seeing this title, Qian Yongxing's pupils shrank. Chinese character programming language. The name looks like it feels very high. But the first thing that emerged in his head was the Easy Language. Easy Language is the first computer programming language in China. It was founded by Mr. Wu Tao and programmed through Chinese. The core of it is written in C++, born out of the C language. In terms of grammar, Easy Language is similar to programming languages such as Java, C, C++, etc. But this set of languages has not yet matured, and not many people have noticed. Now the marching ant company has created a second set of Chinese programming languages. This is definitely a huge news. Just staying for an instant, Qian Yongxing immediately clicked in. See long keywords, data types, Qian Yongxing's eyebrows. These are just some basic things. However, they do not understand the application of these data types, and can't see what is really good. This is a newborn who just came out. I don't know what it looks like, how to use it. He does not understand how to write this article. Not only him, like him, the person who clicked on this article is also a face. Chinese character programming language. Listening very powerful. But just came out. Marching ant company only publish keywords and data types. How to use. For a long time, Qian Yongxing can only log on to the media platform and reprint the articles published by the marching ant company. The marching ant releases the Chinese character programming language. When the news came online, it immediately attracted a lot of netizens' strong views. This programming language is also a full Chinese, cross-platform programming language, without the English threshold, similar to Easy Language. It is only fundamentally different. Just like BASIC and C++, it is also a programming language with different types. The marching ant company has not announced the use of skills, which makes many people curious. Easy Language has been invented for more than a decade, and it has not been fully popularized. The army ants have any confidence in promoting this computer language. Recently, the Army Ants company is very hot. The news about the marching ant company will be subconsciously entered by netizens, whether it is black ants or termites. According to the law, the shorter the news, the bigger the matter. What is the Chinese character programming language? Isn't there a full Chinese computer programming language? Easy Language? The people who don't know the truth. The comments under the news are mixed. With the emergence of the first Chinese language programming language, other media concerned have also joined the report. Foreigners are shocked. The second set of Chinese computer programming language. Squirrel headlines. Chen Mo creates Chinese character programming language. Southern newspaper. The pride of Manhai City. Manhai Daily. The marching ant company only released keywords and data types, and the method of use was not announced, so that a lot of black powder climaxed. What is the use? Develop a domestic operating system. How can I use this? Who will want this thing? There is money to study these useless things, or donate money to the poor. When the news of the marching ant company came out, it would cover up the heat of the espionage incident that had just warmed up. The marching ant company is developing too fast, and every appearance is the focus of attention. Soon, some experts also jumped out of the heat. The marching ant Chinese character programming language is useless. First, Easy Language development for nearly 20 years, has not yet fully matured. It has to develop for several years. Who will develop? Second, Chinese is not a universal language. Computer programming language promotion is difficult. Third, even if the software is designed, is it compatible with the computer system? Chen Mo is just a newly graduated student. If he scores a little, he can't find his own direction. When this statement came out, it immediately attracted an uproar. In this year, there are many people who are sensational, and in order to be famous, There are many unscrupulous means. Chen Mo did not know how busy the network was. At this time, he was looking at the 3 people brought by Wang Hai. At the beginning, Chen Mo asked Wang Hai to contact the team members who had not retired. Today, they finally brought people over. 2 men and 1 woman, each looks very spiritual. Chairman, the people you are looking for are here. They are the same team that used to be retired because of injury. Anon, Black Hawk, and White Pearl are their nicknames. Anon is a tall man, 1 meter 9, the strongest of the 4. The Black Eagle has a pair of sharp eyes, and Chen Mo suspects that this is a sniper. White Pearls are very white in color, cut short hair, and look cool. The 3 are very capable, placed in the crowd, are the most eye-catching people. This point Wang Hai has a big difference, because Wang Hai is more like an ordinary person. In the future, the company will implement strict military management on the security. After that, you will be responsible for the training and management of the company's security, and will be handed over to you as a bodyguard. Chen Mo said. There have been troubles in succession. The company must have a special security team to strengthen the security of the company. Otherwise, there will always be troubles for him to worry about. Wang Hai, you take them to the personnel department to report. Someone will arrange your work. Chen Mo said. Not long after the 4 left, Zhao Minutes walked in. Chairman, are you looking for me? Nothing big, Chen Mo asked. Can there be any big event? Zhao Minutes couldn't smile. Your Chinese programming language is not a small topic. There are a full set of books and compilers for learning Chinese programming languages. All the information is free. You can take it to the public. Then let all the software developers of the company learn the Chinese character programming language staff to add 5% salary. By the way, declare a Chinese character programming language environment project to the government to see if you can cooperate with Panhai University to open an experimental class of computer Chinese programming language. At the same time, an information is published on the recruitment of employees who learn the Chinese character programming language. The Chinese character programming language has been fully improved with the help of the Ink Girl. Freely publishing online information is more conducive to promoting learning and preparing for the next recruitment and selection of talents. Now his goal is to create an environment for learning Chinese programming languages and then let it be promoted for free. The world is all good. Only when people can see the prospects of Chinese programming languages can they let them learn. Yes. Can you tell me why? Zhao Minutes asked. Let's say that the program developed by the Chinese programming language is faster and safer, Chen said. He thinks of Xu Lao's words. If artificial intelligence is regarded as a living body, the programming language is its genetics. This set of language, announced soon, is better than the late announcement. The ecology of a set of languages must be supported by the majority. He is not very useful when he is alone. Then I will arrange it now. Chapter 125. Useless work. Do you say that the Chinese character programming language of the Marching Ant Company will be a joke? It's hard to say. I feel that the Marching Ant Company still has a backhand. I see Xuan. Chinese programming is so easy, and it is not really promoted now. In a newspaper's work area, a group of people sat around, eating lunches and discussing recent hot news. These hot news are all things they eat. Now they have news and go there. Getting together for a meal is definitely a luxury. Heavy news. Come see. When a few people discussed the news, a young man in front of the computer shouted, "What news?" A group of people immediately took the lunchbox and went up. The Marching Ants publish teaching materials and compilers for Chinese programming languages, all free. The young man sitting in front of the computer said, "The Marching Ant Company can face this time and write immediately. I will see the manuscript about this news report within 3 minutes." The editor, who ran out, said to the reporter holding the box lunch, "The meal doesn't stop." Everyone mourned to sit back in their work. The Marching Ant publishes a full set of teaching materials and compilers for programming languages, and the full set of materials is free. This news, not long after the attention on the network. In just 1 hour, It has taken the lead in the major media. Yesterday, some people were still black. The programming language was just a few words, and many people were ridiculed in the middle. As a result, the Marching Ant Company announced a full set of teaching books today, and it is completely free. The expert who mocked the Army Ant Company, his face was beaten, and many experts' microblogs also fell, surprisingly consistent, all of which were all kinds of ridicule. Let's tell everyone a joke. Expert, ha 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 ha. The marching ants are so painful, but I like it. Running ants. Experts, trouble your face and let me fight. Expert, I don't want to face. Chen Mo has developed a marching ant system, artificial intelligence and Chinese programming language. What is your qualification for this, expert? A full set of teaching books was published, and various experts collectively banned them. Those netizens who ridiculed the Marching Ants Company were all afraid to come out. The attention of netizens was not long before they were placed on books published by their Marching Ant Company. Programming language teaching books and compilers have come out, which means that this Chinese character programming language has matured. And this set of books, like the beginning of programming languages, the authors are Chen Mo. A whole set of Chinese character programming language systems was created by Chen Mo. This is the second person who developed the Chinese character programming language after Wu Taoyi language. The news quickly spread to foreign countries, and the Chinese people developed a second complete set of computer programming language news, which spread quickly. The second set of Chinese programming languages, Washington Post. Chinese character programming language is not very useful. Guardian. Why doesn't the island country have its own programming language? Asahi News. Various reports from foreign media, filled with the smell of sour in the lines, all depreciate the Chinese programming language. Some of them also praised the news of the Marching Ant Company, but they were quickly overwhelmed by the sounds of various singers. E-language is completely cottage C, C++, the usage is almost identical, and now a set of languages emerging. It is estimated that it is plagiarism. Huaxia is really a cottage kingdom. In the current network environment, this language cannot be fully promoted. In short, it is not used. Who will take the time to learn these programming languages that are completely strange and don't know the prospects? There are many taunts. Even if they are perfect, the future of Chinese programming languages is still not optimistic. Because of the current usage habits of computer programming languages, it has almost been finalized. Some domestic experts also took the opportunity to jump out and attack the Marching Ant Company with things that could not be promoted, but their words were automatically ignored. No one cares about these pseudo-experts. At best, it's just a hot clown. But they don't understand. Chen Mo really will use such a big move to do these useless work? Totally impossible. The focus of attention is on the body of programming language Chen Mo. Many people realize that the establishment of the Marching Ant Company is not only the manager of Zhao Minutes, but the chairman of Chen Mo is the most important person. In addition to the news of the Chinese character programming language, most of the media have focused on Chen Mo. Various reports about Chen Mo are on the list. A few days later, as the protagonist of the event, the rivers and lakes did not have his shadow, but there are always his legends. Chen Mo, who has been hiding in the laboratory, looked at the robot in front of him with satisfaction. During this time, the Ink Girl controlled the robot assembly robot, and now the third robot has been formed in the laboratory. He is also liberating productivity. In the future, many things, without his hands-on, only need to let the Ink Girl control the production of robots, can work for a long time without interruption. This kind of inexhaustible efficiency is absolutely impossible for him. Just like the manufacture of seismographs, the necessary preparations, many things, can be handed over to the robot instead. My brother, Xiao, enters the office area. When he admired the robot, the Ink Girl opened. It's time to get off work. Ink, when I'm not there, you continue to assemble robots. Chen Mo looked at the time, took off the lab coat, put the tools, and left the lab. Just coming out, I saw Xiao walking towards him. It's time to go home. Let's go. Chen Mo smiled. Today, there are publishers who contact us and they want to publish a tutorial on your published Chinese programming language. Xiao Yu said. Press. This is fine. Chen Mo nodded. Now he only promotes the Chinese character programming language and can publish it. It is also a channel. Since he decided to release the Chinese character programming language, he did not intend to make it dusty, and promotion was a must, because the materials are free on the internet. The pricing of the physical books will be lower. They say that the five divisions, the publishers, receive 50%, printing fees and promotion fees. They are out. Chen Mo immediately agreed, and now he is not bad for that money. How much is the draft fee? Not so important. Otherwise, he will not publish compilers and textbooks to the internet for free. I remember that the Chinese programming language seems to be what you studied in the school shop, right? Asked Xiao Yu. My family has a good memory. Chen Mo smiled. At that time, I was stunned by me. I was still foolish in the drums. Hee. Xiao Yu snorted. I am punished for taking advantage of you. You forgot. Chen Mo grotesquely looked at Xiao Yu. Seeing Chen Mo's gaze, Xiao Yu's face was red, and he hurriedly shifted the topic. Tomorrow's weekend, no overtime. What do you want to eat tonight? I am going to buy food. This is a problem. Chen Mo had something to think about it. I didn't eat fish last time. I want to eat fish again tonight. Eat fish. Hearing these two words, Xiao Yu was stunned by Chen Mo's hand, and his face rosy spread until he reached the neck. Then I will buy it. Xiao Yu bit his lip and bowed his head and said, give it to you. Chapter 126. Eat fish. Compliment. That night, in the villa, Chen Mo looked at the little fish that came out of the room and his eyes lit up. At this time, the small fish is a hibiscus. Clear and shy eyes, white face with a hint of red powder, the skin under the night dress, such as white jade. Wet hair, pulled on the shoulders, with a different temptation. Xiao Yu saw Chen Mo's eyes and became more nervous. He grabbed the hand of the skirt and tangled together. He slowly walked toward Chen Mo and sat down on the sofa next to him. If I see enough, I will blow my hair. Xiao Yu bites his lip and opens his mouth. Good. Chen Mo hurriedly found the hair dryer. The faint body fragrance penetrated Chen Mo's nose and made him more hot. He is not a saint, and it has been a long time since this day. And many more. Is it eating fish? Is it blowing hair? Deja vu. Chen Mo hurriedly put down the hair dryer and grabbed the phone next to him. The hair is not dry. Some nervous little fish. Open after the hair dryer stops. Eat a bit. Long one wisdom. I will shut down the phone first. Chen Moxiao laughed, turned off his mobile phone is not at ease, and easily shut down Xiao's mobile phone. There will be no calls tonight. Chen Mo smiled and picked up the air duct and continued to blow the hair to Xiao Yu. Chen Mo was so troubled, Xiao Yu was even more nervous, and his body was always tight. His face is shy, he becomes more rosy, and he doesn't know what he is thinking. After Chen Mo put the hair dryer, Xiao Yu did not dare to look at him. Bow his head and fingers together. Be a woman. Chen Mo attached to Xiao Yu's ear and said softly, yeah? Xiao Yu gently sighed. Chen Mo's mouth slammed into the ear and held Xiao Yu in his arms and kissed him. After Xiao struggled a little, he found that it was useless, and the body softened. He gently hugged Chen Mo and let him mess. At the time of ecstasy, Xiao Yu's breathing was so fast that he gave up any form of resistance. For a while, Chen Mokai hugged Xiao Yu and walked back to the room. The door slowly closed, like the shy girl in her arms. For a long time, whispered, closed the moon, and fell red. Early morning. Xiao Yu slowly opened his eyes from the slumber, lazy look, like a kitten just awake, cuddly. The horns and eyebrows have been relaxed. The young girl's youth is less, and the woman's flattery is more. Seeing the familiar face in front of me, my eyes are a little fascinating. Finally, he was handed over to the man in front of him. Just want to move, was gently pulled. Xiao Yu eyebrows close. I was bullied last night and I still have some discomfort. Not waiting for her to move for the second time, One hand has already held her waist to the arms. "Don't sleep for a while," Chen Mo said. "I am going to make breakfast. Don't worry, I am now eating fish and knowing the taste. I will do morning exercises first." Understand Chen Mo's meaning? Xiaoyu's eyes panic. "No, I am still." Oh, half an hour later, Xiaoyu was in the arms of Chen Mo, like a tired kitten, and his eyes were flushed, letting Chen Mo hold and walk into the bathroom. On the dining table, the small fish face is ruddy, the skin becomes more delicate, and it is a little more charming than before, and it becomes more charming. At this time, Xiaoyu did not stare at Chen Mo, this guy, knowing to bully her. For the eyes of Xiaoyu, Chen Mo chose to ignore it and put the peeled eggs on her plate. "Eat eggs. Eat a big ghost." Xiaoyu grabbed the soft meat of Chen Mo's waist. "I am very happy to bully me." Only one night, the girl became a daughter-in-law. Chen Mo painfully sucked a breath. "This trick is a trick that women have every day." Xiaoyu snorted, loosened Chen Mo, and took his eggs to eat. "Today's weekend, take breakfast and take you out to go shopping." "No, I am at home. It is not convenient." Xiaoyu's face is red. Seeing Xiaoyan blushing, Chen Mo laughed, and the result was not laughed, and the mouth was blocked by eggs. "Laughter, it's not blaming you," Xiaoyu screamed. Chen Mo, "Well, blame me. I want to punish." "How to punish?" Chen Mo said. "Nothing." Feel the silence of Chen Mo. Xiaoyu smiled slightly. "Penge you to accompany me at home, and go out at night." "Yes." Chen Mo did not want to agree. After breakfast, Chen Mo was in the villa, accompanied by a small fishing. Xiaoyu is reading a book, Chen Mo also holding a mobile phone and starting to play games. It was not until the evening that she took her out to the mall. A pleasant weekend. When I came to the company, Chen Mo was very angry, and there was more confidence in the breath. Not long after arriving at the office, Zhao Minitz took a piece of information and put it on his desk. "This is the application material for the Chinese Character Programming Language Environment project. If you look at it, if you have no problem, I will apply it." The University of Manhai has already negotiated it. As long as the above approval, the formalities will begin, and training will begin next year. Chen Mo picked up the material and began to look through it. There are also publishers who want to publish the set of books on programming languages. "Do you know this?" "I know. Xiao told me last weekend that I have already promised." "This kind of thing, you can bring Xiao with you." "Come here." Not only because it is so simple. You guessed it. There is one more thing. You are not trying to promote the Chinese programming language. I will discuss this with you. Zhao Minitz said. What do you think? Chen Mo came to an instant. Hold a Chinese character programming language programming contest. Zhao Minitz said the idea and held the event. There are many benefits. Under the reward, you can encourage learning Chinese programming languages and provide a platform for companies to choose talents. When you are in the game, you can choose a good team or an individual to join the company. If you have a particularly good program software, buy it as a company software ecosystem. A lot of software with ideas is derived from the bottom. Good idea, yes. Chen Mo immediately agreed that this kind of thing, in one fell swoop, is very helpful for the promotion of Chinese programming languages. He came out with a Chinese programming language, not for display. This programming language is better than other languages. There is no reason not to use it. In fact, he wants to promote is very simple. Just need to say that the artificial intelligence research of the Marching Ant Company is programming Chinese character programming language. But he won't say that it is not a good thing to expose the existence of artificial intelligence. In the future, you will be the master of the matter. If I have an idea, I will tell you. Decentralization? Zhao Minitz smiled. What decentralization? Power has always been in your hands. I said at the beginning. The company's business, you are responsible. Chen Mo said. Good. Zhao Minitz smiled. In June next year, the first session will be held. I will prepare people for the specific activities, and I will give you a copy of the time. After confirming things, Zhao Minitz left Chen Mo's office area. Inc. You make the instructional video of the programming language and use animation. Chen Mo said that he has no time to make instructional videos. Okay, Mercedes. The Ink Girl opened in the afternoon. On the official website of the Army and Company and the official Weibo, an announcement was also updated. The Marching Ant Company will hold a Chinese character programming language programming competition, which will be held in June next year with a maximum prize of 2 million. Specific activity rules and details will be announced in a week. As soon as this news came out, it spread immediately among many media. It didn't take long for the Chinese character programming language to come out. So let's play a game now. The Marching Ant Company is trying to promote the Chinese programming language. Chapter 127. Normal temperature superconducting material. Lin Xiu holds a newspaper and rushes into a dilapidated room. It seems that this newspaper is her life-saving straw. Grandpa, Grandpa. Lin Xiu's shouting voice, excited and anxious. In the house, a white-haired old man is sorting out the waste products. When he heard Lin Xiu's words, the old man raised his head and revealed a wrinkled face. Not far behind the old man, a little boy of 6 years old, holding a broken toy, is playing excitedly, looking up at Lin Xiu. The glasses are pure like a starry sky. Sister, you are back. Lin Xiugang ran in. The little boy raised his head and showed a clean smile. Yeah? Lin Xiu saw the little boy and walked over to touch his head. What's the matter, Xiaozu? The old man looked at Lin Xiu. Grandpa, look at this. Lin Xiu put the newspaper in front of his grandfather, and it was the news of the Marching Ant Company holding the competition. The prize was 2 million. And several big characters were very obvious. What is the use of this? The old man looked up at Lin Xiu. My brother's illness has been saved. If I go to participate in this competition and get a bonus, I will have money to treat my brother. Lin Xiu said excitedly. Noisy. Do you understand this thing? You have to study hard now. You are almost high school. Study hard. My brother's illness, grandfather will find a way. The old man stared at Lin Xiu seriously. I don't understand, but other people don't understand. This is the programming language that just came out. Everyone doesn't understand. They can learn, I can learn, and the information is free. As long as I learn this, I will go. In the game, I got the bonus and I have money to treat my brother. Lin Xiu firmly said. Noisy. I don't understand what programming language you are talking about. You are going to be a high school student. You must study hard and go to college. Your brother will find a way to get sick. The old man said. Grandpa, don't you marry your sister. Hearing the old man's temper, the little boy playing with the toy ran over and hugged the old man's arm. Grandpa, the doctor said, only 2 years. Where do we go to find the surgery fee of 200,000? And the cost after the operation is a lot. Missing the time, it is late, let me try, I must not affect the results. At least one more hope. Lin Xiu walked to the little boy, stroking his head and looking at the old man's eyes, full of pleading. Seeing the appearance of Lin Xiu, the old man fell silent. After a long time, he sighed and nodded with sadness on his face. Try it. Grandpa also thinks about ways. One more hope. Well, I will definitely get the bonus. Lin Xiu took the hand of the newspaper and held it tightly. Chen Mo is in the lab, carefully looking at the 11 robots that are neatly aligned. He asked the Ink Girl to assemble the robot, and the assembly speed was 10 times faster than his hands. In just a few days, 10 robots had been assembled. This is equivalent to having 11 assistants in his lab. Fortunately, the lab is big enough to accommodate 11 robots and it doesn't look crowded. In the future, apart from the ultra-precision machining that robots can't do, other things basically don't require him to intervene. After confirming that the robot is okay, Chen Mokai said, Ink, the teaching video of the Chinese programming language, is it done? It's already done. Is there a reward? My brother, do you know that you want to be rewarded now? Chen Mo was surprised. Before the Ink Girl just listened to the order, now this girl actually wants to be rewarded. It seems that artificial intelligence is learning all the time. and is also learning to work. Nonlinear logic is also part of the artificial intelligence design. On the internet, a woman who will be spoiled, life is good. When Chen Mo heard this, his eyelids jumped straight. You want to reward now? I can't give you any more. It will be rewarded to build a beautiful body for you in the future. Thank you, brother, you have to hurry. The robots I control can't follow you away from the lab, said the ink girl. Well, there are conditions. The first time to build your body, and soon you can leave the lab. Chen Mo said, first show me the teaching video. Artificial intelligence with autonomy is indeed terrifying. Fortunately, the ink girl is listening to his orders. Within his control, if the artificial intelligence is out of control, it is terrible to think about the consequences. Okay. When the ink girl just fell, on the computer screen of the lab, she jumped out of a player and played an animated teaching video. Seeing the cartoon lecturer above, Chen Mo squinted. This character is not his image. The ink girl made his image into a cartoon version of the character, and she also thought that she couldn't help but laugh. Simply read it again and confirm that the content is okay. Chen Mo nodded. This is a new programming language that is different from previous programming languages. The grammar of Easy language is similar or even the same in C or C++ in many places, but the Chinese programming language is completely different. Learning C language well does not mean that this is also very powerful. So many people learn Chinese programming languages and must learn from the beginning. This set of instructional videos is enough for people to get started. The first set of teaching videos will be sent to the official website, and the employees of the company's software R&D department will be notified to let them learn by themselves. Every week, we will update one set. Chen Mo said. Okay. Put everything to the ink girl. Chen Mo is idle. The parts of the seismograph, which he has already made in the parts processing factory, have not been sent back. The experiments in the laboratory, there are robots, not enough time in the past. But now nothing to do. After thinking about it, Chen Mo walked back to the office area and entered the technology library. At the stage of technology apprenticeship, he has 8 scientific and technological tasks. It represents different technologies in 8 fields of physical applications: chemical materials, biomedicine, computers, ecology, machinery, military weapons and energy. Only after completing 8 technologies can we move on to the next stage. Now just idle, take a technology, at least now can start to prepare, and later start research, can also be carried out directly. After entering the science and technology library, Chen Mo first strolled around the library and read all 8 books. The book represents the field represented by the book. As for what technology is inside, only the technology library knows that this thing is like buying a lottery ticket. After hesitating for a long time, Chen Mo Kai went to the book with the words chemical materials. In terms of 8 technologies, if the technology of chemical materials has sufficient technical information, it is undoubtedly the easiest to implement. The company has raw material processing plants, equipment in the laboratory, and preliminary material research conditions. If you have detailed technology, you can quickly synthesize the materials you need. After making up his mind, Chen Mo slowly raised his hand and reached over to the book. The hand just touched the projection of the book, and the next moment, it became a light spot, and it was not in his head. A vast amount of knowledge is engraved in his memory. Instantly accepting such a huge memory, Chen Mo felt his head dizzy and pale. After a long time, Chen Mo was slowed down and recalled the technology. In the next moment, a few big characters came to his mind. Normal temperature superconducting material, silicon carbon. Chapter 128. Intergenerational materials. The words normal temperature superconducting material make Chen Mo's head instantly awake. The constant temperature superconducting materials have been the object of exploration by various research scholars. Countless people have spent countless efforts and resources, and have not succeeded in finding them. The result is now on him. At room temperature, The material with almost zero resistance is a room-temperature superconducting material. This material has unlimited prospects and has become a supermaterial that the world's cutting-edge laboratories have been exploring. Chen Mo did not expect that this material was actually this material, completely beyond his imagination. However, it is also expected that the technology in the apprenticeship stage is already a very advanced technology. The next level of technology, apprenticeship technology, should be cross-era. In this way, it seems that the appearance of room-temperature superconducting materials is not so awkward. After determining the material, Chen Mo began to browse the next information. A large amount of information is the conditions, steps, and precautions for material synthesis. In addition, there are material properties, advantages, disadvantages, and prospects for material applications. It involves electronic equipment manufacturing, power transmission, superconducting chips, machinery manufacturing, etc. Each message has the most detailed record. Seeing the word superconducting chip, Chen Mo excited. This material, after special processing, can also become a superconducting chip. If the superconducting chip can be researched, the computer operation speed is absolutely much faster than now, and there is no need to worry about the problem of the machine heating, and the energy consumption is greatly reduced. Not to mention other applications, just the ability to superconduct a chip is enough to make the value and potential of this material infinite. This is an intergenerational material. Silicon carbon, using special chemical conditions, connects the outermost layers of silicon atoms and carbon atoms, and 3 atoms of silicon in carbon are arranged in series to form a stable honeycomb molecular structure. Chen Mo began to digest the knowledge of silicon carbide at room temperature superconducting materials. The technology sounds very simple, but to achieve it, there are still many conditions. After half an hour, Chen Mokai thoroughly digested all the knowledge. After coming out of the technology library, Chen Mo took a heavy breath and licked his head. Soon after, another material of the era emerged, the material of the normal temperature superconductor. The things involved are too wide. The interests are too big and too horrible, and definitely cannot be rushed out, otherwise the trouble will definitely be more than his intelligent assistant. Chen Mo will never publish this material until he is fully capable of self-protection. The previous events told him that there are many dark things in the world that ordinary people cannot see. Mom, go, Jane calls. When Chen Mo thought about the future of superconducting materials, the Ink Girl suddenly spoke. Connected. Chen Mo returned to God. Xiaomo, Xinxin finished the exam, and went to play with you. She has already got on the bus. It is about 5:30 p.m. to 6 p.m. I will go to Bnai City. Do you have time to pick her up? It sounded a precious voice. Yeah, you don't say that. I have forgotten. Xinxin finished the college entrance examination. Chen Mo stunned. I just got off work at that time. I will pick her up. That gimmicks go there. Don't bother you. Zen replied apologetically. She called my brother. Don't talk about it. The house is big. Wash up a lot of chopsticks. Just after the college entrance examination, let her relax and relax. Chen Mo said, right, how is the Xinxin college entrance examination? That girl is very confident, said that he can follow your footsteps and go to Bnai University, but after the exam, the scores did not come out. Zen's tone is obviously a little happy. If she dares to say this, it means it is good. She is here, I will take care of her. You can rest assured. With your words, I am relieved. Go there. If she is in trouble, you will help me teach the girl. Zen said. Do not worry, Xin is not a little witch when she was a child. Chen Mo smiled. The aunt hangs, and Xin will bother you. No trouble. Hanging up the phone, Chen Mo began to let the ink woman help her organize the technical materials of silicon carbon. Until the off-duty time, Chen Mokai took a small fishing trip to the station in Bnai City. Who is going to pick up? Asked Xiaoyu. Xinxin, my cousin, Chen Mo said. Zen's daughter? Have you seen her? Xiaoyu's parents have a relationship with the Jane family, and Chen Mo knows that it's not surprising that they have seen them. This matter was only known when he was last cherished. I have seen it twice when I was a child. I haven't seen it since I was studying. She used to come to my house, so small, and grabbed my and my sister's toys. When I heard this, Chen Mo laughed and Xiaoyu smiled softly. Soon, the car came to the station gate. Chen Mo and Xiaoyu also began to wait quietly. Not long after, I saw a girl in short jeans and a white t-shirt carrying a suitcase and coming out of the station, with a high ponytail, revealing a slender neck. It looks very spiritual. Brother. After seeing Chen Mo, Jiang Xingxin immediately showed an excited smile and ran to him. Come on, go on the bus first. Chen Mo took her suitcase and handed it to Wang Hai, and took her to the car. Brother, is this my nephew? Jiang Xingxin's eyes bent into a crescent shape and looked at Xiaoyu. Hearing this title, Xiao feels weird, but my heart is a bit happy. She is called He Xiao. Chen Mo did not deny Jiang Xingxin's words. Little Fisher sister is good. Jiang Xingxin immediately greeted Xiaoyu. Little Fisher sister, you look so good. Thank you. Xiaoyu also politely replied. All the way to gossip, Xiaoyu and Jiang Xingxin are gradually getting acquainted. Until returning to the villa, Jiang Xingxin rushed in with excitement. Regardless of the image, Xiaoyu also went into the kitchen to cook and started cooking. Brother, big boss, my graduation gift. Jiang Xingxin sat on the sofa and reached out to Chen Mo, a look of excitement. What do you want? Take you out to buy tonight. Chen Mo directly patted her hand. A word is fixed. Anyway, you are a local tyrant. Jiang Xingxin, excited, seems to think of something. Look at Chen Mo. Brother, come here. Want to tell you something. I want to play Summer Workers. Can you go to your company? You can play everywhere. I will give you the money. I don't have to go to work. That won't work. Jiang Xingxin immediately refused. I am not a vase. I can make money myself. It is the most comfortable to spend my own money. This time I am not playing, but after college, I can't rely on my father. Mom. Is it really working? Not afraid of hardship? Chen Mo looked at Jiang Xingxin, as if he had known this girl for the first time. It seems that this cousin who is not sensible has begun to become sensible. Since she has such a request, Chen Mo will not refuse. Not afraid? Jiang Xingxin shook his head. That's going back to let Xiao give you arrangements, telling you in advance. It's the bottom job. You have to suffer. Chen Mo said. Thank you, brother. Jiang Xingxin said with a smile. I am going to help the blind man to cook. Finished. Immediately got up and ran into the kitchen. In the evening, Chen Mo went to the commercial square with Xiaoyu and Jiang Xingxin, who had just arrived. Chapter 129, Internet Conference. After accompanying Xiaoyu and Jiang Xingxin to go shopping for one night, after buying the things they bought, the three talents rushed back to the villa. Who are you chatting with? After showering, Chen Mo saw a small fishing game on the bed. When chatting with Nuo, Xingxin is not going to enter the company. If you are in the human resources department, I will ask her if she has any job vacancies. It is more appropriate to arrange for Xingxin. Xiao said. Asked. Office assistants, security guards and cleaning staff. Only office assistants are suitable for her. It is impossible to arrange for her to enter if there is a shortage of technicians. And she is only a high school graduate. Zero-time workers and other official positions cannot be arranged. Being criticized by people. Zhaoji has established a strict employment system for the company. Of course, you have to say that you are her brother, and I will arrange for her anywhere, and Zhao will not object. She doesn't object. Don't despise me in my heart. Just arrange Xingxin as an office assistant. She is still young, and later there are opportunities for further study, starting from the bottom. Chen Mo said. I really let her be an assistant in the office. This job is to say that it is a miscellaneous thing. All kinds of things have to be done. Xiaoyu said. Nothing, since she wants to rely on herself. Let her suffer a bite and help her in the future. You said this to your brother. Then I told Nuo Qiang. After Xiaoyu sent the information to Li Ruoxi, He put down his mobile phone and lay back on the bed. Just lying down, I saw Chen Mo smirk. "What are you doing?" "Eat fish." "Xin is here." "The room is soundproof. Don't you know that you lived for so long?" The next day, Chen Mo Gang went to the company, and Zhao Minutes took a report and entered Chen Mo's office. After seeing Chen Mo, Zhao Minutes' eyes became strange. "Why are you looking at me with this kind of look?" Chen Mo was stared at by Zhao Minutes, and he was uncomfortable. Zhao Minutes handed the report to Chen Mo. "The drugs you have studied for the pharmaceutical company have been clinically tested by the applicants of the Food and Drug Administration. This is the test report they sent back to the animals." After that, Zhao Minutes still looked at Chen Mo weirdly. It seems that Chen Mo has a new understanding. "Zhao Zong, look at it like this. Let me feel very handsome to know." Chen Mo smiled. "Is this medicine researched by you?" Zhao Minutes pointed to the report. "You said this abundance chest medicine?" Chen Mo also looked at Zhao Minutes strangely, just his eyes, so that Zhao Minutes was uncomfortable. "It's not my research." Chen Mo shook his head. "When I saw a medical book, I saw a similar formula. I saw a lot of medical books in the laboratory. When I was bored, I would study it. After the pharmaceutical company acquired, I will test the formula I studied." Chen Mo did not read the report, but looked at Zhao Minutes. "It turns out that you look at medical books. It is to see these things," Zhao Minutes said strangely. Next to Chen Mo's office area, there is a large study room with many books on it, all of which are knowledgeable in various fields of science and technology. She came in many times before and found that Chen Mo was reading various books. "I just think it's fun." Chen Mo's face. "Don't say this. What is the clinical trial result?" "The animal test is really useful. It is a topical drug. No toxic components are detected, and no allergens have been found. This drug, if it is successful in clinical trials in the human body, is very marketable. It can reach women without surgery. Purpose: if it is listed, the silicone era can almost say goodbye." Zhao Minutes just read the report and looked awkward. She also saw the report, only to know that Chen Mo was handed over to the pharmaceutical company for research. Chen Mo also knows that the cycle of drugs from research and development to market is very long, so this matter is not going to come. "I have a prescription here. You hand it over to the research team and let them study." Chen Mo thought about it, entered the database, and put the formula of aphrodisiac into the U-disk and handed it to Zhao Minutes. "You are a superman." Zhao Minutes looked at Chen Mo silently. "What is this medicine?" "Look back and open the information and see for yourself." In order to avoid embarrassment, Chen Mo did not say it. "Okay." Zhao Minutes took a deep look at the U-disk. "Today, I want to tell you something. Next week, the China Internet Conference is held in Yanjing. I have been busy these days, so let me go in the right place?" Chen Mo asked. "At that time, some domestic technology giants will pass. You can also know the company was applied for a product booth. You need a top-notch technology product. Bring your robot to show your face." Zhao Minutes looks at the station beside the robot. This robot, she has been a long time, but Chen Mo has never let go. "Yes, it's just not too urgent." Chen Mo promised to go down the manufacture of the seismograph to the robot. He does not have to participate in too many things for the time being. The transformation of the 3D printer can also be handed over to the robot. Research on room temperature superconducting materials is still lacking some experimental equipment, so it is temporarily impossible to study. Things look a lot, but with the help of the robot controlled by the Ink Girl, he has nothing to do. "That's the way it is," said Zhao Minutes. "Right, there is something to say to you. My sister is on holiday. Come here to work. I will let Ruo Qiang arrange her as an office assistant and tell you." "You let your sister be an office assistant?" Zhao Minutes looked at Chen Mo in surprise. "Is there a problem?" Chen Mo asked. "No problem, just wonder why you gave your sister arrange such a low-level job." Zhao Minutes said. "She wants to learn independence, at least under my eyes. Can still look at it. Let her experience the experience. Know how to make money. and understand things later. Chen Mo said, the higher position. There are opportunities in the future. After a brief mention of the matter, Zhao Minitz did not object to Chen Mo's thought after he understood the situation. Just graduated from high school, it is still a little smaller, from the bottom of the work, can also better experience the hard work. After Zhao Minitz left the office, Chen Mokai went into the lab. Inc. You write an independent intelligent software, embedded in a robot. The intelligence is not too high. Better than Xiaodi, you can execute the command. Next, he is going to attend the China Internet Conference. In his lab, the robot also has a month, just to take this opportunity to let the robot enter the public's field of vision. As for what will happen, it will only be known when it is time. Okay, Mom. After explaining the writing of intelligent software, Chen Mo began to transform some precision parts of 3D printers. These parts, the robot can't do such a precise job now, only he can do it himself. A week's time passed quietly, until the day before the start of the China Internet Conference. Chen Mokai and Julie took the plane to the capital. This is the first time Chen Mo has participated in such a large conference, so Zhao Minitz let Julie accompany. At least Julie has a little experience. The Internet Conference, for Chen Mo, only heard the name. The first time to participate, there is still some expectation. Chapter 130, Inspection Division Marching Ant Company Capital Branch. Xia Chenglong and a group of employees stood at the door and looked forward to seeing the watch from time to time. He is a professional manager recruited by Zhao Minitz from the headhunting company and is now responsible for the management of the army branch of the Army Ant Company. When Zhao Minitz recruited a branch, many professional managers were unwilling, because Zhao Minitz's salary was too low, but now, many of his former competitors have sharpened their heads and want to join the Marching Ant Company. Today, I heard that Chen Mo came over, and he was slightly nervous. He didn't get close to the big boss of the company and didn't know his temper. People just watched it on the internet, a young man who just graduated. When he first saw the image of Chen Mo, his outlook on life collapsed and he struggled so hard for so many years. As a result, a newly graduated student would completely surpass him. Tomorrow, the China Internet Conference will be held. The Marching Ant Company is invited to participate in the Internet Conference, and most of them are responsible for their capital division. He must also assist Chen Mo during his participation in the Internet Conference. While he was thinking about how to communicate with Chen Mo and his party, under the leadership of the secretary, appeared at the door of the company. Seeing Chen Mo walking in the middle, there was a commotion among the welcoming employees. Chen Mo can't talk about the big handsome guy level, but also a little handsome, confident, young and promising. All kinds of conditions, let him expose, become the object of many women's fantasy. If they can be seen by Chen Mo, they will have no worries in this life, and they will think about life. Some people applauded and squeezed to the front, hoping that this young boss would notice himself. Chen Mo glanced around in a circle, his eyes fixed on Xia Chenglong. Boss, I am Xia Chenglong, the manager of the capital division. Xia Chenglong said, well, hello. Chen Mo nodded politely. You all go back to work, Xia Chenglong said to the staff below, and walked in with Chen Mo and Julie. Take me to your R&D department, Chen Mo said. The capital division is mainly responsible for the North China market and is close to the capital. There are relatively many talents here. So there is also a software development department responsible for the development of Butterfly Eye mobile phones and computer software. Chen Mo has a special liking for technology and naturally attaches great importance to the R&D department. Research and Development Department. Lin Ziyuan looked at the computer screen in front of him. His fingers were constantly tapping and immersed in it. The complex computer language of the Chinese character programming language has made his technology home full of infinite interest. After learning the Chinese character programming language, he found that the Chinese character programming language announced by the head office was more interesting. He developed a simple little game with a Chinese programming language. Curious, he developed the same small game in C and Java. As a result, The small game developed by the Chinese character programming language has the smallest amount of code and runs faster in the three languages. Different programming languages, doing the same task, writing different amounts of code. The program runs at different speeds. Obviously, Chinese programming languages have two advantages. This discovery, his success attracted his attention, and also let him see the prospects of the Chinese programming language. The Chinese language programming language announced by the company is better than the computer language such as C language. He didn't know if other people found it, but he found this, so during this time, he was learning the computer language after work. He knows that this programming language has great potential. Now he is trying to develop a game script in the Chinese programming language. Finished. Lin Xuan sighed with a relaxed smile. After thinking about it, Lin Xuan took out his laptop from his backpack. Now that the script is complete, you can try it out. After the computer is turned on, Lin Xuan directly clicks on the most recent Fire Shootout competitive game, and puts the UDISC copy script program into his own computer to open. After the start, Lin Xuan was immersed in it and began to try the script. Under the leadership of Xie Chenglong, Chen Mo entered the R&D department. As soon as they came in, all the staff immediately turned their attention to the people. After discovering Xie Chenglong and Chen Mo, many people have a bright look, dare not have any laziness, and pay attention to their work. Chen Mo looked around for a week. Suddenly his eyes gazed, looked at a corner and walked over. His movements attracted everyone's attention and looked at Chen Mo's direction. He found Lin Xuan who was playing the game. Xuan. The staff next door also noticed the actions of Lin Xuan and immediately whispered, "I was just immersed in the thrill of script killing, and I didn't even hear it." Xie Chenglong saw Lin Xuan's appearance, sighed in his chest and almost broke out. However, seeing Chen Mo's appearance, he resisted hard and kept up with Chen Mo's pace. "Boss, this." Chen Mo stopped Xie Chenglong and signaled that he did not have to talk. After walking to Lin Xuan, he stared at the script on his working computer. People in the R&D department can't bear to look straight, play games in the office, and be seen by the big boss. What will be the next game? The office was terrible, and even Xie Chenglong could only be anxious. The big boss came to the first day, and if he blames it, he will be responsible. The head of the R&D department around him, his forehead has been sweating. When Lin Xuan killed the last opponent, he saw the words on the screen and finally smiled. It's just that he just quit from the game and feels terrible around. Just looking back, Lin Xuan's smile was stiff. The general manager and the supervisor are watching him. The most terrifying thing is that the young man who is standing behind him and is about the same age as himself, only seen in the video, the big boss behind the company, Chen Mo. Boss, manager, supervisor, that me. Lin Xuan the scalp, still do not know how to explain. Playing games in the office was caught in the current, how to explain has become pale and powerless. Everyone looked at Chen Mo and waited for him to speak. Chen Mo took a look at Lin Xuan, went to the computer and began to browse the complete program of the script written by Lin Xuan. He didn't talk, everyone else could only wait. After a while, I stood up. Is this script written by you? Chen Mo opened the door and the entire office was petrified. The style of painting is wrong, shouldn't it be a black face and a temper? Lin Xuan's head was also caught in the crash, and he was ready to accept the shackles of his face. Yes, Lin Xuan nodded. Writing well, but unfortunately not used on the way. Chen Mo shook his head. I was wrong. Lin Xuan hurriedly admit his mistake, or he was expelled. He was tragedy. As a punishment, deduct your half-month bonus. Are you convinced? Enthusiastic. Lin Xuan bit his teeth and nodded. Don't use your talents in this kind of thing in the future. Understood. Start next month. Give him a 5% salary. When this was said, everyone looked at Chen Mo incredibly. What are the meanings? Playing games in the office. Shouldn't you be punished? How to raise wages? The company has regulations. Technical personnel control the Chinese character programming language. Wages rose by 5%. This is not empty talk. Still not thank the boss. Xie Chenglong hated the iron staring at Lin Xuan. Thank you for your boss. Lin Xuan was a little bit frustrated and now immediately became excited. Who else has learned the Chinese programming language in the R&D department? Chen Mo took a look around the office. Other people, look at me, I look at you. Boss, we will use a little. Two employees standing in the corner raised their hands and took out a U-disk. There is a small program that we developed together. Boss, Yin Zhengyao and Wang Ming, our freshly graduated college students, are in the trial period. Zhang Hai, director of the R&D department. Chen Mo took the U-disk and saw the small program code inside, then nodded. Let them turn into formal employees. Upon hearing this sentence, the two immediately became overjoyed. As a company's R&D staff, there are many opportunities to get in touch with the Chinese programming language. I hope that you can learn the Chinese programming language and it will be good for your work. Otherwise, you will be able to survive the fittest and regret it. Chen Mo's words made all the developers behind, and suddenly realized that the head office was coming. After a brief discussion, Chen Mo, under the leadership of Xie Chenglong and others, strolled around the company and met with the employees of the branch. After learning about the situation of some companies, I left with Julie and went to the hotel. Chapter 131, Theme. Chen Mo has attached great importance to the promotion of Chinese character programming languages, so in the company, he opened a side to Lin Xuan. It didn't take long for this computer language to come out. There were not many people who could learn in such a short period of time and use it to make game scripts. This Lin Xuan is a talent. That kind of situation is not a big mistake. He doesn't want to let the company lose a talent because of this. His programming language is better than other programming languages. It is only the beginning. And many people have not responded. As long as those people really realize the importance of the Chinese programming language, no one can promote it, and some people will learn automatically. All this, only one opportunity is needed. And this opportunity, he has a hunch, perhaps in the near future. Boss, do you have a heart? Julie interrupted Chen Mo's thoughts. Nothing. Chen Mo smiled. Boss, come to the capital for the first time? As the first person to join the company, Julie knows Chen Mo, the boss, who is very easygoing, so she dares to be bold and chat with Chen Mo. It is indeed the first time. Here is more prosperous than the coastal city. Chen Mo turned to look out the window. After the bustling, there are still a lot of little-known corners. There are many ants in the dwelling. Julie sighed and looked at the passing people in the car window. Do you understand this? Chen Mo asked. I was one of the North Drifters that year. When I was young, I always thought that girls could also squat in the world, and they chose to drift north. A girl alone. When I got here, I knew that life was cruel. Julie said with emotion. Many people, the surface is bright and beautiful, but they live a life like a dwelling. When she was working, she also had to endure greed of leaders, and she was truly warm and self-aware. Some girls who work with her can't stand the temptation to fall on their own. If you don't want to accept the unspoken rules, you have to stay in place for a long time. Julie has some size. This time, it is like dreaming. If it wasn't for Zhao Minit's original appreciation and cultivation, she was still one of the white-collar workers on the road. So at the beginning, Zhao Minitz contacted her and let her join the pioneering army and company. She would not hesitate to quit the position of Wanbao Company department head, go to Bnai City, and help Zhao Minitz to form the original army and company. When I heard Julie's story, Chen Mo also sighed. He is a lucky one. Since the rescue of the small fishing, the trajectory of life has completely changed. After chatting briefly, Julie started talking to Chen Mo about business. Our participation in the internet conference, the main itinerary is, the opening forum on the morning of the 23rd, the internet conference business exchange meeting in the evening, and the internet high-level annual meeting on the morning of the 24th, the peak development forum on the 25th and the closing session of the conference. At the opening forum, as a guest of the conference, then a business meeting that evening. On the way, Julie gave Chen Mo a detailed introduction to the schedule. This is the first time that the Marching Ant Company participated in the China Internet Conference. She must tell Chen Mo the detailed schedule, otherwise it would be embarrassing to make a mistake. As a domestic new star company this year, we are invited to give a keynote speech. You should know that you need to give a speech at the time, Julie said. This is not a good news, Chen Mo said. He likes to listen quietly below, but he can't listen below. If it is not for a speech, Zhao Minutes may let others come as representatives. But in the keynote speech, Zhao Minutes can only let Chen Mo come over if he does not leave. In addition to Zhao Minutes, only Chen Mokai has enough weight as the speaker. It was already late in the evening when the two returned to the hotel near the Capital Conference Center. After the meal, after the shower, Chen Mo began to read the information of the Internet Conference. The Internet Conference covers many cutting-edge technologies in the fields of mobile internet, innovation and entrepreneurship, cloud computing, big data, and the Internet of Things. This is a grand meeting of domestic internet companies, and hundreds of domestic and foreign corporate executives will gather at the conference. The theme of this year's Internet Conference is New Era, New Starting Point, New Wisdom, and the development of artificial intelligence has become a new mainstream topic. Important forums such as the Internet Senior Conference and the Internet Innovation and Development Forum were also held in the same period. In real time, domestic technology giants will gather in these forums to discuss the direction of the next step. As the fastest rising star company in China, the Marching Ant Company is participating in this forum for the first time. Early the next morning, after Chen Mo and Julie had finished their breakfast, they went to the location of the Internet Conference, the Capital International Convention Center. When they arrived, they had already seen the flow of people coming and going at the door. Many people were in suits and suits, obviously attending the meeting. There are a lot of people, Chen Mo said. Hundreds of executives at home and abroad participated in the conference, and hundreds of media have tracked the report here. There are also large and small forums held in the same period. SMEs and entrepreneurs are coming over. This is a grand event. Julie walked around Chen Mo and introduced him to the situation while walking. After entering the conference hall, Chen Mo was seated in the front row on the left under the leadership of the staff. Chen, don't come innocent. It wasn't long before Chen Mo Gang sat down. A thick voice was heard, and Yu Chengnan was also sitting next to him under the leadership of the staff. You total. After Chen Mo saw Yu Chengnan, his face showed a smile. Is it missing for a while? Yu Chengnan said with a smile, I didn't expect to meet here. Why didn't the conference start and talk about a business? You total, you said. Chen Mo said. After the last time, is there any interest in authorizing smart assistant technology to us? After the Marching Ant Company's march into Europe was blocked, China Micro has been holding the high-end market. If you have the help of multi-language intelligent assistants, you can definitely seize the international market share of Apple and Samsung. I am afraid that it will not work for the time being. Chen Mo shook his head. Smart assistants are the biggest selling point of their Butterfly Eye mobile phones. If they are authorized to Huawei, their advantages will be lost. 2. Can I join your conversation? When the two said this, they were interrupted by a voice. Chen Mo Xiao brother, long time no see. I did not expect that we will meet again. It will be in this case. The coming person is Zhu Hongwei, the president of the Seven Tigers. His first pot of gold was earned in the hands of the Seven Tigers. After greeting the two, Zhu Hongwei sat down in silence around Chen Mo. I didn't expect to see you for less than a year. Chen Mo Xiao brothers have already achieved today's results, Zhu Hongwei said with exclamation. Fortunately, Chen Mo said not to humble. Zhu always knows Mr. Chen? Yu Chengnan interjected. No, there was a happy cooperation, Zhu Hongwei said with a smile. Sit here today. Are you going to take the stage? Yu Zong, what is your theme this year? Terminal, cloud computing, chip. Yu Chengnan said. What about Zhu Zong? Cybersecurity. When Zhu Hongwei just finished, the two looked at Chen Mo and looked forward to his answer. Artificial intelligence, Chen Mo said. Now Chen Moxiao brother is one of the supreme gods of the internet. What advice is there for network security? Zhe Hongwei asked. The network is already insecure, and in the near future, new challenges are coming. Zhe Hongwei and Zhu Chengnan face each other and look at Chen Mo, waiting for his following. Chapter 132, Smart Robot. Chen Mo also looked at the two. This really does not know how to explain. Can it be said that advanced artificial intelligence has emerged? This is impossible. A large-scale virus attack will definitely come back in the future. Low-end devices, including personal computers and smartphones, have no security technology. The cycle of exploits is too short, so for ordinary users, the network does not exist, at least not at the moment. Chen Mo thought about it and said the idea. If there is another large-scale virus incident like Eternal Heart, the network will be hit hard again. I listened to the Chen Mo brothers' meaning. Is the next network virus attack, there will be a change? Zhe Hongwei said. I didn't say this, the specific things in the future, who dare to say certain? Chen Mo said, you can ask you in this regard. Maybe he has any good suggestions. After all, Yu's experience is better than my fledgling boy. Many, on experience, we have more than you. But on technology, we add up and multiply by 2, not as much as you. Yu Chengnan turned the topic away. He is not an expert in cybersecurity. There is no way to comment on this. During the three-person chat, the opening ceremony of the forum officially began, and the three people stopped and looked at the stage. After a series of keynote speeches by the Minister of Industry and Information Technology, the organizer, and so on, the next step is the peak dialogue. The dialogue was the interaction between Jiang Wei, director of the Network Economy Research Center, and the chairman of the China Internet Society, and Wu Hekan, an academician of the Academy of Engineering. At the beginning, I listened carefully. Later, I was bored. Chen Mo took out his mobile phone and started playing. In the dialogue above, a few of them, and they also talked about each other, they are talking about some internet technology development. Time spent in the chat, Chen Mo also finally realized the pain of a long meeting. At the same time, the exhibition area of the internet conference. Jie Jin wandered around the exhibition area with his camera and looked at the various black technologies in the exhibition area. His face was full of praise. HoloLens, VR, a hybrid reality technology, the world's fastest electric car, the Wheelie 9, saw the car's simulated cockpit, so he couldn't help but experience it. Numerous black technologies have not only existed in science fiction movies, it's just that these black technologies, because of their immature technology or cost reasons, can only stay in the laboratory stage and cannot be popularized among the public. These technologies can only appear in the future world after a technological breakthrough. After experiencing the cockpit of the fastest electric car, Jie Jin began to work again. His task today is to report on various black technologies in the exhibition area of the Internet Conference. At the opening of the conference, many media have locked their eyes on the opening forum. As one of the biggest highlights of the Internet Conference, the exhibition area naturally attracted the attention of many reporters. This is one of the most popular places for ordinary people. The technology inside is the technology of their future world. In these black technologies, to imagine the shadow of the future world. Suddenly remembered what? Jie Jin looked at the map of the exhibition area and left in front of it. The Marching Ant Company is the rising star company this year and belongs to the legend of the industry. In his message, the Marching Ant Company also participated in the Internet Conference, and there were technology products exhibiting. He is very curious. What is the product of the Marching Ant Company? Just entering the place where the Marching Ant Company participated, Jie Jin saw the staff of the Marching Ants in the exhibition area. After seeing the exhibits in the exhibition area, Jie Jin revealed an incredible color. Li Hongyi smiled and looked at Jie Jin, who came over. Standing beside him, standing a female robot. This is the robot that came out of the boss's lab. It was specially created for this exhibition. The name is Dot. As the company that participated in the Internet Conference for the first time, It is also a well-known domestic enterprise. It is naturally impossible to take the products of the internet. When he saw the robot coming out of the lab, he thought he would cross the future world. He can't imagine how much incredible technology there is in the lab of the boss. After seeing the robot, Jia Jin was instantly attracted, painted in blue stripes, and elegantly with a pure beauty. Such a cool robot is already one of the top technologies in the exhibition area. Hello, what is the function of this robot? Jia Jin took a few photos and immediately got together. It is the Enchantress series robot housekeeper developed by our company. In addition to normal communication, it can do all kinds of housework. Clean the room, drink tea, chat, look after children, etc. Lu Hongyi said with a smile. Other functions, currently it is under development. When I heard the introduction of Lu Hongyi, Jia Jin was excited. The robot era has arrived. Can it move? Jia Jin asked immediately. Xiaoji, can you move? Lu Hongyi looked at the robot. I am not a woodman. The Enchantress eyes lit up, turned to look at Jia Jin, and reached out. Hello, I am the Marching Ant Company Enchantress series robot 001. You can call me Enchantress. Jia Jin was shocked by the robot that suddenly moved. After reacting, he reached out and shook his hand. The feeling of shaking hands with the robot is particularly strange, but enough to make him excited. When the robot and Jia Jin shook hands, several reporters also came over and clamored for the action of the robot and Jia Jin shaking hands, with an excited color on his face. Seeing so many people taking pictures, the robot released Jia Jin's hand and put up the scissors. A few reporters are even more excited. The movement of this robot is very natural. There is no mechanical sense of the general robot. And when you see the camera, you will put your own scissors. And to what extent does the intelligence reach? Jia Jin reacted and immediately picked up the camera. Xiaoji, can you change the shape? After the filming, Jia Jin tried to say, can. Its words just fell. Immediately changed to a posture. The scissors hand also changed into a heart shape. Several reporters are like chicken blood, and the intelligence of this robot is against the sky. Xiaoji shaking hands with them. Lu Hongyi said, okay. After standing straight, the robot came over to several reporters. This scene made a few people feel awkward, and the camera was aiming at the robot all the time. Hello, I am the Marching Ant Company Enchantress series robot 001. You can call me Enchantress. The Enchantress reached out and said to a reporter. After shaking hands gently, the robot went to another reporter again. If you don't see this as a robot, you will definitely think that this is a person dressed in my robot's clothes. Is there any other features? Jia Jin asked. Can you let her demonstrate? Lu Hongyi nodded slightly. Xiaoji, give this gentleman a glass of water. When his words fell, the Enchantress picked up the mineral water on the table and unscrewed it. He poured it into a glass of water and handed it to Jia Jin. Mister, your water. The reporters at the scene were all stunned and stared at the robot. How far has this robot's intelligence been? Has the robot era arrived? Several reporters floated a huge question mark at the same time. Chapter 133. Get artificial intelligence to get the world. Hello there, humanity. Global news. The era of robots has arrived. Phoenix Technology. The Marching Ant Robot Housekeeper, Enchantress. People's Daily. Shock. Robot. Squirrel headlines. For a time, various news about robots appeared in major media. With the robot video of the Marching Ant Company in the internet conference, the network began to boil in a short time. Many people have seen robots, but most of them are remote control. No remote control. Almost all chat robots or sweeping robots can't do too much. Now that the Enchantress came out, let them see what is real high technology. The intelligence of the robot has reached this point. This kind of technology, they only saw in the sci-fi blockbuster, and now suddenly burst out of such a robot. let them see something more horrible. Under various articles, all the netizens blasted the pot. The Terminator is coming soon. Humans are worried that the era of intelligent robots has come. The Marching Ant Company is really terrible. Shenmue is terrible. Does the country care? Will the war robot be far behind? Gates. It's hard to imagine why some people think that artificial intelligence is not enough. Various comments under the article are worried about the threat of robots. Sci-fi blockbusters have seen. Many people are subconsciously worried about the future development of robots. Different from those articles, in some famous forums in China, some posts about the Enchantress robot are very different. First floor, sofa, I am thinking, making a real doll. Will it be called after going to bed? Second floor, respond to the upstairs, while you exercise, let it call. You call it, call your throat, and nobody cares about you. It will listen to your commands. Third floor, broken throat. Fourth floor, don't be afraid of no girlfriend, wait for the country to be rich, and distribute the package. After the exposure of the Enchantress robot, it was less than an hour, and all the forums and news reports were full of robots. After the emergence of intelligent assistants in the Marching Ant Company, artificial intelligence has always maintained high fever. This time, intelligent robots emerged. Although they are not listed, it is enough to see the experimental products. Robots in the exhibition area, but from a variety of actions, the technology has matured. Intelligent robots allow the marching ants to stand out in the black technology of the internet conference and seize the headlines. Other technologies are eclipsed in the face of this flexible robot. Conference Hall 1, Hall. Shenmue is sitting under the stage, and Yu Chengnan is by his side. Now it is already the voice of the industry link. Yu Chengnan, as the first representative to give a keynote speech, is now down and talking to him. Chen, look at this news. Yu Chengnan handed the phone to Shenmue. Your company is in the limelight. Shenmue set his sights on Yu Chengnan's mobile phone and saw reports about robots. He recognized it at a glance. That is the robot in the exhibition area. This robot is the first robot he assembled successfully, and the back 10 are slightly improved. So the weakest performance is used for exhibitions. So fast on the headlines. Shenmue was a little surprised to see the news on the phone. The robot grabbed the headlines, which he did not expect. In the exhibition, there are many other technology companies. Black technology. In his view, robots are ordinary. This is an era of information explosion, the speed of news dissemination. You are clearer than me. I did not expect the technology of the Marching Ant Company has reached this point. Yu Chengnan said with emotion. The Marching Ant Company was established shortly, and this achievement is simply enviable and hateful. This is just a test piece, Shenmue said. In the exhibition, many of them are experimental products. Why didn't they see the headlines? I didn't expect the Marching Ant Company to target intelligent robots. It seems that I am going to change my opinion on you now. This robot has only 3 hours of battery life. The current technology is still immature, and there are still many defects. Shenmue laughed. It is still impossible to go public. There is still a way to go. During the conversation between the two, a ceremonial lady wearing a cheongsam came over to Shenmue and smiled at him. Mr. Chen, then you will come to the stage to give a keynote speech. Please come with me to prepare. Look back and talk. Shenmue and Yu Chengnan bid farewell, under the guidance of Miss Etiquette, walked toward the background. I am afraid that everyone here has heard of the name of the Marching Ant Company. The rise of the Marching Ant Company is a legend in the scientific community. On the stage, the famous host Du Fu talked. The field of artificial intelligence is a hot topic recently and the theme of this conference. The Marching Ant Company is undoubtedly one of the pioneers in the field of artificial intelligence. Below is the founder of the Army Ant Company, Mr. Shenmue, who delivered a keynote speech. As the voice of Du Fu fell, Miss Etiquette took Shenmue to the stage. The people below have begun to talk quietly. Just after listening to other people's keynote speeches, they have learned that the Marching Ant Company exhibited an advanced intelligent robot in the exhibition area. Now when you open the news, You can see the report of this robot. In the field of artificial intelligence, I am afraid that the Marching Ant Company has already run ahead of other companies. In the circle of the internet, there is such a saying: people who have artificial intelligence get the world. The state has formulated relevant policies and even mentioned in the issuance document, with the power of the whole country, it is necessary to seize the global commanding heights of artificial intelligence in 2030. This is not an empty talk, and relevant policies have been issued. The world is vying for the first opportunity of artificial intelligence. The country is also in this respect, and naturally it will not fall behind, and it has already begun to lay out. Artificial intelligence will be an important topic for a long time to come. Now the Marching Ant Company, obviously in the field of artificial intelligence, has already caught up with the three giants. The influence of the future Marching Ant Company will definitely increase. If it is just a smart assistant, perhaps the big giants will not pay too much attention, but the intelligent robots have come out and everyone has to pay attention. The Marching Ant Company, which has been overtaking and has become one of the leaders in the artificial intelligence industry. After Chen Mo appeared on the stage, all the people in the conference hall were quiet, and everyone's eyes were concentrated on him. The theme of this internet conference is related to artificial intelligence. As a pioneer of artificial intelligence, Chen Mo's words are absolutely weighty. On technology, he developed the mobile and smartphone operating system, developed the intelligent assistant Xiaodi, and also created the second Chinese computer programming language. Even if Chen Mo is not old enough, no one dares to look at him because of this. Chen Mo is also one of the most influential technology giants. Chen Mo stood on the podium and took a look at the speech on the podium. This is the first time he has stood on such a big stage, and his heart is more or less nervous. Dispelling the sense of tension and taking a deep breath, Chen Mokai looked up and looked at everyone. Testimonials on the shelves. Please see, the novel was put on the shelves at noon, and the ants were here to ask for a subscription. Before you ask everyone to never subscribe with a gift currency. This novel, from the beginning of creation, ants are very hard to write, can be said to be devoted. Many people have pointed out various defects and shortcomings in the novel. Ants hereby thank you for your suggestions. Every novel has flaws. This is inevitable. Your corrections can make me discover these mistakes. In the future, we will try to avoid these errors. I have my own work and life. The time of the code word is small, there is a manuscript in front, and it can be updated normally. After the use of the manuscript, in order to update, in order not to let the book friends wait, can only stay up all night. Because of the problem of lack of sleep, the spirit sometimes becomes paralyzed, headaches, and so on. Many times, you can fall asleep while sitting in a chair. After this period of hard work, it was time to go to the execution ground. The quality of a novel is to see the results. The ants sincerely hope that everyone can give subscription support tomorrow, and the results will be highly determined. The subscription is high. I write a novel update full time. The 2 days are not very good, plus a little busy, but also to ensure the quality of the novel. Originally wanted to save the manuscript, cannot save. I will be on the shelves tomorrow. I will fight for 5 more. I will fight for my life and write more. I will update more. I still owe a few updates to the Rudder Master, and I will definitely make up. If you have a good grade, get more updates. Looking at the commentary area every day, I am only able to escape without being able to go out. In the future, I will be more sloppy and practice speed. Finally, after you want to go to the shelves, everyone can subscribe to the support. Don't subscribe with the coupons for the first order. Don't subscribe with the coupons for the first order. Don't subscribe with the coupons. Very important. The ants are grateful and grateful. Bow. Chapter 134, Speeches and Interviews. First to subscribe. Hello everyone. I am Chen Mo from the Marching Ant Company. Chen Mo slowly opened his mouth. Everyone is uplifting and listening attentively. Artificial intelligence is not far away from us. Just 10 days ago, the Ministry of Science and Technology held a meeting to announce the list of the first batch of national new generation artificial intelligence open innovation platforms. Thousands of autopilots, Ali's Urban Brain, Penguin's Medical Care, the Image, as well as the intelligent voice instant translation of Xunfi. Whoever controls artificial intelligence can become the master of the world. The battle to occupy the commanding heights of artificial intelligence has already begun. In the future, the Marching Ant Company will also join the battle to help seize the global artificial intelligence commanding heights. The pattern has begun to change, and none of us knows who will be eliminated first. Marching ants are new to artificial intelligence, but in the field of artificial intelligence, we are confident to accept any challenge. In the future, artificial intelligence will be spread across various fields such as manufacturing, medical care, and transportation. Our company's latest intelligent robot technology is already in the experimental stage. In the future, it may be a smart housekeeper, cashier, waiter, babysitter, etc. You can think of a career. Driverlessness can leave drivers unemployed, and intelligent language translation will make translators rare animals. The era of artificial intelligence is an unprecedented opportunity and an unprecedented challenge. What we should think about is how to adapt to this environment. I very much agree with Mr. Li Yanhong's statement. In the future, AI will be a downsizing against internet products. Chen Mo stood on the stage and talked. From his point of view, the era of artificial intelligence has already arrived. He controls the Ink Girl and can know the changes in the entire internet world. The internet today is as fragile as it is in the two-dimensional world. The people below are listening carefully, and sometimes they are thinking about the color. The history of human development is a history of the development of tools that are easier to use. Stoneware, bronze, iron, steam engine, electrical, information, intelligent. Letting humans live with comfort is a development trend. So no matter how worried humans are about the existence of artificial intelligence, this trend cannot be changed. If they don't develop and others develop, it means they have to be eliminated. Combined with the intelligent robots of the Army Ant Company, Chen Mo elaborated on the application in various fields. The world has not yet been prepared to accept artificial intelligence, at least not yet. Zuzong, what do you think about Chen Mo? Under the stage, Yu Chengnan looked at Zhongwei. Not only them, but other people also whispered about Chen Mo. It's hard to say that he is very confident, Zhongwei said. It can be heard from Chen Mo's words that the Marching Ant Company has strong confidence in the field of artificial intelligence. The robot of the Marching Ant Company should be the source of his self-confidence. The technology seems mature, human-computer interaction and deep learning, and the Marching Ant Company should belong to the most cutting-edge field. It seems that this world is about to be these young people, Yu Chengnan said with emotion. You are not old yet, said. Both of them laughed. The duration of the speech was only a short 5 minutes, but the things I heard were enough for many people to relish. The opening forum, at the end of Chen Mo's keynote speech, has come to an end. A few people with Yu Chengnan strolled around the exhibition area and ate a meal. After a simple exchange, they went back to the hotel where they stayed with Julie. Boss, because of the robot, now our company has become the target of the major media. There are media. I hope to give you an exclusive interview. Which? People's Daily. Julie said. Does people fear that famous pigs are afraid of being strong? Chen Mo smiled. And this came out a few times. Various things followed. It is not necessary to participate in activities in the afternoon. There is time to inform them to come over now. Okay. Zhao Yan hung up the phone and jumped up in excitement. They have already received an interview with Chen Mo, the founder of the Marching Ant Company. This is Chen Mo's first interview, and he did not have much hope. He did not expect to be successful now. The editor-in-chief asked her to do this interview, which made her excited and nervous. After careful dressing, Zhao Yan called the photographer with her and rushed to the hotel where Chen Mo was. There is not much time for that character, she can't let others wait too long. Zhao Yan, you said this Chen Mo, what kind of person is it? On the way, a photographer also asked. Who knows? We only learned about him through his speech, and I have never been in close contact, said Zhao Yan. The people on the movies, those who are particularly powerful, have quirks. For example, Gigi or bad temper. When we go, what should we pay attention to? Asked the photographer. You have seen more movies. Another photographer gave him a blank look. Not long after, Zhao Yan took the photographer to the hotel where Chen Mo was. Just arrived at the door of Chen Mo's room and saw Julie waiting. Hello, sorry, let you wait. Zhao Yan said quickly. Julie smiled and knocked on Chen Mo's door and walked in with both of them. At this time, Zhao Yan's heart was a bit embarrassing. After all, this is the first time to interview this big man. In the past, she had interviewed experts in various fields and was not so nervous. Just came in and saw Chen Mo in the room. Hello. Chen Mo saw the two coming in and smiled and reached out. You. Hello. After Zhao Yan saw Chen Mo, the whole person was stunned. It was only after such close contact that Chen Mobi was younger and more confident in the video. This age should be 3 or 4 years younger than myself. Feeling the temperature uploaded by Chen Moxiu, Zhao Yan's face is also rosy. After a while, Zhao Yan reacted and realized that the flower idiot had committed another crime. He hurriedly released Chen Mo's hand. Sorry, I haven't seen the handsome guy for too long, and I haven't reacted. Well, I didn't expect that. I was quite charming. Chen Muzhen nodded in something. The group laughed and resolved the awkward atmosphere. Do not delay Mr. Chen too much time, we are now ready to start. After Zhao Yan finished, the photographer has started to machine. Not long after, the two sat on the sofa and the interview officially began. Mr. Chen, what kind of person do you think you are in life? In a very words, how many points do you give yourself? Zhao Yan smiled and opened the chat mode with Chen Mo. If he asked two serious things at once, the effect is not good. It is also an ordinary person. If you have to say it, it is a technical house. Regardless of the conditions, you must have a perfect score for yourself. If you can get me crazy, you really should get a perfect score. Zhao Yan said with a smile. Is there anything interesting in life or makes you feel lucky? Nature. Meeting my girlfriend is a very interesting and very fortunate thing. Chen Mo remembered the scene of meeting with Xiaoyu. His face was not consciously smiling. After a simple daily chat, the atmosphere eased, and Zhao Yan slowly entered the topic of the interview. The topic of the interview was mainly the establishment of the Marching Ant Company and some views on the future of artificial intelligence. This interview, but used to publish the weekly magazine, it is impossible to casually talk about daily trivial matters. The interview was completed in an hour and a half, and the atmosphere was spent in a relaxed and pleasant chat. After the interview, Chen Mokai walked into the room to rest, and there was a business exchange meeting in the evening. Chapter 135, Invitation, Second, Request for Subscription. In the evening, Chen Mo took Julie and left the hotel, ready to go to the business exchange. This is the second public event he came here. There will be experts, scholars, industry leaders and other authorities. Chen Mo is not good at communication, so his heart refuses, but he still has to bite his head. Just arrived at the door of the hotel, I saw him to meet his car. Sitting in the co-pilot position is the staff responsible for picking him up, called Sun Xian. Now Chen Mo's identity is already extraordinary, belonging to the domestic amnesty level, so Sun Xian is very respectful of Chen Mo performance. His words are not many. Chen Moyle has to be free, turn his head to look out the window and enjoyed the night view of the capital. The hotel where he stayed, not far from the location of the exchange party, arrived at the destination in 5 minutes. Under the leadership of Sun Xian, Chen Mo soon met Wu Hekan, chairman of the Internet Society. Wu Hekan is already in his middle and old years. His hair is white, with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, a smile on his face, and it looks very spiritual. As an academician of the Academy of Engineering, there is no rigid figure in his body, and more is the atmosphere of the real school. At this time, Wu Hekan was greeting the guests. When he heard that Chen Mo came over, he immediately said goodbye to other people. He walked over to Chen Mo. I always hoped to meet Chen Xiaoxi. I didn't expect to be chanted today. I hope. It's really young and promising. In the new era of the future, it's up to you young people. In addition to the last charity night, Chen Mo did not participate in other large-scale exchange meetings. He did not understand the various etiquettes, but he was still able to hear the other person's tone. He naturally did not dare to be rude in this respect. Said, I have long respected the academician of the Wu, and I am honored to be able to see it tonight. There are still many places in the future, and I need to study like an academician. Chen Mo's words are not humble, and the calm temperament is quite popular among the superiors. Wu Heken's eyes are full of appreciation. He is young and has achieved such great achievements. There is still no young man's arrogance. This is the best young man he has seen in these years. He does not know how many times he is better than his students. Looking at Chen Mo, Wu Heken said, I was as old as you are, and I still lie in the pile of books. I don't know how tall and thick Chen Xiao brother is so young. It is really rare to get such a big business. It is better than me. After the waves push the waves, my former wave is going to die on the beach. Wish academician, don't say this. You are a road opener. You are not open. We students, it is estimated that even the beach cannot find anywhere. Wu Chengqun laughed at Chen Mo's politeness, and the young man was a little slippery. Then I looked at Julie around Chen Mo. What is she? Wu academician. I am the person in charge of the marketing system of the Army and Company, Julie. This time with the boss to attend the exchange meeting. You chat. I went to the bathroom. Julie Wu Yuquan shook hands and said goodbye. After Julie left, Wu Heken cordially seized Chen Mo's hand and took him inside. Without him, everyone around him can recognize Chen Mo. This young man is Chen Mo, who is currently in the limelight, the founder of the Marching Ant Company, and the big boss behind him. In the past, Chen Mo was low-key. No one knew it. But now that Chen Mo is exposed, there are not many people who know him. Chen Xiao brother, let's talk about it by allocation. Wu Heken seems to be afraid that Chen Mo will run, and he will not relax. Good. Chen Mo nodded. The corner went into the courtyard, and Wu Heken looked around and said, Chen Xiao brother, this time looking for you. There is such a small thing, you said. Chen Mo was a bit curious. The old expert, pulling himself out, is trying to say something. You see our older generation, they are already fast. The country needs fresh blood. Are you interested in joining the engineering institute? Chen Mo did not know how to answer this. He said how an old expert, still mysterious, did not expect it because of this. Wu academician. This. I am a big boss of the company, let me enter the engineering institute, isn't it right? Chen Mo said, in addition, I entered a hairy boy and occupied other people's places. Those old people worked hard. Is it not for me to be a sinner? There are many restrictions on entering the engineering institute. He is a big boss of a company, and it is somewhat inappropriate. The dean has already informed. Apply to the above. See if you can break the case. Maybe you can make a special offer, not counted in the quota, not to limit the talents. Wu Heken said, this one. Don't come innocent, Chen Mo brothers. While talking between the two, a thick voice interrupted the conversation between the two. Li Chengzi wore a smart suit with a smile on his face and looked like two men. He looked very capable, like a successful entrepreneur. Li instructor. Academician Wu saw Li Chengzi. His face slightly strange. Mr. Wu. Li Chengzi. Wu Heken, modestly salute. Mr. Wu wants to pull Chen Mo brother into the engineering institute. Just when I come over this time, it is almost the same. Let me and Chen Mo brother talk about it. That can be natural. Wu Heken laughed. Mr. Wu, I saw your little niece in it. She seems to be looking for you. Li Chengzi said. Then you talk. I am advanced. Wu Heken bid farewell to the two, with a smile, hurriedly walked inside. The remaining two, Li Chengzi came to Chen Mo to stand next to him. Chen Moxiao brother, intelligent assistant, I will say thank you first. You are welcome. We are fair trades. Chen Mo said. Last thing, Think about it. Can you join the Engineering Institute? The genius of you is very caring for it. It is very likely that you will make an exception for you. Last time I have responded to it, it was only a little resistance at that time. The problem is not big now. Li Chengzi glanced at Chen Mo and turned to look outside. For the genius Chen Mo, it is impossible to turn a blind eye. If you can pull into the Engineering Institute, it will be absolutely beneficial. You don't have to rush to refuse. If it is an exception, we will definitely not force you to do anything, study anything. Just hang a name and don't announce it. You enjoy the allowance, if necessary, within the scope of ability. Provide some technology support, or train 1 or 2 students. It is estimated that a lot of people are staring, hanging a name, and the trouble will be much less. Many things are also convenient to do research, and we will send someone to protect your family. If it is the condition you said, you can join. Chen Mo promised to come down. As long as there is no limit, it does not matter if he joins. As a descendant of Huaxia, there is nothing wrong with providing assistance within a limited capacity. His interests are not damaged, but he can still get the benefits. There is nothing wrong with it. The family has always been his most worried. Li Chengzi's words undoubtedly point to his weakest part, and because of the last sentence, Chen Mokai promised. Li Chengzi laughed refreshingly. The last time Chen Mo was just a newcomer's hair boy. He wanted to make an exception and it was difficult. Now different. After seeing the intelligent robot coming out, basically many people can shut up. That's it. Li Chengzi said with a smile. I have a message to inform you. Li instructor, so happy, became. Wu Hecken came in. As long as the last pass above passes, it will become. Wu Hecken also laughed. Thank you in advance for the Chen Mo brothers. Come, I will introduce you to someone. After that, Wu Hecken took Chen Mo to go to the house. Li Chengzi looked at the house and turned and left the venue. Chapter 136, Communication, 3rd. Ask for subscription. Wu Bing wearing a black evening dress, no gorgeous decoration, simple and generous, outline the curve, with white skin, is a standard beauty. Wu Bing sat in the corner, holding a glass of orange juice, and staring at the crowds, talking and laughing. If it wasn't for her uncle to let her come, she would never attend these exchanges. She instinctively rejects these businessmen who are full of copper smell. Seeing that Chen Mo and Wu Hecken came over, Wu Bing stood up. Uncle. Wu Bing is very respectful to Wu Hecken, but he never looked at Chen Mo from beginning to end. When the mother was pregnant with her, the father had left. At the age of 7, the mother also left. Since she was a child, she was raised by her uncle, so she is a father to her uncle. I will tell you about this. This is my niece, called Wu Bing. It has not been long since I returned to China. I am a doctor of Oxford Medicine and Biology. I am going to join the Academy of Engineering and become the youngest female academician. Wu Hecken smiled at Chen Mo. Chen Mo looked at Wu Bing strangely. This academician introduced his niece to him. What do you mean? Hello, my name is Chen Mo. Wu Bing's look was a bit cold, but out of courtesy, Chen Mo still reached out. Hello. Wu Bing reached out and Chen Mo shook his hand and quickly shrank back. Initiative and Mr. Chen chatted. Wu Hecken was attached to Wu Bing's ear and looked at Chen Mo. You young people talk, know a lot. I am going to find an old friend. If Chen Mo does not understand the meaning of Wu Hecken, then he will be alive. The old man actually caught himself and introduced him to his niece. After Wu Hecken left, the scene was once embarrassing. You should know what my uncle means, Wu Bing said. His tone was as cold as ever. I don't like the rich second generation. Chen Mo wants to laugh, can't laugh, but can't help but shake his head. Are you back in China for a few days? Chen Mo first heard someone say that he is rich second generation, but he wants to be rich second generation, but he is not so good. If you want to chase me, you can dispel that thought. I am not interested in you. I think there may be some misunderstandings inside. Sorry. Chen Mo then touched his nose and picked up the juice and sat on the sofa. This woman is estimated to be preconceived, thinking that he is chasing his rich second generation. Although a little beautiful, but is fishing. His personality is much worse. The niece of the academician of the past, chatting and knowing, is also polite, and the woman seems to be a bit arrogant. So young, the double doctoral degree of the top universities is indeed much better than the average person, and it is normal to be proud. The two did not speak anymore. This kind of exchange, no one bothered. It was better. It was just that things didn't work as he wished. Just after sitting down, a voice rang. Mr. Chen, it's a coincidence. The wine-red evening dress. The dress will outline the water snake. The enchanting eyes of the fox. The red lips of the flames. The gemstone necklace of the enamel, shining under the light, setting off the white swan neck. Seeing this woman, Chen Mo's mind subconsciously came up with two words: a stunner. Chen Mo didn't have much feeling. He glanced at the woman who came over and smiled politely. Yan Ryu Ayu, I am very happy to meet Mr. Chen. Yan Ryu Ayu looked at Wu Bing and had a smile on his face. He sat down next to Chen Mo and his body was slightly stunned. Chen Mo angle, can clearly see the snowy northern hemisphere and the Mariana Trench. Mr. Chen is sitting here alone. It's very boring, otherwise we chat. Yan Ryu Ayu smiled and looked at Chen Mo. Wu Bing looked at Chen Mo coldly and snorted and got up and left. Uncle, I will go home first. Wu Bing went to Wu Hecken and said, why don't you talk to Chen Modu for a while? Wu Hecken had doubts in his eyes. Inappropriate, uncle. Don't introduce me to any man in the future. I haven't reached that point. I will find it. Wu Bing said. Chen Mo is a very good young man, but I have a thick face, only to find such an opportunity for you. You are not too big, and no personal care in the future. Wu Hecken's face is not happy. I will take care of myself, you can rest assured. When Wu Hecken saw it, he knew that there was no drama. This little niece, he is treated as a daughter. But outsiders, the character is cold, so going on, personal problems are enough to make him worry. Uncle, I will go back first, my paper, but also a little more perfect. Wu Bing said. Well, you should go back first. Wu Hecken sighed and looked at Chen Mo's direction. Sorry, I went to the bathroom. Chen Mo gave Yan Ryu Ayu a polite smile and got up and left. This woman should be a socialite, the so-called social flower. Intuition tells him that this kind of woman is less irritating. And in addition to Yan Ryu Ayu, there are still a few women staring at him. If they catch Chen Mo, they will definitely come over. After all, there are not many people who are so young and promising. If they hook up, what do they want? Chen. When Chen Mo Gang came out, he met Yu Chengnan. Come here and sit down. Chen Mo did not refuse. There is an acquaintance, always sitting stronger than himself. This year's people are more than last year. Do you think that coming here is not very useful? When he sat down, Yu Chengnan spoke. Really? Chen Mo is undecided. To our point of view, a lot of things. Pay attention to resources and connections. People, many things, especially efficient. You have worked hard for half a month. Some people solve a sentence. This is the benefits of contacts. In this era, it is difficult to grow up on its own. A product, you want various channels. Although it is the internet age, but the necessary network resources are still indispensable. Cooperation is an eternal theme. Of course, your company is the biggest exception. The development of marching ant companies cannot be defined by conventional thinking. This has broken the rules and they don't understand. Yu Chengnan also knows that Chen Mo can't loosen the smart assistant, so he didn't mention these things. The two of them chatted without a word. Two big talkers. Others naturally dare not bother. Yu Chengnan has some small humor and occasionally reveals insider information about some incidents, which has made Chen Mo a lot of insights. In other corners, many people talk and laugh, and it seems to be very happy. After a long time, Yu Chengnan saw someone greet him, and Chen Mo signed and got up and left. Once again, Chen Mo was left alone. The elegant tunes were fluttering on the venue. The waiter held the red wine juice and shuttled between the VIPs in many suits and suits. Most of them are people with heads and faces at home and abroad, and they are in groups of 3 and 5, talking and laughing. Some ladies dressed up in flowers shuttled to the crowd, saw the CEOs who had the order, and walked gracefully. Occasionally, several ladies gathered together and whispered, and occasionally cast a fiery gaze on Chen Mo. And those young rich second generation will set their sights on the young and beautiful women on the field. The program of the exchange meeting has already begun, and the famous star performance was invited. Chen Mo did not have much interest and watched quietly. Seeing the celebrity's celebrity, Chen Mo picked up a glass of juice and walked toward the remote corner. No one here? He is also happy. After the end of the business exchange meeting, Chen Mo called Julie, quietly left and rushed back to the hotel where he stayed. Chapter 137, Summon of Little Fishing. Fourth Mo brother, Xiao calls. After Chen Mo Gang took a shower, the tone of the ink girl rang. Small fish, miss me? Chen Mo picked up his phone and smiled. Well, I want to ask, can you get home on the evening of the 25th? At the end of the phone, there was a soft voice from Xiao Yu. On the afternoon of the 25th, I will book an afternoon flight ticket. It should be okay. What is so anxious? You will know when you come back. After talking with Xiao for a long time, I hang up my mobile phone. After thinking about it, Chen Mokai said, Ink girl, is there something urgent about Xiao? No. Didn't he still go back so urgently? Can't figure it out. Chen Mo simply did not want to. A few days of things a little more, tired one day, meeting with Zagong is king. The thing of the marching ant robot is still fermenting. After the first day of fermentation, more and more people are paying attention to robots. The network is full of all kinds of concerns about robots, worried about the smart crisis, and worried about being taken away by robots. All the harms of robots that can be imagined appear in various articles and comments. Because of the robots of the marching ants, a wave of discussion about artificial intelligence was triggered. The robot of the marching ant company has also become a generation of net-read robots. In the exhibition area, there is a constant flow of information about robots. On the last day of the internet conference, when the exhibition area was open to the public, the booth of the Army and Company was naturally the most popular. The people who came to visit all experienced the fun of taking pictures with the robot. All of this seems to have nothing to do with Chen Mo. In the past 2 days, Chen Mo has acted more like an outsider. Most of the time, he played in various attractions in the capital. In addition to attending the high-level annual meeting and summit forum, other entertainment, Chen Mo let Julie all push off. Chen Mo did not go to the speech at the summit forum. With the lessons of the first day, going to participate in so much entertainment is to find boring. The internet conference came to an end and Chen Mo rushed back to Banhai. Xiao Yu let him go back that day. He is also curious. What is it? Let Xiao Yu so mysterious. Banhai City Airport. Xiao Yu's eyes only stared at the exit. For the past 3 days, she was only the one who heard Chen Mo's voice but could not see Chen Mo's. Until I saw Chen Mo and Julie coming out of the exit, Xiao Yu's face showed a surprise smile. They all said that they would win the wedding. In the past few days, she felt a little bit of this feeling. When Chen Mo came out, Xiao Yu came to him and did not speak, but the smile on his face already explained everything. Boss, I am leaving first. Julie smiled and looked at Xiao Yu, and she was envious of this lucky girl. At this time, she is an outsider, and it is the best decision to leave. What about Xingxin? Chen Mo looked around. Xingxin went shopping. Xiao hugged Chen Mo's arm. Let's go back soon. What? Let you call me back so urgently? You will know when you get home. Chen Mo took the hand of Xiao Yu and swayed out toward the airport gate. On the road, Chen Mo is thinking, what is it, so that Xiao Yu is so mysterious? Just opened the villa door, did not turn on the lights, was pulled by the small fish into the hall. Seeing the scene in the hall, Chen Mo stayed for 2 seconds, saw the cake on the table, and smiled on his face. Who is birthday today? I am not prepared for a gift. Little fisher sister, I won. When Chen Mo's words fell, Jiang Xingxin sat on the sofa and immediately laughed. Well, You won. Xiaoyu looked at Chen Mo helplessly. Whose birthday? Chen Mo thought for a moment. The days were wrong, and Xiaoyu's birthday was not the present. I said it earlier. My brother is a lunar birthday, so I often forget my birthday, Jiang Xingxin said proudly. Chen Mo thought for a moment. It seems that the days are right, only to show a smile. Close your eyes and make a wish, Xiaoyu urged. It is good. Chen Mo's heart was warm and the fatigue of the plane disappeared. He did not expect that Xiaoyu and Xingxin would give him such a surprise. Brother, candle, Xiaoyu helped you blow. You can't open your eyes if you wish. Chen Mogang was ready to open his eyes and heard Jiang Xingxin's voice. Why can't you open it? Chen Mo did not know why. Because you don't remember your birthday. Xiaoyu bet lost to me. Whoever loses, take your cream and lick your face. Snapped. When Jiang Xingxin's words fell, a voice sounded, followed by two crazy laughter. Wiping off the cream on his face, Chen Mo looked at the two people with a bad look. Fat. Then there was a frolic in the villa. In the evening, the little fisherman was in the arms of Chen Mo, and the whole person seemed to be weak. Thank you today. Chen Mo caressed Xiaoyu Guang's back. My gift hasn't been delivered to you yet. Xiao struggled to get up and put a peace sign in the bedside table. This is the peace sign that I went to Linian Temple for my health at the time of the new year. Carry it in your wallet. Although it is not very expensive, I hope you like it. Of course I like it. Chen Mo's heart was warm, and Xiaoyu was tightly held. Feeling Chen Mo's mind, Xiaoyu's face also showed a sweet smile, then buried himself in Chen Mo's ear and said, "Love me." After breakfast the next day, Chen Mo went to the company with a small fisherman. Jiang Xingxin's gimmick, in order not to let people know that she is the boss of the big boss, actually took the bus to the company, so Chen Mo is also very helpless. Just went to the office. Zhao Minutes found it. Boss, internet conference, you can make a show of the limelight. Now it is the youngest billionaire in China, the pioneer of artificial intelligence, the fantasy object of countless girls. How is this feeling? After seeing Chen Mo, Zhao Minutes ridiculed said, I suspect that you are pitying me. Chen Mo looked at her silently. In Chen Mo's marketing, there must be Zhao Minutes as a promoter, and his exposure has increased greatly. In addition to this internet conference, he is now a symbolic figure of the Marching Ant Company, and his popularity has surpassed Zhao Minutes. I don't have to pitch you. Zhao Minutes smiled. You don't manage the company anyway. The company needs a mascot. It is necessary to make you a symbolic figure of the company. Just like Ali's old horse, Microsoft's Gates, Apple's Steve Jobs has a belief that the employees' centripetal force will be big. You actually used me as a mascot. Chen Mo spread his hand, so to speak. This character is definitely not his. Our robots are not listed at the moment, and the impact of robotic events will slowly fade after the internet conference. So don't worry about causing trouble to the company. Zhao Minutes said, I will report to you about the company. Free. Chen Mo said, I know the company's situation. That saves me trouble. Zhao Minutes said, your custom parts and components have arrived, so I will send it to you. Okay, you let them come up now, Chen said. Those materials that he used to make seismographs and retrofit 3D printers were not completely complete at the beginning, and this time they were finally able to assemble them with confidence. Right after the robot was sent back, I was going to put it in the company's lobby as a receptionist to enhance the company's image. Yes, Chen Mo nodded. After Zhao Minutes left, Chen Mokai entered the laboratory and was ready to start assembling the seismograph. Chapter 138, Paper. Zhao Minutes let the fitter in the workshop produce twice the parts, which is convenient for the parts to be replaced. This careful, Chen Mo is a little happy, at least a set of parts as an alternative. All the parts were shipped to Chen Mo's lab. After the staff left, Chen Mo asked 10 robots to start moving parts and formally assembled. Ink Girl. Merg brother. The Ink Girl came. What do I need to help? The voice of the Ink Girl sounded. Now that the dialogue between Miss and her is more and more diverse, she is learning at all times, and intelligence is becoming more and more complicated. which is expected by Chen Mo. Write a paper on early warning of earthquakes. The title of the paper is Research on Earthquake Early Warning. Write the principles of some seismographs, core principles and seismograph manufacturing techniques. Don't write them. Chen Mo said. The three armed forces did not move, the grain and grass first. The paper was first published, and then the equipment was officially manufactured. Any device needs a theory to support it. Earthquakes are caused by faults and dislocations in underground rock formations. Earthquakes are present on Earth, and the level of normal vibration is too low to be noticed. Earthquakes below level 2 have nearly 8,000 times a day. These earthquake levels are too low to have any impact at all. Before the earthquake, the underground rock will have a magnetizing effect under the ground stress, which will cause local changes in the geomagnetic field. When the underground rock breaks, the ground stress causes the rock to be compressed or stretched, causing the ground resistance to change, resulting in local changes in the Earth's electromagnetic field. Moreover, before the earthquake occurred, due to the accumulation of geothermal heat, or the underground rock was subjected to strong gravitational force, intense friction occurred and a large amount of heat was generated. This heat overflowed from the surface of the ground and appeared to be geothermal. Some earthquake clouds are generated because of the existence of geomagnetism and geothermal heat. Earth's magnetic field anomalies, geothermal changes, and changes in seismic waves, combined with the three, make early warning of earthquakes possible. Chen Mo, a seismograph, uses these principles to monitor the activity of the underground rock layer by using changes in geomagnetic field and geothermal heat, and calculating the time of rock fracture and displacement in the underground fault zone to achieve the purpose of early warning. Merg brother. The paper has been written. Do you want to publish it now? Said the ink girl. Let me see. Chen Mo went to the computer and a paper manuscript appeared on the computer desktop. Read it carefully and make sure that you have no problem. Send it to Nature magazine. Chen Mo said. Is the international or domestic? Asked the ink girl. International. It is only published in the domestic 2 months, and the international is faster. Chen Mo said. Mer brother, has been sent successfully, said the ink girl. Campbell is preparing the content of this week's weekly magazine. The magazine's mailbox, every week, will receive a lot of papers from all over the world. They are a comprehensive science weekly with a reputation in academia. The magazine mainly reports on major discoveries and important breakthroughs in the scientific world, and the content is very strict. As editor-in-chief, he has to determine the weekly papers, and this task is very important. Not long after, an editor walked in and hurriedly placed a paper on Campbell's desk. Editor-in-chief, this is a paper from China. Huixia? Campbell frowned, in his subconscious. What good papers can Huixia have? What is it written? Campbell didn't look at it. Research on earthquake early warning. Earthquake warning? Campbell came to the interest, grabbed the paper and looked at it. After carefully reading the paper, he left the paper to the side. The ridiculous Chinese people think that casual fantasy is scientific discovery. Like the previous papers, there are some useless things in it. There is no factual basis, and there is not much use at all. That is the rejection? Asked the editor who sent the manuscript. Retired. Campbell said, okay. Seeing the rejection notice, Chen Mo browse, and this day is passed. It is rejected. This efficiency is really fast. Delivery papers are sent to natural journals and scientific journals in China. Chen Mo said, what should I do if I send it successfully and then I am rejected? Asked the ink girl. Retreat and retreat. What can I do? Chen Mo was asked by the ink woman to laugh. I will send my own papers, scientific magazines, just a channel of academia. 2 days later, Chen Mo looked at the 2 notices of rejection and looked speechless. I was told by the ink girl and was rejected. Is it so difficult to publish scientific papers through authoritative magazines? However, if you think about it carefully, he is not an authoritative expert or a famous scholar in this field. Similar to this theoretical paper, it should be difficult to pass. published the paper to the company's official website. Chen Mo said, "Publishing through authoritative channels is only an authoritative point of view, allowing more people to accept and accept. Since the editors of these channels do not recognize it, he does not need to die. It has been published," said the ink girl. Cheng Mingxin sat in front of the computer and looked at the backstage of the official website from time to time. He is the person responsible for running the company's official website. Every day, he is responsible for the release of the official website. When I checked the official website again, Cheng Mingxin looked at it. An article on the official website. This kind of situation occasionally occurs, because in the company, the big boss makes any announcements, and does not have to go through the hands of the following people: carbon crystal materials, Chinese programming languages, etc. These things are all sent by the big boss himself. Research on earthquake warning. Cheng Mingxin saw the signature, and the dark road really did. After printing the paper, Cheng Mingxin did not dare to neglect and took the paper to the president's office. There have been flaws in the above. Any article published by the big boss is the first time to report to the president and pick his superior. Zhao Ji. He published a paper on the official website. Xiao Yu took the paper that Cheng Mingxin gave her and placed it on Zhao Minit's desk. This enchanting. Zhao Minitz looked at the paper and sighed. When she just came back from a business trip, Chen Mo began to make trouble. "Small fish, is this family in your family coming back? Is he usually at home? Is he still hiding in the room to study? Occasionally, he usually learns things, and he will learn a lot when he learns. But this paper, I read, a little bit of trouble. Maybe he is joking." Xiao Yu said. "He dares to announce something. It is not a joke." Zhao Sensei's. From the carbon crystal materials, Chinese programming languages, and artificial intelligence papers, Zhao Minitz has never seen Chen Mo joking academically. The robots are already in his lab to help him experiment. The lab above, although the equipment is not the most complete, but the research is the most cutting edge. Chen Mo is like a hen that will lay eggs. These papers, research, are like eggs. One day, if Chen Mo knew that he was likened to a hen by Zhao Minitz, he must have gone. "You take the paper and ask the situation," Zhao Minitz said. "Okay." Xiao nodded and took the paper to leave Zhao Minitz's office. Chapter 139, Genius is always not understood. Li Taijun sat at his desk, idly bored, and opened the official website of the Army Ant Company. Because I tracked the news of the Marching Ant Company, I got the first-hand information every time. Now that he has been promoted, he finally has to run outside. He found a rule, and the heavy news of the Marching Ant Company was mostly released through the official website. The official website of the Marching Ants has become a place of concern for many journalists. Moreover, the curtain of the Internet conference has not fallen for a long time, and the popularity of the robot is still there. There are still many people concerned here. Robots represent the future, and the artificial intelligence of the Marching Ant Company is already at the forefront. No one can say, when the Army Ant Company throws a blockbuster. Suddenly, seeing the updated announcement, Li Taijun stunned. Research on earthquake warning. Is this a paper? Signed Chen Mo. In just a few lines, Li Taijun instantly found the keyword. Earthquake warning. These 4 words are the weight of the heavy, the weight of life. Chen Mo published a paper on earthquake warning. If it is true, this will be another big step for mankind to fight against nature. The real merits are boundless. Not yet finished. Li Taijun quickly loaded the article and accompanied the title. The Marching Ant released a paper on earthquake early warning research. Anyway, no matter whether the paper is true or not, it is not him who appreciates and criticizes him. He is only a media person. It is his task to report the news truthfully. When Li Taijun's news came out, the amount of hits and readings rose rapidly. The Marching Ant Company is worthy of being the darling of the media. In just 1 minute, the number of hits is broken and it is terrible. Not only was Li Taijun reprinted, but other media also quickly reprinted. It's hard to catch the opportunity of Marching Ant news. No one will let go. The paper was sent in less than 5 minutes and has been loaded by more than a dozen media. The heat of the robot has just passed, and now an earthquake warning comes out. This shows that Chen Mo is currently engaged in related research. The current marching ants are already at the forefront of the enterprise. This kind of enterprise, if there are any big events, will become big news. If the earthquake warning is really based on Chen Mo's theory, Chen Mo will definitely become a great man who has been passed down through the ages. The evolution of human beings is the process of fighting with the sky. Humans have been able to predict typhoons, and the biggest natural disaster now is the earthquake. It's just that Chen Mo's paper has not come out for a long time, and some different sounds appear. Earthquake warning is too horrible. This is a great event of merit. Numerous physicists, seismologists are studying earthquake warnings, but so many years of efforts, just to advance the warning time 10 minutes, and not very accurate. Now Chen Mo has researched, where are their faces? And it's just a theoretical paper. The idea is unconstrained, but science is a very rigorous discipline. The theory is not supported by experimental data. It is empty talk. This paper, the whole theory, there is no data. How to prove it? I admit that Chen Mo is a computer genius, but not a versatile genius. Young people, don't expand if you don't get a little bit of achievement. Don't be the next party, you're down to earth. It's your future. After the first expert voiced, more and more experts stood up and voiced. Everyone's argument is surprisingly consistent and not optimistic about this theoretical paper. Chen Mo is an expert in the field of computers and a half expert in the field of materials. But in seismology, Chen Mo has never touched before, and they do not believe that Chen Mo can make any useful theory. Many authoritative experts came out to oppose it, and many netizens came out to ridicule. There are not many people standing by Chen Mo, only less than 10% of the people. All kinds of supportive speeches are also drowned in ridicule. God said, "It's awful. When I blast the ball, I have to be known by Chen Mo." In the earth, God does not cry, ghosts don't call, little Chen Mo, ridiculous. Please be down. Although I don't know how to be reliable, the people of Sichuan province still hold a little hope and support Chen Mo. I hope he is a great person. The so-called earthquake is that the earth will be bed shock, car earthquake, horse earthquake, wild earthquake, high-speed railway, aircraft earthquake, space shock energy, one-time return to humans. Why are there so many earthquakes in the island? Small movies have been shot. The logic is smooth, and suddenly it makes sense. A variety of imaginative taunts and ridicules, as well as various ridiculous articles, appear on the internet, even on the official Weibo of marching ants. Things are also being pushed to the climax. This is why Chen Mo began to look for the publication of authoritative magazines. Authoritative channels are recognized by authoritative experts and can avoid the debates of ordinary people, and the response will be even greater. Non-authoritative channels, many people will think this is just a joke. Chen Mo did not expect that because it was an academic paper, it caused such a big response. The topic of earthquakes is too sensitive and involves too many things. They have experienced too many disasters and are naturally concerned about these news. On the second day of the paper's publication, the door of the Marching Ant Company was once again held by various reporters, hoping to interview Chen Mo and ask his answer. "Do you want to respond?" Zhao Minutes stood next to Chen Mo and looked at the reporter outside the company. She is also a bit headache now. This boss, the ability to make news, is not that big. As soon as it appears, it is like a magnet that attracts the attention of all parties. The influence of a paper is beyond her imagination. A little bigger? Chen Mo looked at the reporter outside the company and said with a smile, "The next bet he is worth 100 million, bet I can get the seismograph out." "You are not from the earth." "I want to make things big, not to think about the explosion of the earth." Zhao Minutes looked at Chen Mo silently. If he followed Chen Mo, the impact of the company was not small. "How is it small?" Chen Mo said, Is the paper removed? When Einstein's theory of relativity came out, it was not recognized, and time was the best answer. I am not letting you withdraw the paper. Now Chen Mo just did not confirm the theoretical conjecture. If it was withdrawn, it would appear to be a guilty conscience of the army ants. Then there must be more ridicule. Cyber violence began in the development of marching ant companies and continues to the present. Some people are eager to go to the army ant company to make a problem, then come over and tear off a piece of meat to eat. For those giants, marching ants are heterogeneous, a group of hungry wolves, staring at them. A paper is so big, except for everyone's attention, there must be credit for the push. You just say a response, I let people announce it, as long as things are not too big, Zhao Minitz said. Lu Xun said that genius is always not understood. Chen Muzhen shook his head in something. This is a theory taken from the technology library. He does not think that the technology library will include the wrong technology. When this was said, Zhao Minitz was teased by him. Then I will respond with this. Zhao Minitz said, she is now breaking the can. And he is not big, it is very big. A piece of paper is not a bad thing, and you can't take the army ant company. Whatever. Chen Mo said. I let Xiao pick you up, or I will deduct her salary. Zhao Minitz said. Hey, threaten the boss. Believe it or not, I will deduct your salary now. Chen Mo was also teased by Zhao Minitz's words. Simple jokes. The atmosphere is also a lot easier. After confirming Chen Mo's determination, Zhao Mingkai left her office. She feels that to manage the company is to give Chen Mo his ass. Not long after Zhao Minitz left, the official Y on the marching ant updated a message. The boss said, Lu Xun said that genius is always not understood. Chapter 140, Seismographs available. When the response from the marching ant company came out, it immediately attracted many netizens. Around this sentence of Chen Mo, another wave of controversy on the internet, Lu Xun said, silence, silence. Not breaking out in silence, just dying in silence. I suddenly found a secret. Lu Xun said, I have not said this. Lu Xun is not the focus. The key point is Chen Mo's confidence, saying that he is a genius. Einstein said, in order to punish me for defying authority, fate has also turned me into an authority. I am a bit convinced that Chen Mo is the next authority. Under the official microblog of the Marching Ant Company, the debate about Chen Mo's thesis was divided into three factions. One was strong, one was opposed, and one was neutral. The opposition has 70% of the total, and the absolute advantage. No matter which time, new things are inevitably questioned before they prove value. The theory has no factual support and can never be convinced. Plus no authoritative expert is willing to stand up and support Chen Mo, so that the authority of Chen Mo's thesis becomes lower. The paper event, the heat of the robot is suppressed, and the debate about Chen Mo's thesis is maintained at the highest level of heat. The earthquake predictions are too big, and there are all kinds of ridiculous language everywhere. Villa, Xiao sitting on the sofa looking at the phone, looks a bit sullen. When she found out that she was different, Chen Mo put down the book in his hand and looked up at Xiaoyu's mobile phone. Because this is not happy? Chen Mo pointed to the news in Xiaoyu's mobile phone. I just don't understand why they are ridiculed. If they don't believe, they will laugh and pass so many cynicisms, said Xiaoyu. The mouth grows on others, don't care. But I looked uncomfortable. One day, I will let these news become all articles that praise me. If you are uncomfortable, don't look at it and open it later. Chen Mo smiled and took the mobile phone of Xiao. Don't hide in the house and play with your mobile phone. Clothes accompany me to go out and distract. Without paying attention to the rumors on the internet, Chen Mo's life has returned to calm. Half a month, on the internet about the Chen Mo earthquake early warning papers, the Marching Ant Company did not give any response, and the heat of speech slowly declined. Chen Mo's thesis is still on the official website of the Marching Ant Company, and will be turned over from time to time. The things that seismographs are made are steadily progressing in various debates. Because it is a technology obtained from the technology library, there is no technical bottleneck, and 10 robots keep working day and night. The production of seismographs is going very smoothly. Mergo, the first seismograph has been assembled. The voice of the ink girl, the Chenmo spirit in the office, shocked, hurriedly stood up from the office and walked toward the laboratory. This is a good news. It's been almost 3 months since I got the technology of the seismograph. Having a complete technology, it's just a simple manufacturing. It took him 3 months, and this efficiency has been particularly slow. When Chen Mo walked into the laboratory, he saw a cylindrical instrument with a height of 2 meters surrounded by 10 robots. The bullets had a smooth surface and 3 pillars on the ground. There was no extra decoration and it was unpretentious. Chen Mo knows that this thing is to smash the things that the outside world questioned. Is the algorithm written? Chen Mo touched the seismograph. This seismograph predicts earthquakes based on changes in geomagnetic fields, geothermal changes, and changes in seismic waves. Use the detected ground thorn data to comprehensively calculate and achieve early warning. This small cylindrical instrument combines state-of-the-art geomagnetic field detection technology, seismic wave technology, and geothermal detection technology, a typical high-tech combination. It has already been written. The ink girl said, "There is no problem with the normal operation of the instrument. There is only a formal test." Yeah? Chen Mo nodded. Which place to look at the test is the most appropriate? The Pacific Rim seismic zone, 80% of the world's shallow earthquakes, 90% of the medium source earthquakes, and almost all of the deep seismic earthquakes occur here. The most suitable foreign country is the Mariana Trench near the island country, Alaska, Chile, and Sumatra. The most suitable for the country is the Tibetan Plateau, which is the junction of the plates. Chen Mosi asked for it, and it is easy to do it in China. It is very difficult to test abroad. In those countries, it is impossible for him to bring such a large unknown instrument into it. Notify Zhao Minutes to come up, Chen Mo said. Not long after Chen Mo's notice went, Zhao Minutes took Xiaoyu to the lab. What is this? Zhao Mini opened the lab. Seismograph. Chen Mo left a blockbuster. Not only Zhao Minutes, but even Xiaoyu was on the spot. Chen Mo's paper on earthquake warning came out only half a month. At that time, it was so hot that it was only half a month before the instrument came out. It's the one that makes you ridicule the world? Zhao Minutes carefully looked at the instrument and wanted to see what was strange. Actually, it was made according to the basic principles of the thesis. Chen Mo said, "This is a short-term earthquake warning. In theory, it can be 5 hours ahead of time, but it depends on the actual operation. This thing is not absolute." After hearing Chen Mo said that 5 hours earlier, Zhao Minutes took a breath. If it is really successful, Zhao Minutes knows what it means. After the shock, Zhao Minutes resumed calm. She knows that this sounds a bit of a fantasy. It is also no wonder that so much cynicism and doubts from the outside world. This technology sounds too sci-fi. Now is it finished? Asked Zhao Minutes. Complete. I am looking for you to come up. I want to ask, is there any way to get a few to go abroad to test? Chen Mo asked. Can't you test it in China? Zhao Minutes asked. The country will also test at the same time, but its accurate detection range is only 50 kilometers, and several tests are needed at the same time. I am going to send it to a place where the earthquake is active abroad. It's a bit of a hassle to test in other countries. Zhao Minutes said, the problem of leaving the customs is not mentioned first. In those countries, the instruments will be deducted on the grounds of national security. This is high-tech. Which country will not let go of such a good opportunity? In fact, there is still a way. Talk. Chen Mo looked at Xiaoyu. The seismic zone test to the ocean puts the instrument on the seabed where the seismic zone is frequent. However, this instrument, if you want to pick it up again, is a bit troublesome, said Xiaoyu. It is indeed feasible, but the situation on the seabed is too complicated. I have to carry out some technical transformation on it. After all, the seabed is not on land. Chen Mo said. How is this thing installed on the sea floor? Zhao Minutes pointed at the instrument. Technical things. I have a way. You are now preparing materials for 10 seismographs. Things. I will arrange it. After Zhao Minutes and Xiaoyu left, Chen Mokai walked back to the office. Next, how the seismograph was shipped out of the ocean and reached the designated location was still a problem. Now that he can think of the channel, there is only Li Chengzi. Ink girl, dialing Li Chengzi's phone. Chen Mo said. Okay, Mom. Chapter 141. To be honest, don't believe it. Li Chengzi looked at the office building of the Marching Ant Company. It is hard to imagine that, in such a short period of time, the Marching Ant Company actually rose so fast. Chen Mo has been unable to describe himself with genius. That young man is a real enchanting encounter in 100 years. The more information he knows, the more shocking he is. In his information, the Marching Ant System, intelligent assistants and carbon crystal materials are all Chen Mo's labs. This young man has a terrible brain. For Chen Mo to contact him actively, it made him very surprised. Is it because of the previous papers? Let him help solve. But he quickly denied this idea. Chen Mo's paper. The experts of the Earthquake Administration have seen it. Although the word profession is used, it is all theoretical. Without experimental data, it is impossible to convince anyone. Those people are not optimistic, but he has a little expectation in his heart. In his impression, Chen Mo is definitely not the kind of untargeted person. Not boring, just put a paper out and ask yourself for trouble. But Chen Mo took the initiative to find him because of what? With doubts, Li Chengzi walked inside the Army Ant Company. Mr. Li, the boss is waiting for you. Please come with me. Li Chengzi just entered the door of the Marching Ant Company, and a robot stopped in front of him and performed a ceremony. The robot he has seen is the Enchantress robot of the Marching Ant Company at the Internet exhibition. When he saw the robot report, he was shocked. Unexpectedly, the Marching Ant Company was so extravagant that the robot was welcoming the company's lobby. This highly intelligent black technology is used to welcome guests, and it is estimated that only the army ants will do it. Okay. Li Chengzi just nodded, and the robot took him to the elevator. Under the leadership of the robot, he quickly arrived at Chen Mo's office. Welcome. After seeing Li Cheng, Chen Mokao Li Chengzi made a greeting. Chen Mo brothers are looking for me this time, but I am coming from a big plane. Is there any important thing? Li Chengzi was sitting on the sofa opposite Chen Mo, and took the tea and drank it. Nothing important. Don't bother you. Know the essays of the previous period? Chen Mo also went straight to the topic. As long as it is an individual, watching the news, I know, Li Chengzi said with a smile. But you will not come to me because of such a small paradox. Paradox? I never care about other people's evaluation of me, or I will be mad. Chen Mo said, it is a thesis to find you this time. Oh, you said. Li Chengzi sat up straight and looked at Chen Mo. Do you believe that my paper is true? Chen Moxiao asked. I am not an academic, there is no way to judge. Li Chengzi said, but for this matter, it is probably that others laugh at you too mad. You laugh and others can't wear it. I will show you something. Chen Mo was undecided, stood up from the position and walked with Li Chengzi to the laboratory. Li Chengzi hesitated and followed up. In addition to Xiao Yu and Zhao Minutes, Li Chengzi was the first outsider to enter his office. In the office, in addition to the experimental instruments, there are only 3 robots, and a cylindrical instrument is placed in the most conspicuous position in the laboratory. 3 robots shocked him once, but he was relieved. Chen Mo's lab, only he alone, making several robots as assistants, dealing with trivial things, is reasonable. It is estimated that Chen Mo hides things. Apart from robots, he does not know what Chen Mo is studying. The robot energy is produced. Li Chengzi laughed. 20 million won. Sell you or not? Chen Mo laughed. I can't afford it. Li Chengzi shook his head in a hurry. But many people in the engineering school are interested in your robot. I will go back and ask if they want to buy it. If you can, buy it for you. For ordinary people, the price-performance ratio is too low, and no one wants mass production. I use it as an assistant. But today's theme is not a robot, it is this. Chen Mo went to the seismograph and took a seismograph. It is a seismograph based on the principles of my paper, Chen Mo said. Upon hearing this, Li Chengzi took a breath of air and shocked to look at this ugly instrument. Chen Mo's papers have been raging, that is to say, the earthquake warning. The outside world taunted, and only half a month later, Chen Mo had already manufactured the equipment. But it looks nothing special. Do you believe it can predict earthquakes? To tell the truth, don't believe it. Li Chengzi shook his head. This thing does not seem to be special. If the seismograph is so easy to make, then there is a ghost. I am looking for me this time. Is this for this? I need to test whether this instrument is useful. I don't want to say it in China. I need to install it in the earthquake zone in Mariana. The earthquake is active and it is easy to collect data for judgment. I want to help you and transport the instrument to me. The specified location is placed. Chen Mo asked. Li Chengzi hesitated and carefully examined Chen Mo's instrument. No matter how he looks, he can't see why. If you can really predict earthquakes, this instrument is definitely the most advanced technology in the world. But how to listen to it is a bit of a fantasy. If you don't help Chen Mo, this means that the cooperation is interrupted, which is absolutely not in their interest. Moreover, Chen Mo is a half-engineer of the engineering school, no matter which aspect, cannot refuse. Putting the instrument out, for Chen Mo, may be very troublesome, but for them, it is just a little effort. In the event of success, the impact of this technology is absolutely the most shocking. Huaxia is the country with the greatest earthquake losses. If the technology is true, Chen Mo will definitely become a great man. How many flights do you want to put? Li Chengzi asked. 6. Chen Mo said, one-time manufacturing, put it out, save trouble. How much does it cost to make one? Li Chengzi asked. The manufacturing cost is 5 million. Chen Mo casually craps a number. He didn't count it carefully, and he didn't know how much. Ready-made technology, no research and development funding, but the seabed transformation version, certainly more than 5 million. I can't give you a definite answer right now. There is an ocean science exam at the Academy of Sciences. I will ask. The question should be small, and there is news to reply to you. Yes. Chen Mo nodded. This instrument is really amazing as you said. Li Chengzi still looked at Chen Mo indefinitely. I also made it according to theory. This is the first test. As for the failure of success, you ask it. Chen Mo pointed at the seismograph and said, if you don't succeed, I should play. If you succeed, I can make a lot of money. It is. Li Chengzi looked at Chen Mo silently. Spending tens of millions and playing hundreds of millions of people, it really is the world of local tyrants. He doesn't understand. This time, only this thing? Li Chengzi asked. Yes. Then I will go back first, help you ask. You have to study, time is precious. Li Chengzi took the phone, took a photo of the seismograph, and left. After Li Chengzi left, Chen Mo continued to transform the seismograph. Installing the instrument on the seabed is not as simple as adding a waterproof layer. It is necessary to overcome two of the biggest difficulties: the water pressure and signal on the seabed. These two problems must be solved, and the water pressure cannot be overcome, and there is no way to operate normally or even brake. If the communication problem is not solved, even if it is installed, there is no signal to contact the outside world, and the warning message of the seismograph cannot be sent out. The structural transformation of the seismograph is another problem, but it is still good to have the presence of the ink girl, and the trouble is much less. Chapter 142, Wu Zhen's Wish. Institute of Geography, Academy of Sciences. Wu Zhen carefully studied the papers in his hand and was Chen Mofa's paper on earthquake early warning research. He has been studying back and forth no less than 5 times, and has done some simple experiments to find evidence on this paper, and the results are not satisfactory. Although the experiment was not ideal, but as time went on, he now looked at the paper, and it seems that there is a new understanding. The more you look at it. He has been engaged in geographical research for more than 30 years. At the moment when he lost his loved one in the earthquake, he vowed in his heart that he would be able to solve the problem of earthquake warning in his lifetime, or in the earthquake. He could use his ability to save more people. Many earthquake rescue equipment, instruments for measuring the seismic resistance of house bridges, are from his hands. He also participated in the formulation of the earthquake resistance standard issued by the Seismological Bureau. He is an expert. When Chen Mo's paper came out, his success caught his attention, but he did not come out to brush the sense of existence. As some vocal experts say, science is a rigorous discipline. They have no experiments to prove that Chen Mo's theory is wrong, and it is highly undesirable to veto Chen Mo. In this paper, he studied several times and always felt that he lacked the most critical point and gave him a feeling of itching. It may be that Chen Mo missed something important, so that he could not find the best place of this paper. While Wu Zhen was looking at the paper, Li Chengzi entered his office under the leadership of an assistant. Li Chengzi knocked on the door and interrupted Wu Zhen, who was looking at the paper. "Mr. Wu, hello." "You are?" Wu Zhen was puzzled and looked at Li Chengzi. "My name is Li Chengzi. This is my ID." Li Chengzi took out his ID and handed it to Wu Zhen. "Come here. There is one thing I want to talk to." Wu Zhen looked at the documents and looked at Li Chengzi with amazement. "Sit." "Comrade Li, what are you looking for?" "I heard that Teacher Wu has been studying Chen Mo's paper recently. Just as I have something about Chen Mo here, I will come over to you," Li Chengzi said with a smile. "Oh, what about him?" Wu Zhen asked. "Look at this." Li Chengzi handed the photo taken from Chen Mo's lab to Wu Zhen. "I just came back from Bnai City. This is the instrument that Chen Mo got out." He said it was made using the principle of the paper seismograph. The last sentence immediately aroused Wu's interest, took photos, and looked at it carefully. "Do he really say that?" "It's true." Li Chengzi said, "This instrument, he is going to put it into the Marianan area for data collection. You are not going to conduct a marine geological survey, so I came to you." "Can you take me to see this instrument?" Wu Zhen asked. Chen Mo is outside the Army and Company building. Together with him, there are Xiao Yu and Li Lingfeng and others. Zhao Minitz has been on a business trip. When Li Chengzi just returned to the next day, he called to tell him that a seismologist wanted to take a look at the seismograph. This matter can't be refused. After all, this instrument is what they will bring to the sea in the future. After a while, Wang Hai went to pick up the car and entered the company. He saw Li Chengzi and a plain-dressed, gray-haired teacher coming down from the car. Chen Mo and other talents greeted him. "Chen Mo, this is Mr. Wu Zhen of the Academy of Sciences, engaged in seismological research for more than 30 years. Li Chengzi introduced to Chen Mo. "Mr. Wu." Chen Mo hurriedly saluted. "As a student of the younger generation, these etiquettes are a must." "Hey, hello, you're welcome. Real people are more than the spirit of the photo." Wu Zhen held Chen Mo's hand and smiled. "I haven't seen such a good younger generation for a long time." "Mr. Wu, let's talk to the students first," Chen Mo said. "No, take me directly to see the instrument. Your time is more precious than mine. Don't delay." Wu Zhen said. "Okay." Chen Mo saw that Mr. Wu Zhen was eager to see the mood of the seismograph. After entering the marching ant company, the group went straight to Chen Mo's laboratory. There are only 4 people who can enter the Chen Mo experimental area. "Your paper, I studied it 5 times, did a few simple experiments, but always felt the shortcomings of something, cannot grasp the most important places." While walking, Wu Zhen opened. "Because I was afraid that technology would be transmitted, the core part was not written out. Otherwise, if the technology leaked abroad, the loss would be great," Chen Mo said. "Also," Wu Zhen nodded. Not long after, a group of 4 people entered the lab. In the experimental room, as in the case of Li Chengzi last time, except for the most conspicuous seismographs and several robots, other things were not exposed. After seeing the seismograph, Wu Zhen walked cautiously, and the palm of his hand did not touch the seismograph, but carefully observed around the seismograph. "Mr. Wu seems to care about the seismograph." Chen Mo did not bother him. The seismograph looked from the outside and could not see one. The earthquake of 40 years ago took away his loved ones. Over the years, Mr. Wu has been working on disaster relief equipment. These instruments are almost paranoid, and the name was changed to Wu Zhen, the earthquake. After the change, Li Chengzi attached to Chen Mo's ear whispered. After hearing these words, Chen Mo was awe-inspiring. Focusing on a field for decades, it is the almost paranoid pursuit of the older generation of scientists that has their own stable life. Has this instrument been tried? After carefully scrutinizing a seismograph, Wu Zhen stopped. Vibration wave test, but simple simulation test. The instrument can run. Now prepare for field test. Establish several test stations in Tibetan area, and send several to Xitai. Test together on land and sea environment. Save time. Chen Mo said. How much does this cost? Wu Zhen asked. There is not much. Money is not a problem. If the experiment is completed soon, if it is really feasible, it will be put into use soon. For many people, it is some gospel. Chen Mo said. Yeah? Wu Zhen looked at Chen Mo with appreciation and then turned his eyes to the seismograph. Mr. Wu, if you have anything, just say it. Chen Mo said. It is still uncertain whether this instrument has any effect. If it has a role, the data collected can be provided to me. Wu Zhen hesitated. Of course, such a big thing, I alone can't do it. I am also ready to cooperate with Manhai University. If you join, I can't ask for it. Chen Mo laughed. He is currently lacking maintenance personnel in this area. Wu Zhen has been a senior academician for decades. Students are certainly no longer a minority, and there are many resources on their bodies, which can reduce a lot of trouble. It's just the data collected. This is very simple, not the manufacturing technology of the seismograph. Get Chen Mo's answer. Wu Zhen showed a smile. He does not have much hope for this instrument, but even if it is 1 in 10,000 hope, he will also seize it. If it is true, this seismograph will fulfill his lifelong wishes. Things went very smoothly. Wu Zhen also agreed to try to fight for Chen Mo to conduct this experiment. After getting a positive answer, Chen Mo's next thing is to transform the seismograph that is put into the seabed. Chapter 143, Installation. Short waves are easily attenuated in water. To send signals on the seabed, ultra-long wave or very long wave communication must be used. This is the direction of signal transformation of submarine seismographs. For the submarine water pressure problem, the seismograph must be structurally modified to adapt to the strong water pressure on the seabed. Otherwise, the instrument can work normally under such terrible water pressure, which is a big problem. The Ink Woman helped to carry out the structural optimization of the seismograph. Chen Mo also entered the technology library and took a set of technology for extremely long wave communication. Extremely long wave communication technology is one way, can only transmit, cannot receive signals, and is generally used in submarine communication. But with the current conditions, it is very remarkable to be able to send signals at hundreds of meters or even kilometers above the sea floor. There is also a need to install a buoy-type antenna outside the seismograph. The help of the Artificial Intelligence and Technology Library, coupled with the full support of the Marching Ant Company, made the reconstruction of the seismograph very smooth. Now that the seismograph has come out, Chen Mo has devoted all his energy to the manufacture of the seismograph. In order to be able to make all the required seismographs before the scientific research of the Academy of Sciences, the expedition team on the land is working with Manhai University to join professors and students into Tibetan areas. Everything is going on in full swing. The turmoil of the paper has passed, and there is no big news for a long time. Now no one cares about the Army Ant Company. The eyes of the media have turned to other places. The actions of the up-and-coming army ants are kept secret, so outsiders simply don't know what the big action of the Marching Ant Company is. At the Marina Pier, Chen Mo was side with the last huge box on board. For 2 months, he is always preparing for the arrival of this day, and now it is finally here. There is a tutorial video of the installation of the seismograph. It is very simple. You hand it over to Mr. Wu Zhen. Chen Mo took out a U-disc and handed it to Li Chengzi. Li Chengzi took over the U-disc and took a deep look at Chen Mo. This time, Chen Mo's application for this project was surprisingly smooth. Perhaps it was the above that I wanted to see if Chen Mo could make a miracle. He is not worried that these instruments will be taken away by other countries. He asked Chen Mo about this question, and Chen Mo also told him that he was prepared. Once it starts up and wants to pick it up again, it must be ordered to abort the run. Otherwise it will start the self-destruct function. When such a large device is put in there, when the signal is sent, once it is found by other countries, it will definitely find a way to get it. There are quite a few embarrassing technologies in it. In order to prevent the technology from leaking and catching it without stopping the operation, the seismograph will be open at the bottom of the sea and will be destroyed by strong water pressure. The seismograph has been transformed into a semi-intelligent machine by Chen Mo. If he is given more time, he does not mind transforming the seismograph into a robot that will exercise by himself. When it is time to fish, it is difficult. After bidding farewell to Chen Mo, Li Chengzi boarded the ship and left the equipment to the vessel of the expedition team. Is the instrument really okay? On the way back, Xiaoyu looked at Chen Mo. Do not worry, even if they directly throw the instrument into the sea, it will start up after sinking into the seabed. Just the location problem. Mr. Wu is an expert in earthquakes, knowing which location is the most suitable for installation, so better. No, there will be too many problems. Chen Mo said confidently. That's good, now things are coming to an end. Xiaoyu said, you have been busy for 2 months. Rest for 2 days. The seismographs sent to the Tibetan areas should have arrived. The installations should be done. Now the work has come to an end and is ready to move on to the next stage. Stay with you for the next 2 days. Relax and want to go anywhere. I want to go to the movies. Xiaoyu said with a smile. You haven't been with me for a long time. You will make this happen. Chen Mo was teased by Xiaoyu, only in front of him. Xiaoyu will reveal the side of the little woman. I have come to this point, Xiaoyu said with arrogance. Tibetan area. Zhang Songlin touched the 2-meter-high cylindrical instrument and looked amazed. He is a professor at the School of Geographical Sciences at the University of Banhai and has research on geology. This marching ant company cooperated with Banhai University. Just as he had a geological survey to come to the Tibetan area, he was sent over. This time his research project was also sponsored by the Marching Ant Company. Their mission was to install 10 seismographs at 10 locations. The formalities of the formalities, the Marching Ant Company has negotiated with the Tibetan government, and there is no problem. He is a professor of geology, the geology of this place. He is very clear. Above the fault, the sudden movement of the crust block along the fault is the main cause of the earthquake, especially near the junction of the plate. The crust is active, and this zone is one of the most densely populated areas in China. Scientists have been studying these faults. As long as the research on the fault mechanism is deep, the earthquake can be accurately predicted. Now the Marching Ant Company is doing this. At the beginning, when Chen Mogang published the paper, he did not believe it. He did not expect to help the army and company now. Professor Zhang, the hole has been laid. When Zhang Songlin lamented the achievements of the Marching Ant Company, a worker with a helmet came over and interrupted his thoughts. Zhang Songlin reacted and took the seismograph on the clap. The instrument was transported above the drill hole and ready for installation. This is a confidential project. He dare not say that this is a seismograph of the Marching Ant Company. Only those who know it know it. When Zhang Songlin's words fell, several workers carried the seismograph and walked over the empty hole. Rotate 1 step clockwise to align the 3 holes below. Several workers just lifted the instrument onto the hole, and a staff member responsible for the position opened. After 2 minutes, the holes are aligned. After the circuit is connected, Zhang Songlin opens the slot of the instrument and presses the start button according to the tutorial he has seen. Hey! The sound of the mechanical operation sounded, and the 3 closed holes under the seismograph suddenly opened, and the 3 probes slowly extended out into the underground borehole. Just after the probe stops, Zhang Songlin opens the top of the instrument, and the geomagnetic field detector consisting of coils rises and is exposed to the air. The appearance of the seismograph is not flattering, but Zhang Songlin follows the steps to debug. After the commissioning, Zhang Songlin took out the computer and began to receive information on the seismograph. In another location, Liu Chenwu is also doing the same installation work. They have to install 10 machines and install them in 2 ways, which is more efficient. Seismic installation work in Tibetan areas is progressing steadily. Maritime, after the 6 large boxes were sent to the scientific research ship, a group of experts immediately surrounded the box, headed by Wu Zhen. Many people are curious on their faces. What is the thing that makes them express this time? Their scientific research, marine life, marine chemistry, marine physics, marine geology and other projects. The first destination is the Mariana Trench. At that time, the submersible needs to collect samples from the water, and the equipment of the marching ant company will also be placed in a suitable position on the seabed. Chen Mo said the approximate location, specifically Wu Zhen, the geological expert judged. "Open all the boxes," said Wu Zhen, the leader. As soon as his words fell, several staff members immediately walked over and opened the lock of the box. A specially revised submarine seismograph is presented to everyone. Chapter 144, Seismograph is taken away. The fat shape, smooth surface, looks like a bloated big cylinder. At the top are several large coils, similar to the coils of magnetic field detection instruments in the laboratory, wrapped in special glass, like the big ears that grow on the seismograph. There are 3 robotic arms on the body that make the seismograph look more like a 3-legged big ear crab. On the smooth surface, the logo and name of the marching ant company are clearly printed. They have been as scientists for so long, and all kinds of odd-shaped instruments have been seen. This style, in the eyes of everyone, is rather ordinary. This instrument is the instrument of the marching ant company. An expert turned around the instrument. Except for a few large coils, no special places were found. It's a big deal, just for the 6 instruments. But they don't know what these instruments are for. What is the use? A group of people looked at Wu Zhen. The seismograph of the marching ant company, Wu Zhen said. As soon as this was said, the field was in a strange silence. Everyone looks at each other and doesn't know how to answer them. They all thought that this was just an ordinary geological exploration instrument and the result was a seismograph. It was the paper on the earthquake warning published by Chen Mo, a marching ant company, some time ago, asked a geologist. Yes, this is the seismograph he made according to the principle of the paper. Wu Zhen said. I have seen his essay. The idea is very novel, but it is too arrogant. It is a theoretical thing, the application is not big, and the possibility of failure is great, said a geologist. I know that failure must be tested. Is it because I am afraid of failure? Will I not experiment? This is not science. Wu Zhen's words made it impossible for everyone to refute. Earthquake early warning. We have been studying for decades, and we are only staying at the earthquake wave warning. We are not necessarily all right. We want to take a longer warning. Why can't we learn from other people's ideas? The stone of the mountain can attack jade. Everyone was silent, Wu Zhen among them. The qualification is the oldest one. And Wu Zhen said that it is correct. Now don't say this, let's take a look at this instrument. Wu Zhen inserted the U-disc into the computer. The scientific research ship sailed without much attention. The people can only have the stability of the country, but they cannot see the scientists and workers who are working hard behind them. The location of the seismograph is very important. First, the faults with active plate movements must be used, and the seabed above 2,000 meters is needed. When designing, it can only withstand water pressure of more than 2,000 meters. The water is too deep and the seismograph can't withstand the pressure of the sea. The expedition team often takes a scientific examination in the Marianan area and understands the geology of the area. The location of the placement can be easily found. Now that it has entered the autumn, the weather is relatively stable. There is not much wind and wave at sea level, and the seismograph is going very smoothly. Few people know that their ridiculous Marching Ant Company has already produced seismographs, and no one knows that the installation of seismographs has come to an end. The Eastern Pacific Ocean, which is the junction of the Earth's Pacific Plate and the Asia-European Plate, is one of the most densely populated areas. Wu Zhen did not keep his eyes on the computer. Behind him, several experts also watched quietly. It has been half a month since going out to sea. The scientific research project of this scientific research ship includes marine chemistry, marine physics, marine biology and marine geology. At the same time as other scientific tests, the seismographs are also being launched simultaneously. In addition to the location problem, there are not many other problems, and the delivery method is very simple. The first 5 have been fully released. This is the last seismograph. The installation was successful. After seeing the information displayed on the computer, Wu Zhen finally smiled. When I heard the news of Wu Zhen, others applauded. Shi Tengxuan reflected on the radar display and satellite images. The above goal is a Chinese scientific research ship. This scientific research vessel seems to be putting instruments into the sea. I didn't know the specific location on the last few times. This time I tracked it far. The task he received was to find out, this group of Chinese people, what they had thrown into the sea, and if possible, fished back a piece of equipment. Seeing the red dot on the radar left, Shi Tengxuan was ordered to go to the location where the scientific research ship had just stopped. The sea is calm and the sea breeze is not big, so the boat is not so shaken. Shi Tengxuan reflected to the side of the ship and looked at the sea with a telescope. Nothing was found. Invest in the sonar. Look for what they just put here. Shi Tengxuan reflected the telescope. With the sound of Shi Tengxuan, 2 sonar devices were dropped into the sea. Captain, find out the situation. A soldier ran out and said. Shi Tengxuan immediately entered the cabin. There is a thing in this position. It is a metal object. It may be a submersible, or other unknown instrument. An officer pointed to the data collected by the sonar. Shi Tengxuan thought about opening his mouth. Get ready to salvage. Marching Ant Company. In the laboratory, Chen Mo's attention was all on the electron microscope. The seismographs in the Tibetan area have all been installed, the monitoring stations have been set up, and the detected data has been transmitted back. Several magnitude 3.0 earthquakes were detected, but these earthquakes were not felt by ordinary people, so they were not very useful. But the data proved that the instrument was usable. When the earthquake reaches level 5 and is destructive, the seismograph will take the initiative to warn. Instrumentation in the Pacific region is also underway, and it is believed that all instruments will be ready to be released soon. The next thing about seismometers is the problem of detecting data. He has no need to worry too much. Now he has invested in new research. Normal temperature superconducting materials. This is what he will focus on next. The Science and Technology Library has to study 8 technologies. He is not completing the materials. Only by completing this material can you get the research of the next project. During this time, all the equipment needed have been returned. What he has to do now is to synthesize the normal temperature superconducting material, silicon carbon. This material, the molecular structure is a honeycomb hexagon, and is similar in structure to graphene. After a long time, Chen Mokai withdrew from the electron microscope and continued to formulate chemicals. This material is synthesized and requires special chemicals to be synthesized under high pressure. Just taking an experiment, the concentration of chemicals was a little lower. The requirements of the experiment are very high. Although the synthetic material has silicon carbon, the purity is not high, and it requires multiple purifications to obtain a small amount of silicon carbon. The higher the purity of this material, the better the superconductivity. For the production of superconducting chips, the purity of silicon carbon is almost demanding, just like the silicon crystal used in chips today. Although 100% purity synthesis is almost impossible, he also needs to increase the purity of silicon carbon as much as possible for future use. When Chen Mo carefully prepared the chemical, The voice of the ink girl suddenly sounded. Mergo, the people of the island country took a seismograph. Chapter 145, Big Trouble. A few days ago, Huaxia personnel placed a detection device near my territorial water, which was discovered and salvaged by the guards. One news from the island nation, accompanied by a photo of the device, immediately provoked a wave of madness. Huaxia was salvaged in the spy device in my territorial waters. Asahi News. China, the threat of the world. CNN. Huaxia puts spy devices on the island. Times. When the news of the island country came out, it was immediately forwarded by the Western media, a variety of smeared news, on the dust, in the shortest possible time, spread all over the world. The dusty Chinese threat theory has once again become a hot spot in many Western media. Smearing China has always been the skill of the Western media. This time grabbed a handle. Many media have reprinted the news. Began a crazy attack. Not only the media, well-known social media, Facebook, foreign netizens, climax. The news came out in less than 2 hours, and there have been tens of thousands of comments. A cottage country. This country is dirty everywhere. Technology is stolen, and now they think they can rule the world. I'm sure that the device is definitely broken, because that's Macon. This country will destroy the whole world. In the Western media, in just a few hours, all kinds of negative comments. The device that was picked up by the island nation has also become a target of attention. Domestic regular press conference. The island guard announced that in the vicinity of the island's territorial waters, a spy device was put up by Chinese researchers. Is this news accurate? What equipment is being salvaged? What is the response to the salvage behavior of the island country? Ren Ying smiled and looked at the reporter who asked the question. After asking his question, he nodded slightly. I have heard about this news here and got some information. First of all, I will reiterate some points. First, according to the information I understand, the device is placed in international waters. Second, it is just a general geological survey equipment. It is not a so-called spy device. Third, it is not owned by our researchers. We regret the fishing practices of the island countries, according to the International Convention on the Law of the Sea. Ren Ying responded that it was not painful to fight Tai Chi, so that those people felt like a punch on cotton. Not long after, the network was exposed to photos of the device salvage. When the photo came out, everyone was dumbfounded, and then, it was awkward. Marching Ant Company. The logo of the Marching Ants' unique Marching Ants head is particularly conspicuous in the photo, and the above text clearly spells the Marching Ant Company. Almost at the first time, everyone's eyes were cast on marching ants. If you don't play, you will be low-key and have no news. When you appear, you will make international news. The shame is thrown abroad. The garbage marching ants. I only care about what this device is. Ask for great science. There is only one truth. Conan BGM. The net fishing spot is the junction of the East Pacific, Asia, Europe and Pacific plates. It is one of the most active earthquakes in the world. Did the earthquake feel familiar? 3 months ago, Chen Mo, a marching ant company, published a paper on earthquake warning, comprehensive analysis. This device may be related to earthquake warning. The marching ant company doesn't really think that it can make a seismometer that warns of earthquakes. But it's just a small ant. Really take it seriously? The various cynicism that disappeared some time ago, with the emergence of various news, is once again flooded with the internet. On the most troubled company, this year is definitely not a military ant company. All media, the first time sent people to the city of Banhai. This company always makes unexpected things. Early the next morning, outside the marching ant company, it was blocked by various reporters. So far, they all know that the instrument is a sign of the marching ant company, but so far, the marching ant company has not responded. If there is an abnormality, there will be a demon. If there is no problem, it is impossible not to stand up and clarify in the first place. Marching ant company meeting room. Zhao Minit's face is not good looking. Chen Mo's brow is also wrinkled. Zhang Yi, Lao Luo, Zili, Li Lingfeng, Li Danny, Wang Sijia and other senior executives. The atmosphere does not dare to breathe. This time, the island countries salvaged their installations in international waters, and they wanted to get ahead of the game, and they would take a trip and make things so big. If they are allowed to protest, the initiative is on their side. The idea is very good. Push the pot to them, occupy the moral high ground, and want to take the initiative. Now the Western media are in the dark, and I want to know with my ass. I am definitely not happy. This matter can only be taken by the Army and Company, and the world must be seen to see the value of the seismograph. The island nation created a huge problem for them. When things get to this point, some things can't be squandered, and there is no need to hide them. The practice of the island country has completely put the things of the Marching Ant Company on the table. Have a press conference. I personally came to the stage to respond, Chen Mo said. This matter must be personally taken to power. He has contacted Wu Zhen and picked up the last equipment that was put in. It should be the island people who tracked them and fished them after they left. This thing can't be blamed. When they are put on, they have already made the worst plans. How do you want to respond? Asked Zhao Minutes. This matter is not small, there are too many things involved. And it is a big problem for the Marching Ant Company. How can I respond? Openly need to be equipped. Chen Mo Shensheng. The official can only assist them. It is impossible to face the device, so they must speak. The signs on the device are theirs. The protagonist is them. Whether it is good or bad, they must take it down. It can only be like this. Zhao Minutes thought for a moment and nodded. The device is the symbol of their Marching Ant Company. This thing denies that it is not of much use, but it seems that they are weak. This situation must be strong and hard, especially if the opponent is an island country. Their installations are in international waters and there are no problems, and they are not afraid of shadows. Ling Feng, you immediately inform people to arrange a press conference. Zhao Minutes spoke. It is good. Li Lingfeng did not dare to neglect and got up and left the conference room. You all go back and let the employees below not talk about it. Zhao Minutes looked at other people. After the meeting, everyone left. Zhao Minutes only looked at Chen Mo. The technology of the seismograph will not leak. No. The core of the seismograph is nothing more than the algorithm of the core of the machine. The extremely long-wave communication counts 1. When they force the salvage of the instrument, the self-destruct function has burned the chip and the board. Very long-wave communication technology, it's even less likely to get it. Other technologies, their labs are there, but they are not combined. Chen Mo is not worried that the algorithms of the seismographs are not exposed. Even if they imitate the seismographs, they only have their own shape. They have no gods and cannot be copied. It is also a kind of flesh without soul, which has no effect at all. That's good. What Zhao Minutes is most afraid of is the technology leak. The news of the Marching Ant Company's press conference in the afternoon came out. Many media outlets rushed to Bnai City and prepared to report firsthand here. After a few months of silence, the news of the Marching Ant Company was a bit big. They all want to see what the Marching Ant Company is reacting to.